Chapter 1 5-yuan Buffet Restaurant, the first great value dish, stir-fried beef with green peppers. May all readers who see this become rich overnight. Just store your brain for now, I'll pay you back. Xiao Lin, just a reminder, the rent for next quarter is 6,900. Remember to transfer it to me before the 18th of this month. Okay, Sister Wang, I understand. Hangzhou, in a rented room. After replying to the landlord's WeChat message, Lin Xiao sighed, staring blankly at the date on her phone. Today is May 16th, only 2 days left until the restaurant rent payment. No. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, Lin Xiao silently subtracted another day. Then, she opened her WeChat balance. 2,683.15 yuan. This was all her savings, she couldn't afford a single penny more. I'm still short over 4,200. Can I earn that much tomorrow? Should I take legal action? Lin Xiao thought it over carefully, but still felt it wasn't too risky, and she didn't dare to take any. Sigh, another day of embarrassment for transmigrators. That's right, Lin Xiao is a transmigrator. He's been in this world for just over a month. Having perfectly integrated with the original owner's memories, he already understands his situation. Blue Star is still Blue Star, only this time he's been given the classic transmigration template of an orphan who died at a young age. A 20-year-old young man, raised in an orphanage, 185 centimeters tall, with the looks of Daniel Wu. Living in a tiny rented room, he runs a small, 20-square-meter, 5-yuan self-service restaurant in a small alley near the commercial district. He stir-fries simple vegetarian dishes like dry-pot cauliflower and hot and sour shredded potatoes every day, mainly catering to nearby construction workers, laborers, or college students looking for a change of pace. The taste is only average to above average, but the food is clean and hygienic, the portions are generous and filling, and the price is cheap, only 5 yuan, with unlimited refills. Therefore, in the Chengzhong Street area of Linen District, Lin Xiao's reputation is excellent. However, reputation is just that, reputation. The most urgent task is to save enough for the restaurant's rent. Lin Xiao's mind raced, but he still couldn't come up with a good solution. Buying lottery tickets was unrealistic. Becoming a male model, he had the looks, but a man has his pride. He considered himself a man of principle, and naturally, he couldn't bring himself to suddenly raise prices and exploit the workers and students. Wouldn't that be treating them like royalty? Besides, no matter how much he raised prices, raising 4,000 yuan in a single day was clearly unrealistic. There's no other way. If things really don't work out, I'll just have to close the restaurant. Then, becoming a delivery driver after all, that might seem like a good option. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Xiao's mindset was, to say the least, impeccable. Having made his decision, he wouldn't change it. However, just as he was about to send a message to Sister Wang to let her know, a ding sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on binding with the strongest restaurant system. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, then felt a mixture of joy and helplessness. A system? He was naturally familiar with it, a standard feature for transmigrators. But, why isn't it a godly rich system? Despite the complaints, having a system was definitely a good thing, so Lin Xiao quickly asked, "Tell me, what functions do you have?" This system will provide the host with various dishes for sale, and simultaneously record the emotional value of customers the host collects. Emotional value can be exchanged for rewards in the system shop, or used to open a lucky wheel to obtain new dish rewards or other rewards. Furthermore, the system will periodically issue main and side quests, and corresponding rewards will be given upon completion. Main Quest 1, accumulate 10,000 emotional value. Quest completion reward? Lin Xiao listened and nodded, then, seeing that the system didn't continue, casually said, "That's it. Received a newbie gift pack. Open it immediately?" Seeing that there was indeed an immediately effective reward, Lin Xiao nodded. "That's more like it. The main quest reward is unknown. The most urgent task is obviously to raise the 6,900 yuan rent. Open. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new dish, 500 servings of stir-fried beef with green peppers. Congratulations, host, you have obtained unlimited white rice. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the emotion value roulette. The shop is not yet open. Please complete more main quests to unlock it." As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Xiao saw an interface similar to a game inventory appear in front of him. The first slot contained a bowl of white rice, and the second slot contained a plate of stir-fried beef with green peppers. In the lower right corner of the stir-fried beef with green peppers slot, there was a small 500. Lin Xiao had a thought. The plate of beef with green peppers was taken out and appeared on the folding table in front of Lin Xiao, steaming hot and fragrant. Dish name, stir-fried beef with green peppers. Market price, 15 to 68 RMB. Description, a home-style dish. The vibrant green peppers paired with marinated beef tenderloin create a visually appealing dish with a moderate spiciness. The peppery aroma permeates the beef, and the sauce coats the meat, resulting in a tender, delicious, and incredibly flavorful dish. Deliciousness rating 6/10, beyond the level of a 5-star hotel chef. Looking at the appetizing stir-fried beef with green peppers in front of him, Lin Xiao's appetite surged. He swallowed hard. I haven't eaten yet, so let me try the system's cooking first. Lin Xiao's mind raced again, and a bowl of white rice appeared. Product name, rice. Market price, 0 to 3 yuan. Description, made with premium bachang fragrant rice, cooked using traditional firewood methods, resulting in a pearly sheen, plump grains, soft, sticky, and sweet flavor. Deliciousness rating, 4/5. Lin Xiao didn't wait any longer, grabbed chopsticks, and quickly started eating. 10 minutes later, burp. Lin Xiao smacked his lips after eating 3 full bowls of rice, then wiped his mouth contentedly and couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious! This is the most delicious stir-fried beef with green peppers I've ever eaten in my life, in both my past and present lives. The aroma lingers on my lips and teeth. System, you've got my approval." After eating his fill, Lin Xiao checked another function of the system, emotional value roulette. Lin Xiao's thoughts stirred, and a roulette wheel the size of his head appeared before his eyes. Name, beginner emotional value roulette. Introduction, spin the wheel once for every 1,000 emotion points. Spinning it once for 100,000 emotion points upgrades it to an intermediate wheel. Reward 1, random dishes worth 10 to 100 yuan, dishes can be viewed. Winning probability, 30%. Reward 2, 5,000 to 20,000 yuan in cash. Winning probability, 19%. Reward 3, 10 mysterious dishes worth 8,000 yuan each. Winning probability, 1%. Reward 4, thank you for your patronage. Winning probability, 50%. Lin Xiao smiled as he looked at the cash reward. Not bad, looks like the rent is settled. Although he didn't know how difficult it would be to obtain emotion points, the chances were high. And with this quick way to make money, even if he couldn't raise 6,900 yuan by tomorrow, thanks to his long-standing relationship with his tenant, he could get Sister Wang to give him a few more days' grace. The huge weight on Lin Xiao's heart finally lifted, and he began to think about a problem. If he were to put this stir-fried beef with green peppers up for sale tomorrow, how should he price it? Should it still be 5 yuan for all you can eat, or? Lin Xiao didn't hesitate much and quickly decided 5 yuan. After all, his customer base was what it was. They were mostly construction workers who were the breadwinners of their families, college students without a stable income, delivery drivers who worked in all kinds of weather. These kinds of people, with this system as a great gift, could have a stable source of income, and Lin Xiao felt there was no need to raise the price of their lunch and dinner. The night passed uneventfully, and it was 9:30 the next morning. Lin Xiao arrived at the restaurant as usual, carefully wiping down the 4 square tables inside and outside the shop, and the large insulated food containers in the kitchen. Then he poured the rice from the system into the containers. Afterward, he stir-fried 4 different vegetarian dishes, placing them in 4 insulated containers, and then opened Douyin. He ran his shop account on Douyin. The restaurant is simply called Xiao Lin's 5 Yuan Buffet Restaurant. However, it only has a handful of followers, half of whom are regular customers workers. These days, running a restaurant isn't easy for ordinary people. Lin Xiao had naturally fantasized about suddenly becoming a sensation on Douyin, TikTok, landing advertising deals, and achieving financial freedom. But that requires perfect timing, location, and connections, an impossible dream. Of course, now that he has a system, Lin Xiao doesn't need to rely on those things anymore. However, he still continues to film the daily dishes and upload them online as usual. He adds captions to the videos as he films them. The 5 Yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant is now open. Today's dishes include dry pot potato slices, dry pot cauliflower. After announcing the 4 regular vegetarian dishes, it was time for the main event. Lin Xiao looked at the last insulated box, crammed full beef taking up 7/10 of the space, green peppers only 3/10. And her voice rose slightly, and this last one, stir-fried beef with green peppers. All dishes are 5 Yuan all you can eat. Unlimited rice. All friends from Linan district are welcome to come and try it. After filming and posting the video, Lin Xiao habitually started a live stream. She then took out another phone and started scrolling through videos. Live streams usually only get 6 or 7 viewers. Lin Xiao didn't expect to make money from it, she was just killing time when she was bored. It was only a little before 11 a.m., and the construction workers wouldn't arrive in groups for lunch until noon. However, almost half an hour after the broadcast started, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed a surge in the number of comments in the live stream chat. The number of viewers jumped from 9 to over 700, and this momentum was still going strong. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, he realized something was wrong. After carefully reading the comments, finally, he found the reason for the explosive increase in viewers. The protagonist has acquired culinary skills. Chapter 2 Tang Ji, a blogger with millions of followers, visits a restaurant. Restaurant reviews are ridiculously expensive, but are the chefs real or fake? This is Kangzhou, Hebei Province. We're just two people here for beef soup. Lin Xiao silently closed the video and exited Tang Ji's Douyin, TikTok, page. Tang Ji, a restaurant review blogger, has 15 million followers on Douyin. He used to be the head chef at the Sheraton, and almost every video he posts gets over 100,000 likes. Lin Xiao had seen his videos a few times before, and now, he was in his own live stream. He had just posted a comment. "Hey bro, is what you said in the video true or false? Just 5 yuan for this stir-fried beef with green peppers, you can eat it all you want." Less than half a minute later, dozens of comments had appeared below Tang Ji's comment. "Old Tang, are you stupid? How could it be real? 5 yuan? You want stir-fried beef with green peppers? Are you crazy or am I? It's obviously clickbait. This kind of person is obsessed with getting clicks. Do the viewers in the live stream believe you can get stir-fried beef with green peppers for 5 yuan, or do they believe I'm Ultramantiga? If this boss really sells stir-fried beef with green peppers for 5 yuan, I'll live stream myself eating egg tarts made by my dad. I'll eat every pound he sells. Remember my ID. Anhui Province Eddie Peng." Undoubtedly, the live stream was filled with doubt and slander. Lin Xiao wasn't angry, and even felt like laughing at these amazing comments, but he held back, and simply said calmly, "Hello Teacher Tang, what you said in the video is definitely true. Only 5 yuan for all the vegetables, beef tenderloin, and rice all you can eat." Then, Lin Xiao changed the subject, speaking in a teasing tone. "Anhui Province Eddie Peng, right? I've followed you. So, why don't you come over? Want to try the real stir-fried beef with green peppers?" Anhui Province Eddie Peng had clearly been quite the online liar, and his retort was swift. "Ha, anyone can talk big online. You want me to come over? Are you going to reimburse my train ticket? Sure, as long as you can really do a live stream of yourself eating poop afterwards, I'll reimburse your train ticket, business class is fine." Lin Xiao nodded with interest, replying casually. Anhui Province Eddie Peng was clearly taken aback, pausing for a full half-minute before continuing to type. "Ha, who believes you? Even if you really reimburse my ticket, isn't my time valuable too?" Lin Xiao was amused by his blustering words and casually replied, Fine, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. Someone like you will never accept things outside of your understanding. There's no point in communicating with you." Anhui Province Eddie Peng was perhaps stung, and quickly posted another comment. "TCH, Teacher Tang is in linen. We all came from Teacher Tang's live stream. Whether your all-you-can-eat stir-fried beef with green peppers is real or not, Teacher Tang will know after he eats it. Judging by the time, Teacher Tang will probably be here soon. Even if you close the shop and run away now, it'll be too late, haha." Lin Xiao nodded and laughed. "I won't run away. But you'd better not run away later. I bet everyone's eager to see you make a fool of yourself." As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that two people were walking towards her in the distance. The younger man, around 27 or 28 years old, was holding a camera pole with a phone hanging from it, live streaming. The other, who looked to be in his 40s, was none other than Tang Ji, a well-known figure on Douyin. Cough cough, it's so hot. This place is really hard to find. In mid-May, the daytime temperature in Linen had already reached 30 degrees Celsius. Tang Ji started sweating after walking a few steps and stopped in front of a small, unassuming restaurant. A sign reading Xiao Lin 5 Yuan Buffet Restaurant hung above. Tang Ji walked a few more steps and soon saw Lin Xiao coming out to greet him. His eyes lit up immediately, and he chuckled. The young man is quite handsome and has a sunny disposition. Tisk tisk, he's even more handsome than in the live stream. If he didn't open a restaurant and focus solely on live streaming, he could probably attract a lot of female fans. "Young man, what's your surname?" Lin Xiao stood up, smiled politely and modestly, and said, "My surname is Lin. My looks are passable, about as good as Daniel Wu." Lin Xiao looked at Tang Ji in front of him, noticing the sweat on his face. Out of politeness, he offered him some tissues and poured him a glass of cold water. He then poured a glass for the photographer next to him as well. "Hey, thank you, Mr. Linear." The photographer seemed surprised that Lin Xiao hadn't ignored him like other shopkeepers, and thanked him with some surprise. "You're welcome." Lin Xiao nodded, not changing his attitude towards Tang Ji just because he was a social media influencer with millions of followers. Tang Ji smiled knowingly, inwardly holding Lin Xiao in slightly higher regard. The young man before him was neither servile nor arrogant. Even knowing his status as a top-rated blogger, he didn't show a trace of obsequiousness. Unlike some restaurants he'd previously visited, whose prices were outrageously high and who served only pre-made dishes to fool customers, and who were extremely obsequious to him, even trying to secretly slip him red envelopes behind the camera, hoping he'd say insincere things. However, while Lin Xiao suited his taste, ultimately, a restaurant review should be judged by the food itself. So, Tang Ji carefully asked, "Brother Lin, you know why we're here. Should I turn off this live stream?" Lin Xiao shook his head, "No need, just film as usual. Please film the dishes clearly, so that people online won't say I asked you to advertise for me, or that we're just putting on an act." Tang Ji laughed heartily at this. Although Boss Lin is young, his personality is really genuine. Old Tang, like it. I've been reviewing restaurants for so many years, and I have a good reputation. We never do anything dishonest. Tang Ji was increasingly satisfied with Lin Xiao. He glanced at Lin Xiao's phone, thought for a moment, and then said, "How about this? I see you're also live streaming, so why don't you use your phone for today's live stream? I'll have all my viewers go to yours, and it'll help you gain some followers." Before Lin Xiao could refuse, Tang Ji picked up Lin Xiao's phone and placed it on the camera pole. Lin Xiao knew Tang Ji meant well, and he didn't need the income from this live stream, so he didn't hesitate and let him have his way. With Tang Ji's initial lead, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, eventually reaching 8,000. The chat was also densely packed with comments, though the vast majority remained skeptical. Lin Xiao glanced at it and didn't bother looking any further. Facts would tell. "Shall we start now, Tang Ji? Shall we go inside and take a look?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, leading Tang Ji into the store. Tang Ji entered the store and professionally began to inspect it, nodding and praising. "Not bad. It's a bit small, but the tables, chairs, and floor are all very clean. The store is bright and tidy, much better than many of the hole-in-the-wall restaurants I've eaten at. It's a bit hot, though, and the fans look a bit old. Well, at least they're not dusty, which is good." The cameraman also focused his lens around various corners of the store. And seeing those old fans, the skepticism from many viewers in the live stream intensified. "Hey, the environment looks pretty good, but this electric fan is really old. It feels older than me. The owner hasn't even bothered to replace it, so why would he sell 5 yuan worth of stir-fried beef with green peppers? I really don't believe it. 5 yuan for all you can eat, you'd be lucky to get any vegetables. Stir-fried beef with green peppers? Is it 99% green peppers with just a tiny bit of minced beef? I saw in Brother Lin's video, there was a whole lot of beef. Don't even think about a lot. If there's even a third, no, a quarter, I'd consider the owner a great philanthropist. Hee Brother Lin, if I find out the actual product doesn't match the photo, you know what I'm capable of. Just tell me about it." Anhui Province Eddie Peng, ugh, I really want to live stream myself eating poop, but now it seems like the chances are slim. Lin Xiao naturally had no idea what the viewers in the live stream were saying, nor did he expect Anhui Province Eddie Peng to be jumping around like that. Faced with Tang Ji's answer, Lin Xiao simply said quietly, "I didn't make much money before, and I bought second-hand items. I plan to wait until I earn more money and then replace them all with air conditioners." Lin Xiao wasn't exaggerating. Although this small buffet restaurant might still not be very profitable, he had the system's lottery system. However, he was also a little puzzled. Why hadn't he seen a single drop of emotion points from Tang Ji after all this time? He wondered how difficult this main quest 1 accumulate 10,000 emotion points would be. Tang Ji, of course, had no idea what Lin Xiao was thinking. Hearing this, he nodded and then voiced his own question. "Hey, Mr. Lin, who usually eats at your restaurant? I've been here for almost 20 minutes, and I haven't seen a single customer." Tang Ji's question echoed the concerns of his viewers in the live stream. It was already 12:05 p.m., the time when most workers were having lunch. Yet, Lin Xiao's small restaurant was completely empty. This led his viewers in the live stream to speculate. Could it be that the food is so bad that other customers have already had bad experiences and are therefore unwilling to eat there? Just as Lin Xiao was about to answer, she heard the door creak open, followed by several familiar footsteps. Clatter. Clatter. Lin Xiao smiled knowingly, turning slightly to speak to Tang Ji. "Look, the first batch of customers for today has arrived." Chapter 3, Pictures and Proof. Eddie Peng of Anhui Province, speak up. "Boss Lin, we're back again. It smells so good. What did Boss Lin make today?" A few rough yet kind voices came from outside. Tang Ji instinctively looked out. He saw 4 construction workers approaching, all around 50 years old, with simple, honest faces and ordinary appearances. Their thick yellow work clothes were covered in dust, and they wore simple smiles, their foreheads beaded with sweat. Each of them deftly and skillfully wiped themselves on the doormats placed at the entrance until the dust was completely removed from their shoes before stepping inside. Looking at the workers, Tang Ji suddenly understood. He should have realized it sooner. The most attractive thing about a 5-yuan buffet restaurant was these workers, wasn't it? But could this really make money? He then turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, who was smiling and greeting the workers. "Uncle Wan, let's sit in our usual spot. You've been saying your stomach's been upset lately, so I put in a pot of warm water." Uncle John, you're always so hot-tempered, I've put in ice water and ice cubes for you. Just add more if it melts. And Uncle Lu. Hearing Lin Xiao's concerned words, Tang Ji, even though he was over 50, was still slightly moved. His usually wide eyes involuntarily widened slightly. At that moment, Tang Ji suddenly understood a quality in Lin Xiao that was so rare in today's society. Humanity. Yes, Lin Xiao possessed a strong sense of humanity. This is something many businesses lack. While the construction workers were scanning QR codes to pay, Tang Ji couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao and ask, Mr. Lin, does your shop restrict these construction workers from entering? Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, frowned, and asked in return, what do you mean? Are you discriminating against workers? Tang Ji clearly realized his mistake and quickly shook his head, rapidly stammering, how could that be? My ancestors were all working-class peasants. He carefully considered his tone before continuing. What I mean is, these workers, after a morning of manual labor, usually have a big appetite. Many restaurants that offer unlimited rice are worried about these workers eating too much, so they restrict their entry. Boss Lin, you're not only running a buffet, but you're only charging 5 yuan a month. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Lin Xiao nodded. He was naturally aware of these phenomena. In fact, before the system arrived, the original owner of this body could only earn a little over 5,000 yuan a month. In Hangzhou, in the catering industry, that's an exceptionally low income. However, Lin Xiao had no family burdens, no mortgage or car loan, and no girlfriend, a huge drain on his finances. Therefore, although he earned little, it was enough. If it weren't for the incident at the orphanage 3 months ago, he wouldn't have almost been unable to pay the rent. Faced with Tang Ji's question, Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then straightened his tone and said, I've been running this shop for 2 years now. To me, Uncle Wang and the others are not only my customers, but also my friends and elders. I don't care what other businesses do, and I can't control that. Everyone has their own difficulties, and I won't stand on moral high ground to hold others hostage. The only thing I can guarantee is myself. Lin Xiao paused, her tone incredibly sincere. No matter what new dishes I introduce in the future, no matter whether I can make this small shop bigger and stronger, as long as someone is willing to eat here, it's 5 yuan a day, no price increases. Everything I do isn't for hype, for traffic. I only ask for a clear conscience. Lin Xiao's voice wasn't loud, but the weight of her words was immense. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Tang Ji stood there stunned for over 10 seconds before coming back to his senses, but the jiggling fat on his face clearly showed his inner turmoil. And just as emotionally stirred were the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream. That's right, as time went on, the number of viewers in Lin Xiao's Douyin live stream had reached 13,000. Initially, most people were skeptical, but as Lin Xiao uttered those words, his reputation began to shift. I don't think someone who says something like that is the kind of unscrupulous business owner who would do anything for clicks. Just wanting a clear conscience, that's a good saying. How many people in this world can actually do that? Boss Lin is right. I knew he was right a long time ago. Now I'm actually praying that the kitchen will have stir-fried beef with green peppers. Boss Lin, you bastard. Don't let me down. Anhui Province Eddie Peng, no, do you guys really believe he's telling the truth? Life is like a play, it's all about acting, you bunch of idiots. I'll say it again. If there really is stir-fried beef with green peppers, I'll not only livestream myself eating poop, but I'll also lick it for everyone here. These words made the livestream chat lively again. While Lin Xiao and Tang Ji were talking, Uncle Wang and his 3 companions had already scanned the QR code, paid, and entered the kitchen. Lin Xiao's self-service restaurant was only 20 square meters, with space barely enough to be divided into 2 parts. One part was the dining area, which could only fit 4 square tables. The other part was the kitchen, where Lin Xiao cooked the food, and also where several insulated containers were located for customers to serve themselves. Uncle Wang and his companions were regulars. They first skillfully filled a bowl to the brim with rice. Then, taking their own food containers, they went to the 5 insulated containers. I don't know what to eat today. That dry-pot cauliflower last time was so delicious. It has to be hot and sour shredded potatoes. So tasty and perfect with rice. I could easily devour 4 bowls of white rice, and then I'd have all the energy to work. Why do I smell meat today? What? You think we're in some fancy restaurant? Old Sue, you're just starving. I really can smell it. It smells a lot like the shredded pork and chili stir-fry my wife made last night. Delicious. Hey, Old Sue, I think you're really starving. Stop arguing. Hurry up and open it. I'm starving. My stomach is growling. Hearing this, the workers fell silent, swallowing hard as they opened the insulated boxes one by one. Dry-fried cauliflower, I knew there would be this. Great. Dry-fried potato slices, this is also delicious, goes well with rice. Minced meat and eggplant. I'm not seeing things, am I? Ha ha ha, is this New Year's? Wait, am I seeing things? What is this? On the other side, Lin Xiao Gang had just finished talking to Tang Ji and was about to pour himself a glass of water to moisten his throat. Just as he picked up the glass, several voices suddenly rang in his mind. Shock value from Wang Qian, plus 888. Shock value from Zhang Lijun, plus 999. Shock value from Zhao Zishan, plus 799. Shock value from Su Jinbao, plus 666. Lin Xiao paused, somewhat confused, but still slightly pleased. The emotion value system had finally kicked in. In just a few seconds, 3,000 emotion points had been added. Lin Xiao didn't even bother to drink water and immediately headed towards the kitchen. Tang Ji, finally snapping out of his daze, called out to the photographer, and the two followed. However, before he'd taken a few steps, he suddenly stopped. A rich, meaty aroma wafted from the kitchen, aggressively filling his nostrils. As a chef with over 30 years of experience, he easily recognized the ingredients in that aroma. It was the fragrance of high-quality yellow beef and green peppers, spicy but not pungent. Just smelling it made him want to eat. Subconsciously swallowing, Tang Ji's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. He quickly caught up with Lin Xiao, arriving at the kitchen at the same time. His gaze was instantly drawn to a large box full of freshly stir-fried, fragrant, and beautifully presented stir-fried beef and green peppers. Meanwhile, the photographer also captured the beef tenderloin in the insulated box in the frame. It was exactly the same as the stir-fried beef with green peppers in Lin Xiao's video. A picture is worth 1,000 words. The live stream chat immediately exploded. Countless comments scrolled by, and if someone looked closely, they would have noticed that everyone was posting the same message. At Anhui Province, Eddie Peng, come out and say something. Chapter 4, is Boss Lin's stir-fried beef with green peppers made with synthetic duck meat? Anhui Province Eddie Peng has left the live stream. Upon seeing this notification, netizens couldn't help but chuckle. At Anhui Province Eddie Peng, you should go back to Gotham. Batman said he won't hit you anymore. At Anhui Province Eddie Peng, why are you running away? I still prefer your arrogant attitude from before. Why don't you stay cocky? At Anhui Province Eddie Peng, leaving the live stream won't help. Everyone's following you. Remember to let us know when you're going to stream. We'll all come and support you. After criticizing Anhui Province Eddie Peng for a while, netizens shifted their focus back to Lin Xiao. This world is truly absurd. It's hard to imagine that a 5-yuan buffet would have a dish like stir-fried beef with green peppers. Such a huge insulated box, so much beef. I doubt whether Mr. Lin's daily earnings are even as high as this beef. This beef tenderloin portion is at least twice as much as what the cafeteria lady at our school gives us. I think the owner doesn't care about making money at all. He's completely absorbed in his little business game. Is Boss Lin some rich kid here to experience life? This beef tenderloin looks really good. I wonder how it tastes. What are you thinking? This is a big pot of food. Why would you care about the taste? Besides, it's only 5 yuan. What more could you ask for? Hey, you bunch of kids clearly have never run a shop before. Let me tell you, this kind of beef tenderloin is usually made from duck meat. Surely no one's stupid enough to think the restaurant would use real beef. The live stream room was a mixed bag, and since some of Tang Ji's fans were restaurant owners, it was quick for a sophisticated merchant to reveal the inside story. His words rekindled the previously peaceful atmosphere in the live stream. Even if Boss Lin used duck meat, it's still worth 5 yuan, okay? Exactly. Besides, you are you, and Boss Lin is Boss Lin. You're using inferior duck meat, so why are you sure Boss Lin is using duck meat too? What if it's real beef? Oh yeah. This boss sells a 5 yuan all-you-can-eat buffet and uses real beef? Do you really think he's doing charity? I bet he's not even using duck meat, maybe even dead rat meat. He's just fooling you idiots into buying it. I'm going to fuck you. Lin Xiao, of course, was unaware that the battle in the live stream had reignited. At this moment, he was overjoyed because he seemed to have understood the mechanism of emotional points. He turned to Tang Ji and said, Uncle Tang, weren't you guys going to check out this restaurant? Why don't you pay first, and then we can all eat together? That's right, the system's description was like this. The system can harvest customers' emotional value. Clearly, if you haven't paid, in the system's judgment, you're not considered a customer. Tang Ji looked at the beautifully presented and fragrant beef tenderloin in front of him, his appetite already whetted. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, he quickly nodded, picked up his phone, and went with the photographer to scan the QR code. After the two men left, Uncle Wang and the others exchanged glances. Then, somewhat awkwardly, they smiled apologetically and said, Young Master Lin, we're so sorry, this beef was for those two guests, right? Hey, we thought this box contained our food too, so we opened it by accident. We don't know if we've ruined your plans. Lin Xiao saw deep apology on Uncle Wang and the others' simple faces. Clearly, they hadn't realized the stir-fried beef with green peppers was for them. Lin Xiao felt a pang of sadness, but quickly composed himself and gave a warm smile. Uncle Wang, Uncle Zhang, you're overthinking it. This stir-fried beef with green peppers was specially prepared for you. Shocked emotion points from Wang Qian, plus 666. From. Another 2,000 emotion points were added, but Lin Xiao had no time to care. Seeing that Uncle Wang and the others were still hesitant, Lin Xiao simply snatched their lunchboxes. He filled each of their lunchboxes with stir-fried beef with green peppers, stuffing them until the sauce was almost overflowing, before placing them on the counter. Xiao Lin, we really don't need any, we don't like it. You're young, you should eat more, you need to grow. Uncle Wang and the others clearly still couldn't believe it, refusing to pick up their lunchboxes. After all, this was a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant, not a 50-yuan one. Stir-fried beef with green peppers was something they had never even considered. Lin Xiao was a very good kid, and they knew all about the care he had given them. Therefore, they took Lin Xiao's actions as him being considerate of their feelings. However, although they said they didn't like it, their constantly bobbing Adam's apples betrayed them. Lin Xiao, of course, knew this but didn't expose him, cheerfully saying, "Oh dear, this was specially prepared for you. Look how much I made, even Uncle Tang and I can't finish it all. And besides, don't be fooled by the amount of meat in this pot, it didn't cost much." Lin Xiao turned off the microphone in the live stream and lowered his voice, saying, "It's all synthetic meat, which I bought on sale at the supermarket last night. Uncle Wang, you guys can eat without worry." Seeing that Uncle Wang and the others were still hesitant, Lin Xiao continued, "Uncles, don't just stand there, hurry up and take it out to eat. Look, Uncle Tang is already waiting to come in and get his rice, he'll get impatient soon." Uncle Wang and the others turned to look, and sure enough, Tang Ji was standing at the door. They certainly wouldn't want to delay Lin Xiao's business, so they finally stopped hesitating, picked up their lunchboxes, and went out. "Hey, Xiao Lin, I can't argue with you. Uncle Wang is a rough man, not very good at saying thank you. If you ever need anything from your Uncle Wang, just let me know. The same goes for your Uncle Zhang." Joyful emotion value from Wang Qian, plus 266. Moved emotion value from Wang Qian, plus 699. From. Another 3,000 emotion points added to his account. Lin Xiao shook his head, a knowing smile spreading across his face. These uncles are really, kind of adorable. After Wang Qiang and the others left, the small kitchen finally had enough space to enter. Tang Ji walked to Lin Xiao's side, having silently listened to the whole thing. Wang Qiang and the others weren't experts, but he was. Judging by the color of this beef, the rich aroma of yellow beef, if anyone dared to say it was synthetic meat, old Tang would slap that person across the face. Lin Xiao had clearly told a white lie. Therefore, Tang Ji patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "Boss Lin, you're amazing." Admiration emotion points from Tang Ji, plus 588. Tang Ji, while serving rice, said, "Young Boss Lin, let me make this clear first. You're absolutely perfect. Although this is our first meeting, I, old Tang, genuinely think you're great, but..." Tang Ji finished serving his rice, straightened up, and looked at Lin Xiao. "You know, I'm a food blogger, so I have to give an honest evaluation of the food. It's for the audience, and it's also out of respect for you." Lin Xiao nodded. Of course, let the facts speak for themselves. Tang Ji nodded approvingly, the rich aroma of the beef tenderloin wafting from him having been tantalizing for a while. Therefore, as soon as he finished speaking, he eagerly picked up a piece with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Meanwhile, the cameraman beside him also focused the lens on Tang Ji's face, so that the audience could see Tang Ji's every expression in real time. "Ha! This stir-fried beef with green peppers." The moment the beef entered his mouth, Tang Ji's eyes widened, his expression became extremely exaggerated, and his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Seeing Tang Ji's expression, the photographer immediately thought to himself, "Oh no!" Chapter 5 Tang Ji's shock. First time breaking 10,000 emotional points. The photographer had been with Tang Ji for 10 years, so he naturally knew what Tang Ji's various expressions meant. The exaggerated expression Tang Ji was currently displaying usually only occurred in two situations. Most of the time, it meant Tang Ji had eaten incredibly bad food, even to the point of being inedible. Only in a very small number of cases did it mean Tang Ji had eaten exceptionally delicious food, so delicious that even his facial expressions became uncontrollable. However, the latter was extremely rare, often occurring only once every year or two. He remembered the last time this happened was in Kyoto, where Tang Ji's teacher, a top figure in the Western cuisine world, ranked among the best globally. That time, this master personally prepared an exceptional Kobe Wagyu beefsteak. Tang Ji's expression after taking a bite was exactly like this. It's easy to imagine how demanding this situation was. The stir-fried beef with green peppers in front of him, while looking appealing, was advertised as all-you-can-eat for 5 yuan, a tiny roadside shop of only 20 square meters, and generous portions. It was practically overflowing with benefits. It clearly couldn't compare to the steak made by Chef Tang Ji. So, it could only be the first scenario. For a moment, the photographer even felt a pang of resentment towards Tang Ji. Old Tang, brother Lin is such a nice guy, even if his stir-fried beef is awful. Couldn't you just bear with it a little and not make that face? However, just as the photographer was feeling dissatisfied, he was suddenly astonished to see Tang Ji quickly pick up another piece of beef, put it in his mouth, and even closed his eyes to chew it carefully. What's going on? The photographer thought, somewhat bewildered. After chewing for a good dozen bites, Tang Ji's Adam's apple bobbed before he opened his eyes, his expression clearly still showing some lingering enjoyment. But he still addressed the camera. Top-notch, absolutely top-notch. Old Tang, I'm not exaggerating when I say this beef tenderloin, even if it only costs 5 yuan, even 500 yuan, or even 5,000 yuan, it's worth that price. Upon hearing this, the cameraman was instantly stunned, and the viewers in the live stream were also stunned. Tang Ji didn't care about anything else, he just wanted to quickly give his opinion, then quickly fill a bowl with the spicy beef tenderloin and go outside to find a seat to properly enjoy it. He couldn't even imagine how delicious a bowl of beef tenderloin with white rice would be. Just thinking about it made his mouth dry. To be honest, after all these years of restaurant hunting, Old Tang has truly struck gold this time. Let's start with the beef itself. Lin Xiao's stir-fried beef with green peppers is incredibly tender and juicy, with a rich, creamy flavor. I can confidently say it's absolutely real beef, and judging by the texture, it's probably top-quality yellow beef from North China. After saying this, Tang Ji glanced at Lin Xiao, who nodded, before continuing. Moreover, it's clear that Lin Xiao has a unique technique. He locks in the juices of the beef perfectly. With one bite, the beef's own juices mix with the unique sauce, exploding in your mouth. The taste. I'm at a loss for words. And those tiger skin green peppers, Lin Xiao Ge made them with a unique flavor too. Old Tang praised them for half a minute before stopping. I can't say anymore, I still can't help but savor the taste. Delicious, truly exquisite. I have to go eat right now. With that, Tang Ji hurriedly took a large bowl of stir-fried beef with green peppers and left, leaving Lin Xiao and the bewildered photographer staring at each other. Lin Xiao listened to the notification sounds constantly ringing in his mind. Shock value from Tang Ji, plus 666. Shock value from Tang Ji, plus 666. Shock level from Tang Ji, plus 666. He felt like he heard some strange echo. I'm a little hungry too, you. Lin Xiao noticed the photographer seemed to be busy. How about I get you a bowl? Shall we go out to eat? Thank you, the photographer said eagerly and solemnly. He was also shocked, he knew how picky Tang Ji was. And if he wasn't satisfied, his words were incredibly sharp, like a machine gun. In the past, when he visited restaurants, the most common comments he heard were, "The beef quality at this restaurant is obviously terrible, 68 yuan a serving? I'd even think 28 yuan is too expensive. One meat dish, one vegetable dish, one soup, and a hand grenade, and they dare to sell it for 300 yuan? They're crazy for money. Take this meat back and let your chef eat it himself. If he dares to say it's not sour, then he's a devil." Tang Ji only occasionally praised it, but today's situation was a first. Just how delicious must it be? He absolutely had to try it today. Lin Xiao left with the cameraman, and the live stream chat was already exploding with comments. Wait, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? It really is a bit exaggerated, so exaggerated that it doesn't even seem like a script anymore. After all, even scripts wouldn't dare to act like this. Whether it's a script or not, just search to see if there's a physical store there, right? Hey, I actually saw this store on Douyin Group Buying. They've been open for almost 2 years. What kind of script could be planned 2 years in advance? Did the capital set you up again? Really? What's the name, bro? Share it. Looking for resources too? Looking for the restaurant name. Just call it Xiao Lin 5 Yuan Buffet Restaurant, right? Just click on the streamer's profile picture, isn't that it? Sorry, I thought I was watching Lao Tang's live stream. Give brother Lin a follow first. My god, Douyin gave me a 5 yuan group buying coupon. I can eat a fast food buffet for only 0.01 yuan. Holy crap, I have a 10 yuan group buying coupon. Brother Lin, are you there? I won't go, can you just transfer 5 yuan to me? With Tang Ji's reputation as a backer, everyone believed it. 5 yuan really could get you so much stir-fried beef with green peppers. And the beef was incredibly delicious. Therefore, the doubts in the live stream room gradually decreased. Lin Xiao's phone kept ringing incessantly. His follower count was visibly increasing, from a dozen or so to 3,000 in an instant, and the number was still steadily rising. Lin Xiao had no choice but to turn on his phone's do not disturb mode. However, while his phone could be silenced, his mind was still buzzing. Shock value from Sun Yujin, plus 666. Admiration value from Sun Yujin, plus 799. Excitement value from Sun Yujin, plus 699. From Sun Yujin was the cameraman who was happily eating next to Lin Xiao. At this moment, he had clearly forgotten his job. Their live streaming phone casually propped up against a tissue box, not even bothering to find a phone stand. He was occasionally uttering words like holy crap, awesome, and this is fucking delicious. Excitement level from Wang Qian, plus 599. From the notification in his head continued. It's always a case of one problem leading to another. Uncle Wang was enjoying his meal, providing a surge of mood points, and the notification sound finally stopped. But then Uncle Zhang started eating too. Lin Xiao decided he needed to study this system more thoroughly tonight, or he'd be driven crazy by these notifications sooner or later. Host's dissatisfaction detected. Notifications have been disabled. The host can view their mood points on the mood panel. In an instant, Lin Xiao felt a long-lost sense of peace. However, this peace was quickly shattered again. Host has successfully collected 10,000 emotion points. Main quest 1 complete. Reward 2 million in expansion funds for the restaurant. Note, these funds can only be used to expand the restaurant scale and purchase necessary supplies. A new main quest has been unlocked for you. Main quest 2, complete the first restaurant expansion. Quest completion reward, shop system unlocked plus random cash reward. Main quest 3, accumulate 100,000 emotion points. Quest completion reward? Chapter 6 Lin Xiao's first lottery draw. Let's bet. 2 million yuan for store expansion? Lin Xiao's heart leaped with joy. He had long felt that this store was far too small. It could only fit 4 square tables side by side, not only accommodating few customers but also making everyone feel cramped. When business was booming, people like Uncle Wang, if they arrived late at noon, had to stand outside in the scorching sun to eat. However, before, Lin Xiao had almost been unable to afford the rent, and couldn't even afford a new fan, so he certainly didn't dare to consider expanding the store. But now it was different. The system had stepped in. It had made store expansion the main quest. This was exactly what he wanted. Imagining the grander restaurant after the expansion, and then looking at the 2 million yuan that had just arrived in his ICBC bank account, Lin Xiao finally truly felt that life was indeed getting better. However, he also had some ideas about changing the store location, preferably one closer to here. Otherwise, if it's too far, people like Uncle Wang might never be able to eat his cooking again. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, considering the housing prices in Linan district, before carefully saying, Uncle Wang, you know this area better than I do. Do you know of any shops for sale around here? Preferably a slightly larger shop, between 70 and 90 square meters. I'm open to anything. Wang Qiang and the others exchanged glances and shook their heads. Xiao Lin, you've really asked the wrong person. We're just a few construction workers. How could we possibly have any connections to these things? But why are you asking, Xiao Lin? Lin Xiao thought for a moment, figuring that if everything went smoothly, they'd probably move to the new shop within a week, so there was no need to hide anything. He then said, this shop is a bit too small, it's too cramped for everyone. I happen to have some spare cash lately, so I was thinking of buying a bigger shop. Lin Xiao's words were quite astonishing. Upon hearing this, not only did Wang Qiang and the others widen their eyes, but even Tang Ji and Sun Yujin cast surprised glances at him, especially Sun Yujin. Suddenly, he felt his beef tenderloin tasteless, and stammered, You, how old are you? 25? You're already buying a shop? Really? Are you kidding us? You're that powerful. Do you know how much the houses are around here? A 70 square meter apartment would cost at least 1.5 million. Lin Xiao gave a shy smile. I'm only 20 this year, not young anymore, almost 30. As for the money, 1.5 million is something I can afford. Hearing Lin Xiao's definite answer, that's it, not only did Sun Yujin's heart break, but the entire live stream chat was devastated. No way, buddy, you're serious. You really are a rich second generation. No, buddy, I can tolerate your good cooking. I can tolerate you being taller and more handsome than me. But you're telling me you have 1.5 million in liquid assets. I can't take it anymore. No, buddy, you really have 1.5 million? In Chinese currency, not in half or happy beans. What are you going to do with 1.5 million at 20? Who asked you? Who asked you? Who asked you? Brother, do you need a chef? I can't cook, but I'm a big eater. Can anyone upstairs eat as much as I can? I can eat my planet cup without a spoon. Seeing that Wang Qiang and the others didn't know anything about this, Lin Xiao gave up the idea and laughed. Uncles, if you don't know, that's fine. I'll ask around after get off work. When my new shop opens, I'll give everyone a 20% discount, no, a 40% discount. Wang Qiang and the others chuckled at this. Just then, Tang Ji's voice suddenly rang out. Ahem, Mr. Lin, I know a shop that's about to be transferred. It's owned by an old friend of mine, located on Jintian Street next door. He's getting old and can't run it as well anymore. He told me a few weeks ago that he was planning to close down. If you're interested, I can make the connection. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He naturally knew Jintian Street. It intersected with Chengzhong Street, and the two streets were no more than 500 meters apart. Moreover, Jintian Street was closer to the Wanda commercial district, with a larger flow of people. So he asked, "Oh, Jintian Street, that's really nice. I wonder how big your friend's shop is, and what the expected price range is." Tang Ji pondered for a few seconds, then said thoughtfully, "The area is quite large, probably around 110 square meters. As for the price, I estimate it will definitely be at least 1.5 million. Okay, I'll send you a WeChat message to ask." "Thank you so much, Uncle Tang, I don't know how to thank you enough." Lin Xiao sincerely expressed his gratitude. Although he was wealthy, some things couldn't be accomplished simply with money. As Yanzu once said, to get ahead in the world, you need power and connections. Tang Ji shook his head indifferently. "Oh, it's nothing. If you really want to thank me, cook some more dishes for me to try. To be honest, Xiao Lin, it's a bit of a waste of your talent to run such a small restaurant. I think you have the potential to be a culinary master. Why are you scolding me like that?" Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. "Uncle Tang, right now I just want to run my little restaurant well. Becoming a culinary master is too much of a compliment. If I launch a new cuisine next time, I'll definitely invite you to taste it." Tang Ji knew he couldn't persuade Lin Xiao, and sighed. It's a loss for the entire culinary world if you don't participate in the culinary master competition. Well, everyone has their own ambitions. I'll go ask around for you. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lin, my old friend, replied. He said his expected price is around 2.2 million. But if you're really serious about buying, 2.1 million is fine too. Here's a picture of his restaurant. I'll send it to you on WeChat, take a look. Lin Xiao responded and opened WeChat. The shop's decor was indeed quite nice, with plenty of seating and all the necessary amenities like air conditioning. The location was also close by, everything met Lin Xiao's expectations. However, Lin Xiao still shook his head. "I'm sorry, Uncle Tang, I'm very satisfied with the shop, but the price. To be honest, I can only come up with 2 million right now." Hearing this, old Tang frowned, but still said, "Xiao Lin, wait a moment." After saying that, he transformed back into a keyboard warrior and went to communicate with his old friend. 3 minutes later, Tang Ji's expression relaxed slightly, but he still hesitated before saying, "Xiao Lin, I told him about what happened today. My friend is also a gourmand. I eat a little bit of everything, but he only has one thing he really likes, dongpo pork. 2 million, he'll sell it, but he has one condition. That is, you have to make a dongpo pork dish that will satisfy him. As long as it's as delicious as today's stir-fried beef with green peppers, I guarantee he'll be extremely satisfied. So, Xiao Lin, are you confident?" Lin Xiao was somewhat astonished. Hearing Tang Ji's words, his first thought was, is this the world of the rich? A single serving of dongpo pork, worth 100,000? He was genuinely a little shocked before considering its feasibility. Relying on his own efforts and hard work, that's out of the question. He knew his own skill level best, he was only good at cooking simple home-style dishes. Stir-fried beef with green peppers was rated by the system as surpassing 5-star hotel standards. He clearly couldn't do that. Then he'd have to cheat. Lin Xiao immediately thought of his emotional value wheel. With this in mind, Lin Xiao's thoughts stirred, and a panel recording emotional values appeared before him. From top to bottom, it recorded the emotional values each person had given him. Shock value from Wang Qiang, plus 888. Shock value from Zhang Lijun, plus 999. From envy value from Sun Yujin, plus 555. Jealousy value from Sun Yujin, plus 555. Remaining emotion values, 15,049. A full 15 chances to win. Lin Xiao clicked on the emotion value wheel. Reward 1 random dishes worth 10 to 100 yuan. Dishes can be viewed. Winning probability, 30%. View. Lin Xiao's mind raced. Soon, joy welled up in his heart. He wasn't wrong, the random dishes indeed included dongpo pork, and the probability of winning was as high as 10%. Thinking that he still had a whole afternoon to earn mood points, the probability of winning was obviously high, unless he was extremely unlucky. With this in mind, Lin Xiao smiled, but to be on the safe side, he said to Tang Ji, "It's not a big problem, but I need to try my skills when I get back. How about I give you an answer tonight?" "Of course. Take your time trying. There's no rush. We have plenty of patience when it comes to food," Tang Ji said cheerfully. It was 7 p.m., and Lin Xiao closed the shop and went home on time. His 5-yuan self-service restaurant had fixed hours, 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., with weekends off. That's right, he resolutely chose to embrace the weekend, the busiest time for the catering industry. He couldn't help it, a man has to treat himself well. You've opened your own shop, and you don't even get weekends off? Isn't that worse than working for someone else? Lin Xiao lay in bed, opening his phone's notes app. May 6, 2025, revenue 345 yuan, net profit 216.2 yuan. May 7, 2025, revenue 370 yuan, net profit 229.4 yuan. Lin Xiao scrolled to the bottom, habitually recording today's earnings. May 16, 2025, revenue 380 yuan, net profit 331.6 yuan. The shop's revenue wasn't much different from usual. After all, although Tang Ji, the big internet celebrity, had visited the shop today, the online buzz needed time to build up, which meant his afternoon business wasn't booming. Therefore, the shop's revenue hadn't increased much. Of course, thanks to the system's 500 servings of stir-fried beef with green peppers, costs were greatly reduced, and net profit increased significantly. However, Lin Xiao felt a slight surge of joy upon seeing the 6,800 yuan he earned from the livestream. This was truly an unexpected delight. But for Lin Xiao, this wasn't the most crucial point. He silently opened his emotion value panel and scrolled to the bottom. A somewhat alarming number lay there quietly. Remaining emotion values, 42605. That's right, in just one day, his emotion values had reached a terrifying level. The spicy beef strips provided by the system were indeed incredibly delicious, unlike anything in the mortal world. Even an emperor entering the shop would have to provide both shock and satisfaction before leaving. Of course, this explosive effect was only possible because today was the first day the beef strips were available. In the next few days, without a large influx of new customers, his emotion values would likely be halved. Lin Xiao stopped thinking about it and silently opened the emotion value wheel. Name: Beginner Emotion Value Spinner. Description: spin once for every 1,000 emotion points. Upgrade to the intermediate spinner after consuming 100,000 emotion points. Reward 1: a random number of random dishes worth 10 to 100 yuan. Dishes can be viewed. Winning probability 30%. Reward 2: 5,000 to 20,000 yuan in cash. Winning probability 19%. Reward 3: 10 mysterious dishes worth 8,000 yuan each. Winning probability 1%. Reward 4: thank you for your patronage. Winning probability 50%. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Then, let's begin. Chapter 7, 30 consecutive draws, and I successfully got the item. Ding! 1,000 emotion points consumed. Congratulations, host, you've won, thank you for your patronage. Ding! 1,000 emotion points consumed. Congratulations, host, you've won, thank you for your patronage. Ding! 1,000 emotion points consumed. Congratulations, host, you've won, cash reward of 8,000 yuan. Ding! Ding! 10 pull ends. Current rewards are as follows. Thank you for your patronage *7, cash reward *1 total 8,000 yuan, ham and shrimp fried rice *200 servings *1, secret recipe mango pomelo sago *300 servings *1. Continue the lottery? Lin Xiao looked at the 7 thank you for your patronage messages and frowned slightly. System, did you secretly change my drop rate? Continue the lottery? Lin Xiao didn't hesitate, he still had over 30,000 emotion points. Continue, one more 10 pull. Ding! 1,000 emotion points consumed. Congratulations, host, you have drawn, thank you for your patronage. Ding! 1,000 emotion points consumed. Congratulations, host, you have drawn, thank you for your patronage. Ding! Ding! 10 pull complete. Current rewards are as follows. Thank you for your patronage *9, cash reward *1 total 12,000 RMB. Continue the lottery? 666, I'm not even going to pretend anymore. Lin Xiao scoffed. Continue, try using thank you for your patronage to annoy your dad again. Whether Lin Xiao's threat worked or the lucky guy finally heard Lin Xiao's call, in any case, he got his prize. One shot, one kill. Ding! 1,000 emotion points consumed. Congratulations, host, you have won 100 servings of dongpo pork. Ding! Ding! 10 pull ended. Current rewards are as follows. Thank you for your patronage *4, cash reward *3 total 26,000 yuan, 100 servings of dongpo pork *1, 600 servings of tomato scrambled eggs *1, 200 servings of boiled pork slices *1. Continue. No. Lin Xiao decisively rejected the system's request to spend money. The goal for this lottery has been achieved, the remaining emotional points should be saved for future use. Okay, only 70,000 emotional points are needed to advance to the intermediate level roulette. Lin Xiao ignored it and decisively opened his inventory, conjuring a plate of dongpo pork. A serving of dongpo pork contained 2 square pieces, identical in size, coated in a thick sauce. Product name, dongpo pork. Market price, 18 to 38 RMB. Description: chunks of pork belly with skin, reddish brown and translucent, shaped like agate, 4 cm square. Slow cooked with minimal water, it develops its own unique flavor when cooked to perfection. The fat melts in your mouth, the lean meat is tender yet not dry, with distinct layers, making it an excellent accompaniment to rice. Deliciousness rating, 6.5 points. It actually reached a terrifying 6.5 points. That's it, it's really secure. You know, the stir-fried beef with green peppers that Tang Ji praised so highly only got a mere 6 points, but the dongpo pork in front of him has reached a terrifying 6.5 points. Lin Xiao looked at the dongpo pork in front of him and decisively took out some rice. Dongpo pork is a really strange food. 1 piece is filling, 2 pieces are greasy. You won't want to eat it for at least half a month after eating it once, but after half a month, you'll crave it again. Therefore, Lin Xiao's attitude towards dongpo pork has always been one of love and hate. I'm going to try and see how this differs from the dongpo pork I ate in my past life. 10 minutes later. Phew, that was great. Lin Xiao comfortably lay back on the bench. If it weren't for the little bit of sauce still on the plate in front of him, you could easily mistake it for a freshly washed empty plate. I have to say the system's rating wasn't without reason, it definitely deserves that score. If someone had told Lin Xiao before that dongpo pork could taste like Weijiao beef, he absolutely wouldn't have believed it, but now, he really did. Melting in your mouth is hardly an accurate description of the texture of this piece of dongpo pork. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Lin Xiao promptly messaged Tang Ji, arranging a meeting for tomorrow. Then, he opened his landlady Wang's WeChat and transferred 6,900 yuan to her for the shop rent. Although it seemed there was a 98% chance the new restaurant was secured, it was still uncertain when they could move in. Besides, after winning a whopping 46,000 yuan cash reward, Lin Xiao wasn't short of 7,000 yuan. He figured he might as well continue renting and wait until he was fully settled in the new shop. Another uneventful night. The next afternoon, Lin Xiao finished clearing the plates from the last customer and checked the time. It was exactly 1:30 p.m. This was exactly the time Lin Xiao had agreed upon with Tang Ji. Yes, the address was still his small restaurant. Lin Xiao was naturally happy with this. After all, he still needed to run his business. Tang Ji didn't keep him waiting long. Soon, the shop door creaked open. 2 men walked in. One was Tang Ji, wearing a loose-fitting light gray short-sleeved shirt, whom he had met yesterday. The other man looked to be in his early 70s, with gray hair but a sprightly appearance. He wore a white undershirt and shorts, and his overall build looked quite young. Clearly, this was the shop owner who had specifically requested Lin Xiao to make dongpo pork. Upon seeing the two, Lin Xiao stood up to greet them. Tang Ji introduced them with a smile. "Old Su, let me introduce you. This is Lin Xiao, a reclusive master, a culinary genius. Little Lin, this is Su Changshan. You can call him Old Su, just like I do." Lin Xiao, naturally, wouldn't be so impolite, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. "Hello, Old Su. You can call me Little Lin, just like Uncle Tang. As for the culinary genius, just take it as Uncle Tang joking." Su Changshan was also sizing up Lin Xiao, his gaze lingering particularly on Lin Xiao's hands for a long time. Then, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Changshan nodded, his voice full of energy. "He really talks a lot of nonsense, never serious. Whether he has the culinary talent or not, this old man will only know after I've tasted him. Let's get straight to the point. Did you prepare the dongpo pork I ordered beforehand?" He then stared into Lin Xiao's eyes, awaiting his answer. If Lin Xiao dared to say it wasn't ready yet, he would have turned and left immediately. As a connoisseur who particularly loved dongpo pork, he naturally had many friends who had been immersed in this art form for decades. To make a good piece of dongpo pork, the slow cooking step alone required 3 to 4 hours. If Lin Xiao hadn't prepared it in advance, it would clearly be a sign of insincerity. Hearing this, Lin Xiao simply smiled and nodded without changing his expression. "Of course it's ready. Wait a moment, I'll go get it for you now. Go quickly, this old man needs to hurry back to teach his students after I finish eating." Su Changshan's tone was extremely cold. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao, of course, wasn't stupid. Sensing Su Changshan's impatient attitude, his previously amiable expression slightly softened. Treat others as they treat me. If Tang Ji hadn't been there, he definitely wouldn't have bothered serving him. So he slowly walked into the kitchen. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Tang Ji knew he was somewhat dissatisfied. He shook his head helplessly and turned to his old friend, scolding. You, at your age, still so hot-tempered. You've wasted your health on health. Su Changshan, however, didn't think he had done anything wrong, calmly saying, to be respected, first, you must have ability. I just carefully observed this young man's hands. There's not a single callus on his palm or the base of his thumb. Clearly, he hasn't been cooking for more than 2.5 years. With hands like that, do you think he can make dongpo pork that satisfies me? Old Tang, I've already shown enough sincerity by coming all this way just to avoid disturbing their business. At this point, Su Changshan shook his head, his tone turning cold. But what about you? You sent this young man who looks younger than my students to fool me. What makes you think he can satisfy me? Just because of what you call his so-called culinary genius. I bet he bribed you with some favors. Chapter 8 Tips for Eating Dongpo Pork. Look, smell, and poke. Su Changshan rattled off a long string of words, but Tang Ji simply turned his head away, seemingly too lazy to pay him any attention, leaving Su Changshan feeling frustrated, like punching cotton. So he sneered again. Speak. What? Did I hit a nerve? Too scared to say anything? When you tricked me into coming here yesterday, weren't you speaking very loudly? Tang Ji remained silent. Su Changshan, realizing he'd made a fool of himself, said nothing more. Just then, Lin Xiao arrived with a tray, placing the contents on the table in front of the two of them. 2 bowls of rice, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and 4 pieces of dongpo pork. Su Changshan frowned as he looked at the 2 pieces of dongpo pork placed before him. Xiao Lin, you don't know this, but although this old man loves dongpo pork, I have a rule. I only ever eat 1 piece of dongpo pork per meal. This rule hasn't changed in decades. As he spoke, Su Changshan pushed the small bowl containing the 2 pieces of dongpo pork towards Tang Ji. Tang Ji chuckled and took it, using his chopsticks to pick up a piece and put it in his own bowl. He then looked at Lin Xiao and explained, Xiao Lin, this isn't really the old man deliberately targeting you. Don't let his thin appearance fool you, he has high cholesterol. When he eats dongpo pork, he really only ever eats 1 piece. Lin Xiao nodded, indicating that he understood. Only then did Su Changshan finally take a proper look at the dongpo pork in front of him. He always habitually looked at the pork, smelled it, and poked it. If these 3 steps didn't satisfy him even slightly, he wouldn't even have the desire to taste it. The piece of dongpo pork before him was a vibrant red, with a perfect balance of lean and fat, a glossy, translucent caramel color, and a neat, square shape. Its appearance was truly excellent. Su Changshan's expression improved slightly. He thought to himself, it seems old Tang wasn't entirely fooling me. This young man, putting aside his culinary skills, his knife work and eye for ingredients are quite impressive. Then, he picked up the dongpo pork, brought it to his nose, closed his eyes, and began to inhale its aroma. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a soft exclamation, even changing his form of address. Hey, Brother Lin, your sauce is delicious. The richness of the Shaoxing wine and the savory aroma of the soy sauce are perfectly blended. The wine aroma is subtly intoxicating without being overpowering, the meat-fat flavor is well balanced with the soy sauce, and the addition of star anise and cinnamon creates distinct and complex layers of fragrance. His eyes even gleamed as he finished speaking. Looking at the mouth-watering dongpo pork so close at hand, he couldn't help but prepare to take a bite. Wait! His arm was firmly grabbed, and Su Changshan, unable to reach the pork, immediately turned pale, instinctively turning his head to look. He saw Lin Xiao smilingly holding a transparent plastic sheet with a WeChat payment QR code on it. Esteemed guest, our shop is a small business and we do not offer credit. Please pay first before you eat. Hearing this, Su Changshan narrowed his eyes slightly, silently put down his chopsticks, and looked at Lin Xiao with a leisurely air. Oh? I wonder how much your shop charges. Su Changshan clearly thought Lin Xiao was trying to rip him off. His initial goodwill towards Lin Xiao, which had been built up because of the decent-looking dongpo pork, plummeted again, and his face turned ashen. Lin Xiao, seemingly oblivious, smiled and said, it's written on the sign at the entrance. You can go see for yourself. Humph. Su Changshan snorted coldly and walked out, returning 10 seconds later. Just 5 yuan? He asked, somewhat puzzled. Lin Xiao nodded, of course, only 5 yuan. Of course, if you're willing to give me some benefits, the 5 yuan can be waived. Tang Ji was immediately delighted upon hearing this. He knew that Lin Xiao had overheard Su Changshan's words. He was implying that Lin Xiao was offering him benefits, which was why he had lured Su Changshan here. Lin Xiao was clearly being sarcastic towards Su Changshan. After all, his self-service shop only charged 5 yuan for everything. What benefits could he possibly offer? What benefit could he gain from luring him here? Unseen by Su Changshan, Tang Ji silently gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up. He was quite happy to see his old buddy get his comeuppance. Su Changshan's face flushed slightly upon hearing this. He had clearly caught the sarcasm in Lin Xiao's tone, but he still gave a haughty snort and took out his phone to scan the QR code. Ding, 5 yuan received via WeChat. Lin Xiao nodded and then walked over to Tang Ji, who was watching the spectacle. Uncle Tang, you should scan it too. Tang Ji stared at the QR code, momentarily stunned. I have to scan it too? Lin Xiao coughed twice. Ahem, we can't be too obvious about targeting you, right? Yeah, right. Lin Xiao wasn't really after the 5 yuan, what he really wanted was the emotional impact of their first taste of dongpo pork. I've paid, can I eat now? Su Changshan said somewhat impatiently. Su Changshan's resentful emotional points, plus 436. Of course, please help yourself. Su Changshan looked at the dongpo pork again. This time, the enticing aroma didn't tempt him, so he didn't rush to put it in his mouth. The proper look, smell, poke procedure still had to be followed. Now only this last step remained. So he picked up his chopsticks and gently poked at the dark red piece of pork. The dark red lean meat slightly split open under the chopstick tip, revealing the amber-colored layer of fat in the middle. He nodded in satisfaction, looking at Lin Xiao with even greater admiration in his eyes. Your dongpo pork is perfectly layered, trembling yet not falling apart. The elasticity is just right. It won't crumble into pieces the moment it enters your mouth, nor will it be difficult to chew. It's clear you've put in the effort. As he spoke, a fleeting look of hesitation crossed Su Changshan's face. Then, he suddenly stood up, facing Lin Xiao, bowed slightly, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, young friend Lin. I spoke too loudly and presumptuously earlier. I shouldn't have gossiped about you behind your back. Now I can see that you truly have a deep understanding of dongpo pork, and you're not the kind of person I thought you were just doing it because of connections. I apologize to you. He bowed again in apology. Su Changshan's guilt level, plus 899. This time, Lin Xiao avoided it. His expression softened considerably, he had noticed it too. Before him stood an elderly man, a man with an extreme passion for dongpo pork and food, a truly pure soul. Previously, seeing his youth, the man assumed he knew nothing about dongpo pork, that he was a nepotism hire who had tricked him into coming here, and thus hadn't given him a warm welcome. But now, realizing his own skill, he was even willing to swallow his pride and apologize. Lin Xiao wasn't one to hold grudges. He helped the gray-haired old man to his feet and smiled. Old Su, it's not entirely your fault. My appearance is just too deceptive. If I were you, seeing a tall, handsome 20-year-old claiming to be a top chef, I'd also be skeptical. Geniuses always face some misunderstandings. Su Changshan naturally understood that Lin Xiao was joking, so he gave him a way out and laughed heartily. Young friend Lin, you're quite good. This old man likes you very much. This old man promises you, regardless of whether this meat satisfies this old man in the end, my shop is yours. It doesn't need to be 2 million, 1,800,000 will do. The 200,000 short is my apology. Without giving Lin Xiao a chance to refuse, Su Changshan sat back down. That's settled then. This old man is really a bit hungry. Let me try your cooking, young friend. With that, he picked up the piece of dongpo pork again, put it in his mouth, and took a small bite, along with the fat and lean meat, creating a small notch in the originally square piece of dongpo pork. Chapter 9 Su Changshan, what a miserable life I lived before I met Master Xylan. Before taking a bite of the dongpo pork, Su Changshan thought to himself, even if the taste of the pork didn't suit his liking, he wouldn't show it. There was no need to undermine the confidence of a young chef like Lin Xiao. At 20 years old, to be able to make dongpo pork with such excellent presentation and aroma was already incredibly difficult, and to also demand a unique flavor and rich texture, even the contemporary culinary genius Lin Qingfeng would have no chance at this age. However, when he took a small bite and chewed it carefully, he suddenly realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. The moment the dongpo pork entered his mouth, the top layer of fat melted in his mouth, yet there was not a trace of greasiness. Instead, it had a touch of the unique creamy texture of Weijiao beef. Then, a layer of gelatinous fat burst open in his mouth, alternating between lean and fatty meat. Su Changshan felt as if his entire mouth was enveloped, the rich aroma of meat and the mellow aftertaste of Shaoxing wine exploding together, swirling and lingering in his mouth. It perfectly served the transition between the fat and lean meat. Finally, the lean meat, soaked in sauce and carrying the rich aroma of star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, was slightly crispy on the outside and incredibly tender on the inside. One bite, and the distinct layers of flavor, the lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth, made Su Changshan's eyes widen and his breathing quicken. Su Changshan's shock value, plus 999. Su Changshan's satisfaction value, plus 999. Master Lin, did you really make this? Su Changshan couldn't help but exclaim. He was utterly astonished. Even his address changed from young friend Lin to Master Linear. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled slightly. It wasn't me who made it, actually it was my system. Su Changshan also realized the inappropriateness of his words. This exquisitely flavored dongpo pork, unless you hired one of the top chefs who prepares state banquets, who else could produce it to this standard? And Lin Xiao, running such a small, 5-yuan buffet restaurant, clearly wasn't the kind of person who could afford to hire chefs for state banquets, so the dongpo pork was definitely made by Lin Xiao himself. After quickly grasping the logic, Su Changshan hurriedly adjusted his mindset and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Master Lin is quite humorous. He then added, if I hadn't tasted it myself, it would be hard to imagine that such delicious dongpo pork exists in this world. Compared to your dongpo pork, what a miserable life I've had before. If Master Lin had been born 20 years earlier, I can't even imagine how happy I would have been. Alas, I was born before you. Su Changshan's expression constantly shifted, from excitement to fervor, then to melancholy. Finally, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, a culinary god's talent. Absolutely a culinary god's talent. Superb, it must be superb. Lin Xiao thought silently. While Su Changshan was excitedly gesturing, Tang Ji had already silently begun to eat heartily. He was very suspicious that this shameless old man would disregard his years of self-discipline and ask him for the piece of dongpo pork. As it turned out, he was right about his judgment. Just as he finished one piece of dongpo pork and was about to pick up the second, a voice drifted over. Little Tang, respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a virtue, haven't you heard? Tang Ji pretended not to hear, picked up the second piece and put it in his bowl, then silently moved the plate containing the last piece of dongpo pork in front of him, protecting it. Su Changshan immediately became anxious. Protecting your food, ha! Little Tang, you dog, give me back my dongpo pork. Tang Ji glanced at the plate he had eaten clean, even licking the sauce spotless, and teased. Isn't eating only one piece your rule? Su Changshan remained unfazed. Rules are meant to be broken, it's just that I've never found anyone I could break them for. Aren't you high cholesterol? Tang Ji asked again. So what? Even if my cholesterol is high today, and I faint from eating just one more piece, I'm still going to eat it. Tang Ji chuckled, you old codger, where did your arrogance go? What happened to you? Weren't you enjoying your scolding? Didn't you say Xiao Lin was a nepotism hire? Why are you begging for his dongpo pork now? Su Changshan's face flushed. Master Xiao Lin is a once-in-a-millennium genius in the culinary world. I was blind. So what? Give me back my dongpo pork right now. Tang Ji aimed at the remaining dongpo pork. Tui. Saliva flew everywhere. Su Changshan. Disgusting, absolutely disgusting. You're the scum of the culinary world. So what? I can eat 2 more pieces of Xiao Lin's dongpo pork than you. Tang Ji, right in front of Su Changshan, put the last piece of dongpo pork into his mouth, ignoring Su Changshan's bloodshot eyes and expression that seemed to want to have a free-for-all, and began to chew carefully. Truly top-notch deliciousness. Eating just one piece makes my life worthwhile. Ah, so satisfying. Tisk tisk tisk, my poor little dongpo pork, your original owner doesn't want you anymore, so let me enjoy you properly. He. Lin Xiao silently watched this outrageous and unconventional NTR scene unfold, listening to the emotional energies constantly echoing in his mind. He's hit the jackpot. Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't let Su Changshan eat just one piece. After watching the 2 old men's antics for a while, he brought out 2 more pieces of dongpo pork from the kitchen. When Su Changshan saw these 2 pieces of dongpo pork, his gaze towards Lin Xiao changed completely. It's no exaggeration to say that if Lin Xiao wanted to, he could easily make Su Changshan call him godfather. However, Lin Xiao naturally couldn't do something so inhumane. After Su Changshan had enjoyed his meal, the two began discussing the restaurant. No, absolutely not. 1.8 million, that was the previous price. One price. 1.2 million. Little Lin, if you don't accept, this old man really won't sell this restaurant to you. The 2 men pulled and tugged at each other frantically, and thus, in this small restaurant, an extremely absurd scene unfolded. One buyer said 1.2 million was too cheap and insisted on offering 1.8 million. The other seller said 1.8 million was an insult to him and insisted on offering 1.2 million. In the end, neither could convince the other, so they compromised and settled on 1.5 million. The procedures for transferring the shop were somewhat complicated, but Lin Xiao naturally didn't need to worry about them. Su Changshan confidently took care of everything. The meeting thus concluded perfectly. As they parted, Su Changshan rubbed his hands together and asked, Little Lin, do you still have any dongpo pork? If so, could I pack some to take home? Name your price. Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled, saying, Mr. Su, please don't joke around. This is a buffet restaurant, how can I take some home? Sensing Su Changshan's visibly disappointed expression, Lin Xiao added, if you want some, just come here often. For a long time to come, I'll be selling Dongpo pork for only 5 yuan, as much as you like. Hearing this, Su Changshan was stunned again, then an incredulous expression appeared on his face. What do you mean? You're actually planning to sell this premium Dongpo pork? And for only 5 yuan? Lin Xiao smiled and nodded again. A chef makes food so people can eat it. If I have a new dish, naturally I'll put it on the shelves. As for the price, I've been running this shop for so many years, always selling it for 5 yuan. Customers are used to it. I couldn't possibly raise the price suddenly. Tang Ji, standing to the side, also smiled at Su Changshan. Xiao Lin said yesterday that he opened the shop simply to have peace of mind. Hearing this, Su Changshan's expression softened even more, and he gave a thumbs up. Xiao Lin, you truly excel in both your cooking and your character. Well, if this old man comes every day, don't find me annoying. Hey, after eating Xiao Lin's Dongpo pork, this old man's palate has become more discerning. Thinking back to the other people's cooking, it all seems so bland. Su Changshan and Tang Ji had driven there. Lin Xiao helped them into their car, smiling, just come often, I'll give you a 40% discount. Uncle Tang, same goes for you. Lin Xiao had a perfect ending. Meanwhile, the online buzz surrounding the stir-fried beef with green peppers had successfully taken off. Chapter 10, Viral Video, Another Fake Exposed? Restaurant reviews are overflowing with cash, but what's the real chef all about? For today's episode, I, Tang Ji, must assure my fans that every single word in this video is absolutely true. If there's even the slightest hint of falsehood, I, Tang Ji, will quit the internet on the spot. At 7 p.m. on May 18th, Tang Ji's latest restaurant review video on Douyin was finally released. The video primarily used footage from his live stream at Lin Xiao's 5-yuan restaurant that day, with some editing to control the length and make it easier for viewers who didn't watch the live stream to understand. As Tang Ji predicted, the video, once released, broke over 100,000 likes in less than an hour. The number of comments also easily surpassed 10,000. And these numbers are still skyrocketing. At this rate, it'll probably break 1 million likes by the next morning. As a veteran food review blogger, although Tang Ji has millions of followers, most of his recent videos have only garnered around 50,000 to 80,000 likes and 2,000 comments. He hasn't had a viral video in a long time. Clearly, this time, thanks to Lin Xiao, this video went viral. Linen District, Hangzhou, all you can eat. 2 people, 10 yuan. Friends, only 5 yuan per person. Since I started making videos, I've never explored such a cheap place, especially an all-you-can-eat one. Hey, now some viewers might ask, 10 yuan, this all-you-can-eat place must have a terrible environment and the food must taste awful, right? Wrong. Completely wrong. What if I told you that this place not only sells stir-fried beef and green peppers all you can eat, but its taste is the best I've ever had in my life? Alright, enough chit-chat, let's uncover this hidden gem in the alleyways. Yet that every diner raves about. Xiao Lin's 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant. The video wasn't long, but it was incredibly catchy. Almost no viewer could resist its allure. Public opinion exploded instantly. Scrolling through the comments section, you quickly saw all sorts of comments. Seriously? 5 yuan for an all-you-can-eat buffet, and they even have this kind of beef tenderloin? This world has truly gone mad. It's hard to imagine that one day, 5 yuan, all-you-can-eat, and stir-fried beef tenderloin could actually be combined. Before clicking in, I thought this was old Tang's rant video, but after watching it, I realized it's a family reunion video. I think old Tang would love to adopt this Mr. Lin as his godson. This Mr. Lin is a nice guy. I studied psychology, and if you look closely at those migrant workers in the video, the way they look at Mr. Lin, full of emotion, grateful eyes, full of warmth unless they're movie stars, it's impossible to fake. There were many praises in the comments section, but this is the Douyin, TikTok, comments section. Except when chatting about SESA, where everyone talks like brothers and sisters, oblivious to the world around them, even wanting to create a group chat. Under other videos, there are generally polarized opinions. After all, trolls are everywhere. Where there's praise, there will naturally be criticism and skepticism. The comments under this video are clearly no exception. Shaw, that's ridiculous. I think Tang Ji just hired an actor to boost his account's traffic because he's not getting any. This whole thing is just a publicity stunt. The current climate is really tough. Even a blogger with millions of followers like Tang Ji has to resort to this kind of stunt to make money off traffic? I don't believe it either. If it's true, I'd be a fan of Lu Han. Dude upstairs, you've given me a heads up. Among the many comments, one comment almost instantly became the most liked. I, Su Qian, hereby declare that I don't believe it. Xiao Lin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant. Ha, perfect timing. I'm also in Linen. Please follow me. I'll be doing a live stream tomorrow, and we'll all find out the truth. I'm putting it this way, if I find out tomorrow that the owner doesn't sell beef tenderloin, or that his beef tenderloin isn't as delicious as Tang Ji made it out to be in his videos, you know what I'm capable of. Lin Xiao wasn't paying much attention to the online discussions. He was focused solely on running his small shop well. Back home, he habitually checked his earnings for the day and then opened his emotion value panel. He had gained over 20,000 emotion values today, and he was already halfway through Main Quest 3. Although not as much as yesterday, Lin Xiao was already quite satisfied. At this rate, perhaps in another 2 or 3 days, his basic emotion value wheel would evolve into an intermediate wheel. He wondered what new and good items the intermediate wheel would hold. However, to upgrade, he would first need to consume emotion values. Looking at his remaining 34,580 emotion values, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "System, another 20 draws." Just to be on the safe side, Lin Xiao kept over 10,000 emotion values for emergencies. He couldn't help it, he was just that cautious. The results of the 20 draws came out quickly. Thank you for your patronage *12. Cash reward *5, total 62,000 yuan. Stir-fried pork belly *350 servings *1. Cumin ribs *200 servings *1. Salt and pepper shrimp *300 servings *1. 3 more dishes with ratings of 6 points or higher. With the dishes Lin Xiao currently has, even if he no longer cooks himself, he can completely support his small 5-yuan self-service restaurant. His dream of making money while lying down has been realized so easily. Of course, as Lin Xiao expected, the mysterious dish worth 8,000 yuan still hasn't appeared. Lin Xiao is really curious. What dish? 8,000 yuan for one dish? In his previous life, walking into a restaurant, let alone 8,000 yuan, even seeing a dish on the menu for 800 yuan, even if the waiter asked gently and attentively, "What would you like, sir?" Lin Xiao would always reply without hesitation, politely, "I'm leaving." But in this life, Lin Xiao looked at the 6-figure sum in his phone balance, and realized a meal costing 8,000 yuan was within his reach. The next day at noon, the sun shone brightly. Moon bird, try using my name to scam people again next time. Su Qian, watching his roommate Zhou Peng fiddling with his phone, preparing to start a live stream, grew increasingly angry and finally couldn't resist kicking him in the butt. Zhou Peng, unfazed by the kick, put his arm around Su Qian's shoulder and chuckled. "Don't be angry, Lao Su. It's just that I used your real name online yesterday. It's nothing. Netizens probably know I can be anyone, but I can never be Su Qian. Besides, we're not here to do anything bad today." Zhou Peng, now more confident, puffed out his chest, his tone becoming firmer and more proud, saying, "We're here to expose a fraud. Don't you, like me, think that Douyin blogger Tang Ji is definitely lying? How could any restaurant sell a 5-yuan beef tenderloin buffet without trying to make a profit? I admit I had the idea of using this to gain popularity, but catching one unscrupulous merchant is a good deed. What your grandfather Su told us in class, a gentleman judges by actions, not intentions, isn't that exactly what I'm doing?" Su Qian scoffed, knowing his roommate was quick-wit and could spout a string of fallacies, so he didn't argue with him. Just last night, his roommate and best friend, Zhou Peng, while scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, accidentally came across Tang Ji's latest video. For just 5 yuan, you can enjoy a top-notch all-you-can-eat spicy beef buffet in Hangzhou, a first-tier city. Zhou Peng naturally didn't believe it, and after boasting in the comments using his own name, he invited Su Qian to join him in debunking the scam today. After watching the video, Su Qian didn't refuse. His grandfather had run a restaurant in this area for decades. Having grown up surrounded by it, he could easily calculate that, even if this buffet restaurant offered 5 vegetarian dishes per meal, it would barely break even, let alone, like in the video, serving customers proper beef. That would be pure charity. Who would run a business at a loss? The script was a very simplistic one. Remembering his grandfather's teachings that one must learn to be a good person before cooking? Clearly, the owner of this buffet restaurant hadn't learned that. Su Qian took a deep breath, called out to Zhou Peng, and, looking at the Xiao Lin 5-yuan buffet restaurant sign, resolutely pushed open the door. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, Lin Xiao watched as Grandpa Su Changshan sat before her, devouring dongpo pork with gusto, his mouth smeared with sauce, and couldn't help but say, "Grandpa, please eat slowly. Your cholesterol is high, you can only eat 2 pieces a day at most. If you keep eating like this, I really will have to control you." Chapter 11. Su Qian, look at that guy sitting in the shop, doesn't he look like my old man? Grandpa Su, completely disregarding his image, seemed not to have heard Lin Xiao's words, and continued to devour his food, until he finished the second piece of dongpo pork. Only then did he lick his lips, seemingly wanting more. He wanted another piece, but then he thought of his health. After all, only with a healthy body could he enjoy more of Lin Xiao's dongpo pork. For him, it would be a huge loss if he didn't eat at least 1,000 pieces of Lin Xiao's dongpo pork in his lifetime. So, after a mental struggle, Su Changshan managed to barely control his gluttonous urges. Delicious, still so delicious. The aroma lingers on my lips and teeth. This old man could eat as much as he wanted and never get tired of it. Hiss. So incredibly delicious. It's hard to imagine such a delicacy exists in the world. After finishing the last piece of dongpo pork, Su Changshan rubbed his full stomach contentedly, took the glass of warm water Lin Xiao offered, and closed his eyes to savor the meal. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he opened his eyes and said with some regret, "It's just that my eldest grandson is such a disappointment, his culinary talent is extremely poor. Otherwise, I would definitely make him apprentice under you, Xiao Lin. I don't expect him to learn your true skills, Xiao Lin. If he could learn even a 10th or a 12th, this old man would be laughing in his dreams." Lin Xiao smiled, not responding to this topic that made him somewhat embarrassed. Grandpa Su arrived before 10 o'clock this morning. After a morning of lively conversation, Lin Xiao learned more about the old man's situation. He was the vice president of Zhejiang Agricultural and Forestry University, teaching an elective course food and life. He had a son and a daughter, a grandson who was a sophomore at Zhejiang Agricultural and Forestry University, and a granddaughter who was in her final year of junior high school, about to take the high school entrance exam. His family was incredibly happy and fulfilling. However, the only thing that dissatisfied Su Changshan was that, with so many younger relatives in the family, none of them had inherited his culinary skills. Among the younger generation, the best cook was actually his granddaughter, a 9th grader. Just as Su Changshan, having finished his meal, was comfortably reclining in his chair, preparing to close his eyes and rest, the door creaked open. Along with it rang out a rather loud voice. This voice made Lin Xiao and Su Changshan both frown. "Family members in the live stream, we're in. Let me show you the restaurant first." The restaurant's environment is not bad. Oh, there's a poster here. Let me show you what it says. A white, erasable poster stood upright at the restaurant's entrance, with a few lines of text written on it in black ink. Zhou Peng leaned closer and read the contents of the poster aloud. Today's 5-yuan all-you-can-eat menu is as follows: stir-fried beef with green peppers, dongpo pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, boiled sliced pork, dry-fried pork belly, cumin ribs, and salt and pepper shrimp. Two main dishes are available: fragrant rice and ham, shrimp, and egg fried rice. And the manager's homemade mango pomelo sago is also available. Zhou Peng read on, his tone growing increasingly silent, and Su Qian beside him shared the same reaction. The same silence, the same disbelief. Zhou Peng stared at the poster in front of him, subconsciously rubbing his eyes. Then he addressed the viewers in the live stream. "Brothers, are my eyes playing tricks on me? What you're seeing should be the same as what I'm seeing, right? This 5-yuan buffet restaurant has 7 dishes, not a single vegetable, it's all meat. Fried rice with eggs, even mango pomelo sago. How much technology and ruthless techniques did they add? Is the owner out of business?" The more than 4,000 viewers in the live stream were also somewhat bewildered. What's going on? Didn't Lao Tang say they only had stir-fried beef with green peppers? What's with the dongpo pork, boiled sliced pork, and ribs with shrimp? They even have ham, shrimp, and egg fried rice. I can't even afford shrimp fried rice at home, I only eat soy sauce fried rice. Did I get reborn into the 1980s? Are these prices even from this era? You sell mango pomelo sago. Is the owner's business that extensive? What about the 10-yuan strawberry boba I just ordered at Mingzhu? Hey, you guys obviously don't understand. Just because the menu is so lavish doesn't mean the owner will definitely sell all of these things. It's normal for the menu and the actual food to differ, isn't it? The final interpretation is in the hands of the business. While Zhou Peng and Su Qian were still somewhat bewildered, Lin Xiao had already come out and, seeing the two people in front of him who were about his age, said kindly, "Hello, we have an elderly person in the shop today, so please don't be loud. Please feel free to take whatever you'd like. It's 5 yuan each. Pay first, then pick up your food. If you have any complaints, please let me know." Lin Xiao then noticed that the slightly shorter young man in front of him, wearing a black t-shirt with a kabuto print on the chest, was holding a phone. He seemed to be live streaming, so Lin Xiao frowned and said softly, "Are you live streaming? Please turn it off, thank you. He's a customer of mine. He doesn't like being on camera." Lin Xiao was being sincere. Su Changshan didn't use Douyin, TikTok, and didn't like the feeling of his every move being recorded. However, Zhou Peng interpreted Lin Xiao's words differently. Zhou Peng thought to himself, sure enough, I guessed right. This boss may look respectable, but as the saying goes, appearances can be deceiving. Clearly, this guy is afraid I'll expose his shoddy food on livestream, so he's feeling guilty. Zhou Peng naturally wouldn't voice his thoughts. Instead, he silently took a step back, shielding Su Qian in front of him, and pointed at Su Qian, saying, Boss, to be honest, my brother's grandfather recently broke his leg and is hospitalized, urgently needing a large sum of money. We really have no other choice but to do a livestream crowdfunding to raise money. Please, don't make us shut down the livestream, I swear. The camera will only film the food, absolutely not your customers. To be fair, Zhou Peng's acting was quite good. His eyes reddened instantly. His acting skills were at least 10 times better than a seasoned actor. Let alone Lin Xiao, even Su Qian would probably have been fooled by him if he hadn't known the truth. Seeing his expression, Lin Xiao could only nod helplessly. Then please wait here for a moment. I'll go ask my guest if he'd be willing to let you do the live stream. Lin Xiao quickly went inside. Su Qian couldn't hold back again and punched Zhou Peng, about to curse, when Zhou Peng decisively clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, shouting, Father, please calm down. Your son knows his mistake. Su Qian. Finally, he could only sigh and say, Yao, isn't my old man still holding a grudge because he made you fail an elective course last year? Aren't you afraid he'll hear you talking about my old man like that and make you fail that elective course again this year? Hey, thanks to Brother Swifeng for the confession light board. Zhou Peng said to Su Qian while thanking the live stream viewers for the gifts. Oh, how could that be? I was just venting to your grandson. I wouldn't be talking about your old man behind his back. That's gentlemanly behavior. Besides, if you don't tell and I don't tell, how will the old man know? Even if the old man heard, what does you birds venting have to do with me, Zhou Peng? Zhou Peng was eloquent and Su Qian knew he couldn't win the argument, so he ignored him and silently followed Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had only walked a few steps when he stopped in front of a table. An old man sat at the table. The old man had his back to them, so they couldn't see his face, but his white hair and robust body. The more Su Qian looked, the more familiar he seemed. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly grabbed Zhou Peng, who was beaming and thanking him profusely for the gift, and said in a somewhat hurried tone, Holy crap! Look. Doesn't that old man sitting there look like my grandfather? Chapter 12 No, boss, are you serious? Hearing Su Qian's words, Zhou Peng trembled, forgetting to thank the viewers for the gifts in the live stream, and stammered, No way, how could Grandpa, a vice principal of a top-tier university, how could he possibly be at a 5-yuan self-service restaurant like this? That's too down to earth. Su, you must be mistaken. Su Qian ignored him. The more he looked at the old man, the more he thought he looked like his grandfather, especially the way he scratched his head. It was exactly the same. Most importantly, there was that youthful energy about him that was rare among other elderly people. Finally, he saw his profile, and now he was sure. He immediately lowered his voice, his tone extremely shocked, and said, Holy crap, it really is my grandfather. Why is he here? Zhou Peng was also stunned by this, and instinctively said, What do you mean? Grandpa wasn't tricked into coming here, was he? Hearing this, Su Qian's eyes flickered. You know what, Zhou Peng's description actually makes a lot of sense. His grandfather, a highly respected figure, is devoted to both food and education. He's serious yet sincere, and despite his age, he has the heart of a child. He opened the restaurant primarily to let more people taste their family's ancestral culinary skills, and he doesn't care much about worldly things. All these advantages combined make him seem incredibly easy to fool. Could the restaurant owner be planning to sell his grandfather health supplements? You know, every day, 5-star chefs lining up to treat his grandfather to a meal could stretch from Linen District to Gongcha District. If he hadn't been tricked, how could his grandfather possibly be at this 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant? Su Qian's gaze shifted, and he suddenly noticed a plate with only a few drops of sauce left in front of his grandfather, and an empty bowl that had been completely eaten. His worry deepened. It was obvious that his grandfather had already eaten at this restaurant. Su Qian could barely accept being swindled out of money. But what if he made a serious health problem? The consequences would be. Thinking of this, Su Qian's body stiffened, a strong sense of unease welling up inside him. He called out to Zhou Peng, Yao, hurry up and follow. Then, he strode into the dining hall. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had just finished negotiating with Su Changshan and was about to leave, when the two of them barged in. She immediately stepped in front of Su Changshan, frowned, and said coldly, Are you in such a hurry? My guest just agreed, don't take pictures. Before Lin Xiao could finish speaking, the boy in front of her shoved her aside. The force wasn't too great, but it still made her stumble back a few steps before regaining her balance. "Grandpa, I'm here to save you." After pushing Lin Xiao aside, Su Qian quickly ran to Su Changshan, shielding his grandfather behind him. He looked warily at the bewildered Lin Xiao, then shouted loudly to Zhou Peng, "Yui Nian Yao, quick! Expose this restaurant live." That's right, Su Qian and Zhou Peng had decided to split up when they entered. Su Qian went to rescue the old man, while Zhou Peng quickly ran to the insulated containers filled with various dishes. He pointed the camera at the insulated food container labeled cumin ribs and, speaking rapidly to the viewers in the live stream, "Watch closely, viewers. Now it's time to expose the fakes. Let's guess how many of these 10 insulated food containers match the label." The viewers in the live stream immediately started discussing. "I guess 2. Only the tomato and egg stir fry and the white rice are real. I guess 1. Even the tomato and egg stir fry is fake, it's actually just tomatoes stir fried with tomatoes. You can barely see any eggs. Ahem, is it possible that the white rice is fake too?" At this moment, Zhou Peng happened to hear Su Qian shout and immediately said, "No more suspense, the host is also curious, so let's see what's inside this insulated food container labeled cumin ribs." As soon as he finished speaking, he yanked open the lid of the insulated food container. He stared intently, and was immediately stunned. This was completely different from what he expected. There were at least 100 golden brown fried pork ribs piled together, like a small mountain, glistening with oil. Anyone with a brain could tell that the ingredients were clearly made from real pork ribs. Just looking at them made one imagine their crispy texture, making one's mouth water. Zhou Peng stared at the large box of cumin-flavored ribs in front of him, silent for a few seconds. Then he closed the lid, rubbed his eyes, and muttered, "Did I open it wrong?" He then changed his posture and shoved the lid open again. However, what greeted his eyes was still that mountain of cumin-flavored pork ribs, and this time, the rich aroma of meat infused with cumin finally wafted out. It reached Zhou Peng's nostrils, making him subconsciously swallow. "Smells good. Absolutely delicious." The live stream chat was already filled with question marks. Zhou Peng's eyes darted around, then he decisively strode to the next insulated container labeled salt and pepper shrimp and shouted, "Open." The lid was lifted again, and, unsurprisingly, came hundreds of plump, headless, deveined, and even deveined salt and pepper shrimp. The same densely packed, the same mountain, the same irresistible aroma. Zhou Peng fell completely silent. His initial excitement at coming to expose counterfeits vanished instantly, and he walked like a robot to the other insulated food containers. Stir-fried beef with green peppers, dongpo pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, boiled sliced pork, stir-fried pork belly, ham and shrimp fried rice. He opened them one by one. Each dish was piled high, steaming hot, and incredibly fragrant. It looked absolutely mouth-watering. The online comments exploded instantly. "Holy crap, the owner is actually serious. Amazing. In my 5th-tier city, 50 yuan wouldn't even buy these dishes. Is the owner really struggling financially? These ribs, so much lean meat and so few bones. Just looking at them makes my mouth water. I can't even imagine how happy I'd be if I took a bite." Hiss. The boss even thoughtfully removed the shrimp heads and veins from his 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant. Old Tang is right. This is definitely a hidden gem. Even the streamer didn't expect that coming here to expose a scam would unexpectedly inspire everyone. Everyone, don't get too excited. Maybe the meat is synthetic, and the shrimp are dead. Shut up, you upstairs. 5 yuan, even if it gives me diarrhea right away, I'll praise it for its laxative effect. Zhou Peng's composure crumbled, while Su Qian was practically executed on the spot. After shouting that, he stood in front of the old man, staring intently at Lin Xiao, wary of his next move. In his view, at this point, a shrewd businessman like Lin Xiao would either stop Zhou Peng from exposing his restaurant, or take the old man hostage. However, to his surprise, Lin Xiao didn't move an inch the entire time, only staring at him with a strange look tinged with pity. That look was as if she were appraising a mental patient. And what Su Qian didn't expect even more was that he was ambushed. Not by Lin Xiao, but by his beloved grandfather. "You unfilial descendant. Do you want to ruin my lifelong reputation?" Su Changshan's voice, filled with intense anger, rang out. Alongside it, a crisp slap. The old man showed no mercy, slapping Su Qian's bottom repeatedly. The slaps crisp and loud. Su Qian couldn't help but cry out in pain. Su Changshan, however, completely ignored his precious grandson, walking quickly to Lin Xiao's side, and carefully examining him from head to toe to make sure he wasn't hurt or injured. Then he said with concern, "Xiao Lin, are you alright? I don't know what's gotten into this brat today, he's never like this at home." Su Changshan showed Lin Xiao meticulous concern for a while, then turned his head, his face contorting with anger. "Su Qian, you good-for-nothing, come here right now and apologize to Xiao Lin. Su Qian was completely stunned, looking at the old man and then at Lin Xiao. He always obeyed his old man without question. Although he didn't know what had happened between the two, he obediently walked over and bowed respectfully to Lin Xiao in apology. However, a huge turmoil was brewing within him. His mind was filled with countless questions. What on earth was going on? Who was the old man's real grandson? Why did the old man treat this young boss better than him? And what was going on with Zhou Peng? What did he see in those insulated containers? Why does it feel like his butt, like mine, is about to break apart? Chapter 13 Lin Xiao, I'm about to start showing off. It's nothing. Grandpa Su, your grandson is really full of energy. Lin Xiao finally realized what was going on. This person wasn't seriously ill, it was just the grandson Su Changshan had mentioned to him. He said it nonchalantly. He'd only been pushed. While Su Qian's backside was practically bruised and battered, he naturally wouldn't pursue the matter. Seeing that Lin Xiao genuinely didn't care, Su Changshan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su Qian again, his tone stern. What's going on? Why are you here? And what's the meaning of pushing Xiao Lin right away? Are you crazy? Zhou Peng, and you brat, do you think this old man can't see you? Come here. You two, explain yourselves properly. What's going on? As Su Qian's good friend, Su Changshan usually scolded them like chicks. Therefore, hearing Su Changshan's words, Zhou Peng obediently turned off his livestream and came over, but his eyes were still clearly filled with disbelief. Unable to resist glancing up at Lin Xiao, such a young boss, actually a truly kind-hearted philanthropist. Lin Xiao, listening to old Master Su's reprimand and looking at the two men before him, found it somewhat amusing. He suddenly remembered. This Zhou Peng had just said his brother's grandfather's leg was broken. He could only say that old Master Su's scolding was too lenient. Of course, he certainly wouldn't be so foolish as to complain to old Master Su. At this moment, Su Qian and Zhou Peng had fully explained their purpose for coming here and their earlier thoughts. Lin Xiao and Su Changshan finally understood the reason. So, you think Lin Xiao is a heartless boss, and that I'm being held hostage? Su Changshan's expression softened considerably. These two silly boys, although what they did was somewhat outrageous, at least their intentions were good. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. These two have such vivid imaginations. They even came up with the idea of taking hostages. With that kind of imagination, why don't they write novels? Alright, I'm too lazy to say anything to you. Just apologize to Xiao Lin and we'll call it even? Su Changshan's last question was clearly directed at Lin Xiao. Mr. Su, you're too kind. There's no need to apologize. It was just a misunderstanding. Xiao Su was just worried about you. Filial piety is a good thing. Lin Xiao said with a light laugh. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't seem to be holding a grudge, Su Qian breathed a sigh of relief. But he still listened to the old man's advice, and feeling genuinely guilty, he immediately said sincerely again, I'm so sorry, Brother Lin, we were too reckless. However, he had only spoken halfway when Su Changshan suddenly spoke up. Wait, what did you just call Xiao Lin? Ha, Brother Lin, is there a problem? Su Qian was stunned. If I don't call him Brother Lin, then what should I call him? Of course there's a problem. Brother is a term you can use. You have no manners at all. By seniority, you should call him Grandpa Lin. Ha! Su Qian's mouth dropped open as he glanced at Lin Xiao, who looked even younger than himself. He wondered if his grandfather had just eaten some undercooked mushroom. Why is he talking so irrationally? Lin Xiao's mouth dropped open, he was completely dumbfounded. Why had the old man suddenly given him such a high seniority? Su Changshan, however, didn't see anything wrong with it and explained. Your Grandpa Lin and I are close friends despite our age difference. You're acting like you're being aggrieved by calling me Grandpa. What? You two, close friends despite your age difference? Su Qian's mouth gaped open even wider. His gaze towards Lin Xiao became suspicious. He was now starting to wonder, did this boss really give his old man something strange? Besides being handsome, this boss Lin didn't seem to have anything special about him. Su Changshan stared wide-eyed. Of course. Your Grandpa Lin and I are the kind of friends you hear about in old folk tales, friends despite the age gap. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but we do ask to be born on the same day, month, and year. Stop. Stop right now. Cough cough, Grandpa, that's really enough. Lin Xiao hurriedly called for a stop, secretly relieved. He almost saw the two figures, one in black and one in white. In the end, the three compromised, and Lin Xiao happily earned the title of Uncle Linear. However, after Grandpa Su's interruption, the original minor conflict was completely forgotten by everyone. Cough cough, since you two are here to check out the shop, why don't we eat something together? I haven't eaten yet either. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Qian subconsciously nodded. However, to his surprise, Zhou Peng beside him was nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. His eagerness made Su Qian very suspicious. He still didn't know what Zhou Peng had just seen. Could it be some amazing dish? Su Qian immediately prepared to go to the kitchen, but suddenly remembered that he hadn't paid yet, so he said, "Uncle Lin, where's your payment code? Zhou Peng and I will pay first." "Hey, what are you saying? You've already called me Uncle Lin, how can I take your money? The payment code is here." Lin Xiao waved his hand and took out the payment code from his pants pocket, placing it in front of Su Qian. Su Qian. Lin Xiao was also somewhat helpless. There was nothing he could do. The newcomer's first visit was generating just too much emotional energy. He had specifically calculated that new drivers' first order would generally give an emotional score above 600, with some fluctuating significantly and even maintaining over 900. However, the second and even third time, the emotional score would plummet by half. Even reaching 200 was difficult. Just like Didi, new drivers get a 50 yuan subsidy for their first order. It's really hard to resist taking advantage of this. After Su Qian and Zhou Peng paid, they went to the kitchen with Lin Xiao. Seeing the dazzling array of dishes in the kitchen, Su Qian suddenly understood why Zhou Peng had that expression. Shrimp, ribs, sliced meat. The dishes on the poster at the entrance were all available here without any discrepancies. Everything was there. Is this really something you can get for 5 yuan? His eyes widened immediately, a wave of guilt washing over the college student, who stammered, "Uncle, should I give you some more money? Don't eat your shop out of business." Shock value from Su Qian, plus 866. Guilt value from Su Qian, plus 426. Lin Xiao listened to the fluctuating emotion values, feeling as if she could hear gold coins falling into her pocket. Feeling pleased, she waved her hand and said, "No need, it's 5 yuan for everyone at my shop. Hurry up and get your food. If Xiao Zhou wants, you can restart your live stream." Hearing this, Zhou Peng immediately perked up again. As an online person, he thoroughly enjoyed interacting with his viewers in the live stream. He had been secretly saddened by not being able to continue streaming, but upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, his face immediately lit up with a smile, and he grinned broadly, saying, "Alright, bro, don't worry, my eloquence will definitely help you promote it. Let's strive to make your little shop bigger and stronger, to achieve even greater glory. Within a year, we'll become the only king in the self-service catering industry on this street." Zhou Peng's excitement level, plus 888. Lin Xiao smiled upon hearing Zhou Peng's words. "That won't be necessary, this shop will be closing down soon." "Ha!" Su Qian and Zhou Peng exclaimed in unison. Su Qian was somewhat impatient. Although he hadn't yet tasted those dishes, the rich, fresh aroma had already made his mouth water. It would be such a pity if a shop like this closed down. "Uncle Lin, is it a funding issue? If it's not too much, I still have a lot of New Year's money. I should be able to help fill the gap." "Me too." Lin Xiao didn't doubt the two men's wealth. Su Qian's Stone Island attire and Zhou Peng's Gucci ring clearly indicated their status as rich second-generation heirs. "No need, it's not a funding issue." Su Qian and Zhou Peng were obviously not very convinced, thinking Lin Xiao was just trying to save face. "Uncle, don't be shy, is it for renovations? How much are you short? We'll make up the difference." Seeing their determined expressions, Lin Xiao sighed. "Heaven is my witness, he really didn't intend to show off." Chapter 14. Su Qian, "I don't think I'm the old man's biological son. Actually, it's because I estimate we'll be moving stores next week," Lin Xiao said as she got her food, casually picking up a cup of mango pomelo sago and taking a sip. The aroma of mango and the refreshing taste of grapefruit exploded in her mouth, followed by the sweetness of raw coconut, very appetizing. On a summer afternoon, a sip of chilled mango pomelo sago is more satisfying than any soda. Seeing Lin Xiao's satisfied expression, Su Qian and Zhou Peng followed suit, each taking a sip of their own mango pomelo sago. "Wow, so refreshing. It's unbelievable that a cup of mango pomelo sago can taste this good. It's even better than the one I bought for over 30 yuan at Shicha a few days ago. Sweet but not cloying. Uncle, with this skill, you should really open a milk tea shop. You'd be guaranteed to make a fortune. Most guys drink milk tea incredibly fast, basically chugging it down in a few gulps. Su Qian was no exception. Normally, no matter how expensive the milk tea, he'd finish it in 10 seconds or so. However, with this cup of mango pomelo sago, Su Qian sipped it carefully, afraid that if he drank too fast, he wouldn't be able to savor its sweet and fragrant flavor. Zhou Peng did the same. The three of them stood there until they had drunk half of it when Su Qian suddenly realized what Lin Xiao had said. "Hey, uncle, you said you're moving shops? That's great, the current shop is indeed a bit too small. Uncle, where are you planning to move to? How big should it be? My grandfather has been running a restaurant for decades, he can give you some advice." Su Qian suddenly seemed to remember something and became excited. Hey, uncle, my grandfather's shop isn't far from here. I just heard him say the other day that he was planning to sell it. How about I go talk to my grandfather for you? No, wait, my grandfather's restaurant is a bit big, 110 square meters. I heard him mention it last time. I think he was planning to sell it for 2.1 million. Even if I, his own grandson, intervene, I can probably only get you down to 2 million from 2.1 million. Even if the three of us sold ourselves, we couldn't raise that much money. Su Qian's tone became increasingly uncertain. Ahem, actually, the shop I'm planning to move to is your grandfather's shop. We've already reached an agreement. Lin Xiao said with a smile, then took another sip of mango pomelo sago. Sweet, exceptionally sweet. Oh, my grandpa's shop, it's pretty good, huh? Wait, uncle, what did you say? Su Qian didn't react at first, but when he finally understood what he heard, he completely froze. Uncle, you're a rich kid. Su Qian, still shocked, took a sip of the mango pomelo sago. Strange, it didn't seem as sweet as before. Lin Xiao just smiled. What's so great about being a rich kid? Their money is entirely due to their parents' hard work, acquired without effort. My money, on the other hand, is earned through hard work, step by step, through sheer luck. Whose money is more valuable? It goes without saying. Su Qian was stunned for a moment, then accepted the fact. Compared to his uncle's top-notch culinary skills, spending over 2 million to buy a restaurant isn't anything to be surprised about. He even felt sorry for Lin Xiao. Uncle, you lost out. If you had seen me sooner, my grandson could have negotiated a better price for you, and we could have saved 100,000 yuan. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and decided to tell Su Qian the cruel truth. Actually, I didn't spend 2.1 million yuan to buy the shop. Oh, how much did it cost? 1.5 million yuan. Lin Xiao and Zhou Peng finished their food and left, leaving Su Qian standing there in despair, questioning his life. Am I really the old man's grandson? Was I really not adopted? Xiao Zhou, your facial expressions are great. You have a real talent for live streaming. Zhou Peng had already started his live stream 10 minutes earlier when he sat down to eat, and in those 10 minutes, Lin Xiao witnessed Zhou Peng's live streaming talent firsthand. Zhou Peng could effortlessly and enthusiastically describe the dishes and their flavors, while simultaneously showering the boss with witty and elaborate expressions of gratitude for the gifts, such as, "Thank you for the sports car. May you live forever. Never die. Thank you for the rocket. May your business soar like this rocket, reaching new heights. May wealth flow in every day." Lin Xiao was genuinely a little astonished. Whether he possessed the talent of a culinary genius, Lin Xiao didn't know, but judging from his demeanor, Zhou Peng was certainly blessed by the god of live streaming. Zhou Peng's perfectly timed facial expressions after tasting the food completely outshone those of the food-themed vloggers on Douyin. Mainly, it's because Brother Lin, your food is truly top-notch and incredibly delicious. All my expressions were absolutely genuine. Families in the live stream, I swear on my mother, this buffet of mine, Brother Lin's, is the best buffet I've ever eaten in my life. Zhou Peng wasn't lying at all. Even the 9,999 RMB per person seafood and Weijiao beef buffet he used to eat in Kyoto wasn't even a fraction of what this table of food looked like. They weren't even in the same league. Comparing the two, it was as ridiculous as sending Ben Boerba to fight Sun Wukong. Lin Xiao smiled after hearing this. Of all the dishes on this table, except for the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which the system rated 5.5, all the other dishes were 6 points or higher. It would be hard for it not to taste good. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and an idea formed in his mind. So he said to Zhou Peng, "Xiao Zhou, would you like to do a part-time job? Well, after I move to Grandpa Su's shop, if you have some free time, come to my shop and help me livestream my shop account to attract more customers. All the revenue from the livestream is yours, and I can also pay you extra." Zhou Peng's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Brother, how many followers do you have on your shop account?" "Let me see, it's over 128,000. That's right, with Tang Ji endorsing him." Lin Xiao's follower count jumped from a few dozen to 120,000 in just 2 days. "Wow, so many. Awesome. Brother Lin, I agree. I don't want money, I just want you to agree to do some entertainment during the livestream." Zhou Peng's eyes held no desire for money, only a longing for creating entertaining content on his livestreams. Lin Xiao nodded. "Sure, do whatever you want, just don't break the law. All the livestream revenue is yours, plus a 500 yuan subsidy per stream, but meals aren't included, you still have to pay for the buffet." Zhou Peng scratched his head. "No need, bro. Let's split the revenue 50-50ths, otherwise it'll feel awkward." Lin Xiao thought for a moment, deciding there was no need to haggle, and casually said, "Okay." After finalizing the revenue sharing, Zhou Peng was clearly impatient. "Don't worry, bro Lin. If my followers don't double in a month, you can criticize me all you want. Bro, I just want to know one thing right now, when can I start working? I really want to improve. Look at you, always in such a rush. We don't even know when the new shop will open yet. Let's talk about it after we move in. Okay, bro. 3 days later, after a wonderful weekend, Lin Xiao finally received news from Grandpa Su. All the procedures for the opening of his 100 square meter new restaurant had been completed, and Lin Xiao could move in any time. From that moment on, the era of the 20 square meter small restaurant was completely over. Chapter 15: The Shop System Unlocked, featuring 3 types of emotion value shops. May 21st, 9:30 a.m. The sky was clear and the air crisp, perfect for a grand opening. Looking at the 2-story restaurant before him, each floor significantly larger than his previous small eatery, and at the brand new signboard above the entrance, made of fine pine wood and engraved with the words Xiao Lin 5-yuan Buffet Restaurant, Lin Xiao still felt a sense of unreality. He actually owned such a large restaurant? It wasn't until the system notification sounded in his ear that Lin Xiao finally snapped out of his daze. Host has successfully completed the first store expansion, main quest 2 complete. Received cash reward *500,000, unlocked the emotional value mall section. A new main quest has been unlocked for you. Main mission 4, expand the first branch store. The branch store area must not be smaller than the main store. Mission completion reward, obtain system level culinary skill, limited to unlocked dishes. Another 500,000 in income. This 500,000 isn't just wasted money for expanding the storefront, it's money he can use at will. A smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Xiao's face. That's 500,000. Perhaps it's nothing in the Douyin comments section, but in reality, it's a considerable fortune. What makes Lin Xiao happiest is that with this money, the old director's illness can receive better treatment, and the lives of the children in the orphanage can be improved. And as expected, the system unlocked a new main mission, and the reward for this mission is also enough to make Lin Xiao delighted. If he completes this task, he will gain the system's culinary skill level. Then, becoming a culinary master will no longer be just an empty promise. However, this time the system didn't grant him any expansion funds, so it seems that completing this task is a long way off. Lin Xiao's mind raced with thoughts, but he ultimately suppressed these emotions and stepped into his new restaurant. He made almost no changes to the restaurant's layout. He was already very satisfied with old Master Su's original design. The kitchen, the dining areas on the first and second floors, the rice serving area, and the dish serving area were almost identical to before. He only changed one place, the cashier area. Now, customers are directly at the cashier upon entering the main entrance. The excellent tradition of pay first, then eat is still maintained. It's still early, and he hasn't arranged any fancy opening ceremony, just a banner hanging at the restaurant entrance. Grand opening of the old shop. Everything is free. All dishes are still 5 yuan all you can eat. Therefore, the shop was currently empty. Lin Xiao casually found a place to sit down, and with a thought, opened the emotional value shop he had just unlocked. A light screen panel with 3 options appeared before him. At the same time, the system voice sounded again, explaining to him, "Welcome to the emotional value shop. This shop currently unlocks Daily Special Offers Shop, Regular Dishes Shop, and Special Dishes Shop. Daily Special Offers Shop 10 dishes are randomly refreshed daily, with prices more favorable than other shops. Regular Dishes Shop contains thousands of dishes available for redemption. Special Dishes Shop dishes with various special functions are available for exchange. More functions are available for the host to explore on their own." Lin Xiao looked at the 3 options in front of him and first clicked on the Regular Dishes Shop. He desperately needed more dishes. In his small 20 square meter restaurant, his few dishes were more than enough. But now, in his new 100 square meter shop, he had hundreds of insulated containers just for storing dishes. Selling only a few dishes would be rather meager. While hundreds of dishes were definitely unrealistic, his emotional points couldn't support that many dishes. Buying dozens was still achievable. Regular Dishes Shop. Name: hot and sour shredded potatoes. Market price: 10 to 25 yuan. Description: a home-style dish, crisp shredded potatoes coated in the hot and sour flavor of wild chili peppers, appetizing and refreshing. Deliciousness rating: 5.5 points. Exchange price: 500 emotional points / 100 servings, minimum order 100 servings. Product name: braised eggplant. Market price: 10 to 28 RMB. Description: glossy, tender eggplant slices coated in sauce, interwoven with garlic and mincemeat, creating a rich, savory flavor. Deliciousness rating: 5.5/5. Exchange price: 500 emotional points / 100 servings, minimum order 100 servings. Product name: candied sweet potato. Market price: 12 to 32 RMB. Description: a golden, crispy candied sugar shell encases a soft, chewy sweet potato core, bursting with flavor. Deliciousness rating: 5.5/5. Exchange price 550 emotional points / 100 servings, minimum order 100 servings. Lin Xiao sat there for a full 10 minutes, his eyes practically dazzled by the sheer variety of dishes. Until he saw the 80th dish, pan-fried steak priced at 2,000 emotion points per 100 servings. His vision was finally blocked by a mysterious force. To unlock more dishes, please complete more main quests before exploring again. Lin Xiao wasn't dissatisfied, the dishes unlocked in the shop were sufficient for now. Due to the 2-day weekend, his emotion points had barely increased. 28,970, that was all the emotion points Lin Xiao had left. As the saying goes, compare prices before ordering. He wasn't in a hurry to place an order, but instead continued to check the next shop. Special item shop. Item name, truth-telling happy water. Description, appearance, taste, and ingredients are identical to regular canned Coca-Cola. However, those who drink it will only speak the truth for the next 10 minutes. Exchange price, 30,000 emotion points / can. To unlock more items, please complete more main quests before exploring again. Lin Xiao. He was just looking on with great interest, wanting to see what other tricks this special shop could pull. And that's it? Just one product? That's far too few. And this truth-telling happy water doesn't seem to have any use. The only way he can think of to use it right now is, after the customer drinks this bottle of truth-telling happy water, ask him, "Little brother, let me test you, what's your bank card number and password?" That's too much torture. Lin Xiao finally opened the Daily Special Offers Shop panel. Daily Special Offers Shop. Please draw your discount for today. A card appeared in front of Lin Xiao. He tapped it lightly. The card flipped, and his luck was pretty good. 60% off. Today's special offers. 1. Braised eggplant. Original price, 500 emotional points / 100 servings. Special price, 300 emotional points / 100 servings, limited to 500 servings. 2. Spicy chicken. Original price, 800 emotional points / 100 servings. Special price, 480 emotional points / 100 servings, limited to 300 servings. 10. Pan-fried beef steak. Original price, 2,000 emotional points / 100 servings. Special price, 1,200 emotional points / 100 servings, limited to 100 servings. Lin Xiao looked at the 10 dishes and nodded in satisfaction. He had to admit, his desire to buy was indeed aroused. The discounts in this special offer store were truly substantial. However, Lin Xiao sighed. So now the question is, should I just buy the new dishes from this special offer shop? Or should I try my luck at the emotional value lucky draw, hoping to win big? I'm a bit torn. Linen First Hospital. Honey, have you checked what that big restaurant next door is selling now? Will it affect our business? Zhang Jiancheng, lying in his hospital bed with a bandage on his left hand, asked his wife, who had just come from their family's stir-fry restaurant. Zhang Jiancheng owns a pre-cooked, freshly prepared restaurant. What is a pre-cooked, freshly prepared restaurant? They advertise freshly cooked dishes, but in reality, they sell only pre-cooked food with pure additives and zero natural ingredients. Except for the 99 yuan for 10 jin of crayfish, that's his specialty. Buy some cheap, sleeping crayfish. Wash them with industrial oxalic acid, used for cleaning toilets. Then apply some high-tech crayfish treatments. Stuff them with all sorts of industrial flavor enhancers and aftertaste powders. The taste, it's incredibly authentic. Aside from the occasional food poisoning, vomiting, and diarrhea in customers, there's absolutely no problem with the taste. However, there's a risk involved. The risk is that if a customer discovers it, they could easily break their hand, like he is now. Shui Haiying rolled her eyes at her husband and loudly proclaimed, "I checked this morning. The owner is some greenhorn in his early 20s, obviously not very bright. What's his place called? A 5-yuan buffet. Pfft, listen to that, it's hilarious. Such a big shop, selling 5-yuan stuff. I don't know where this spendthrift came from to experience life. Hey, forget about making money, I'm putting it out there. 2 months. If his shop doesn't go bankrupt in less than 2 months, I'll consider him amazing." Chapter 16 New store opening, first customer. Hearing his wife's words, Zhang Jiancheng looked astonished and asked incredulously, "What? Such a big restaurant sells a 5-yuan buffet? Then isn't this kid even darker than me?" Zhang Jiancheng found it hard to imagine that a 5-yuan buffet, how low do the costs have to be to break even? He asked himself honestly, and realized he'd already been incredibly greedy. Pre-made meals costing 9 yuan. He packaged them up and sold them for 42 yuan, and then a similarly ruthless person came along next door. A 5-yuan buffet, is its target audience even human? I don't want someone to get sick from the food, and it'll affect my restaurant. Zhang Jiancheng worried for a moment, then stopped thinking about such a trivial matter. He called his wife over because he had something more important to discuss. Zhang Jiancheng coughed twice, gesturing for Xue Haiying to come closer. He glanced at the closed door before whispering, "Isn't the selection for our district's top 10 restaurants next month on the 10th? Ahem, my uncle just told me some inside information. Several judges from the district are going to randomly select shops on this street for tastings starting tomorrow, doing surprise inspections." Zhang Jiancheng glanced guiltily at the door again and continued, "Honey, when you get back, remember to clean up properly. Order the 99 yuan lobster set meal first. Don't throw away those dead lobsters. Keep them in the freezer for a while, with the pre-made meal packages. After we get the top 10 restaurants award, we can sell them again. That way, we can fool even more people." Hearing her husband's words, Xue Haiying nodded repeatedly, her face filled with admiration. "Honey, you're so smart. Once we get the top 10 restaurants award, we can raise the price. The lobsters that were originally 99 yuan for 10 jin, we can sell them for 99 yuan for 5 jin. I bet even fools will buy them. Then my new luxury handbag will be secured." Hearing his wife's praise, Zhang Jiancheng, quite narcissistically, tossed his hair. However, the movement was too forceful, causing him to accidentally pull on the wound on his arm, instantly wincing in pain. "It hurts so much. That damn bastard, if I ever see him again, I'll beat him to a pulp." Zhang Jiancheng cursed, then continued, "Let's get back to business. Also, let's not use that microwave chef anymore. Go to the market and buy some fresh vegetables, we'll cook ourselves." "What did you say? Oh right, I almost forgot we can't cook." Zhang Jiancheng thought for a moment, then quickly came up with a good idea. "That's fine, just go to the university town next door and hire a college student who can cook. Just say we can issue them internship certificates, pay them minimum wage. Don't worry, college students are the easiest to fool, someone will definitely come." At 11 a.m., after some internal struggle, Lin Xiao finally decided to spend 10,000 emotional points to redeem 10 dishes from the special offer shop plus 5 dishes from the regular shop, 7 vegetarian dishes and 8 meat dishes, 100 servings of each. What slightly annoyed Lin Xiao was that the 10,000 emotion points he spent on the dishes from the shop couldn't be used to upgrade the emotion point spin. Upgrading his beginner spin to the intermediate spin still required 50,000 emotion points. "I'll try again when I feel lucky," he thought. Lin Xiao carefully packed all the dishes into their corresponding insulated containers and sat down again in an empty corner seat, enjoying the cool breeze from the central air conditioning, something he could never experience in his small 20 square meter restaurant. He quietly waited for his first customer of the day. The wait wasn't long. Soon, a pleasant female voice rang out. "Hello, is anyone here?" Lin Xiao stood up upon hearing the voice and walked towards the entrance. Soon, a youthful and beautiful figure appeared before Lin Xiao, which surprised him slightly. The girl in front of him looked to be 18 or 19, a college student, carrying a small white crossbody bag. She had a beautiful, delicate oval face, long eyelashes, and clear, bright eyes, almost without a trace of impurity. She wore a white long-sleeved shirt paired with a cream-colored pleated skirt, giving off a gentle, girl-next-door vibe. In the 2 years Lin Xiao had run his shop, this was the first time he had served a girl with this kind of looks. He wondered if such a pretty and cute girl would cry if he punched her. Would she give him more emotional points? "Welcome. Just scan the QR code at the entrance. There are over 20 dishes to choose from, all you can eat for 5 yuan. We have both meat and vegetable dishes. If you're worried about the taste, you can come in and take a look." Lin Xiao's attitude was very polite, neither overly enthusiastic nor overly distant. Hearing this young voice, Shen Shiwei subconsciously looked up, and the next second, she froze. The boy in front of her, though dressed in extremely simple and ordinary clothes, still couldn't hide the handsomeness that emanated from within, from his very bones. He was full of sunshine and vitality from head to toe. Shen Shiwei paused for a few seconds before realizing what Lin Xiao had said, and shook her head vigorously. "Ah, no need to go in. I'll eat here. Do I scan this QR code?" Lin Xiao nodded. After Shen Shiwei paid, remembering that this was the first customer at the new restaurant, she asked again, "Do you need me to accompany you? Or will you get your food yourself?" Hearing this, Shen Shiwei's bright eyes shone even brighter. "Is it all right? Then, thank you. No problem." After saying that, Lin Xiao led the way, with Shen Shiwei following half a step behind, step by step. Her small leather shoes made a crisp tap-tap-tap sound on the smooth tile floor. Seemingly sensing the slightly awkward silence, Shen Shiwei took the initiative to speak. Are you a waitress at this restaurant? Why are you alone? Haven't the boss and the others arrived yet?" Hearing Shen Shiwei's question, Lin Xiao smiled helplessly. "Actually, I'm the owner of this shop. Right now, I'm the only one here." "Ha!" Shen Shiwei's mouth gaped slightly, her face clearly showing disbelief. Surprise emotion value from Shen Shiwei, plus 366. Well, he hadn't even eaten yet, and he'd already gained some emotion value, a pleasant surprise. Lin Xiao didn't explain anything. His shop didn't need many staff for the time being. He could hire more people when the restaurant became popular. If all else failed, he could always get Su Qian and Zhou Peng, those two energetic college students with nowhere to expend their energy, to help him out. He'd gotten quite familiar with them over the past few days. The three of them were now on par, but in front of old Master Su Changshan, Su Qian still had to respectfully call him Uncle Linear. Lin Xiao quickly led Shen Shiwei to the food serving area. He casually took a still warm, clean plate from the sterilizing cabinet and handed it to Shen Shiwei. "Thank you." Shen Shiwei was also very polite. "It's nothing. Okay, this is the food serving area. You can see what you want to eat." "Okay, thank you. I don't know how to address you." "Lin Xiao, you can just call me by my full name." "Lin Xiao." Shen Shiwei silently memorized the name, then smiled again and said, "It's a very nice name. My name is Shen Shiwei. You look a bit older than me. You can call me Xiao Shen or by your full name." Lin Xiao nodded casually. "Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Would you like some mango pomelo sago? I was just about to get it. It's different from what you get outside, a secret recipe. It's really delicious." No thanks, I'm on a diet right now, but thank you anyway, I'll definitely try it next time." Shen Shiwei tucked a few stray hairs behind her ear and smiled politely. Lin Xiao stared blankly at Shen Shiwei's slender figure, which definitely didn't exceed 90 pounds. Does this figure even need to diet? Girls really are strange creatures. After getting herself a cup of mango pomelo sago, Lin Xiao sat back down. Shen Shiwei's gaze finally focused on the dishes. There were more than 20 insulated containers in front of her, each labeled with the name of the dish. Dry pot cauliflower, hot and sour shredded potatoes, blanched bok choy, wow, all my favorite vegetables. And it's only 5 yuan. As long as it's not so bad it's inedible, I'll come here every time I finish tutoring Xiaomeng. After Xiaomeng finishes her high school entrance exam, I can bring her here too. Shen Shiwei muttered to herself as she picked out her favorite vegetarian dishes. But I can't eat too much. Xiaomeng is still growing. This restaurant seems to only serve vegetarian dishes, not a single meat dish. If we come here often, she won't get enough nutrition. After all, it's a 5 yuan all-you-can-eat buffet, so the lack of meat wasn't unexpected for Shen Shiwei. However, just as Shen Shiwei was thinking this, the label on the next insulated food container instantly made her mouth widen again. Her little mind was filled with big question marks. Is this dish labeled wrong? Smells delicious. Pan-fried steak? Chapter 17. It's okay, it's all high-quality protein. Eating it won't make you fat. Pan-fried steak. Without a doubt, this was a term almost entirely unrelated to a 5 yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant. Yet, it appeared so abruptly and incongruously before Shen Shiwei's eyes. After confirming her eyes weren't playing tricks on her, Shen Shiwei instinctively wondered if Lin Xiao had put the label on wrong. Perhaps, there was another possibility, the label was correct, but what was actually being sold inside wasn't real steak, but rather vegetarian steak? The kind of bean curd snack sold for 5 cents a pack at roadside stalls, on PIR with spicy strips? Her curiosity compelled her to open the lid of the insulated container. However, the next second, her eyes widened. Good heavens, what did she see? Inside the insulated container, over 100 steaks drizzled with sauce were haphazardly piled together. Upon closer inspection, one could see that each steak had the same grid-like texture, indicating excellent beef quality and a remarkably crispy skin. In those few seconds of shock, a rich aroma of beef wafted up, instantly filling her nostrils, mingled with a hint of peppery spiciness, whetting her appetite. Without a doubt, all her guesses were wrong. This was clearly a real steak. And not just any ordinary steak, the aroma, the marbling, the texture. It was actually top-grade Weijiao beef. No time to ponder why a 5 yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant would have Weijiao beef. Looking at the tempting steak before her, Shen Shiwei almost instinctively picked up the tongs, ready to grab a piece. However, at that moment, a wave of guilt washed over her. To lose weight, she hadn't touched meat for over a week. Thinking of this, a little devil with sharp horns suddenly flashed into her mind, saying, "Shen Shiwei, you've persevered for so long, are you really willing to give up like this? Don't let desire overcome your reason. You bastard." Shen Shiwei hesitated. However, this hesitation lasted only a second. She looked at the steak in front of her, emitting an enticing aroma and looking incredibly appetizing, then looked at the few pitiful green vegetables on her plate, and finally convinced herself. It's okay, beef is high-quality protein, eating it shouldn't make me fat. She murmured to herself hypnotically, then contentedly picked up a piece and walked towards the next insulated container. Salt and pepper shrimp, dongpo pork, spicy chicken, Each dish, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, constantly pushed Shen Shiwei's limits. She hesitated, yet kept trying to convince herself. It's okay. Shrimp is definitely high-quality protein, eating it shouldn't make me fat. It's okay. Pork is also high-quality protein, eating it shouldn't make me fat. It's okay. Chicken is also high-quality protein, eating it shouldn't make me fat. No. After serving a full 3 minutes, Shen Shiwei finally sat down opposite Lin Xiao, carrying a small mountain of food. Lin Xiao looked at the mountain made up of at least a dozen dishes, which was enough to completely cover Shen Shiwei's face. He was dumbfounded. Hey sis, what happened to your diet? So I'm the only one who believed it? Or are you even deceiving yourself? Shen Shiwei sat down and immediately started eating, ignoring Lin Xiao across from her, picking up her chopsticks and frantically showing off her food. She picked up the pan-seared steak first, the root of all evil. Eliminating evil was her duty. Although she took a knife and fork from the sterilizer, the enticing aroma of the steak so close at hand made her not even want to waste time waiting to have it cut. Forget all etiquette and formalities, Shen Shiwei used her chopsticks to pick up the steak and took a bite. The next second, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes lit up with dazzling light. Delicious, exquisitely delicious. The steak was cooked to a perfect medium rare, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was almost effortless to eat, offering only the exquisite tenderness unique to the marbled fat. With each bite, the rich juices burst in her mouth. The sweet, milky flavor of Weijiao beef that was uniquely hers went straight to her soul. She wolfed down the entire steak, and then moved on to devour the other dishes. 15 minutes later, as Shen Shiwei spat out the last shrimp shell, only an empty plate and various food scraps remained in front of her. A look of utter satisfaction graced Shen Shiwei's face. She hadn't eaten so well in a long time. Even her once flat stomach was now slightly protruding. The family Shen Shiwei usually tutored owned a restaurant in Hangzhou, and the grandfather was also a renowned professor at the university next to hers. Occasionally, unable to refuse their hospitality, she would have dinner at their house. She had always thought that the old man's cooking represented the pinnacle of Hangzhou's cuisine. However, today's meal completely changed Shen Shiwei's mind. Compared to the chef who prepared today's dishes, the old man's culinary skills seemed like those of a complete novice. Take the same dish, blanched greens, for example. Previously, Shen Shiwei thought, greens, it's a dish almost every restaurant has, how good can it be? Even if it's delicious, the raw material is just an ordinary green vegetable. However, after eating today's blanched greens, Shen Shiwei realized she had been a frog in a well all along. How to describe it? As she took her first bite of the small green vegetable, a thought immediately popped into her mind. This is just a vegetable? You're telling me it's so delicious, and it's just a vegetable. However, even this vegetable, which Shen Shiwei described in such a way, was relegated to the very bottom of this large group of dishes. Shen Shiwei felt she would never forget the taste of this meal. Without a doubt, it was a feast for the taste buds. Her stomach, following her own instincts, didn't suffer. She was just a little thirsty and wanted some sweet drink. She suddenly remembered the mango pomelo sago that Lin Xiao had mentioned earlier. A pang of regret shot through her, and she hesitated, wondering whether to get up and get a drink. She hesitated, after all, she had just said she was on a diet and declined Lin Xiao's offer, and now she was going to get one herself. It felt strangely awkward. Just as she was struggling with this, a beautifully packaged, generously sized 600 ml cup of mango pomelo sago appeared on the table. Lin Xiao's voice rang out. Here, mango pomelo sago, to cut through the richness. He had barely finished speaking when, as if suddenly remembering something, he chuckled and said, "Oh, I almost forgot you're on a diet, but it's okay, mangoes are a great fruit, eating them shouldn't make you fat." Hearing Lin Xiao's slightly teasing tone, and the incredibly familiar sentence structure, how could she not realize that Lin Xiao had overheard her mutterings? This was truly embarrassing. However, looking at the incredibly tempting mango pomelo sago in front of her, and feeling a bit thirsty, Shen Shiwei didn't care about anything else. She picked up the straw, stuck it into the lid, and took a small sip. The next second, she couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, "Wow, this is so delicious. Boss Lin, with your skills, why don't you open a milk tea shop? It would be packed." The refreshing sweetness of the coconut juice exploded in her mouth, making every pore of her body feel relaxed. It felt like soaring through a paradise filled with pink bubbles, light and blissful. And unlike the mango pomelo sago sold in other milk tea shops, the mango pomelo sago Lin Xiao had was perfectly balanced between the fragrance of coconut and the sweetness of mango. It wasn't overly sweet at all. This mango pomelo sago was infinitely better than any of the dozen or so milk tea shops Shen Shiwei had tried. She picked up the mango pomelo sago again and gulped down a huge mouthful. Even though she was already quite full, this mango pomelo sago seemed to have magic. She couldn't get enough of it. However, she realized her question earlier was a bit foolish. After all, Lin Xiao's cooking skills far surpassed his milk tea making abilities. There was no need to settle for a small milk tea shop. How is it? I wasn't lying to you, was I? Isn't it different from what you get outside? Lin Xiao took a sip of his mango pomelo sago, not answering Shen Shiwei's question. He trusted she would figure it out herself. He wasn't a big fan of milk tea, but this delicious and not too sweet mango pomelo sago from the system had truly won over his taste buds. Shen Shiwei nodded vigorously and said loudly, "It's really delicious." After saying that, she took another big gulp, then thought for a moment and asked, can I ask you a question? Sure. Mr. Lin, are you a rich second-generation kid here to experience life? Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Oh, why do you ask? Shen Shiwei immediately transformed into Sherlock Holmes, deducing, "It's easy to guess. After all, the food here is just too delicious. When I was a kid, I went to Kyoto with my dad and ate at a Michelin 3-star restaurant once, but even the head chef there couldn't cook as well as you. Obviously, you hired a famous chef who cost you a fortune. And such delicious and generous portions, and you're only charging 5 yuan? Clearly, this is some rich kid experiencing life." Lin Xiao listened and nodded, further confirming Shen Shiwei's suspicions. Just as Shen Shiwei wore a smug "I'm so smart, aren't I?" expression, Lin Xiao jokingly replied, "Your guess is indeed reasonable and well-founded. I almost believe that I really am a rich second generation." Shen Shiwei's expression froze, but Lin Xiao continued, "I wouldn't say the guesses are completely wrong, but they're certainly not related to the correct answer at all. First of all, I'm not some rich kid. Secondly, these dishes weren't made by any master chef." Shen Shiwei's expression grew increasingly puzzled, and she couldn't help but interrupt. "Then who made them? Are there such masters in the common world?" Lin Xiao smiled slightly, pointed to himself, and, amidst Shen Shiwei's increasingly astonished gaze, slowly said, "That's right, my restaurant doesn't employ any other chefs. The chef who made these dishes is right here in front of you." Chapter 18. Should we temporarily avoid the limelight? That's right, it's the system within me, Lin Xiao added mentally. Seeing Lin Xiao point to himself, Shen Shiwei blinked, somewhat bewildered, and said, You made all these dishes?" Lin Xiao nodded slightly, smiling without answering. He was silently thinking to himself, "Looks like I need to finish the main quest of expanding the branch store quickly and get that system-level cooking skill. Otherwise, I always feel a bit insecure when I speak." Shen Shiwei was unaware of Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, she couldn't help but re-evaluate the man before her. Handsome, humorous, a good cook, and incredibly delicious. Could such a perfect man really exist in this world? For no apparent reason, she suddenly remembered a conversation she'd had with her best friend a few days ago about what kind of partner she wanted in the future. She'd said she definitely wanted a guy who could at least satisfy her hunger. Just as Shen Shiwei was lost in her daydreams daydreaming, the door suddenly burst open, followed by a loud voice. Hey, brother Lin, I'm here." Shen Shiwei was startled by the shout. When she came to her senses, she realized her cheeks were slightly flushed. "You're here, so why are you yelling? Look, you've scared my guest red," Lin Xiao said irritably, looking at Zhou Peng outside the door. He'd only just noticed Shen Shiwei's face was as red as a ripe apple, and naturally assumed she'd been startled by Zhou Peng's loud voice. "Ha, really?" Zhou Peng trotted in, taking a couple of quick steps. However, the moment he entered, he was stunned by Shen Shiwei's stunning beauty. The next second, he seemed to suddenly realize something, exclaiming, "Wow, brother Lin, you're so smart. Now the live stream will definitely have no shortage of viewers." After saying that, he looked at the bewildered Shen Shiwei beside him and smiled kindly. "Hello, Miss Shen, nice to meet you. From now on, we'll be colleagues." Hearing this, Shen Shiwei stood there, somewhat dazed, unsure what to say. Lin Xiao's forehead instantly creased with exasperation, and he couldn't help but say, "Moonbird, did you drink some fake alcohol before you came here? Did you manage to converse with some immortals? Listen to yourself, is there a single word they're saying that a human could understand?" Zhou Peng was also bewildered and asked in return, "Brother Lin, wasn't this young lady the one you invited to do a live stream with me to increase our shop's Douyin followers?" Lin Xiao said speechlessly, "What are you thinking? She's just a customer who happened to be here for a meal." "Ah, sorry, sister, I thought." Zhou Peng realized he had made a blunder and was about to explain when Shen Shiwei smiled and said at the opportune moment, "It's alright, I'm about to leave anyway, so I won't bother you any longer." After saying that, she said naturally, "By the way, Boss Lin, are the dishes at your restaurant the same every day? If possible, can I add you on WeChat? That way, if I see a dish I really want to eat, I can come over immediately." Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded without thinking too much. He wasn't a celebrity, there was nothing he couldn't do with his WeChat, so he naturally took out his WeChat QR code. Zhou Peng, however, keenly sensed something was amiss. After Shen Shiwei scanned the QR code, thanked him, and left, Zhou Peng finally spoke up. Brother Lin, did you two know this girl before? No. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. We probably only spent less than 5 minutes together? Lin Xiao naturally subtracted the time Shen Shiwei had been frantically eating with her head down. Zhou Peng let out a drawn-out "oh," then chuckled and said, Brother Lin, you truly are the man who can make me willingly rank second in Hangzhou's charm rankings. To think that such a pure and refined girl could fall for you. Seeing Lin Xiao clearing the table, completely ignoring him, Zhou Peng couldn't help but continue. Brother Lin, didn't you notice? That girl, she really likes you. Lin Xiao finally stopped what she was doing, chuckled softly, and casually tossed her live streaming phone into Zhou Peng's lap. If you can't stop talking, hurry up and start the live stream. There are plenty of viewers in the live stream who'll listen to your rambling. Zhou Peng, while fiddling with his phone and the various live streaming equipment he brought, continued undeterred. Brother Lin, don't doubt me. Although my cooking isn't as good as yours. But when it comes to understanding girls' minds, I'm not bragging, 100 of you couldn't beat me. That girl definitely likes you. Her eyes are really strange. Seeing Zhou Peng's confident demeanor, Lin Xiao was amused. You understand girls' minds? That's unbeatable. You mean that time last year when I called someone mommy online, only to be scammed out of a whole set of gun skins and then blocked and deleted? Or that time 2 months ago, when I was in an online relationship with a girl, calling her baby every day, only to find out she was a 260-pound tiger tank in person? Or maybe... Stop. Lin, don't say anymore. Zhou Peng's face visibly flushed, and he said fiercely, that damn Su Qian brat, he's made all my embarrassing past mistakes public knowledge. Lin Xiao just smiled, patted Zhou Peng's shoulder, helped him fix his phone, and found a suitable shooting angle. Xiao Zhou, let's focus on our live streaming career, don't think about those other things. Dating? Even a dog wouldn't date. After some twists and turns, Zhou Peng finally started the live stream he'd been longing for. To be fair, if Zhou Peng had even a tenth of his talent for live streaming, he wouldn't have been so easily fooled by a bad woman. Lin Xiao watched for half an hour, increasingly convinced that his decision to have Zhou Peng stand in for him during the live stream was absolutely right. Zhou Peng shouldn't have taken the wrong path of focusing on his studies. If he had started live streaming and selling products earlier, he'd probably be driving a Cullinan by now. For the past half hour, thanks to Zhou Peng's unparalleled ability to create entertaining content and his witty banter with his viewers, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed from an initial 800 plus to over 20,000. It also surged to the top of the local live stream charts. During Zhou Peng's live stream, he effortlessly employed various professional techniques, playing with jokes when appropriate, being playful when necessary, and being incredibly serious when needed. His purely immersive live stream was so captivating that viewers couldn't stop watching. His sincere demeanor while explaining each dish left Lin Xiao momentarily mesmerized. It's no exaggeration to say that Zhou Peng's ability to evoke emotion during live streams would absolutely crush that eyebrow pencil guy if he were to sell products. Followers in the live stream, come and eat here once. Compared to our dishes, Michelin-starred restaurants are nothing but a mayfly in the sky. But if you're a big shot in the live stream and want to come, you'd better hurry. Because if you come late, it'll definitely be no seats. Zhou Peng was still enthusiastically making jokes when suddenly, a level 59 comment caught his attention. Oh, really? My son's been sick of Michelin-starred restaurants lately. I checked your seat. Wait half an hour, I'll bring him over for a change. Zhou Peng was stunned. Level 59 on Douyin, TikTok, that's a level that requires at least 20 million in spending. If someone said they were sick of Michelin-starred restaurants, it probably wasn't an exaggeration. Thinking of this, he quietly muted his microphone in the live stream and said to Lin Xiao with some worry, Brother Lin, did I overdo it? I'm still streaming. What if it doesn't suit people's tastes and they bombard me with negative comments? Should we lay out our positions for now? Chapter 19 Michelin-starred restaurants are not as good as roadside spicy hot pot? I should avoid his sharp edge? Lin Xiao smiled, her voice soft, yet possessing a strange, captivating power that drew unwavering conviction. Xiao Zhou, can you have a little more confidence in our dishes? Maintain the same momentum you had during the live stream. I don't care how effusive your praise is. I just need you to build brand awareness and attract new customers from the live stream. As for whether our restaurant's dishes can win over customers' palates, get them positive reviews, and encourage them to promote us. Lin Xiao paused, a surge of strong confidence rising within her. I think the answer is obvious. Linan, Hangzhou, Central Business District. Sitting in the back seat, Chen Qixuan watched his mother drive the car, clutching his forehead, his expression one of despair. Dear mother, could you please spare me this time? Don't take me to that damn Michelin-starred restaurant again. Chen Qiushuan poured out his grievances. The cheese was whipped into foam, and with the ketchup, you could taste 5 flavors in one bite: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. It was so awful I almost threw up. And that dry bread, hard as a city wall, that you had to dip it in olive oil. What's worse, that idiot chef who couldn't understand Chinese wouldn't give me the next dish until I finished it. And Chen Qiushuan rambled on, finally sighing. Except for that 50-yuan Coca-Cola, nothing here is even human food. Seeing his mother still driving, he leaned forward slightly, his eyes filled with a hint of hope. Dear Mom, can't I really be treated to a delicious bowl of spicy hot pot today? After listening to her son's long-winded explanation, He couldn't help but gently scold him. Is Michelin really that bad? Mom thinks it's delicious. Chen Qiushuan immediately nodded, saying indignantly, it's absolutely awful. Dear Mom, I've told you before, our tastes are completely different. You always say that the spicy hot pot from roadside stalls is junk food, but I've been eating it for so many years. Whether it's junk food or not, do you think I don't know? He shook her head and sighed deeply. Her silly son was hopeless. Their meal at Michelin was equivalent to a college graduate's monthly salary. However, her son kept craving the 20-yuan spicy hot pot he'd only eaten twice at the roadside stall. Frozen chicken, cheap meatballs, a noisy environment. Just thinking about it made he feel nauseous. Wouldn't Michelin-starred restaurants be better? Not only are they delicious, but they're also clean and hygienic. She didn't understand why her son always complained about them. This problem had troubled her for a long time, and she only recently came to a conclusion. She needed to let her son experience the harsh realities of society. She wanted her son to know that the vegetables sold at roadside stalls and small restaurants were of high quality. What utter garbage! She must nip this ungrateful behavior in the bud. Therefore, he specifically searched online and found one. This sounds like an extremely unreliable and shady restaurant. Exaggerated livestream content, an exaggerated variety of dishes, an exaggerated way of speaking. A 5-yuan all-you-can-eat buffet, yet the menu is packed with hearty dishes. Shrimp, pork, beef, and even steak and drinks. The food photos actually look pretty appetizing. Please, she's just rich, not stupid. Unless global prices drop 100 times, how could she possibly afford this for 5 yuan? What's even more outrageous is that the guy streaming the livestream even made boastful claims. To say that Michelin-starred restaurants are like a mayfly compared to the vast sky compared to their food. This completely touched Ying's sore spot. She was all about authenticity. She decisively posted a comment and prepared to go offline to expose the fraud. A win-win situation. She could teach this unscrupulous business that disrespected Michelin a lesson, and also let her son see what kind of garbage food these roadside restaurants really tasted like. She wanted him to know that his mother's choice was absolutely correct. Thinking this, she couldn't help but give herself a big thumbs up for her cleverness. Chen Qiushuan had no idea that his mother was having so much internal drama. At this moment, he was already thinking about what kind of uncomfortable expression he should make when eating at Michelin to prevent his mother from taking him there again. However, his mother's voice suddenly rang out, saying something he hadn't expected. Okay, Xiao Xian, since you really don't want Michelin, let's try something different today. Perfect timing. I just found a really nice restaurant on Douyin, shall we go eat there now? Chen Qiushuan was taken aback at first, then his face lit up. Really? We really don't have to eat Michelin today? Great. Let's go now, love you, Mom. Chen Qiushuan didn't care what his mother wanted to take him to eat today. As long as it wasn't Michelin, he was fine with it. However, just to be on the safe side, he hesitated for a moment and said, Mom, can you tell me what kind of food we're having today? A buffet, but I guess it'll be stir-fries? Ying had never eaten at a roadside stir-fry restaurant before, but she was worried that her son wouldn't want to go, and then her plan would fall through. So she quickly added, don't worry, I heard it's top-notch. It'll definitely be delicious. Hearing this, Chen Qiushuan nodded obediently and sat in the back seat. Seeing her son's expectant look in the rearview mirror, Ying smiled too. Son, don't blame your mother. To make your future diet healthier, you'll just have to suffer a bit for your stomach today. And that 5 yuan all-you-can-eat thing, please don't disappoint me. It has to be so bad that my son will completely despair of these roadside stalls. Hey buddy, I was just about to say something. Are you eating here alone? A customer said to Zhou Peng, and seeing he didn't react, he could only call Lin Xiao over. You're the owner, right? Your kid's live streaming is fine, but shouldn't you keep your voice down? We're having a chat here, and we can't even hear what the others are saying. Lin Xiao glanced at Zhou Peng, completely absorbed in his live stream and oblivious to the world around him, and could only smile apologetically at the departing customer, saying, sorry, brother, I'll ask him to keep his voice down. How about I give you a 40% discount? Hey, isn't that ridiculous? You've already called us brother, what more can we say? We'll just speak louder, that's all. The customer laughed heartily. But your food is truly amazing. I've been in Hangzhou for so many years, and this is the first time I've tasted anything this delicious. Next time you come to Fruljord, I'll treat you to our signature dishes. Hey, brother, you're so kind. After this warm exchange, Lin Xiao went out to see the customer off, and just as he was about to open the door to go back, a white Rolls-Royce Phantom driving in his direction immediately caught his attention. Chapter 21st Taste of Salt and Pepper Shrimp, Chen Kixuan's Adoration. Seeing the white Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Xiao, standing at the door, narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this was Hangzhou, it wasn't exactly the city center. He had seen plenty of sports cars like Porsches and Ferraris, but Rolls-Royces were rare, and it was obvious this car was coming for his shop. Clearly, this was the guy/girl from the Level 59 group who had mentioned bringing her son to check out the shop during the Douyin livestream earlier. As the sound of high heels grew louder as they approached, Lin Xiao's gaze followed. A sleek figure in black, wearing sunglasses, walked towards him. She looked extremely young, in her early 30s, with a strong presence, a typical powerful career woman. Beside her was a boy, about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a white t-shirt and black pants, with a buzz cut. Are you a college student working part-time at this shop? He seeing naturally noticed Lin Xiao standing at the door and quickly spoke. Lin Xiao shook his head. I'm the owner of this shop. He seeing paused slightly, clearly finding Lin Xiao's youthful appearance somewhat hard to believe. But she didn't say much, nodded, and walked into the shop. The shop was quite large, and the dining environment was different from the small stalls and shops she usually encountered. It looked quite clean and hygienic. The comfortable, cool air from the air conditioner and the warm color scheme of the decor slightly eased He Siying's initial aversion. Before coming, she had prepared herself to eat in a sweaty, dirty, and chaotic environment. However, after feeling relieved, He Siying began to worry again. This 5-yuan buffet, while not comparable to a Michelin-starred restaurant, was no less than some star-rated hotels. It was unlikely that her son would be dissatisfied with the environment. But soon, He Siying reassured herself. Although the environment was nice, the most important thing for a restaurant was the taste of the food. Could such a young owner understand what kind of food customers preferred? Add to that the low cost, it's no wonder this place is so delicious. Ding, 10 yuan received via Duct WeChat. After paying, He Siying took Chen Kixuan to get their plates. Lin Xiao returned to Zhou Peng, who was focused on his livestream. Zhou Peng had a steak on his plate and was explaining it to his more than 10,000 viewers in the livestream. How do you eat steak in Hangzhou? Today, the host will give you a step-by-step tutorial. Do you see the black pepper bits on this steak? If this black pepper bit is stuck between your teeth, don't use a toothpick to pick it out. Absolutely not. Because if you get hungry at night, you can slowly lick it out from between your teeth. Then bite into it, and it'll be fragrant. It will also bring back the taste of this steak from this afternoon. Zhou Peng's heartfelt words and his genuinely smug expression left Lin Xiao stunned. This is so lifelike. It's hard to imagine what kind of upbringing allowed Zhou Peng to develop such a unique understanding of food. Zhou Peng's voice was loud enough for He Siying and her son, who had just received their plates, to hear clearly. He Siying rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Where did this genius come from? What nonsense is he spouting? However, Chen Kixuan's reaction was the complete opposite of his mother's. His eyes practically lit up. A master. This is definitely a master. Before hearing this, he'd been eating haphazardly. He never expected that this small shop could have such a culinary expert. And this was clearly just an ordinary employee. If an ordinary employee can have such insights, what about the chef? No wonder his mother insisted on bringing him to this shop. He was already looking forward to what delicious food he would be eating. He couldn't help but ask, "Dear Mom, does this restaurant have any signature dishes?" He Siying thought for a moment, then decided to give her son a real treat, something so delicious it would make him question his existence. So he'd obediently come with her to Michelin-starred restaurants from now on, never again considering a roadside stall. So she immediately said, "This restaurant doesn't have any signature dishes, or rather, every dish is a signature dish. You can order a little of everything." After saying this, she was already mentally picturing the scene that was about to unfold. Her son, beaming with excitement, picked up the first dish and put it in his mouth, only to find it incredibly awful. The second dish was even worse, and it got worse and worse with each bite. Finally, he wore a look of despair, vowing to obey her and only eat at Michelin-starred restaurants from now on, never coming to places like this again. Wow, just thinking about it is awesome. Chen Kixuan, however, was completely unaware of his mother's little scheme. Hearing his mother's words, his eyes shone even brighter, and he immediately prepared to open the insulated container labeled salt and pepper shrimp. Normally, when he eats at Michelin restaurants, his only favorite dish is shrimp. However, Michelin-style shrimp dishes usually only serve one crayfish. The portion is ridiculously small, gone before you've even had a chance to enjoy it. And they even coat the shrimp meat in a strange green sauce that completely masks its natural flavor, a completely unnecessary embellishment. This made Chen Qiuan both love and hate this dish. However, the moment he opened the insulated container and the steam dissipated, a mountain of split-backed prawns dazzled his eyes. Each one was plump, the shell crispy, and the salt and pepper granules clung tightly to the surface. At that moment, Chen Qiuan's mind was filled with three words: it's Chinese New Year. The enticing aroma of shrimp further stimulated his taste buds. He couldn't help but take a deep breath of the fragrance, and swallowed hard after the aroma had fully penetrated his lungs. Could it be that, after eating so many bland Michelin-starred meals for so many years, this time he'd finally gotten his minimum guarantee? It smelled so good. Just the aroma alone was enough to make it delicious. He couldn't help but look at his mother beside him, forgetting the rule against being loud in a restaurant, and excitedly exclaimed, "Dear Mom, you're absolutely amazing. How did you find such a restaurant?" "Mom, don't worry, you always complain that I don't eat enough, right? Today I'm going to eat 3 bowls of rice." He seeing ignored her son, who was jumping around as if about to reveal his true colors. She stared at the salt and pepper shrimp in front of her, its appearance, color, and quality all top-notch, her mind filled with questions. "Brother, 5 yuan for this kind of shrimp? Are you trying to kill me? Was she really that unlucky?" She usually spent half a day painstakingly searching for Michelin-starred restaurants, but her son was never satisfied. Yet today, she specifically chose a place that looked obviously unreliable. And judging by this, had she really found a hidden gem of a restaurant in some back alley? Now she could only pray that the shrimp in front of her were just for show, merely pretty on the outside, but actually dead shrimp with rotten meat and a terrible taste. Otherwise, her son would probably never go to a Michelin-starred restaurant with her again. However, the next second, her son Chen Qiuan's exclamation rang in her ears. "My goodness, this is simply divine. Mom, you have to try some. This shrimp is 100 times better than anything at a Michelin-starred restaurant." Chapter 21. He seeing keeps getting slapped in the face. Hearing her son's voice, he seeing instinctively looked to her side. She saw her son holding a plate, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. Her gaze shifted downwards, and she saw 2 cleanly sucked shrimp shells lying forlornly on them. A nameless anger surged within her, and she instinctively raised her eyebrows. "Chen Qiuan, how have I taught you? Have you forgotten your table manners again? How can you stand and eat with your plate? Couldn't you wait until we sit down before you start eating? And why are you peeling it with your hands? It's so unhygienic, so unrefined." Before she could finish, a clean, glistening piece of shrimp meat was presented to her by her son. Upon closer inspection, she could see the incredibly tempting amber sheen of the shrimp meat from grilling and the finely crushed salt and pepper. "Mom, try a bite first. If you don't like it, then you can scold me. I promise I won't talk back." He seeing's brows furrowed even more. Instinctively, she was about to slap away her son's outstretched hand and give him a good talking to about table manners and etiquette. However, the rich aroma of shrimp wafting towards her nose made her momentarily stunned, and her lips involuntarily parted slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Qiuan swiftly shoved a piece of shrimp into his mother's mouth. "Chen, Xian, you're getting more and more ill-mannered. I have to, He seeing suddenly stopped her scolding and began to chew. The shrimp was crispy on the palate, and with a gentle press between her teeth, a bouncy, plump texture followed. It was completely different from the mushy texture of dead shrimp that he seeing had imagined. The salty and savory flavor of the salt and pepper granules blended perfectly with the natural freshness of the shrimp. With each chew, the aroma and flavor exploded on the taste buds, layer upon layer, making it irresistible. Even after the shrimp was completely swallowed, he seeing still felt a little unsatisfied, and unconsciously licked her lips. "Mom, how was it? Wasn't it incredibly delicious? Isn't it 100 times better than that cucumber-wrapped prawns at the Michelin restaurant?" Hearing her son criticize Michelin again, he seeing immediately wanted to retort, but her mouth opened, and the words of rebuttal wouldn't come out. What her son said actually seemed to be true. Of course, to maintain her authority as a mother in front of her son, she still had to be defiant, though her voice was much softer. "Yes, it's quite delicious, but it's definitely not 100 times better. Putting aside the seasonings, sauces, and cooking methods, the texture of crayfish is still better than this." Chen Qiuan had completely become a die-hard fan of this salt and pepper shrimp, refusing to listen to any criticism. Hearing his mother's words, he immediately retorted, "Who said that? I think this shrimp tastes better. Besides, the quality of the shrimp is completely different, Mom. How can you compare them like that?" You're comparing Australian crayfish that sell for hundreds or thousands of dollars each to these ordinary shrimp that cost only a few dollars each. Isn't that bullying the honest shrimp? I believe that if this restaurant chef cooked the crayfish, it would taste a million times better than anything Michelin starred. Chen Qiquan's words came out like a barrage of bullets, leaving He Xiying speechless. Finally, her face flushed red, and she could only manage to stammer. You brat, you've learned to talk back to your mother now, haven't you? Although He Xiying was stubborn, she was surprisingly fast at picking up crayfish meat with tongs than Chen Qiquan. She even said while picking up crayfish, Xiaoxian, quickly peel 2 more crayfish and feed them to Mom. Chen Qiquan. Mom, where are your rules? Where are your manners? So you're only restricting me, huh? Of course, he was only complaining in his mind. Their mother-son relationship was still very good, so he naturally obeyed. Just as Chen Qiquan stretched his shoulders, he suddenly noticed a small sign above his head and immediately said, Mom, look, there's a friendly reminder sign. He Xiying's eyes followed her son's finger. There was indeed a prominent sign there. She subconsciously read it aloud. Friendly reminder 1, this is a buffet. Please take only what you need and avoid excessive waste. Violators will be fined 50 yuan. Friendly reminder 2, please do not put food that has already been placed on your plate back into the insulated container. Violators will also be fined 50 yuan. He Xiying nodded. Friendly reminder 1 was fine, almost every buffet restaurant has it. But friendly reminder 2 made her like the restaurant even more. One of the main reasons she didn't like buffets was that people always put food back on their plates. Clean plates are fine, but the real problem is when a customer uses a plate that's already been used to pick up food, leaving the returned food with scraps. She'd experienced this once at a high-end buffet restaurant. Even though it only happened once, it was enough to leave a lasting negative impression. Therefore, Lin Xiao's decision to specifically post a warning about this was commendable. Of course, those 2 sentences on the sign didn't seem to be the most crucial. Following down from those sentences, she found another. Manager's friendly suggestion, please don't take too much of any single dish at once. To avoid regretting not being able to try other delicious dishes after you've filled your stomach. Note, this is just a suggestion, the choice is yours. Upon seeing this, He Xiying was initially taken aback, then amused, her initial goodwill waning somewhat. She glanced at Lin Xiao, who was fiddling with the live stream with Zhou Peng in the distance, and shook her head. This manager isn't very old, but his tone is incredibly arrogant. Does he mean that every dish in the restaurant is on par with this shrimp? I'd like to know, how can you make me regret it? As a female CEO of a listed company who frequents Michelin-starred and 5-star hotels both domestically and internationally, her palate was incredibly discerning. This salt and pepper shrimp was already an unexpected surprise, so she naturally didn't believe the other dishes in the restaurant could maintain this standard. Chen Qiquan also saw the notice board, but his thoughts were completely opposite to his mother's. He glanced at the notice board, then at the mountain of at least 20 large shrimp piled on his mother's plate, and immediately spoke anxiously. Oh no, oh no, oh no, Mom. You've taken so many shrimp. You won't be able to eat anything else later. Anyway, our plates are clean and new. Why don't you go ask the manager to let you put the shrimp back? He Xiying looked at her son in disbelief. Her eyes seemed to say, how can you say such cold things at your age? Chen Qiquan ignored his mother's gaze. He was now a die-hard fan of Xiaolin 5-yuan buffet restaurant. Since the manager said not to take too much at once, or you'd regret it, there must be a reason. He and his customers just needed to follow his advice. So he said anxiously, after all, we didn't see the sign at first. Explain it to the manager properly, I'm sure he'll agree to let you put the shrimp back. He Xiying, are you serious? Yeah, if you take so many shrimp, you definitely won't be able to eat anything else later. He Xiying was almost amused by her son's antics. Then I won't eat it. I don't believe this restaurant is full of hidden culinary gems. I'm telling you, even if I starve to death today, I absolutely won't eat a single bite of anything except the salt and pepper shrimp. Chen Qiquan stared blankly at his mother's bold statement. After a long while, he sighed, shook his head helplessly, and said, fine, at least it's just the 2 of us who heard. I'll get more food. If you want some later, Mom, you can take it from my plate. Knowing his mother was a proud person, he added, don't worry, Mom, I won't laugh at you. He Xiying. She really didn't believe this restaurant could really make her slap herself in the face again and again. Chapter 22 News of Uncle Wang, the first side quest appears. Unconvinced, He Xiying led Chen Qiquan to the next dish, pan-fried steak. Undoubtedly, this was a dish most 13 or 14-year-olds would enjoy. However, upon seeing the name of the dish, Chen Qiquan's initially enthusiastic face immediately fell, and his brows furrowed instantly. He Xiying, on the other hand, immediately laughed upon seeing the dish. Oh, so this is what this restaurant calls other dishes? Then son, you'd better eat more. Hearing his mother's teasing words, Chen Qiquan's expression became even more unpleasant. As a severe steak averser, how much did he hate it? To the point that just hearing the word steak made him physically uncomfortable. It wasn't due to any innate reason. It was simply because he had eaten steak at Michelin-starred restaurants a few times as a child, and the experience was extremely unpleasant. How to put it? The steaks there all tasted like something out of a novelty, but were actually so bizarre they were practically inedible. For example, steak cooked in cold brew coffee, steak seared with marshmallows. These were culinary disasters that even a cow would say, "I'm totally screwed." He'd been disappointed time and time again, so his attitude towards steak gradually turned into disgust. Chen Qiquan thought about it. He estimated he hadn't eaten any kind of steak in 5 or 6 years. After some internal struggle, ultimately, his fear of the strange-tasting steaks overcame his anticipation of the restaurant's food. Chen Qiquan resolutely turned to the next dish, but he gave this pan-fried steak a chance. If he tried all the other dishes later, and they all suited his taste, then he'd come back and try to overcome his inner demons. Give this world steak one last chance. Watching her son hesitate before finally leaving, He smiled and followed. She wasn't surprised at all by his choice. After all, even the steaks at so many Michelin-starred restaurants couldn't satisfy him, let alone this roadside stall that only had a unique approach to shrimp. That's right, although she hadn't tried any other dishes, she had already made her judgment about this restaurant. In her opinion, having one signature dish was enough for a small restaurant to survive. As for anything else, please, with that kind of talent, why not expand and become stronger? Instead, why be content to quietly develop in this small place? As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. If your food is delicious and you have the skill, you'll naturally have no shortage of customers. However, she'd been inside for so long and hadn't seen a single customer. The moment this thought crossed her mind, it was as if fate was slapping her in the face. Several rough, hearty voices suddenly rang out from the doorway. "Boss Lin, we've come to congratulate you on the opening of your new store." 3 men dressed like migrant workers stood outside, their appearance ordinary and unremarkable. However, He was surprised to see Lin Xiao actually take the initiative to quickly greet them and chat enthusiastically with the 3 workers. She couldn't hear what they were talking about, and she didn't care to listen, but it was clear that Lin Xiao's attitude towards these people was completely different from his attitude towards her. Since she entered the restaurant and paid, Lin Xiao hadn't said a single unnecessary word to her and her son. This surprised her somewhat. As a restaurant owner, why wouldn't he fawn over customers driving Rolls-Royces, but instead prefer to mingle with these working-class people? This young boss, Lin, was indeed an oddball. Surprised emotion points from plus 357. As Lin Xiao led Uncle Su and the other 2 inside, listening to the notification sound in his mind again, he was in a very good mood. In less than 10 minutes since and her son entered, Lin Xiao had already gained over 5,000 emotion points from them. Adding the emotion points contributed by Shen Shiwei, in less than an hour since the new restaurant opened, he had already gained over 10,000 emotion points. At this rate, his emotion point gains for today would probably easily surpass 50,000. Then, his basic emotional value wheel would successfully advance to the intermediate level. All good news. Clearly, compared to the meager income of 15 yuan, this was truly a grand opening. Young Master Lin is so successful. Look at this grand restaurant, so impressive. Who says otherwise? If my kid were as successful as young Master Lin, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Uncle Su, you're making me blush. Lin Xiao smiled, then asked, "Oh, by the way, Uncle Su, I was wondering at the door earlier, why are only the 3 of you here today? Where's my Uncle Wang?" Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Jinbei and the other 2 visibly froze. They looked at each other, and for a moment, no one spoke. Under Lin Xiao's increasingly puzzled gaze, Su Jinbei finally sighed and slowly said, "Xiao Lin, you've known old Wang the longest. You should know what kind of person he is. We've all watched your business grow bigger and bigger. We're all genuinely happy for you. If there weren't some special reason, old Wang definitely wouldn't have been absent." Lin Xiao seemed to have thought of something, her eyes becoming somewhat serious. She nodded and said, "I understand, Uncle. Is Uncle Wang facing some difficulties? I have some ability now. Tell me, and I'll see if I can help." After speaking, Lin Xiao fell into a daze of memories. Among these workers, Uncle Wang was the first one she met. Over a year ago, she had just left the orphanage and had little social experience. During those difficult days of constantly hitting walls, Uncle Wang truly helped her a lot. When Lin Xiao first opened her restaurant, she hadn't calculated the costs properly and was sweating profusely at the shop entrance over a measly 300 yuan utility bill. It was Uncle Wang who proactively covered it for her. During the first month of her restaurant business, she had few customers, and it was Uncle Wang who promoted her business daily in his co-workers' group chat, attracting wave after wave of colleagues to patronize her shop. Just as Lin Xiao's memories were drifting, Uncle Su's next words instantly pulled her back to reality. Old Wang, Su Jinbei was clearly still finding it difficult to speak. He sighed heavily, then gritted his teeth and said, "He fucking hid it from all of us, he went to sell his blood." Lin Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could ask why, suddenly, an electronic voice rang in his mind. Ding! Side quest triggered. Side quest: a drop of water in need is a spring of gratitude. Chapter 23: Side quest in Chen Qixuan's large amount of emotional value. Ding! Side quest triggered. Side quest: a drop of kindness deserves a spring in return. Quest details: help Wang Qian resolve his predicament. Quest rewards: random cash reward of 100,000 to 1 million, random emotion points reward of 10,000 to 50,000, random seafood dish * 100 servings. This was the first side quest issued by the system, but Lin Xiao had no time to pay attention to it, still listening intently to Uncle Su recount the whole story. 2 minutes later. Damn it, fate is so unfair to good people like us. After hearing Su Jinbei's last sentence, Lin Xiao finally understood what had happened to Uncle Wang. Just 2 days ago, over the weekend, Uncle Wang's granddaughter, a primary school student, was diagnosed with an extremely rare congenital heart disease. The only treatment she could receive was a transplant. However, even after mortgaging their house back home, they still had a shortfall of 300,000 yuan for the treatment. Uncle Wang, in desperation, resorted to selling his blood. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and her health wasn't seriously affected. Lin Xiao listened silently, feeling that Uncle Wang's story perfectly illustrated the saying, "Misfortune always finds its weakest point." However, Lin Xiao felt much relieved. As long as everyone was alright, things that could be solved with money weren't a big deal to him. He had just completed the second main quest and received a reward of 500,000 yuan in cash that he hadn't spent yet. Even if the system hadn't given him this side quest, once he knew about this, he would definitely not ignore it. During the most difficult period of his small restaurant's opening, Uncle Wang gave him 300 yuan to tide him over. Without a doubt, that 300 yuan from his most difficult time was far more valuable to Lin Xiao than 300,000 yuan now. "Don't worry, Uncle Su, leave this to me. You guys go in and eat first, I'll talk to Uncle Wang later." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Jinbei was also taken aback, and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Xiao Lin, we didn't mean it that way. We, including Lao Wang, all know that you just opened a new shop, Xiao Lin, and you definitely don't have any spare money." Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. He had guessed that, given the nature of Uncle Wang and his ilk, they obviously wouldn't accept his money. Fortunately, he had already prepared his explanation. "Don't worry, Uncle Su, I'm rich now. It's money I made from Douyin live streams. Look, I've even hired people to do live streams now. This stuff is lucrative. Besides, this money wasn't given to Uncle Wang for free, it was borrowed." Su Jinbei and the others looked in the direction Lin Xiao was pointing, and saw Zhou Peng frantically fiddling with live streaming gestures on his phone. Then they nodded with delight, believing Lin Xiao's words, and praised him one after another. "Yeah, I heard live streaming is lucrative. Then we'll thank Boss Lin on behalf of Old Wang and the others. Boss Lin not only cooks delicious food, but his character is absolutely flawless. Thanks to Boss Lin, Old Wang can finally get a good night's sleep." Everyone chimed in, practically praising Lin Xiao to the skies. Lin Xiao finally stopped them in time, and the group went into the hall to get their food. Lin Xiao returned to his seat, sipping his mango pomelo sago, pondering how to broach the subject with Uncle Wang. Just as he was thinking, the familiar electronic voice sounded. Shock value from Chen Qixuan, plus 699. Joy value from Chen Qixuan, plus 888. Satisfaction value from Chen Qixuan, plus 999. Hearing the continuous stream of large emotional value notifications, Lin Xiao was quite surprised. What had Chen Qixuan eaten? How could it cause such a large emotional fluctuation in this young master from Hangzhou? It was as if he had never eaten anything good before. 10 minutes ago, seeing her son sit down in front of her with a huge plate, practically containing everything except the steak, Xi Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes, saying with a hint of sourness, "You brat, I never saw you eat this much at Michelin. If you take so much, and then you can't finish it, don't blame your mother for being heartless and not helping you eat it. Let me make this clear first, I'm only eating the shrimp on my side. I'm not going to eat a single bite of the meat or vegetables on your side." Hearing his mother's resolute words, Chen Qixuan simply nodded indifferently. Actually, he'd always had a big appetite. After all, he was at the age where he was growing, but he often suffered at Michelin because the dishes there were mostly exotic, which couldn't satisfy his appetite and limited his appetite. Only a few times when he ate street food like spicy hot pot or Mackay could he eat heartily and devour 3 bowls of rice. Although he took a variety of dishes, he didn't take too much of any one type. This was a result of his careful selection and calculation of his stomach capacity. He even had room for some after finishing this plate. After all, he had already made a promise. If all the dishes satisfied him, he would take that final step and give the steak one last chance. After making his bold statement, He Seeing said nothing more. Smelling the aroma of salt and pepper and the fresh shrimp wafting from the plate, she decisively began to eat. 1, 2, 3, a dozen or so pieces were devoured. He Seeing nodded in satisfaction, but then noticed the almost untouched rice on the plate. She frowned again. She had discovered a small problem with the dish. The taste of the salt and pepper shrimp was, of course, undeniably delicious. She wouldn't have eaten so much if it weren't delicious, but the flavor was still a bit too monotonous, and salt and pepper shrimp isn't exactly a traditional dish to eat with rice. Eating only this one dish was a bit dry. She had almost finished the shrimp, but she had only eaten less than a fifth of the rice on her plate. Although she was worth millions, the idea that wasting rice was shameful was ingrained in her from childhood, and eating just a few shrimp wasn't filling enough. Not eating rice was obviously not an option. Therefore, she was somewhat troubled, her brows furrowed. She had just sworn to her son that she wouldn't eat anything other than prawns today. Was she going to have to break her promise again? Just as she was agonizing over this, she suddenly heard satisfied slurping sounds coming from across the table, which immediately made her even more irritated. She couldn't help but look up at her son. Chen Kixuan, you've forgotten your manners again. How many times have I told you, control yourself and don't make noise while eating? And can you clean the sauce off your mouth? It doesn't look good to others. Hearing his mother's words, Chen Kixuan finally stopped eating with gusto, wiping his mouth sheepishly, but his eyes were full of satisfaction. He Seeing finally saw what her son was eating. It was half a piece of dongpo pork that he had separated with his chopsticks. The sauce was rich and thick, its color glossy and tempting. It's hard to imagine what it would be like to eat. What a happy little girl she would be. He Seeing unconsciously swallowed, and her eyes finally hardened. Chen Kixuan, of course, didn't notice his mother's change in expression. He didn't even have time to reply. Delicious, absolutely delicious. The chef at this restaurant is simply a culinary genius. He found it hard to describe how delicious the food was. If his normal appetite is 2 bowls of rice, and his maximum is 4, he wouldn't want to eat another bowl of rice with Michelin-starred dishes, but he could happily devour 3 bowls of rice with a simple hot pot. And this restaurant, it's no exaggeration to say, he felt he could push his limits. 5 bowls of rice weren't enough. If he could, he would definitely have his mother spend a fortune to hire the chef from that restaurant to work at their home, so he could cook for him every day. But just as he finished his half-eaten piece of dongpo pork and was about to pick up the other half, his chopsticks were suddenly blocked by another pair of chopsticks. He could only watch helplessly as his other half of the dongpo pork was snatched away with lightning speed. He was instantly furious. Who dared to snatch food from his jaws? However, when he saw who owned those chopsticks, his anger immediately subsided. The next second, he spoke with a hint of resentment. Mom, your face looks a little swollen. Did you hit yourself? He Seeing was about to put the piece of dongpo pork in her mouth when, hearing this, she felt a little embarrassed, but still forced a tough stance. How can you talk to your mother like that? No manners. I just saw you took too much food and was afraid you wouldn't be able to finish it and would waste food. It's just to help my good son. Mom doesn't even like dongpo pork. Looking at her son's ambiguous smile, He Seeing felt her cheeks getting hotter and hotter. She quickly snorted, ending the awkward conversation. Humph, you really take my kindness for granted. After saying that, she quickly put the piece of dongpo pork in her mouth. She wanted to taste what magic this dongpo pork had, that made her son eat it so enthusiastically. It couldn't possibly be as delicious as salt and pepper shrimp, could it? Chapter 24 He Seeing, Michelin really got crushed. As everyone knows, rank matters, and the same principle applies to the food ratings given by Lin Xiao's system. The hierarchy is extremely strict. Although there's only a 0.5 point difference, a 6.5 point dongpo pork is definitely a level above a 6 point salt and pepper shrimp. Therefore, when this small piece of dongpo pork entered He Seeing's mouth, she subconsciously chewed it slightly, and immediately froze. Her mind went almost blank, only the wonderful aroma of the meat and sauce released by the chewed dongpo pork traveled through her taste buds to every layer of her cerebral cortex, lingering there, difficult to dissipate. At the same time, her right hand, as if beyond her control, swiftly scooped up a large clump of rice and stuffed it into her mouth. As the sweetness of the rice mingled with the aroma of the meat under the influence of saliva, her chewing speed increased rapidly from the initial gentle chewing, and finally, bite after bite, the half-piece of dongpo pork was gone, and the remaining 4/5 of the rice was completely devoured, not a single grain left. Hsiying's face unconsciously displayed the same satisfied expression as her son's. A few seconds later, she finally came to her senses, her expression freezing. What did I just do? I just ate this whole plate of rice with this half-piece of dongpo pork. For a truly excellent piece of dongpo pork, the highest form of etiquette is to be accompanied by a piece of meat and a bowl of rice. Undoubtedly, the piece of dongpo pork in front of her effortlessly achieved this. It was so good with rice. To be honest, before coming to this restaurant today, she didn't like dishes like dongpo pork. It's fatty, greasy, and requires a lot of skill from the chef in handling the pork. For her, the only advantage of dongpo pork was that it was good with rice. But if it's simply about being good with rice, what dish couldn't a Michelin-starred chef make? However, now her thinking was completely overturned. Compared to this piece of dongpo pork, the so-called rice-friendly dishes from Michelin suddenly seemed bland and tasteless. For a moment, Hsiying's emotions became complicated again. Even though she was a die-hard Michelin fan, after comparing them again and again, she had to admit that the Michelin brand, which she was once so proud of, was truly and utterly crushed by this small roadside restaurant. Watching her son devour his food, she sighed deeply. Thus, her original plan to bring him to this roadside restaurant to wean him off junk food and get him back to Michelin-starred dining was a complete failure. Not only had it failed, but judging from his expression, it was clear her son would never accompany her to Michelin-starred restaurants again. However, Hsiying looked up, glanced around the restaurant again, nodded, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Perhaps from now on, her usual dining place could change from Michelin-starred restaurants to this one? Chen Qiqi, of course, was unaware of his mother's change of heart. If he had known, he would have stood up with ecstatic joy and shouted, "Mom, you are the greatest mother in the world." At this moment, he'd already finished showing off the food he'd served, his face beaming with delight, a smile he couldn't suppress. Since entering this restaurant, his smile hadn't stopped. His stomach was already quite full, but, with a little effort, he could still eat another steak. That's right, since this restaurant hadn't disappointed him at all, but rather far exceeded his expectations of food, it was time for him to keep his promise and challenge his limits. Thinking this, Chen Qiqi immediately stood up, carrying his tray, and swiftly walked to the insulated container holding the pan-fried steak. His aversion to steak had reached the point where even hearing the name made him physically uncomfortable, let alone seeing it. Just looking at it would remind him of the 3 or 4 times he'd eaten different kinds of strangely flavored steaks, all with the same nauseating taste. Therefore, Chen Qiqi took a deep breath, looked straight ahead, and without even glancing at the steak in the insulated container, ate whichever piece he felt he could find. He opened the lid, picked up the steak, placed it on his plate, and closed the lid all in one swift motion. Having done all that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to his seat. "Son, were you serious?" Hsiying looked at the pan-fried steak on her son's plate, which looked quite appetizing, her face a mixture of emotions. Speaking of which, why would Chen Qiqi dislike steak so much? She really has to take the blame. Back then, her son, Chen Qiqi, was only in 2nd grade. She had already taken him to several Michelin-starred restaurants, thinking to herself, what child that age doesn't like steak? So she always ordered this dish, and specifically told her son to finish it. But every time, the foreign chefs served up some fancy creations. Well, that's the nice way of putting it. To put it bluntly, it was just awful culinary disaster. Seared marshmallow steak, steak soaked in cold brew coffee, steak marinated in honey. The result was predictable. Not only did her son vomit, but he also developed a psychological trauma. Once bitten, twice shy. Later, when her son was older, Hsiying tried several times to order him a normal-tasting black pepper steak at other restaurants, but each time, she was met with his fearful expression and firm refusal. Although her son later said he didn't care, Hsiying still couldn't let it go. Coming to her senses, looking at the exquisitely presented, top-quality, pan-seared steak in front of her son, Hsiying could only pray that this magical restaurant might rekindle her son's interest in steak. At this moment, Chen Qiqi had already closed his eyes, a habit he developed as a child when taking medicine. No matter how bitter the medicine, it seemed that closing his eyes would half disappear the bitterness. Out of sight, out of mind, that was probably the principle. Using chopsticks instead of a knife and fork was too cumbersome. He hesitated, picking up the steak, when suddenly, his nostrils twitched. A rich aroma of meat wafted into his nose. Chen Qiqi knew it was the smell of steak, and instinctively, he wanted to escape. As everyone knows, smell is the key to unlocking memories. The mere smell of a familiar scent would instantly trigger memories associated with it. The smell of the steaks he ate as a child was naturally deeply imprinted in Chen Qiqi's mind, clearly a painful and unpleasant memory. However, even with his head tilted back slightly, it was too late. The aroma of the pan-seared steak had already entered his nostrils. Before the smell even reached his brain, a flicker of resistance crossed Chen Qiquan's face, and he frowned. But the next second, as the smell entered his brain, his furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and at the same time, his tightly closed eyes opened. His gaze filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but glance down at the steak, without any physical discomfort, without any urge to vomit. In fact, looking at the steak before him, his saliva involuntarily welled up. Chen Qiquan took another deep sniff, inhaling the unique aroma, so different from the steaks he'd had as a child. An expression of incredible surprise finally appeared on his face. He didn't feel any resistance to this steak at all, only anticipation. Shock level from Chen Qiquan, plus 699. Chapter 25, The Right Way to Enjoy a Steak. So this is the right way to eat steak. This is so delicious. If I had eaten this when I was a kid, I can't imagine how happy my childhood would have been. Chen Qiquan practically wolfed it down, swallowing the entire steak in a few seconds. For him, it wasn't just steak he was eating, but also a remedy for a childhood regret. Delicious, so delicious he almost cried, recalling all the weird-tasting steaks and culinary disasters he'd eaten before, and then thinking about the incredibly flavorful pan-fried steak he'd just tasted. Perhaps this was what his teacher meant by, after hardship comes happiness. Chen Qiquan's nose tingled with emotion, and finally, tears, suppressed for so many years, finally streamed down his face. He wanted another piece. After all, opportunities to eat at roadside restaurants like this were rare. Following his mother's habits, perhaps the rest of the month would be spent at a Michelin-starred restaurant again. A smiling foreign chef held up a plate of food with a very strange color and taste. Speaking in a language I couldn't understand, it stood beside me watching me eat it all. Just thinking about that scene, Chen Qiquan shuddered and quickly stood up. If you don't eat until you can't walk anymore today, it's disrespectful to food. Son, where are you going? I'm going to get another piece of steak. Xiying frowned, looking at her son's noticeably larger belly and his distorted posture from eating too much. Don't go anymore, you've already eaten so much today. Seeing her son's eyes had dimmed considerably, Xiying said helplessly, if you like the steak at this restaurant, Mom will bring you here often from now on. Chen Qiquan, who had been somewhat dejected upon hearing the first sentence, seemed to be injected with adrenaline, his eyes brightening again. At the same time, an expression of ecstatic joy suddenly appeared on his face. Really, Mom? Can I eat here every day this month? Xiying pretended to think, looking at her son's expectant eyes, and finally smiled, softly agreeing. As long as you don't get tired of it, I'll do whatever you want. Chen Qiquan could no longer contain his excitement and cheered. Long live Mom. Mr. Lin, I need to apologize first. Actually, I came to your restaurant with a skeptical attitude. Looking at Xiying standing in front of him with an apologetic expression, Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. However, after hearing her words, Lin Xiao smiled indifferently. It's alright, my restaurant welcomes all skeptical customers. Lin Xiao was indeed telling the truth. He had discovered a small pattern. The greater the initial skepticism of a customer towards the food, the more emotional points they receive after tasting it. Just like today, Xiying and her son actually gave him a full 10,000 emotional points. Seeing this, he could only think, are there any more skeptical customers? Give me a dozen. Seeing Lin Xiao's unexpectedly good temper, Xiying was also somewhat surprised, and her evaluation of him rose even higher. She nodded and said with admiration, the quality of your dishes, selling them for only 5 yuan, I really think it's a huge loss. Aside from the limited variety, the taste is absolutely superb. Selling them for 5,000 yuan per person wouldn't be unreasonable. Xiying brushed a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness, and stated her idea. If you're willing, I can invest 10 million to help you build brand awareness and allow Xiao Lin Buffet restaurant to enter the high-end food market, priced at 888 yuan per person. I believe that in a few years, not only will we break even, but we'll definitely grow into a major success. Don't worry, I'll only invest, you'll be fully responsible for the specific management. Lin Xiao saw sincerity in Xiying's eyes, but he still shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't have any plans to enter the high-end market for the time being, and the 5 yuan price is non-negotiable. Lin Xiao glanced at Uncle Su and the others, each of their plates contained only a few vegetarian dishes. Indeed, despite Lin Xiao's repeated attempts to persuade them, these honest workers remained unwilling to eat the better meat dishes. In their words, Boss Lin, you're willing to provide us with unlimited delicious vegetarian food so we can eat our fill, we're already extremely grateful. Not to mention Boss Lin even gave us a 40% discount. If we were to eat Boss Lin's expensive meat dishes, our conscience wouldn't allow it. Lin Xiao knew that even if he suddenly changed the price to the 888 yuan he seeing had mentioned, these kind workers wouldn't blame him, but that would contradict his original intentions. There's a saying that goes, a person's childhood experiences and developmental trajectory greatly influence their character. Although Lin Xiao was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage, his childhood wasn't miserable, on the contrary, it was a happy time. This shaped his positive, kind, and warm-hearted personality as an adult. Therefore, provided he could meet his own needs, he didn't want to change the prices, nor did he need to. His restaurant was meant to make sure everyone could afford to eat well, be full, and feel satisfied. Hearing Lin Xiao's decisive refusal, He Seeing didn't say anything more, only sighed inwardly. This young Mr. Lin was indeed a good person, but unfortunately, he lacked business acumen. The restaurant's final size would probably remain the same. However, everyone has their own ambitions, and she respected everyone's choice, only feeling a little regretful. Then I won't bother you any longer. My son must be getting impatient in the car. See you next time. Okay, you're welcome anytime. Lin Xiao saw He Seeing to the door, then returned to his seat and continued asking Uncle Wang about the situation. Just as he was focused on asking questions, Zhou Peng suddenly started yelling like a banshee. Holy crap, thanks to CEO Ying wants to sleep early for sending 1, 2, 3, holy crap, 100 carnivals. May my CEO Ying live forever. May she sleep early every day and never suffer from insomnia. Families in the live stream, let's give the boss awesome. Boss, 666. One carnival gift costs 3,000 RMB, 100 carnival gifts, that's a whopping 300,000 RMB. It's hard to imagine that a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant could receive a whopping 300,000 RMB in donations. For viewers who frequent Douyin, TikTok, this is simply unbelievable. Undoubtedly, the more than 10,000 viewers in the live stream were also stunned by this sudden large donation, and soon a barrage of comments flew by. The boss is confused. This is a charity live stream, please have the moderators ban those who are sending gifts. Streamer, there are too many people stirring up trouble in the live stream, so I just reported the entire live stream and banned them all. Did I do the right thing? Lin Xiao also saw these comments and was speechless for a moment. Why are the comments in his live stream different from others? Is this the result of Zhou Peng's penchant for creating drama? However, Lin Xiao didn't care as long as it brought in new customers. Amidst the numerous impersonation comments, Yingzong needs to go to bed early posted 4 more eye-catching messages totaling 4,000 yuan. Xiaolan 5-yuan buffet restaurant, personally certified by me, absolutely great value for money, incredibly high cost-performance ratio. 100 carnivals isn't the limit for this meal, but the limit for my current Douyin account balance. Especially their pan-fried steak, it was absolutely amazing. Hope everyone can support Xiaolan restaurant and let more people see this hidden gem. These eye-catching messages were displayed prominently in the live stream for 10 minutes, ensuring almost every viewer saw them immediately. Silence. Utter silence. All the viewers were processing this information. A few seconds later, question marks began to appear in the live chat. Did I hear that right? What did you just say, rich lady? What did you eat at the 5-yuan buffet? Pan-fried steak. Chapter 26. Ignore the 5-yuan buffet restaurant next door, it's no threat to us. The live stream had over 10,000 viewers, at least half of whom were longtime fans of Lin Xiao, having followed him since Tang Ji's restaurant review. Essentially 10, or 15, years of dedicated support. Having experienced the impressive dishes like stir-fried beef with green peppers, dongpo pork, and salt and pepper shrimp at this little Lin 5-yuan buffet restaurant, these longtime viewers thought their shock threshold was high enough, that they were worldly wise and wouldn't be surprised by Lin Xiao's new dishes. However, they underestimated Lin Xiao's extravagance. He even made pan-fried steak. Great, Manager Lin, you're really going for it, aren't you? Then what else is there to say? We'll just buy a plane ticket and fly to Hangzhou for a meal. In stark contrast to the excitement of the viewers in the live stream, Lin Xiao sat beside Zhou Peng, somewhat lost in thought. He stared at the non-stop carnival effects in the live stream, then at Uncle Wang's WeChat messages, one after another filled with tearful expressions of gratitude. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. For some, simply enjoying a satisfying meal would be enough to warrant a 300,000 yuan donation. For others, 300,000 yuan was enough to make them set aside all pride and risk everything. Lin Xiao shook his head vigorously, trying to stop thinking about it. When poor, one should cultivate one's own virtue. When rich, one should help others. Undoubtedly, he wasn't yet at the level to help others. The 300,000 yuan in gifts on Douyin, after splitting it 50/50 with the platform and paying taxes, would probably leave him with around 130,000 yuan. He Seeing had given him such a large donation, he couldn't just leave without a word of thanks. So he looked up and smiled at the live stream camera. Thank you, Sister Ying, for the 100 carnival gifts. To be honest, I didn't do anything, so I feel a little undeserving. How about this, Sister Ying, next time you come, let me know in advance, and when you get out of the Rolls-Royce, I'll hold a parasol for you. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the live stream chat erupted in laughter again. Little Lin, are you kidding me? President Ying gave so much, and you're not even going to hold an umbrella for her. Don't even mention holding an umbrella. Even if this rich lady took off her shoes, wore black stockings, and walked down onto my face, I wouldn't mind. Upstairs, you get to have all the good things, don't you? Rich lady, can you take a look at me? I'm a 19-year-old, not in age, guy who doesn't want to work hard anymore. Ignoring these playful comments, Lin Xiao quickly saw 2 more comments from He Xiying. Yes, it was still a striking comment worth 1,000 yuan, her generosity drawing exclamations of extravagance from many viewers. It's okay, the main thing is that the quality and taste of your dishes far surpass other restaurants. Paying only 5 yuan makes me feel guilty. If you really want to thank me, just don't take away today's steak. My son especially loves it. Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. Don't worry, there's plenty of steak. Honey, oh no, this is really bad. Outside room 303 at Linen First Hospital, Shui Haiying hadn't even arrived yet, but her loud voice reached Zhang Jianquan's ears first. Zhang Jiancheng, who was lying in his hospital bed scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, on his phone, frantically liking videos of young women twisting their waists, was startled when he heard his wife's voice. He quickly tried to appear calm and scrolled away from the video. Then he looked up and said rapidly, "What's wrong now? Did some bastard cause trouble at our shop?" Shui Haiying entered the room, sat down on the bed, drank some water to calm herself, and then shook her head, saying, "It has nothing to do with our shop. It's that 5-yuan buffet restaurant next door. Guess what I saw in front of their shop just now?" Hearing it had nothing to do with their shop, Zhang Jiancheng was slightly relieved, then rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm a child?" "Guess." Shui Haiying was clearly genuinely shocked and, disregarding her husband's attitude, her tone was full of worry. "Can you believe it? There's a white Rolls-Royce parked in front of the shop next door. I even checked the price online, it's at least 8 million. Young master." Zhang Jiancheng was so shocked by this number that he sat up in bed. "Tell me in detail, what exactly happened?" "Well, I didn't see when the Rolls-Royce arrived, but I saw the young owner of the restaurant next door see the woman in the Rolls-Royce off, and they were chatting and laughing. Judging from the woman's age, she's probably in her 40s, maybe the restaurant owner's sister or aunt." After listening patiently, Zhang Jianquan's initially panicked face suddenly calmed down, and he even smiled. Seeing her husband like this, Shui Haiying was furious. "What are you laughing at? The owner next door is obviously a rich kid. Do you think we can compete with him? And you're still laughing." Ignoring his wife's complaints, Zhang Jiancheng said smugly, "No wonder they say women have long hair but short brains. Let me ask you something. What's the most important thing for running a restaurant long term? Isn't it the taste of the food? Isn't it making the customers happy and satisfied? Running a restaurant has absolutely nothing to do with whether your manager is a rich kid. Besides, now that it's confirmed the owner next door is a rich kid, that's a good thing. Think about it, which rich kid doesn't spend their time chasing girls and racing cars? Who would put their heart into a restaurant? In my opinion, having his family drive luxury cars to show off is a sign of insecurity about his food. Trust your husband's judgment. In a few days, once his playboy phase wears off, the restaurant will go out of business." After listening to Zhang Jianquan's explanation, Shui Haiying thought it over carefully and smiled again. "You're so smart, honey. I just couldn't understand that." Zhang Jiancheng smugly smiled for a moment before saying, "Forget about the damn 5-yuan buffet next door. It's no threat to us. Let it fend for itself. Let's get down to business. I asked you to hire college graduates to cook at our restaurant. Have you found anyone? Tomorrow's the district inspector's surprise inspection. If we haven't found anyone, we'll have to close for a few days." Shui Haiying patted her chest. "Don't worry, we've already hired her, and she's a pretty young lady. With that striking face, she'll probably keep a lot of repeat customers. Her name is quite nice too, what's it? Shen Shaiwei." Chapter 27. Baby, have I told you that you're a really good cook? It was 7 p.m. Inside Xiao Lin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant. "Boss Lin, we'll be heading out now. We'll be back tomorrow." "Sure, you're welcome anytime. Be careful on your way home." Lin Xiao smiled and saw off the last group of customers. Zhou Peng had already returned to school, leaving him alone in the large restaurant. After cleaning up, Lin Xiao casually found a seat. With a thought, he opened the system panel to check his remaining emotional points. Current remaining emotional points, 43980. Cumulative emotional points acquired, 97980. Seeing this number, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. His initial pleasant mood, which had been anticipating closing time and going home, sank. He was just over 2,000 emotion points away from completing the 100,000 required points for Main Quest 3. The current situation was like fighting a boss in a game, only 2% of its health remaining to defeat it. Give up? Absolutely not. Cowardice would not be tolerated. Lin Xiao definitely didn't want to close the shop and go home on time. He'd rather wait a little longer. Just one more customer, and he was confident he could reach 100,000 emotion points today. Having made his decision, Lin Xiao simply opened the system's basic emotion point wheel. Business had been pretty good these past few days, and Zhou Peng's live stream today had brought him quite a few customers. As a result, several popular dishes were already sold out. Delicious dangpo pork, luxurious ham and shrimp fried rice, and tender and spicy boiled pork slices. These dishes, for which he had only drawn 100 and 200 portions respectively, were all sold out by this afternoon. Besides the already limited stock of these dishes, what surprised Lin Xiao most was that the 100 servings of pan-fried steak he had just bought from the discount store were also sold out. He had underestimated the value of steak at a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant. These days, many people have one of two attitudes towards food. Either it's too expensive, so I have to try it, or it's incredibly cheap, so even a simple meal like skewers is praised for its laxative effect. Authentic steak for 5 yuan holds a place in the hearts of diners no less important than a large bottle of iced tea. Everyone was scrambling to get it. Lin Xiao mentally calculated. Dangpo pork was Grandpa Su's favorite, so he had to get it for him. He had promised he seeing there would be pan-fried steak, so that couldn't be missing either. The other dishes didn't matter, drawing new ones would be good for giving customers a change of pace. After careful consideration, Lin Xiao decided to try his luck with 30 draws. That way, even if he didn't win the dangpo pork and pan-fried steak, he could still buy them directly from the emotional points shop. Lin Xiao opened the emotional points wheel and began drawing prizes with practiced ease. After 30 consecutive draws, he won 14 thank you for your patronage prizes, 5 cash prizes totaling 62,000 yuan, and 11 dishes. Luckily, Lin Xiao actually won the dangpo pork and pan-fried steak he had been longing for. And, the system finally showed some mercy this time. There were 500 servings of each of these two dishes. Of these 11 dishes, 3 were new items. 3 treasures of the earth, sweet and sour pork, and dried tofu with green peppers. Looking at these 3 hearty dishes with strong regional characteristics, Lin Xiao felt her restaurant suddenly became more down-to-earth, which was great. Just as Lin Xiao was about to order 10 more, the door finally opened. Lin Xiao looked up and saw a young couple who looked to be in their early 20s. However, judging from their expressions, it seemed they were arguing. Baby, listen to me, cough cough, actually I didn't mean it that way. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Zhou Qi turned her head to the other side, pouting, and vigorously shook her shoulders, shaking her boyfriend Chen Chen's hand off her. She was genuinely angry. She was a junior in college, while her boyfriend Chen Chen was a senior graduating from university. They shared a rented apartment off campus. She was happy to stay home today since she had no classes. Thinking that eating takeout or eating out every day wasn't appropriate, she surprisingly cooked for her boyfriend, preparing several dishes and opening a small bottle of red wine. She even changed into her new outfit to wait for him to come home from his internship, planning to treat him to a nice meal. But when this jerk got home, he'd barely taken a couple of bites before his first words were, baby, did I tell you you're a great cook? Zhou Qi shyly replied, no. Chen Chen, then why did you cook? Zhou Qi, no Some people can just break someone's defenses with just 2 simple sentences. While teasing your girlfriend is fun, the result was, Chen Chen agreed to treat her to crayfish. However, today seemed to be a day of bad luck for Zhou Qi. Nothing went her way. When she went downstairs, she discovered that old Zhang's stir-fry restaurant, where she usually ate crayfish, was closed early. Zhou Qi grew increasingly angry and decided to give up entirely. Since she couldn't have the crayfish she craved, what she ate didn't matter to her anymore. So, the two of them stepped into the 5-yuan buffet restaurant next door. Upon seeing the restaurant's name, Zhou Qi and Chen Chen didn't have high expectations. After all, for 5 yuan, they couldn't expect much in terms of taste, they just wanted to fill their stomachs. However, when they stepped inside and saw that the large restaurant was completely empty except for one boy, they suddenly realized that their expectations for this restaurant might need to be lowered even further. Seeing his girlfriend's somewhat dejected expression, Chen Chen calculated his remaining salary from last month, hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer to Zhou Qi and whispered in her ear, "Baby, haven't you been wanting to try that newly opened grilled fish place on the commercial street? Why don't we go there today? This other place looks so unreliable." A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Qi's eyes, but after a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. "Forget it, I heard that grilled fish place costs 200 or 300 yuan. You're still doing your internship, and my tutoring job isn't stable. Let's save money where we can." Chen Chen was touched. "It's okay, we'll go if you want to eat." Jo Keek waved her hand and walked towards Lin Xiao. Oh, it's alright, we can go eat grilled fish in a few days for our 2-year anniversary. Hearing this, Chen Chen didn't insist anymore, but nodded firmly. Okay. When I make a lot of money in the future, we can eat grilled fish whenever we want, and crayfish whenever we want. We also want to try that Michelin-starred restaurant near my company. I heard our boss often goes there. MHM. At this moment, Jo Keek had already walked up to Lin Xiao and greeted him politely. Hello, are you the owner of this restaurant? Excuse me, may I ask what dishes you have on hand? Lin Xiao stood up and nodded, saying somewhat apologetically, yes, I am the owner. I'm so sorry, it's a bit late today, and some dishes may be sold out. The new dishes Lin Xiao had just drawn hadn't been served yet. To avoid disappointing the two people in front of him, he thought for a moment and said, how about I give you a 20% discount? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Jo Keek was conflicted again. In her mind, a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat buffet probably didn't have many dishes to begin with, and now some dishes were sold out. So obviously, what was left was probably not very tasty. Undoubtedly, the young manager's words were a blow to her already low expectations. Just as Jo Keek hesitated, Lin Xiao continued, well, now there's probably only about a dozen dishes left: stir-fried beef with green peppers, cumin ribs, salt and pepper shrimp, and stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Hearing Lin Xiao mention these dishes, Jo Keek's mouth dropped open, her big eyes filled with immense confusion. Chapter 28, 100,000 Emotional Points. Main Quest 3 completed. If it weren't for the young owner's serious demeanor, Jo Keek would almost have thought he was joking. This string of dishes, if you didn't know better, you'd think he was performing a tongue twister of reciting menus. Chen Chen had also walked over at this moment and had naturally heard what Lin Xiao said. He cautiously asked, boss, is this Little Lin 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant what I mean by 5-yuan for all-you-can-eat? It shouldn't be that your name is Little Lin 5-yuan, but the price isn't actually 5-yuan, right? His concerns weren't unfounded. He had previously seen a trending topic on Douyin, TikTok, about a brand of instant noodles that used the gimmick of more than half a bucket to sell its products, but it was discovered that the net content of the noodles hadn't changed at all, and upon further investigation, it turned out that more than half a bucket was actually the brand's trademark. Therefore, Chen Chen now strongly suspected that this store was using the same model. Otherwise, how could he explain those meat dishes that sounded completely unrelated to the phrase 5-yuan all-you-can-eat? 5-yuan probably wouldn't even cover the cost. What kind of nonsense is this? Lin Xiao was both amused and exasperated by Chen Chen's incredible imagination. See that QR code by the door? Pay 4 yuan each, and you can take whatever you want from the food area. Chen Chen walked over, somewhat skeptical. Ding, 8 yuan received via WeChat. After paying, Chen Chen led Jo Keek to the food area. Various insulated food containers with labels appeared before them. Salt and pepper shrimp, cumin ribs, exactly as the owner had described. Upon opening them, the aroma of meat that wafted out made them both gasp. Jo Keek's eyes lit up again. She never expected that instead of getting crayfish, she would find such a hidden gem of a restaurant. Smelling the enticing aroma, Jo Keek suddenly felt a sense of relief. All the unpleasantness of the day was worthwhile at this moment. However, Chen Chen's thoughts were completely different from hers. Seeing these hearty dishes, his first thought was, is this really something you'd expect from a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat buffet? The more Chen Chen thought about it, the stranger it seemed. A fan of horror novels, many terrifying scenarios flashed through his mind. He now seriously suspected that this was a shady restaurant that had drugged the food. Once they were drugged, they might be forced to sell their kidneys to northern Myanmar. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced back at Lin Xiao, and that glance made his heart skip a beat. Lin Xiao sat there, smiling at him. He wasn't alarmed by Chen Chen's gaze. In fact, he nodded, his face revealing undisguised anticipation. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Chen Chen could detect a hint of urgency in Lin Xiao's eyes. What was he expecting? What was he in such a hurry for? Something was wrong. 9 out of 10 things were wrong. Chen Chen's body stiffened. He immediately stopped Jo Keek from reaching for food, and said in a serious, low voice, honey, don't eat yet. I suspect there's something wrong with this restaurant. Ha! Seeing Jo Keek put down the tongs she was about to use to pick up food, Lin Xiao, who had been watching from a distance, grew anxious. He had just received 1,500 shock points from the couple, and only 700 more were needed to complete the third main quest and go home happily. Why were they still stuck like this? Was the shrimp not tempting enough, or the ribs not appealing enough? It was almost 7:30, and he was still thinking about going home to catch up on the latest episode of his favorite food show. Ugh, I told you to watch less horror movies. Look at this, isn't this just paranoia? After hearing her boyfriend's explanation, Jo Keek sighed helplessly. Her boyfriend's thought process was beyond what a normal human could conceive. It's only a little past 7, not the middle of the night. The streets are still packed. Besides, this street is so safe, don't worry unnecessarily. And this owner is so young, he doesn't look like a bad guy. If you're worried, I'll try a bite first. You don't have to eat yet, is that okay? Hearing this, Chen Chen immediately became anxious. How can I? I'm a man, how can I let you risk your life? I'll eat it, what if something happens to you? However, before he could finish speaking, Joe Keek had already picked up a piece of golden, crispy cumin rib, held the bone in her hand, brought it to her mouth, and took a small bite. Then, with a smile, Joe Keek chewed and said indistinctly, "Oh, it's okay, you're a good person in every way, just sometimes a bit fussy." Halfway through her complaint, suddenly, her smile froze on her face. Ouch. Seeing his girlfriend stop chewing and her eyes suddenly widen, Chen Chen immediately asked with concern, "Baby, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with these ribs? I'll call the police right now." His girlfriend, Joe Keek, was a little foodie, but Chen Chen had never seen her look like this while eating. When she ate something unpalatable, she would just stick out her tongue dramatically. When she ate something delicious, she would just nod with a smile, perhaps adding a couple of wows to express her praise. This look was unheard of for Chen Chen, which further solidified his suspicions. However, just as he was about to reach into his pocket for his phone, his arm was grabbed. "No, this rib is fine," Joe Keek said urgently. Then why are you making that face? Chen Chen was a little confused. Joe Keek quickly chewed, waiting until the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside rib became soft and melting your mouth in her mouth, releasing its full aroma, before reluctantly swallowing it. Then, filled with emotion, she exclaimed, "It's because this rib is just so delicious. Oh, how can I describe its taste to you?" Joe Keek racked her brains, searching through her pitifully small vocabulary. If she were still in junior or senior high school, she would have used phrases like lingering fragrance, a delicacy, and this is something that should only exist in heaven, rarely tasted on earth, to describe the deliciousness of this rib. However, she was a college student, a junior at that, and besides delicious and baba abba, she couldn't think of any other words to describe it. Oh my, I can't describe it. Just try one bite and you'll know. I've never eaten such delicious ribs in my life. With that, she held up the rib she'd only taken a small bite of and offered it to her boyfriend's lips. "Here, have a bite." Chen Chen instinctively wanted to raise his hand to refuse. He hadn't completely shaken off his suspicions about the restaurant. After all, even if the rib was delicious, it didn't prove it wasn't spiked. It was like a group of people going out drinking. Eventually, someone had to be the sober one. Since Coco had eaten the rib, he had to be that sober one. However, he suddenly remembered that last week, because he refused to eat the ice cream Coco had bitten, it took him 2 whole days to coax her back. Therefore, he hesitated, unsure how to refuse. Just as his left brain was battling with his right, and his buttocks were controlling his brain, a rich, meaty aroma mixed with cumin and chili wafted over, irresistibly whetting his appetite. Chen Chen had already eaten later than usual today, and his stomach had been rumbling in protest for some time. At this moment, he was almost powerless against the aroma. After struggling for less than half a second, the desire for delicious food ultimately triumphed over reason. He took a large, greedy bite from the mouth-watering rib. Hiss, how can it be so delicious? He chewed a couple of times, almost instinctively uttering those words. However, a few seconds later, he suddenly snapped back to reality, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It wasn't a false alarm, he suddenly realized. If this really was a rip-off, then he and Coco were doomed. But this fear only lasted a moment, immediately cured by the delicious food. Delicious, so delicious, it's unbelievably delicious. Even if this is our last meal, it doesn't seem like a waste. Chen Chen nodded with lingering satisfaction, his eyes gradually hardening. Eating one bite or eating countless bites is the same, since a precedent has been set, there's no need to worry too much. Chen Chen picked up another piece of rib, bit off the meat, and tossed the bone into the empty plate. While chewing, she mumbled to Joe Keek, "Come on, let's get more food. Let's eat our fill today." Joe Keek followed suit, picking up a rib and stuffing her mouth full before mumbling, "Okay." On the other side, Lin Xiao also stood up, a smile appearing on his face. Just now, the familiar system notification sounded. Host has successfully collected 100,000 emotion points. Main Quest 3 completed. Chapter 29, I've won a trial card for the Crayfish Luck King event. Shock value from Chen Chen, plus 567. Fear value from Chen Chen, plus 666. Satisfaction value from Chen Chen, plus 999. Looking at these 3 different emotion values, Lin Xiao felt something strange had gotten mixed in. It's just a meal, can anyone tell me how this fear value is generated? But these are minor details, and Lin Xiao decided to let it go if he couldn't figure it out. After all, as the saying goes, knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, don't go into the mountain you know is dangerous. I don't care where the fear value came from. Usable emotion values are good emotion values. Lin Xiao immediately checked the system rewards and the new main quest. New main quest unlocked for you. Main quest 5, accumulate 500,000 emotional points. Quest completion reward? As Lin Xiao expected, main quest 5 still required him to accumulate emotional points, but this time the amount was excessively high. Even with 20,000 to 30,000 emotional points per day, it would take almost half a month to complete. Now he could only hope that Zhou Peng's incredible live streaming ability would bring him more new customers. For a moment, Lin Xiao suddenly felt like he was trying to get new Pinduoduo users to participate in a discount promotion. Host successfully collected 100,000 emotional points. Main quest 3 completed. Reward 1, a top-of-the-line Maybach S680. Reward 2, I'm the Lobster Lucky King event trial card. Looking at the Maybach car keys that had suddenly appeared in his hand, Lin Xiao was overwhelmed with joy, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. He naturally knew the Maybach brand. It was Mercedes-Benz top-of-the-line luxury model. A Maybach S680 couldn't be had for less than 3 or 4 million yuan, let alone the top-of-the-line version. Its market value was conservatively estimated at around 5 million yuan. Lin Xiao was already very satisfied. He hadn't expected the system to immediately give him a Rolls-Royce or a Lamborghini Aventador, cars worth tens of millions. After all, one has to take things one step at a time, nothing is achieved overnight. The Maybach far exceeded Lin Xiao's expectations. At least starting tomorrow, he wouldn't have to take taxis to and from get off work anymore. After a brief moment of joy, Lin Xiao looked at reward 2 again, lingering for a while on the words I'm the crayfish luck king, pondering them carefully. His expression gradually became very serious. He didn't understand. 3 minutes later, Lin Xiao finally learned the details of reward 2 from the system. In short, Lin Xiao could start a 3-day crayfish feast. The system would provide 300 plates of crayfish each day, one of which would contain a 200-gram crayfish made of pure gold. One lucky person would win this grand prize each day. And when the 3-day event ended, Lin Xiao would also receive his reward, a 1 kilogram pure gold crayfish. Of course, for Lin Xiao, the main purpose of this event was to help him expand his restaurant's reputation and popularity. Popularity translates to emotional value, and emotional value leads to more dishes, attracting more customers. This is clearly a virtuous cycle. However, when should he use this crayfish promotional card? Lin Xiao's fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the table, lost in thought. Tomorrow he needs to go to the hospital to see Uncle Wang and give him the bank card with 300,000 yuan, to put Uncle Wang at ease, and also complete the system side quest. Then he'll use the promotional card the day after tomorrow, which is Wednesday. The promotion runs for 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and won't take up his weekend rest time. I really am a genius. After seeing off Chen Chen and Zhou Keek, the two young couple who had eaten their fill, Lin Xiao quickly cleaned up the restaurant, closed it, and went home. Upon arriving at his apartment complex, following the system's instructions, he found his black Maybach S680 in the underground parking lot. Image. Looking at the luxury car in front of him, every part exuding an aura of opulence, Lin Xiao decisively took out his keys, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. Feeling the comfort of the leather seats and turning on the ambient lighting with its 253 LEDs forming a starry ring, the feeling of tranquility was like being under a glittering Milky Way. The 6.0T V12 engine. This was a man's unique romance. Lin Xiao enjoyed the ride for 10 minutes, then, thinking about the variety show he hadn't yet caught, he reluctantly got out of the car. Xiao Lin. As soon as Lin Xiao got out of the car, he heard a somewhat familiar voice. He turned around and saw someone he knew. Hey, Sister Wang, what a coincidence. You just came back from grocery shopping? That's right, the woman in front of him, who looked to be in her mid-30s and was carrying a large black plastic bag, was the landlady of Lin Xiao's small 20-square-meter restaurant and the rented apartment he was currently living in. It wasn't strange to run into Sister Wang here, since they lived in the same building, and the elevator in their building was located in the basement, so they saw each other occasionally. However, what puzzled Lin Xiao was, it was already 8 p.m., wasn't it too late to be out buying groceries? But Sister Wang didn't answer him. Instead, she pointed to the Maybach behind Lin Xiao, blinked, and said incredulously, Xiao Lin, is this your car? Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and seeing no point in hiding it, nodded. Seeing Lin Xiao admit it, Sister Wang moved closer, looked the Maybach over, and then said with a smile, These days, is running a restaurant this profitable? If my silly son grows up to be even half as successful as you, Lin, I'll be beaming from ear to ear. Lin Xiao smiled modestly, I was just lucky, the dishes I made just happened to suit the guests' tastes. Before Sister Wang could speak, Lin Xiao quickly changed the subject. Sister Wang, is that seafood in this bag? I see it's still moving. Sister Wang said, Oh, don't even mention it. It's all because of my son. I made him a whole table of dishes, but he didn't like them. He insisted on eating crayfish. He said he wouldn't eat anything from other shops, that they weren't good, and he only wanted what I made. Kids these days are so difficult. Lin Xiao had met Sister Wang's son before, knowing he was a little kid in 3rd grade, and had dealt with him a few times. He was indeed quite mischievous. He had absolutely no experience with parenting, so he couldn't offer any advice. However, Sister Wang clearly just wanted someone to vent to, so he just smiled and nodded. Sister Wang continued to pour out her grievances. You have no idea how troublesome kids are these days. You've eaten at our house before, you know my cooking skills. I can make chicken wings and braised shrimp, but crayfish, I really can't do it. As Sister Wang spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up as if she had thought of something. Seeing this, Lin Xiao had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Sister Wang's next words were, "Hey Xiaolin, you own a restaurant, you should know how to cook crayfish, right? Why don't you come over to my place and help out? Your brother Chen has been talking about having a couple of drinks with you all the time, how about it? I'll treat you to dinner another day." Chapter 35 Buffet? Please, let's eat something better. Lin Xiao's mind raced. He needed to come up with a reason to politely refuse and leave. He actually knew how to cook crayfish. It was simply a matter of soaking them in lightly salted water to remove the fishy smell, cleaning them thoroughly, scrubbing the abdomen and head several times with a brush, then stir-frying and boiling them. That would definitely be edible, but it certainly wouldn't taste good. To make crayfish delicious, besides the quality of the meat, the most important thing was the seasoning. Lin Xiao had no knowledge of cooking crayfish. Even if he could look up what seasonings were needed online, simply copying them wouldn't guarantee the same taste. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately said, "I'm so sorry, sis, I had plans to go out with my friends today, and they're already waiting for me." Having spent so much time with Zhou Peng, Lin Xiao's acting skills had improved. His facial expression perfectly conveyed 3 parts anxiety, 3 parts apology, and 4 parts regret. Sister Wang, without a hint of suspicion, waved her hand with a smile. It's all right. I'll try your cooking next time." Lin Xiao smiled as well. "Actually, this Wednesday is fine. Sister Wang, I haven't told you yet, I opened a new restaurant. We're having a crayfish promotion from Wednesday to Friday. You can bring my brother and Zaijun along. There's even a chance to win a big prize." Lin Xiao sent over the location of his restaurant, naturally eliciting another round of exclamations and praise from Sister Wang. However, considering Lin Xiao already drives a Maybach, opening a new restaurant seemed perfectly reasonable. "Don't worry, Lin, I'll definitely come and support you." Watching Sister Wang leave, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He waited in his car for a while before taking the elevator home. Looks like it's time to start preparing to open another branch. I need to finish main quest 4 quickly and get my system-level cooking skills up to par. After all, I can't go on forever without cooking for others. Sigh. Lin Xiao lay on the bed, muttering helplessly to herself. Tuesday, 10 a.m. 15th floor, Yintai Building, Marketing Department. Okay, that concludes our discussion of the new plan. Now, let's discuss the specifics of this afternoon's company team-building activity. Chen sat at his workstation, twirling his pen, pretending to listen intently to his department head, nodding occasionally. Actually, he was still savoring the delicious meal he had last night. The more he thought about it, the more unsatisfied he felt. If he could have another meal like that today, he'd be willing to get a promotion and a raise. Department head Zhao was still chattering on and on. "Let me remind everyone, this team-building event is different from the past. Not only are colleagues from our departments going, but most importantly, our boss is coming too. And she's bringing her son. So, brothers and sisters, get your brains working. This team-building event is a joint effort between our department and the design department next door. You don't need to think about what to do this afternoon, the design department already has a plan. So, the task for everyone is to think about where to eat lunch this afternoon." Sister Zhao looked at her dozen or so subordinates, who were all silent, and said helplessly, "Everyone, speak up. Let's brainstorm." A chattering sound finally broke out. "Sister Zhao, you know how picky the young master is. You're asking us to think about what to eat? Isn't that making things difficult for us?" Young master was the company employees' teasing nickname for their boss's son. Once the first person complained, the others' voices rose. Exactly. The young master doesn't even like Michelin-starred restaurants. And you expect us poor folks, who have to compare prices on 3 different platforms just to order takeout, to figure out what his tastes are. We probably don't even know the names of the dishes he usually eats. I do have a favorite Sichuan restaurant, it's spicy and delicious. It's just a bit low-class, the owner and the young master probably wouldn't like going to a place like that. Everyone groaned in dismay, and the female manager shook her head helplessly. There was no way around it, this was indeed a very difficult situation. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the young intern, Chen. Seeing his hesitation, as if he had something to say, she spoke up. Chen, do you have any thoughts? Chen was indeed hesitant. On one hand, it was truly the best meal he had ever had in his life. He also believed that the food at Xiaolan's 5-yuan buffet restaurant could win over the taste buds of every skeptical customer. But on the other hand, the price was just too cheap. So cheap that it was hard to believe it could be delicious. Finally, he said, Sister Zhao, I do know a really delicious restaurant, but… Sister Zhao asked, puzzled, but what? But it's a buffet, and… Sister Zhao frowned. She knew her boss's preferences, he rarely ate at buffets, and hearing the word buffet already gave her little hope. However, out of politeness, she didn't interrupt Chen to let him continue. And, the price per person is only 5 yuan. Hearing Chen's words, the previously chattering marketing department office immediately fell silent. Looking at the others' expressions of barely suppressing laughter, Chen was helpless. He couldn't blame them. If someone had told him before he ate that meal yesterday that 5 yuan could buy an incredibly delicious feast, he felt he would have burst out laughing too. Sister Zhao remained calm, patting Chen on the shoulder with concern. Okay, Chen, I'll arrange your probationary period as soon as possible. You should be a full-time employee in about 2 months, and your salary will double, so you won't have to. Sister Zhao didn't finish her sentence, but Chen understood her unspoken message, have something good to eat. Chen helplessly protested, Sister Zhao, that restaurant is really delicious. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only 5 yuan, they even have cumin ribs, salt and pepper shrimp, and stir-fried beef with green peppers. Okay, I'll consider it, Sister Zhao said dismissively. Seeing this, Chen could only wisely shut his mouth and remain silent. 10 minutes later, Sister Zhao left the marketing department office with drafts of restaurant names written down by the other employees. The boss's office was on the 17th floor. And on the 17th floor at this moment. Mom, why do I have to go on a team-building trip with your company? I don't want to go. I want to eat Brother Lin's cooking. Chen Qixuan, holding a tablet, lay on the soft leather sofa in his mother's office, his tone filled with resentment. Chapter 31. You three are all cut from the same cloth, aren't you? He Xiying, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat at her desk processing documents. Hearing her son's constant complaints, she simply smiled. Thinking to herself, silly son, how could your mother let you eat alone? Since I can't eat Lin Xiao's cooking today, then you can forget about eating either. Ding! Hearing the doorbell ring, He Xiying pressed the door open button beside her. Cheng Xian, the head of the design department, and Zhao Yingjun, the head of the marketing department, walked in together. After entering, the two smiled kindly at Chen Qixuan, receiving a somewhat helpless grin in return, before turning their attention to He Xiying and beginning their report. Ms. He, these are today's new designs. The two first discussed work-related matters, quickly moving on to the team-building arrangements. Cheng Xian began, this afternoon, I've planned our team-building activity at cuisines. We can play board games, watch a movie, go to the sauna. After speaking, Cheng Xian stood there waiting for He Xiying's reply. Her choice of location wasn't particularly original, she'd chosen this place for team-building several times before. Fortunately, cuisines was spacious enough that even after several visits, there were still many places she hadn't tried. Her life philosophy was this, better to do nothing than to make a mistake. As expected, He Xiying simply nodded calmly after listening. Okay, Xiao Cheng, you can arrange it. Cheng Xian smiled and took a step back. Zhao Yingjun, standing beside her, took a deep breath. She knew she was the main character today. President Zhao, this is the dinner arrangement for today. I've picked out a few good ones, like Yuexuan Pavilion, Luatian, etc. He Xiying pursed her lips. She had taken her son to all the restaurants Zhao Yingjun mentioned, private kitchens that were fairly good at imitating Michelin-starred restaurants. She had thought the food was alright when she ate there, but since eating at Lin Xiao's restaurant yesterday, and now thinking back to the taste of Yuexuan Pavilion and Luatian, the latter suddenly seemed rather bland in comparison. However, she was, after all, the boss, and couldn't be too harsh on her subordinates. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Chen Qixuan suddenly spoke up, Sister Zhao, are these all the restaurants? Are there any other options? I've been to these, and they're all pretty average. Hearing her son's words, He Xiying, who had been opening her mouth, closed it again. Since her son was playing the villain, she was happy to oblige. He Xiying didn't want to eat at these restaurants either. Just thinking about their family's food made her suddenly lose her appetite. Zhao Yingjun's heart skipped a beat, but she smiled calmly and said, since Xiaoxian has asked, of course there are. There are several other options. Zhao Yingjun rattled off the names of several more restaurants, observing Chen Qixuan's expression as she spoke. Chen Qixuan remained silent, only sighing and shaking his head. Still not satisfied? It's okay, I have more. Zhao Yingjun subconsciously flipped through the stack of draft papers in her hand, but the next page was already blank. Hiss. Zhao Yingjun seemed flustered for a moment. Chen Qingshuan's heart sank. He was helpless. Zhao Yingjun had chosen only high-end restaurants, the problem being that he had eaten at them all, and the taste was only mediocre. His requirements weren't high at all. He would have agreed to anything Zhao Yingjun suggested, like spicy hot pot or boiled chicken. He Xiying also noticed Zhao Yingjun's predicament and naturally couldn't let her son act recklessly any longer. She was about to suggest a restaurant. However, at that moment, Zhao Yingjun suddenly remembered Chen Chen's longing expression when he mentioned the 5-yuan all-you-can-eat buffet. Now she had no choice but to try something new. She hesitated before speaking. Actually, I heard from one of my colleagues that there's another buffet restaurant with particularly delicious food. Hearing the word buffet, He Xiying swallowed back what she was about to say, while Chen Qingshuan's eyes lit up, and he jumped up from the sofa. The mother and son exchanged a glance, expecting the same answer. Zhao Yingjun didn't disappoint them. She continued, however, the price of this buffet is a bit low, only 5 yuan per person. After saying this, she noticed He Xiying staring at her blankly, seemingly lost in thought. Instinctively, she assumed the owner was unhappy with the low price and quality, and quickly said, how about I go back and look up some recommendations? I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer within half an hour. No need, He Xiying and Chen Qingshuan exclaimed in unison. Sensing the strange looks from her two subordinates, He Xiying realized her reaction was a bit over the top, inconsistent with her image as a cool and aloof female boss. However, Chen Qingshuan had no such concerns. He walked over to Zhao Yingjun in a few steps, his face full of anticipation, and said, Sister Zhao, is the name of that restaurant called Xiaolin 5-yuan buffet restaurant? Ha! Zhao Yingjun was a little confused. I heard it from my intern, Xiao Chen. Should I go and call him over? Okay. Chen Qingshuan nodded vigorously, his eyes full of anticipation. When Zhao Yingjun walked out of the boss's office, she felt somewhat dazed. Judging from the boss and Xiao Xian's expressions, could it be that they really had eaten at the 5-yuan buffet Chen Chen had mentioned? And their experience might have been quite good? A female boss of a listed company worth over 100 million yuan suddenly being associated with a 5-yuan buffet restaurant. This gave her a sudden feeling of absurdity, and also filled her with doubt. Was this 5-yuan buffet restaurant really that delicious? 2 minutes later, Zhao Yingjun, with a complicated expression, led a somewhat nervous Chen Chen back into the office. Zhao Yingjun explained the whole story to Chen Chen, who was now greatly shocked. He had only met his boss once at a company-wide meeting. She was decisive and efficient, managing tasks for hundreds of people flawlessly, a quintessential image of a cold and aloof businesswoman. And this powerful woman was actually moved by a 5-yuan buffet restaurant. He knew the food at Lin Xiao's restaurant was delicious, but he suddenly realized he had underestimated Lin Xiao's prestige. A monthly salary of 5,000 yuan and you still love to eat. A monthly salary of 50 million yuan and you still love to eat. Mr. He, Xiao Chen said. The restaurant he ate at was indeed called Xiaolin 5-yuan buffet restaurant, Zhao Yingjun said. Hearing this, Chen Qingshuan's eyes lit up with surprise. He quickly asked, Brother Chen, do you think Brother Lin's cooking is especially delicious? Chen Chen knew this was the boss's son, but he was somewhat surprised by his easygoing and polite manner. He had thought these kinds of rich kids were like those in novels, looking down on everyone. Chen Chen nodded and said, it's more than just delicious. I still remember the salt and pepper shrimp and cumin ribs I had last night. The texture, the taste. Chen Chen was initially a little nervous. After all, the company's big boss was listening to his speech. If he could leave a good impression, wouldn't he get a promotion and a raise? But as he recounted the taste of yesterday, he couldn't help but reminisce, and his nervousness vanished instantly. His description became incredibly lifelike, his facial expressions perfectly natural. This immediately triggered Chen Qingshuan's memories, and for a moment, the expressions on both their faces became identical, longing, reminiscing, and occasionally swallowing saliva. Zhao Yingjun, watching them, thought their expressions were just too exaggerated. She really couldn't believe that such delicious food existed in the world. She turned her head and looked at the owner. Wow! The expressions on the faces of all three were exactly the same, like they were cut from the same mold. In this office, it seemed like only he felt out of place. Chen Chen got a little carried away as he spoke, and inadvertently blurted out his true feelings. To be honest, I'm a little ashamed. I haven't been really focused on work all morning. I kept thinking about that piece of pork rib from yesterday. Zhao Yingjun's eyes widened. She'd never realized Chen Chen was so bold. He dared to admit to slacking off in front of the big boss. However, He Xiying didn't seem to mind at all. She even nodded in agreement. Her document processing efficiency that morning had also been extremely low. Her mind was completely occupied by those shrimp from yesterday. She empathized with Chen Chen so much. At this moment, Chen Chen's description rekindled her cravings. She suddenly looked up at Zhao Yingjun and said, I've decided. We're going to Xiaolin 5-yuan buffet restaurant for lunch today. Chapter 32 Chen Chen, Boss Lin is my benefactor. At 11:30 a.m., a group of about 100 people from Morningstar Company arrived in a large procession outside Xiaolan 5-yuan buffet restaurant. Chen Chen, a full-time employee, was naturally among them. That's right, he had been promoted ahead of schedule. As for the reason for his promotion, Chen Chen knew perfectly well. It wasn't because of his outstanding business skills, nor because of any contribution he had made to the company. It was simply because he had sincerely praised how delicious the food at Xiaolan 5-yuan buffet restaurant was, which had pleased General Manager He and the young master. Now, recalling the series of events that had just occurred, Chen Chen still felt a sense of unreality. He could only sigh inwardly, thinking that Boss Xiaolan was truly his benefactor. Are we really going to eat here? The ambience looks alright, but isn't this 5-yuan buffet sign a bit tacky? Ahem, I heard this 5-yuan buffet was personally selected by General Manager He. Sister Zhao suggested about 10 high-end restaurants, but General Manager He rejected them all. Really? General Manager He isn't a stingy person, is she? She treated us to dinner at Langxian Pavilion before, and over 100 of us spent almost 200,000 yuan, and she didn't even frown. Who knows? Maybe she wants us to reminisce about the hard times the company had? Hey guys, come over here. I don't care about other departments, just pretend the food is delicious, no matter how it is. Especially Zhang Tao, you're always criticizing this and that. Don't embarrass our HR department this time. Cough cough, give everyone a lucky draw red envelope when you get back. Oh, I know, Brother Wang, you're too polite. Red envelopes don't matter, I just love the 5-yuan buffet. Will you be giving out a big 666 yuan red envelope later? Chen Chen listened to the whispers of the other department employees and genuinely found them amusing. He couldn't wait to see how these people were captivated by Lin Xiao's food. 100 or so people suddenly appearing in front of a restaurant was definitely a conspicuous thing. Many passers-by stopped and stared, their eyes filled with doubt. He Xiying's company has a youthful workforce, with employees mostly between their 20s and 30s. She doesn't require employees to wear formal attire, so this large group looked like a triad. This attracted whispers from passers-by, who wondered what was going on. Was someone sick from eating there and coming to cause trouble? Or, before they could continue their imaginations, they witnessed an even more shocking scene. A white Rolls-Royce Phantom drove up and stopped in front of the restaurant with the sign Xiaolin 5-yuan buffet restaurant. This time, not only the passers-by, but almost every restaurant owner on Jintian Street was in an uproar. They all emerged from their shops, silently watching the 100 or so people, led by the woman who stepped out of the Rolls-Royce, march into the Xiaolan 5-yuan buffet restaurant. Almost every shop owner shared the same question. Just who was the manager of this restaurant? Among them, the most anxious was Shui Haiying from Old Zhang's stir-fry restaurant next door. Zhang Jiancheng was still in the hospital, not expected to be discharged for several more days. And her newly hired part-time college student chef, Shen Shiwei, was nowhere to be found, having gone out for lunch. Therefore, she was now alone in her shop. Looking at the eerily quiet environment of her shop, where even mosquitoes could buzz, and then at the bustling business next door, she grew increasingly angry. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhang Jiancheng to complain. Shortly after, he replied. The message was short, just 2 words. Great news. Shui Haiying really couldn't understand her husband's thought process. How come everything, no matter what, turned out to be a good thing to him? However, Zhang Jiancheng quickly sent a long voice message explaining, of course this is a good thing. According to you, are these 100 or so people here because of the food? Obviously not, they're here because of their company boss. This kind of thing can only happen once. If the company employees had to eat this kind of food that doesn't suit their taste every day, wouldn't they complain? Think about it, doesn't that make sense? Besides, today is the day of the district inspector's surprise inspection. These days, which restaurant isn't keeping a low profile, afraid of being targeted by those ridiculously demanding bosses? That hothead next door dares to make such a fuss. I think that restaurant will only last a couple of days. Shui Haiying stared blankly at the WeChat interface, wondering where her husband got all these twisted arguments, but they did sound plausible. Just as she was about to reply, another voice message came through. In the voice message, Zhang Jiancheng lowered his voice considerably. What you need to do these next few days is keep a low profile, don't get yourself into trouble, cough cough, I've asked my uncle to pull some strings for us. As long as no hygiene or quality issues are found, we're basically guaranteed a spot in this year's top 10 restaurants. Hearing this news, Shui Haiying's eyes lit up instantly, her gloom vanished, and she even couldn't help but hum softly. She was already imagining herself selling off those dead lobsters in the fridge at a higher price after winning the top 10 restaurants title, and buying herself a few new handbags. Brother Lin, I'm here to eat again. Chen Qiquan shouted happily as soon as he entered. However, after waiting for 5 seconds, Lin Xiao's magnetic and pleasant voice still didn't ring out. Chen Qingshuan looked around in confusion, only to realize that, apart from Zhou Peng and a very pretty young lady, Lin Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Chen Qingshuan felt a little strange. Where did Brother Xiaolin go? Chapter 33 Side quest completed, and the seafood reward is, at the 3rd hospital of Hangzhou. Lin Xiao and Wang Qiang sat together on a bench outside an intensive care unit. Looking at Uncle Wang, who was clutching the bank card tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with deep gratitude, yet his expression was restrained, and every movement was cautious, Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. He understood Uncle Wang's current state of mind. It was like Runta seeing the grown-up Sun Ger, they were no longer from the same social class. Back then, he rented a small 20-square-meter restaurant, while Uncle Wang was an ordinary construction worker. Their statuses were similar, and they could talk about anything. However, now he had bought a 100-square-meter restaurant outright, while Uncle Wang's life hadn't improved, had even worsened. This naturally caused Uncle Wang a great deal of disillusionment. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao smiled and broke the silence. Uncle, everything's taken care of here, nothing much to do now. How about we grab a bite at my place? You haven't tried my new restaurant yet. I'd like to hear your suggestions, see if there's anything I can improve. Uncle Wang gave an embarrassed smile on his honest, dark face. Hey, I'm not a gourmet like Boss Tang. I'm just a rough guy. What advice could I possibly give? Well, who knows? My restaurant caters to ordinary people, doesn't it? If you ask me, Uncle Tang's suggestions might not be as good as yours, Uncle Wang. Shall we go? Haha, sure thing. The previously tense atmosphere lightened slightly, and the two quickly arrived at the underground parking garage. Upon seeing the Maybach, Uncle Wang was stunned once again. Only after Lin Xiao's repeated urging did he carefully get into the car, afraid of bumping or scratching anything, even hesitant to put weight on his legs while using the floor mats. Xiao Lin, is this your new car? It's really impressive. I never thought I'd ever ride in a car like this. Lin Xiao smiled. It's alright, I think it's not as comfortable as the electric scooter you used to give me rides home. Haha, Xiao Lin, you're still so good at joking. Yours has a genuine leather seat, soft and comfortable. My second-hand electric scooter can't compare. Lin Xiao didn't respond, but said while driving, Uncle, do you remember when we first met? Uncle Wang replied without hesitation. Of course, how could I forget? That was 2 years ago. Back then, you'd just come out of the orphanage and started making a living, renting that tiny restaurant, and then you discovered you were 300 yuan short for utilities. You were so anxious your face turned red. We made up for it for you in the end. Back then, we said this young man would definitely amount to something. Uncle Wang spoke with increasing enthusiasm, his previously reserved gaze finally relaxing. He then looked around at the luxurious interior of the car, his eyes full of pride. Now it seems our judgment was right. Lin Xiao smiled. Yes, Uncle Wang, do you still hold a grudge about the 300 yuan you lent me back then, wanting me to owe you a favor? Uncle Wang's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, and he hurriedly said, how could I? Lin Xiao nodded and said softly, the 300,000 now is equivalent to 300 back then in my heart. Lin Xiao didn't say anything more, but Uncle Wang understood the implication. His eyes reddened slightly, and after a long while, he hummed in agreement and nodded heavily. A warm feeling welled up in Wang Qiang's heart. He knew that Xiao Lin was still the same Xiao Lin, unchanged. That was good. At the same time, a familiar electronic voice sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Side quest, a drop of kindness repays a spring, completed. Rewards, cash reward asterisk 600,000, emotional points reward asterisk 30,000, steamed Australian lobster with garlic and vermicelli asterisk 100 servings. Cough 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 cough. Lin Xiao suddenly coughed, attracting the attention of Uncle Wang beside him. Xiao Lin, are you alright? What happened? Lin Xiao calmed himself down and waved his hand, saying, it's nothing, I just choked on my saliva. He never expected that the system's 100 seafood prizes would be Australian lobster. Australian lobster is considered one of the best tasting and most expensive lobsters. Right now, it costs over 300 yuan per pound, roughly the same as king crab among crabs. Lin Xiao had originally thought that, given the system's nature, the seafood would probably be something like small yellow croaker or prawns costing less than 100 yuan, or at most a Boston lobster. After all, Boston lobster, although called a lobster, is actually a type of crayfish, with tougher, more mature meat, completely incomparable to Australian lobster, not to mention the taste they're worlds apart. He wondered how many kilograms the Australian lobster the system gave him weighed. After Lin Xiao's initial excitement subsided, he suddenly realized that the cash reward from the system was a whopping 600,000. That meant that by helping Uncle Wang solve his problem, he not only didn't spend any coins, but actually earned 300,000. This left Lin Xiao somewhat dumbfounded. Give me a dozen more side quests like this. Of course, Lin Xiao knew this was impossible. Side quests didn't seem to be triggered that easily. Just as Lin Xiao was lost in thought, the system's voice rang out again. Shock value from Wang Yuan, plus 566. Shock value from Zhang Tao, plus 779. Satisfaction value from Zhang Bingqing, plus 626. At first, Lin Xiao didn't pay much attention. After all, it was almost midnight, and it was normal for people to come to the restaurant. However, he soon realized that things were getting strange. Lin Xiao initially smiled as he noted down how many people had contributed emotional points to him that day, but his smile quickly froze on his face. He couldn't remember them all, he simply couldn't. The emotional point notification sounds were like a bug, they just wouldn't stop. Lin Xiao had over 16,000 emotional points left from yesterday, plus the 30,000 emotional points the system had just rewarded him with, totaling 46,000. However, only 5 minutes had passed, and his emotional points had actually broken through the 80,000 mark. In other words, in just a short while, he gained over 30,000 emotion points. This is practically making money while lying down. Lin Xiao immediately realized that if this wasn't a system malfunction, then it could only mean one thing. A large group of people had arrived at his restaurant. Lin Xiao pressed the accelerator slightly harder. He couldn't wait to go back and see what was going on. Chapter 34. This sweet and sour pork bun isn't authentic. Just 20 minutes ago, Brother Lin went out. Ms. Ying, why are so many of you here? Zhou Peng was chatting with his viewers during his live stream when he looked up with a smile and found over 100 people crammed into the doorway. Everyone was staring intently at him, almost giving him a heart attack. If he hadn't spotted Chen Qiquan and He Seeing among them, he would have called the police. Hearing that Lin Xiao wasn't there, and considering He Seeing wasn't very familiar with Zhou Peng, and wanting to maintain a cool, aloof boss persona in front of her employees, she simply nodded and said casually, "It's a team-building dinner here, should there be enough room?" With Lin Xiao absent, Zhou Peng was temporarily acting as manager, so he quickly replied, "There's enough room, but it might be a bit crowded." He Seeing waved her hand, indicating there was no need to say more, a little crowding was fine. She believed that once her employees tasted the food for the first time, they would understand, it was all worth it. She skillfully walked to the QR code on the plastic board and paid for everyone. When they heard the beep 540 yuan received viaduct WeChat sound, almost all the employees fell silent. This meal expense was probably the lowest in the history of their Morningstar company's team building activities. He Seeing didn't explain anything to them, so many people had the same thought. Could this restaurant be owned by a relative of the boss? However, they quickly dismissed this idea. After all, if they were close relatives of the boss, why would they open a 5-yuan buffet? Could they earn more in a month than the boss earns in an hour? Since they were already there, they might as well make the best of it. Although they were puzzled, they still had to eat. Lin Xiao's restaurant has 2 floors of dining area, but the food service area is only on the first floor. It's clearly impractical for over 100 people to serve food simultaneously. Therefore, He Seeing decided to have everyone serve food in batches, by department, while the others found seats. The first to serve food was the Human Resources Department. Why them? Because Wang Yuan, the head of the Human Resources Department, had won the rock-paper-scissors game. He Seeing was rewarding their department by letting them be the first to enjoy the food. Wang Yuan looked at his right hand, the one he'd used in the game, and fell into deep thought. This hand usually has ridiculously bad luck. It takes him 361 tries to get a good result every time he tries to open a glory crystal. How could he be so lucky today? He's wasted his luck. In fact, when the department heads were playing rock paper scissors, they were all thinking, "I'm doomed. I'll lose quickly." After all, a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant, you can easily guess without thinking that it's mostly cheap food, and the presentation and taste probably won't be great. In this situation, the ability to manage expressions is crucial for the first group of employees to step forward. Nobody wants to be the first to do it. It wasn't just the manager who felt this way, most of the lower-level employees thought the same way, except for Chen Chen. When he saw Sister Zhao losing every game of rock paper scissors, he almost cried. He could only silently pray that these gluttons would at least leave him some food later. He arrived late yesterday and missed out on many dishes. Chen Qiquan told him this restaurant also sold steak, so he was counting on this meal. "Brother Wang, don't just stand there, everyone's watching us. Remember to manage your expressions." Zhang Tao whispered a reminder to Wang Yuan. Hearing this, Wang Yuan nodded, immediately adopting an expectant expression. Since he knew President He liked this restaurant, he, as a mere employee, naturally had to provide ample emotional support. The HR department staff dispersed to find their favorite foods, while Wang Yuan and Zhang Tao went to the same insulated food container. The label on it read, "Sweet and Sour Pork." Upon seeing the name, Wang Yuan seemed to suddenly remember something, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Tao beside him and saying, "Xiao Tao, I remember you went to university in Northeast China, right?" Seeing Zhang Tao nod, he smiled and said, "Perfect, why don't you open it and see if this sweet and sour pork is authentic?" Hearing this, Zhang Tao also laughed out loud. Do I even need to open it? It's only 5 yuan. It's definitely not authentic. Last time I ate at a restaurant near our company that claimed to serve authentic northeastern cuisine, I ordered a 68 yuan sweet and sour pork, and when it arrived, I knew at a glance that it had absolutely nothing to do with the word authentic. One bite, and sure enough, it was just as I expected. Half of it was flour. The meat was pitifully little. They're only doing this because Hangzhou is a culinary wasteland. If this were in northeast China, anyone daring to make this kind of inferior sweet and sour pork would probably have their shop smashed up one day. As Zhang Tao spoke, he casually opened the lid of the insulated food container, proudly declaring, "Brother Wang, let me tell you, I'm not bragging, but I studied at a university in northeast China for 4 years. I've eaten at least 8 or 1,000 different kinds of sweet and sour pork. I don't even need to taste it. I can tell if it's authentic just by smelling it. The aroma of vinegar, the unique herbal fragrance of scallions and ginger, the spiciness of stir-fried garlic, these are all essential elements of authentic sweet and sour pork. But the knockoff sweet and sour pork we have here, besides the smell of flour and various strange seasonings, you can't smell anything else." Zhang Tao opened the lid and gently fanned the container with his hand, letting the aroma of the sweet and sour pork waft into his nose. The next second, his smug smile froze. What's wrong?" Brother Wang asked, puzzled by his expression. Zhang Tao didn't answer his superior. He suspected there was something wrong with his nose. A serious problem. He sniffed hard again, but the aroma hadn't changed at all. Absolutely authentic. Even in northeast China, you could only find this aroma in some century-old restaurants. But how could this be? His eyes widened, his gaze immediately shifting downwards. Inside the insulated container, pieces of golden brown, translucent sweet and sour pork, coated in a glistening sauce, shimmered with an amber luster under the light. Each piece was curled into a perfect arc, the edges slightly raised from the high-temperature frying. Just looking at it made you imagine how crispy it would be when you tasted it. Each piece of sweet and sour pork was held together by a sauce that was neither too thick nor too thin. Upon closer inspection, you could even see faint, delicate strands. "Xiao Tao, you..." Before Wang Yuan could finish speaking, Zhang Tao waved his hand, picked up a piece with tongs, and placed it on his plate. Then, he immediately picked up his chopsticks, and with an extremely solemn expression, placed the piece of sweet and sour pork into his mouth, while Wang Yuan looked completely bewildered. A crisp crunch, a crunch sound rang out. Zhang Tao's eyes widened at first, then after a few seconds, he slowly closed them. The deliciousness of this sweet and sour pork was enough to make him abandon all other senses, completely immersing himself in this dish he hadn't tasted since returning to Hangzhou 3 years ago. After a long while, the chewing stopped, and he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze a mixture of excitement and reverence. "Brother, I misjudged you this time. Enough said, just try it. If you don't like it, you can ask me to work overtime anytime you want, I won't complain." Chapter 35. A $5 buffet and you're going to order Boston lobster and abalone? Is that even possible? Wang Yuan hadn't expected Zhang Tao's reaction to be so strong, even making such a terrifying promise. He asked doubtfully, "Is this sweet and sour pork really authentic?" "It's authentic. Anyone who dares say this sweet and sour pork isn't authentic, I'll slap them across the face." Cough cough. Since Zhang Tao had said that, wouldn't it be disrespectful not to try it? So Wang Yuan followed suit, picking up a piece with clean chopsticks. Before taking a bite, he secretly thought, if I deliberately say it's not good, won't Zhang Tao explode? However, the moment the sweet and sour pork entered his mouth, his mind instantly cleared. He couldn't utter a single word of criticism. Wow, so crispy. Holy crap, so much meat, and so tender. Delicious, so delicious. He hadn't been to northeast China, so naturally he couldn't tell if it was authentic or not, but he had eaten at some northeast restaurants in Hangzhou. But without a doubt, the sweet and sour pork he had just eaten easily surpassed all the ones he had eaten before. The two stopped talking, too lazy to investigate why a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant could offer such authentic and delicious sweet and sour pork. If there's good food, they'll just quietly enjoy it. They quickly piled large chunks of sweet and sour pork onto their plates. It was delicious and plentiful, truly a delicacy among delicacies. Wang Yuan suddenly thought of a question and asked, "Do you think this restaurant only has good sweet and sour pork, or is every dish delicious?" Upon hearing this, both fell silent. If this 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant only made delicious sweet and sour pork, well, that's still unusual, but barely acceptable. But if all the other dishes were this good, well, that restaurant would be terrifying. They were action-oriented, they'd know if it was good or not by tasting it. 3 minutes later, the two sat down in a corner, their plates already full. Braised chicken with potatoes, pan-fried steak, salt and pepper shrimp. Looking at the dishes on their plates, their expressions went from disbelief to numbness, and now to calm. Is it strange to have chicken, steak, and shrimp for 5 yuan? Not at all. It's just that each of these hearty dishes would cost 50 or 60 yuan elsewhere, but this restaurant offers them all for 5 yuan. Calm down, there's nothing strange about it. We're elites at a listed company, earning over 10,000 yuan a month, and we've seen plenty of big events under Bossy's guidance. If you're so capable, bring us some seafood like Boston lobster or baby lobster to broaden our horizons. Hee hee, it's just average. When I saw the steak, I really thought I was going to see a Boston lobster here, Zhang Tao said with a silly grin, completely numb. Hee hee, to be honest, I had a feeling about this too. Now that I see there's no Boston lobster or abalone, just these few dozen dishes, I'm a little disappointed. Wang Yuan's expression was exactly the same as Zhang Tao's. Hearing Wang Yuan and Zhang Tao's conversation, Shen Shiwei, who was eating lunch diagonally opposite them, quietly moved her seat to the other side. Mom always said that sitting too close to a fool is contagious. A 5-yuan buffet with Boston lobster and abalone? Why not write a novel with that kind of imagination? Although Shen Shiwei stepped aside, Zhang Tao still noticed the beautiful and refined female college student. Being somewhat overly familiar, he cleared his throat, forced what he thought was a very friendly smile, and asked, "Hello, are you a college student around here?" Although Shen Shiwei didn't want to get involved with these two people who didn't seem very bright, out of politeness, she replied, "I work part-time at the stir-fry restaurant next door." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao's already somewhat sluggish brain started to overheat. He needed to sort out the logic. "Excuse me, I don't quite understand. You mean you work part-time at the stir-fry restaurant next door, but eat lunch here?" Zhang Tao suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a sudden realization, "Oh, I get it. The chef next door doesn't provide meals, right?" Shen Shiwei had already finished her meal. She opened the jar of mango pomelo sago and gulped down a large mouthful, feeling the unique refreshing sensation spread throughout her body. Instantly, even her mood improved considerably. She shook her head and said, "I work part-time as a chef next door." "WH, what do you mean? Then why don't you cook for yourself? Doesn't the boss allow it?" Shen Shiwei stood up and walked towards the door, leaving without looking back with the words, "That's because, of course, my cooking isn't as good as Lin Xiao's." Shen Shiwei was willing to work part-time as a chef at Lao Zhang's stir-fry restaurant for two reasons. First, her family was currently facing some financial difficulties, and she wanted to take on several part-time jobs to supplement their income. And her cooking skills were decent enough, cooking a few simple home-style dishes wasn't a problem. Secondly, of course, it was because the restaurant was close to Xiao Lin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant. This way, she could eat steak, shrimp, dongpo pork, and mango pomelo sago every day, and see Lin Xiao every day too. Every time she thought about this, Shen Shiwei felt that finding this part-time job was the best decision she had ever made. She could feast her eyes and satisfy her taste buds. Life was too blissful. Shen Shiwei had completely forgotten about her promise to lose weight. However, she was a little disappointed that Lin Xiao wasn't here today, so she could only indulge in her food. Watching Shen Shiwei's cheerful departure, Zhang Tao was puzzled. "Who's Lin Xiao?" Wang Yuan rolled his eyes. "Xiao Tao, are you kidding me? Who else could it be? It must be the owner of this little Lin 5-yuan buffet." "Oh," Zhang Tao replied casually, looking at the dish in front of him that did indeed look very appetizing. He asked with some skepticism, "Brother Wang, do you think this is really that good? So good that it would make the chef from next door come all the way here to eat? Isn't that a bit outrageous?" Wang Yuan replied without looking up, "Hey, you live by the sea, why are you so nosy? Want to know if it's really that delicious? Just try a bite and you'll know." Wang Yuan was a man of action. He hadn't eaten much for breakfast, and his stomach was already protesting. Too lazy to argue with Zhang Tao, I decisively got to work. I picked up a mouthful of glistening, oily stir-fried pork with chili peppers, paired it with rice, and put it directly into my mouth. Chapter 36. I longed to buy osmanthus blossoms and share wine, but it was nothing like the carefree days of my youth. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers is a dish almost every chef can make, but how well it tastes truly tests a chef's skill. Before today, Wang Yuan believed that the best restaurant for stir-fried pork with chili peppers in Hangzhou, and even in the entire Zhejiang province, was Jianzi Xiaoqiao. In fact, he believed many people in Zhejiang would agree with him. Jianzi Xiaoqiao indeed holds a dominant position in Zhejiang's culinary scene. However, Wang Yuan's opinion has now changed, because he tasted stir-fried pork with chili peppers that tasted even better than Jianzi Xiaoqiao. That's right, better than Jianzi Xiaoqiao. For Wang Yuan, that's the highest praise. Before today, Wang Yuan often saw phrases like these on short videos. Food has layers of flavor, good food is a symphony of tastes. Back then, he didn't understand these phrases at all, and even wanted to laugh. Don't be ridiculous, it's just a meal, don't make it sound like a symphony. You're really making things up. However, now he believed it. The stir-fried pork he had just tasted completely demonstrated to him what layers of flavor truly meant, what a symphony of taste was. The first bite was the aroma of the pork slices, the pork fat melted under the high heat, the rich fragrance of soy sauce and the savory aroma of fermented black beans. The pork slices were tender yet chewy, with a rich meaty flavor. Next came the spiciness of the tiger skin spiral peppers. The chili seeds and veins released their unique spiciness under the hot oil, a level of spiciness higher than that of typical Zhejiang home-cooked dishes. It stimulated Wang Yuan's tongue to the point of slight numbness, yet he couldn't stop eating it. He loved both the dish and the food, so he could only pick up a large clump of rice to suppress the spiciness. Finally, there's the rich aftertaste. You don't notice it while eating, but after swallowing, a subtle, refreshing aroma of rice vinegar lingers in your mouth. This perfectly balanced vinegar flavor perfectly neutralizes the greasiness of the meat, bringing out a deeper layer of umami. Hiss, delicious, hiss, hiss, it's fucking delicious. Wang Yuan fanned his mouth with his hand, as if to make the spiciness dissipate faster, while uncontrollably stuffing more and more slices of meat into his mouth. As he ate, a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead from the spiciness, but he didn't care at all, casually wiping it away with his sleeve. He couldn't let his eating speed be affected. Zhang Tao hadn't even touched his chopsticks yet. He was dumbfounded. His boss usually ate quite properly. What was wrong with him today? He had no regard for his image at all. And then there's this Burberry shirt, worth nearly 10,000 yuan. It was a wedding anniversary gift from his sister-in-law to brother Wang. He always treasures it, even brushing off the slightest speck of dust. And now he's using it to wipe his sweat. Zhang Tao, skeptical, picked up a piece of stir-fried beef with green peppers. Hiss. Wow. He gradually understood everything, and soon became just as excited as Wang Yuan, shouting and yelling. In a normal restaurant, if two diners were shouting and yelling while eating, it would definitely attract strange looks from other people. However, this wouldn't happen at Lin Xiao's restaurant. It was strange that the two of them were shouting so loudly, but if everyone was shouting, then those who didn't would be the odd ones out. The other employees from various departments, still waiting on the second floor for their meals, were dumbfounded to see the entire HR department acting like they were possessed, constantly exclaiming things like "holy crap," "awesome," and "this is awesome." Xi Ying, however, was quite pleased with this scene, even smiling. See? No wonder she was repeatedly proven wrong yesterday. The food at this restaurant was simply top-notch. She had already done a good job by not shouting yesterday. "Mom, I'm so hungry," Chen Kixuan said pitifully. "Sweetie, since we lost rock paper scissors, let's wait a bit longer," Xi Ying said helplessly. To avoid being treated specially and to mingle with the employees, she and Chen Kixuan had initially chosen to eat with the marketing department staff. Unfortunately, the marketing department head, Zhao Yingjun, came in last place in rock paper scissors, so they had to wait. Hearing this, Chen Kixuan, though incredibly anxious, could only sit obediently. The other employees, seeing their young master's fidgety state, didn't try to persuade him. They knew their boss wouldn't agree. In Xi Ying's words, "If you can't handle it, don't play. You can choose not to participate, but if you do, you have to abide by the rules of the game." The design department, the production department. Chen Kixuan waited in agonizing anticipation until finally the marketing department went to get the food. He dashed down like an arrow, his speed astonishing. However, although he was running incredibly fast, there was someone else running just as fast beside him. That was Chen Chen. Chen Chen's speed was significantly faster than when he ran the 1,000 meters in his university physical fitness test and in junior and senior high school. He was practically a blur. The two arrived at the insulated container containing the pan-fried steak almost simultaneously. "Brother Chen, you like steak too?" Chen Kixuan said first. "Yes, I loved it so much when I was little," Chen Chen sighed. "But my family wasn't well off when I was a kid. Looking back, I only ate it twice before I went to university. But I just can't forget that taste, or rather, the joy of eating steak." Chen Chen seemed to be reminiscing, a hint of regret on his face. "After I got a part-time job in university, I could afford steak, but I don't know why, I suddenly stopped liking it. My girlfriend dragged me to Western restaurants a few times, but it just never tasted the same as it did when I was a kid." Chen Kixuan blinked. He was still young and naturally didn't understand the regret in Chen Chen's words. He just sensed that Chen Chen had suddenly become a little sentimental, so he comforted him. "It's okay, Brother Chen. Brother Lin's steak is delicious. I never used to eat steak, I'd throw up after eating it. Brother Lin's steak cured that problem." Chen Chen smiled. "Yeah, that's what I was hoping for too. I was hoping Lin Xiao's steak would taste like it did when I was a kid. Then let's each have 2 pieces. Okay." Chen Chen opened the lid of the insulated container, smiling as he looked down. The next second, he was dumbfounded. Chen Kixuan noticed the anomaly and quickly looked down as well. There lay the last piece of pan-fried steak, quietly in the container, exuding an air of loneliness. "Where did my whole bowl of steak go?" Chapter 37, Giving Away Money and Emotional Points. Xi Ying is such a good person. Chen Chen and Chen Qiquan stared at each other, wide-eyed. Neither spoke. The silence was so profound you could hear them swallowing. Before leaving, Lin Xiao had packed enough food for 100 people into each insulated container, his usual amount. Normally, 100 servings would be more than enough to feed everyone until he finished get off work. But who could have imagined that over 100 people would come for team building today? Looking at the last piece of steak, Chen Chen clearly felt his long-dormant craving for steak rekindle. But he was an adult, after all, and he genuinely liked Chen Qiquan's personality, completely different from those arrogant rich kids. So Chen Chen smiled and spoke first. Looks like you can only have one piece, Xiao Xian. Hearing this, Chen Qiquan understood that Chen Chen was offering him the steak and instinctively prepared to refuse. But remembering the irresistible taste of the steak he'd eaten yesterday, he hesitated. However, his eyes quickly lit up. He'd thought of a good idea. Brother Chen, let's split it. You can try some too. Hearing this, Chen Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Although it didn't sound good to fight with a child over food, he couldn't resist. The steak was just too tempting. They piled up a huge amount of food, filling their plates to the brim, before sitting side by side at an empty seat near the door on the first floor. Just as Chen Chen was cutting the steak with a knife, the door was suddenly pushed open. Both were focused on their work and didn't notice anything amiss until a familiar voice rang out beside them. "Ha! You two, you actually know each other." Chen Chen and Chen Qiquan looked up in surprise, only to see Lin Xiao's handsome face showing a hint of confusion and a smile as he looked at them. "Wow, brother Lin Xiao, you're back." Chen Qiquan's face lit up with joy, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of many other employees. Seeing Lin Xiao's ridiculously handsome face, several female employees began to whisper among themselves. They knew he was the owner of the restaurant, but they hadn't expected him to be so young. Lin Xiao ignored the stares, glanced at Chen Chen and Chen Qiquan's plates, and said with a smile, "Are you two on a diet? Sharing one steak between you two?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qiquan immediately complained, "How could I be on a diet? It's because the steaks were sold out today. This was the last steak, and both Chen Ji and I wanted to eat it, so we had to split it." Lin Xiao was also taken aback, but he quickly recovered and said without changing his expression, "Are you finished? I have some steaks in a warmer in the kitchen. I'll get them for you in a bit." Hearing this, Chen Qiquan's eyes lit up. "Really, brother Lin Xiao?" Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Of course, this was a lie, but he could make it seem real. "Great. Brother Lin Xiao, I'll wait for you here." Lin Xiao and Uncle Wang walked inside together. Reaching the food area, Lin Xiao said to Uncle Wang, "Uncle, take whatever you want. I'll go ask what's going on and come back to you later." Okay, Xiao Lin, if you're busy, don't worry about me. Don't let it interfere with your work." Uncle Wang's eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't been to Lin Xiao's new restaurant before. The last time he ate there was in a tiny 20 square meter shop. Although he'd heard from Lao Su and the others how luxurious Lin Xiao's restaurant was now, even with some mental preparation, he was still taken aback when he actually saw this bright, spacious restaurant selling dozens of different kinds of dishes. Of course, along with the shock, he was genuinely happy for Lin Xiao. A good kid like Lin Xiao deserved good fortune. As the shock subsided, looking at the meat dishes he usually couldn't afford, he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Without hesitation, Wang Qiang headed straight for the section displaying vegetarian dishes. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao found Zhou Peng, who was still focused on his livestream, and felt a sense of admiration. In such an environment, to remain true to himself and concentrate on the livestream with that kind of perseverance, he could succeed at anything. "What's going on? So many people today?" Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly appear beside him, Zhou Peng wasn't surprised and immediately explained that Ms. Ying from yesterday brought her company's employees here for a team-building event. "Look, she's over there." Following Zhou Peng's pointing finger, Lin Xiao saw He Xiying, who even nodded at him in greeting. Actually, Lin Xiao realized He Xiying was here when he saw Chen Qiquan, but he didn't expect so many people to be employees of He Xiying's company. What kind people? Lin Xiao couldn't help but think to himself. They gave me so many coins yesterday, and today they brought so many people to dinner. By the time I got out of the car, my remaining emotional points had successfully surpassed the 100,000 mark. This is giving away both money and emotional points. It's really hard to repay. Seeing this, Lin Xiao patted Zhou Peng on the shoulder. "You've worked hard, Zhou. I'll treat you to a foot massage this weekend to relax." Zhou Peng smiled. "It's nothing, brother Lin, I'm not tired. So many people watch my live streams every day, I'm full of motivation." Lin Xiao didn't say anything more and walked towards He Xiying. "Ms. He, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. How is it? Is everyone enjoying the food?" This was originally just a polite greeting. Lin Xiao naturally knew the system's capabilities, it would never leave anyone dissatisfied. However, to his surprise, He Xiying frowned, seemingly helpless, and said, "Mr. Lin, do you know how much trouble these dishes have caused me? Lin Xiao was taken aback, and asked with considerable doubt, these dishes aren't to everyone's liking? He Xiying shook her head and remained silent. Lin Xiao was increasingly puzzled, and her speech became more rapid. How could that be? I tasted them before I left this morning, and the flavor should be fine. He Xiying then spoke with some concern. It's not a problem with the taste or quality of the dishes. Actually, it's because, Boss Lin, your cooking is just so delicious. My employees all say they'll probably remember this meal for days to come. Everyone seems distracted at work, their efficiency is much lower. Tell me, isn't this your fault, Boss Lin? Lin Xiao felt increasingly uneasy as he listened, until he heard He Xiying and the female employees sitting around her burst out laughing. He then realized He Xiying was teasing him. Lin Xiao smiled helplessly. Boss He, please don't make fun of me. If you all like my food, just come and patronize my business every day. You're always welcome. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the eyes of the female employees around He Xiying lit up, but the next second, their eyes dimmed. One of the more outgoing girls quickly spoke up. Boss Lin, we like to come and eat every day, but our company is just too far from here. It takes more than an hour to get here by subway, plus the time for meals, there's simply not enough time. Her words immediately resonated with the others. Everyone was disappointed, they'd found such a delicious restaurant, but couldn't eat there every day. Is there anything more painful than this? He Xiying was also helpless. If she could, she'd like to eat there every day too. But an hour and a half lunch break was already quite long, adding more time would mean adjusting their get-off work hours, which no one was willing to do. Lin Xiao listened silently, when suddenly the requirement of the fourth main quest flashed through his mind. Expand a branch. So he immediately asked, Ms. He, where is your company located? Chapter 38. If it were Boss Lin, not paying wouldn't be a problem either. Although puzzled as to why Lin Xiao needed the address, He Xiying sent it to him on WeChat without hesitation. Binjian New City, Yintai Building. After receiving the address from He Xiying, Lin Xiao checked it on his phone's map. The location was decent, but it was indeed quite far from his current shop, so he asked directly, Mr. He, do you know of any restaurants near your company that are for sale or transfer? Preferably around the same size as my current one. Hearing this, He Xiying instinctively thought for a moment, then said, I haven't looked into that, but I know someone who knows a lot about this. I'll ask them for you later. Before Lin Xiao could speak, He Xiying asked again, somewhat suspiciously, why are you asking this? Wait a minute, you're not planning to. He Xiying suddenly thought of a possibility that made her heart race. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. That's right, I'm planning to open a branch there. Lin Xiao's tone was casual, as if he weren't buying a multi-million RMB restaurant, but rather a cheap ice cream from a roadside stall. However, while he remained calm, He Xiying and the others were anything but. Their faces immediately lit up with uncontrollable joy. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Zhao Yingjun's eyes gleamed, her gaze practically devouring Lin Xiao. This morning at the company, she had thought the expressions of President He and the other two were a bit exaggerated. After all, it was just a meal, even if it was delicious, it shouldn't be worth reminiscing about like that. But now she was convinced, truly convinced. The food prepared by this Mr. Lin was undeniably delicious. She had initially lamented that she couldn't enjoy such delicious food often, but now, a glimmer of hope had appeared, and her heart was filled with joy. Seeing everyone's strong reaction, Lin Xiao quickly added, Don't get too excited, everyone. I just have this idea, but I need to see if there are any restaurants with suitable prices first. Lin Xiao was currently penniless, with only 1.26 million yuan in cash and the remaining 500,000 yuan from his previous purchase of Old Master Su's restaurant for expansion. This amount was clearly insufficient to buy a restaurant of about 100 square meters in a prime location like Binjiang New City. Last time, he only spent 1.5 million yuan to buy this restaurant because Old Master Su didn't care about such things and was focused solely on his Dongpo pork. This time, he couldn't possibly find another restaurant owner who was so dedicated to good food and willing to sell at a low price, could he? There's no such thing as a coincidence in this world. Just as Lin Xiao was thinking this, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Lin, actually, I know a restaurant for sale, right next to our company on the food street. Everyone, including Lin Xiao, looked towards the source of the voice. In the corner of He Xiying's table, a pretty, gentle-looking girl with pigtails, who looked to be only about 20 years old, was holding up her hand. She was the one who had just spoken. Before Lin Xiao could even speak, Zhao Yingjun interrupted, her tone tinged with surprise. Xiao Zhu, you know about this kind of news? You're actually interested in this. This girl, Zhu Jiao, was a newly recruited intern in their marketing department, having joined less than a month ago, even later than Chen Chen. Hearing this, Zhu Jiao seemed a little embarrassed. After some hesitation, she finally told the truth. Actually, that restaurant is mine. The others, Zhu Jiao continued, dropping the bombshell. Actually, not just this restaurant, but the milk tea shop next door, the dessert shop next door, and the bakery further away, they're all mine. The others. After Zhu Jiao's explanation, the others finally understood the situation. These shops were annual birthday gifts from Zhu Jiao's father, the original intention being to allow her to eat whatever she wanted any time. The items sold in these stores were all things Zhu Jiao liked. Moreover, Zhu Jiao didn't need to manage anything, her father had arranged everything for her, from store managers to waitresses. After Zhu Jiao finished explaining, everyone fell silent. Many male employees, especially those in the same department as Zhu Jiao, regretted not paying more attention to this girl earlier. As the saying goes, meeting a good man leads to marriage, meeting a benefactor leads to career advancement, meeting a rich woman leads to both marriage and career advancement. The male employees kept sighing, they almost got to live a good life. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, didn't have such thoughts, he was just a little surprised. He always thought that the scenario of a rich second-generation experiencing life at work only happened in novels, but unexpectedly, he had encountered it himself. Zhu Jiao sighed inwardly. She had originally wanted to interact with her lovely colleagues as an ordinary person, but Lin Xiao's meal made her unable to resist revealing her identity. She no longer hesitated and spoke her mind. Boss Lin, this restaurant was a 20th birthday gift from my dad not long ago. He hasn't even had a chance to hire anyone to open it yet. I have detailed design drawings of the restaurant here. You can also come and check it out when you have time. If you're satisfied, I can transfer it to you as soon as possible. Zhu Jiao's words immediately brightened everyone's eyes, even the male employees stopped looking dejected. After all, whether or not he could hook up with a rich woman was uncertain, but if Lin Xiao's next restaurant could open near the company, the good fortune would be real. For a moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Xiao's reply. Zhu Jiao had already opened the detailed design drawings on her phone and handed them to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao hadn't expected things to develop this way, but it was clearly a good thing. Not only did it save him the trouble of finding a branch location, but it also brought him over 100 stable sources of emotional points. He was absolutely thrilled. Lin Xiao smiled and took Zhu Jiao's phone, carefully examining the detailed picture. The first page listed the floor area, 130 square meters, 20 square meters larger than his own restaurant. This dampened Lin Xiao's initial excitement. A 130 square meter restaurant was definitely beyond his budget, and he wondered if Zhu Jiao would accept installment payments. Lin Xiao continued reading. The style of Zhu Jiao's restaurant was completely different from Lin Xiao's. It was a minimalist European style, with marble floors and light white wallpaper. Instead of the usual wooden tables, it used marble dining tables paired with light white booth sofas. The color scheme was soft yet sophisticated, creating a comfortable and pleasant atmosphere. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with all of this, except for one small flaw. Why was the kitchen pink? Lin Xiao imagined himself wearing a pink apron, cooking in a pink kitchen. Ugh, the image was too beautiful to contemplate. Overall, however, Zhu Jiao's restaurant is definitely a case of minor flaws that don't outweigh its merits. It's a worthwhile investment. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then gave a very gentle smile, attempting to use her good looks to get a friendly price from Zhu Jiao. Thank you, Xiao Zhu, I'm very satisfied. But I wonder what your expected price is. Unexpectedly, Zhu Jiao quickly waved her hand upon hearing this. No need to pay, I just opened the shop for fun. If it were Mr. Lin, I'd be willing to pay nothing. Chapter 39. This is a restaurant, not a wishing well. Hearing this, Lin Xiao subconsciously touched his face. Was he too charming, or were all rich women this generous? A restaurant worth 2 or 3 million, just given to him for free. For a moment, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a pang of guilt, like a bad uncle tricking a young girl. Not spending a penny was just freeloading, but that wasn't Lin Xiao's style. A restaurant worth 2 or 3 million, haggling was fine, but getting it for nothing was a bit much. So he quickly said, no, you still have to pay. Before Zhu Jiao could speak, he added, how about this, let's not talk about this today, let's add each other on WeChat and discuss it slowly. I still have a few dishes heating up in the kitchen, I'll go get them for everyone. Zhu Jiao nodded obediently upon hearing this. She really didn't care how much the restaurant cost, money was just a string of numbers to her anyway. Upon hearing Lin Xiao say he was going to the kitchen to get more ingredients, the female employees who had been eavesdropping immediately began to urge him on. Boss Lin, this is enough food. Everyone's almost full. Don't trouble yourself. Lin Xiao simply smiled and walked towards the kitchen without turning back. There's one more mysterious seafood dish. I believe everyone will like it. Watching Lin Xiao's retreating figure, the female employees outside began to whisper amongst themselves. There's even seafood? Boss Lin is so kind, selling something worth 500 yuan for only 5 yuan. 500 yuan? With this taste, you can't expect to get this for 500 yuan. I'd say 5,000 is more like it. He seeing listened to the conversation between her two young female employees, Xiao Lu and Xiao Gu, and shook her head with a smile. 5,000? It just goes to show that poverty limits their imagination. I wonder what seafood boss Lin will bring out. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. I don't know, probably some small yellow croaker, clams, or ribbon fish. Ah, I thought it would be abalone, oysters, or swimming crabs. I want to eat those. Haha, Xiao Lu, you're so cute. You're even bringing out abalone? Why didn't you say you wanted Boston lobster? This is a restaurant, not a wishing well. Sister Gu, you're teasing me again. Just as the two were joking around, Lin Xiao came out carrying a thermal container. The two immediately stopped playing around. Looks like Sister Gu was right. Seafood that can fit in a thermal container must be clams. That's not necessarily true. It could fit abalone too. Maybe it's your favorite abalone. Sister Gu couldn't help but tease again. Xiao Lu ignored her, staring longingly at the thermal container. No matter what's inside, as long as it's from Boss Lin's restaurant, it's bound to be delicious. Seemingly sensing their gazes, Lin Xiao turned around and explained, "Oh, this is steak. The seafood will be brought out for you shortly." Lin Xiao replaced the empty insulated container with 100 servings of hot steak she had just retrieved from her system storage space. Chen Chen and Chen Kixuan had been waiting eagerly for some time. Before Lin Xiao could even secure the insulated container, the two of them had already swiftly grabbed 2 pieces each and placed them on their plates. Looking at the steaming, fragrant steaks on their plates, Chen Chen's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. He had already tasted half a steak, and the moment it entered his mouth, he felt as if he had been transported back to his happy childhood. That long-lost, wonderful taste, that long-lost joy, made him stand there, mesmerized, for a long time. But before he could fully savor that wonderful feeling, the half-steak was gone. Every second without the steak felt like torture. Finally, his ordeal was over. After an agonizing wait, he finally received the 2 steaks in front of him. The moment his bottom touched the chair, without even waiting to use a knife and fork, Chen Chen quickly picked up a piece of steak, brought it to his mouth, and took a large bite. He chewed, then took another large bite, repeating this 4 or 5 times. The entire steak was gone. Chen Chen finally stopped eating, muttering to himself, "That's the taste, that's the taste. When I was little, I rarely ranked in the top 10 of my grade, and my mom rewarded me by taking me to town for Western food. The steak there tasted exactly like this. Just as delicious, just as unforgettable. Perhaps this is the power of good food." As Chen Chen ate that steak and found that familiar taste, he filled the small void of his childhood. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao went back into the kitchen and materialized the 100 plates of Australian lobsters. Each of the 100 Australian lobsters provided by the system weighed 3 pounds. At 370 yuan per pound, this meant the market price had already exceeded 4 figures. Even Lin Xiao himself found it absurd, let alone the diners outside. 1,000 yuan Australian lobster in a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant. To be honest, if Lin Xiao were to take these lobsters out and say they were 100 yuan each, everyone would probably be pleasantly surprised. But rules, once broken, are hard to break again. If they sell an Australian lobster for 100 yuan this time, they might dare to sell a king crab for 500 yuan next time. In the end, his 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant would probably be a dead shell. On the way here, Lin Xiao discovered that the Australian lobsters were already available in the system's regular menu. Priced at 6,000 emotion points per 100 servings, Lin Xiao did a quick calculation. 1 Australian lobster provides 1,000 emotion points, isn't that reasonable? Isn't that much more profit than just selling them for cash? Having decided to serve them as a regular dish, Lin Xiao stopped hesitating. He arranged the Australian lobsters one by one on a portable serving rack, each rack holding exactly 50 plates. 3 minutes later, he pushed the 50 plates of lobsters outside. Chapter 40 Lin Xiao. It seems everyone's enthusiasm for Australian lobsters isn't very high. Lin Xiao's commotion as he pushed the mobile food cart out was considerable, naturally attracting the attention of many. The first to notice him was Xiao Lu, who had been intently watching the kitchen doorway, eagerly anticipating what delicious seafood Lin Xiao would bring out. Across from her, Sister Gu continued her teasing. "Xiao Lu, stop staring. No matter how much you look, Boss Lin isn't going to suddenly come out with 2 lobsters and say, 'The seafood was specially prepared for you.'" Just as she was speaking, suddenly, she noticed Xiao Lu's expression change. Xiao Lu's pupils contracted sharply, and her mouth gaped open, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Sister Gu paused for a moment, then realized what was happening and laughed as if she'd just understood. "What? Making that face on purpose, trying to trick me into turning around so you could ambush me from behind? Getting revenge for me teasing you earlier? Humph, Xiao Lu, the trick might fool a kindergartner, but not your Sister Gu. Let me guess, are you going to say later that Boss Lin really brought out a lobster?" In her mind, since she'd seen through his act, Xiao Lu didn't need to continue. However, she didn't expect that Xiao Lu's expression wouldn't change at all. In fact, it became even more shocked. Xiao Lu spoke up, Sister Gu, it's not a lobster, it looks like an Australian lobster. Sister Gu instinctively prepared to retort, what a joke. I don't even believe in lobsters, let alone the higher-end Australian lobster. Xiao Lu was truly naive, she couldn't even lie properly. No one gets caught red-handed. Instead, she makes up an even more outrageous lie. Just as she was about to retort, a scent mingled with the aroma of scallion oil and a hint of seafood wafted into her nostrils, causing her to turn her head in astonishment. Her eyes widened instantly, just like Xiao Lu's, and she couldn't help but exclaim, how is this possible? Before her stood a 5-tiered serving rack, easily as tall as a person. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was that each tier held 10 whole plates of Australian lobster, cut in half, drizzled with scallion oil, sprinkled with minced garlic, steaming hot, and incredibly generous in portion. A full 50 plates of Australian lobster. They appeared before her eyes, a slap in the face. Her commotion also attracted the attention of others. At the corner table, Wang Yuan and Zhang Tao, who had already finished their meal, were resting with their eyes closed. They had both drifted off to sleep, preparing to have another feast in their dreams, when they were awakened by Sister Gu's voice. Zhang Tao was the first to disconnect from his dream. He smacked his lips, wiped the drool from his chin, and then frowned, looking somewhat annoyed at the source of the exclamation. Oh, it's Sister Gu's loud voice. Ugh, women, they're so easily startled, they have no self-control at all. He was just about to drift back to sleep and finish the crab he hadn't yet eaten, but the next second, his gaze shifted slightly behind Sister Gu, a few centimeters. He blinked. His 5.0 vision allowed him to clearly see the Australian lobster on the shelf, even noticing the individual spines on its long whiskers. However, Zhang Tao showed no surprise. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, looks like I can't reward myself anymore. I'm hallucinating. After rubbing his eyes hard, he looked in that direction again, but the scene remained unchanged. He was stunned, no longer caring about the crabs in his dream. Holy crap! This is real. Is this a dream within a dream? Am I awake or not? Wang Yuan, standing nearby, was disturbed. He and his wife had been busy until late last night and hadn't slept well. He was finally catching up on sleep, but someone was yelling in his ear. Xiao Tao, what are you yelling about? It's killing me. You young people have so much energy. However, Zhang Tao didn't turn around for several seconds, looking somewhat anxious, and said to him, brother, pinch me quickly. I suspect I've been set up. I might be trapped in a dream and can't get out. Ha! Wang Yuan couldn't understand his thought process. Ugh, never mind. Zhang Tao didn't have time to explain, he simply reached out his left hand and pinched Wang Yuan's arm. Ouch! 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 Holy crap! Xiao Tao, are you fucking crazy? Wang Yuan grimaced at Zhang Tao, but Zhang Tao ignored him, muttering to himself, you still feel pain, so this isn't a dream. Seeing his possessed state, Wang Yuan forgot his own pain and frowned, saying, Xiao Tao, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Zhang Tao turned around, smiling wryly, and said, brother, take a look for yourself. Wang Yuan put on his glasses, which were nearly 800 degrees nearsighted, and looked in the direction Zhang Tao was pointing. He squinted to see better. The next second. What's this? Holy crap! Australian lobster. A 5-yuan buffet, and the owner serves this. Wang Yuan's shout made everyone who was eating look up, their eyes filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Brother Wang, what did you say? What Australian lobster? Where's the Australian lobster? Brother Wang, are you still half asleep and calling out the Australian lobster you were dreaming about? Wait, brother, you smell so good. Oh wait, not on you, it's coming from behind you. The aroma of 50 steaming plates of Australian lobster had permeated every corner of the restaurant. Following the scent, all the employees quickly found its source. After a brief silence, the entire place erupted in unparalleled exclamations. Holy crap, it really is Australian lobster. Wow, it really is you. Boss Lin, is this for us? Boss Lin, let me have a bite, just one bite, I'll even accept you as my godfather. I'm begging you. Get lost. You have to wait in line even if you beg. Lots of people want to be Boss Lin's adopted son. Who do you think you are? Boss Lin, look at me first. Lin Xiao realized he had underestimated the commotion the Australian lobsters could cause. He cleared his throat, looking at the countless expectant eyes staring at him, and listening to the constant surge of shock in his head. He chuckled and teased. Looks like everyone's not that enthusiastic about the Australian lobsters, even though everyone's already bought their all-you-can-eat tickets. Not a single person has come to get them. I thought everyone would rush over to grab them. Lin Xiao's meaning was clear. These Australian lobsters were also part of the 5-yuan all-you-can-eat buffet. Therefore, before he could finish speaking, he saw countless pairs of eyes glowing green, rushing towards him like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Chapter 41. Lin Xiao, can you please stop adding your own drama? Ahem, everyone, don't rush, take your time, calm down, calm down. Seeing a large group of employees about to rush towards him, Lin Xiao quickly added, because the portion of Australian lobster is small, each person can only take one serving today. I hope you can understand. Hearing Lin Xiao's somewhat apologetic words, the employees all stood up for him. Boss Lin, why are you apologizing to us? We're overjoyed to have Australian lobster. Even if you gave each of us a whole lobster leg, no one would say a word. That's right, that's right. Anyone who dares to be dissatisfied with Boss Lin because of this, we won't let them off the hook. Boss Lin, why don't you charge us a fee? Otherwise, we feel really bad eating here. Yes, yes. Listening to everyone's words, Lin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps this is what they mean by, if you treat people sincerely, even the greatest scholars will defend you. Alright, let's not talk about fees anymore. Everyone, please line up. I'll distribute the Australian lobsters. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, a woman's voice rang out beside him. Brother Lin Xiao, I'm first. Give me one first. The wealthy young woman, Zhu Jiao, who wasn't interested in money, showed great interest in the Australian lobster. Actually, she wasn't interested in the lobster itself. As an only child from the Yangtze River Delta region, her father would immediately find a chef to make it for her if she just said she wanted some. She was simply interested in the lobster Lin Xiao made. After all, even with ordinary ingredients, Lin Xiao could make it so delicious and unforgettable. Surely, such a top-quality ingredient as Australian lobster would bring her a completely different and novel experience. Since Zhu Jiao was indeed closest to him, Lin Xiao smiled and handed her a plate of Australian lobster. Thank you, brother Lin Xiao. Zhu Jiao took the plate of Australian lobster and rushed to her seat without stopping. Not caring about her image, she immediately used her hands, effortlessly peeling the long, translucent, chunky white lobster meat from its shell. Zhu Jiao usually didn't like to use any extra seasoning when eating Australian lobster, she always thought it was completely unnecessary. But today, her opinion was challenged. Next to the lobster, now cut in half, was a small bowl containing the dipping sauce Lin Xiao had prepared. Now, a disagreement arose. Should she follow her usual way of eating it without seasoning, or should she follow Lin Xiao's advice? Without hesitation, Zhu Jiao dipped the lobster meat in the small bowl. Her thinking was simple. Since she and Lin Xiao had a disagreement, it was obvious she was wrong. Don't use your hobby to challenge someone else's professional level. Never mind all that, just follow Lin Xiao's lead. Zhu Jiao slightly raised her chin, grabbed the lobster meat that probably weighed 6 ounces, and eagerly put it in her mouth. Wow! Such a refreshing taste. So delicious. I used to just eat whatever I wanted. The moment the shrimp meat entered her mouth, Zhu Jiao's eyes lit up. Lin Xiao hadn't disappointed her. The taste of this Australian lobster was indeed several levels higher than anything she'd ever had before. The moment the lobster entered her mouth, the collision of her teeth and the shrimp meat gave Zhu Jiao a unique, firm, and chewy texture. The shrimp meat was thick, offering slight resistance when chewed, but it wasn't dry at all. Instead, it had a special chewiness, making it very crisp and refreshing. What Zhu Jiao found most distinctive was Lin Xiao's meticulously prepared dipping sauce. Those who frequently eat Australian lobster know that it doesn't require fancy cooking methods. It only requires 4 steps: draining the urine, chilling it slightly before cutting, removing the intestines, and then steaming it. Many chefs can perfectly execute this. Therefore, the quality of the Australian lobster largely depends on its own quality and the dipping sauce used. The quality was undeniable. The Australian lobster produced by the system was absolutely top tier. However, Zhu Jiao wasn't unfamiliar with this quality of Australian lobster before. But this secret dipping sauce was something she had never heard of before. Zhu Jiao was indeed a foodie. She could taste soy sauce, sugar, lemon juice, and fish sauce in the sauce. But she couldn't discern many other flavors. Before today, Zhu Jiao had never imagined that such a dipping sauce could complement the Australian lobster meat so well. It completely removed the fishy smell of the lobster and perfectly brought out its natural sweetness. Paired with lemon juice, it had a unique, refreshing flavor. Compared to Lin Xiao's dipping sauce, any seafood dipping sauce she had ever tasted before was like comparing swill to fine liquor. Zhu Jiao felt that if she could eat with this sauce all the time, she would never get tired of eating seafood. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't Lin Xiao say he wanted to discuss the restaurant transfer fee with her? Anyway, she wasn't short of money. She could just have Lin Xiao use this exclusive dipping sauce as payment. 1 bottle of exclusive dipping sauce could offset 100,000 yuan, so she could get 20 bottles. Wow, she's such a clever little devil. While Zhu Jiao was basking in the glow of her plan, dreaming of achieving seafood dipping sauce freedom. The others were silently queuing, watching the young girl devour her seafood, and they were all practically drooling. Every few seconds, they would glance at the front of the line to see how many people were left before it was their turn. Chen Chen and Chen Kixuan were also in the line. Finally, as the people in front of them walked away excitedly with their platters of Australian lobster, it was Chen Kixuan's turn next. Lin Xiao looked at Chen Kixuan, smiled, and handed him the Australian lobster, ruffling Chen Kixuan's hair. "Xiao Xian, you're still growing, eat more to get protein so you can grow taller." Chen Kixuan stared excitedly at the Australian lobster in his hand, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, thank you, brother Lin Xiao." After saying that, he couldn't wait to turn and leave, ready to enjoy this dish he was already tired of eating at Michelin-starred restaurants. His thoughts were the same as Zhu Jiao's. Could anyone else's cooking taste the same as Lin Xiao's? After Chen Kixuan turned and left, it was Chen Chen's turn. However, amidst his expectant expression, Lin Xiao asked with a hint of doubt, "Hey, 50 portions already gone?" Chen Chen's smile faltered. He then looked at the shelf beside him. Sure enough, the shelf, which had been piled high with Australian lobster, was now completely empty. Lin Xiao simply made a casual remark, his expression quickly returning to normal. He smiled and was about to say, "It's okay, I'll go into the kitchen," when Chen Chen interrupted him. "It's okay. Actually, I don't really like seafood. It's gone, it's gone. Mr. Lin, you don't need to feel guilty. I'm late." Seeing Chen Chen's feigned nonchalance and relaxed demeanor, but whose smile was actually more like a grimace, Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. "Can you please stop making a scene for yourself?" Chapter 42 Emotional value exceeds 200,000. What exactly is this mysterious dish worth 8,000 yuan? Actually, Lin Xiao was about to explain when Chen Kixuan returned with an Australian lobster, interrupting him once again. "Brother Chen, I'm a little full. I probably can't finish the whole one. Could you share half with me?" Chen Chen paused, a hint of emotion welling in his eyes. He knew, of course, that Chen Kixuan was just saying that because he saw he hadn't eaten. Little Xian was so considerate, completely different from those students outside who always shouted, "Yu is awesome." Lin Xiao sighed again. Why couldn't he even speak? He prepared to explain for the third time, but this time the entire restaurant became noisy and bustling. "Ahem, Xiao Luo, I can't eat much either, want half?" "Me too, I'm full after half." "Same as always, call me Godfather, and I'll give you half." The employees who had already received their Australian lobsters realized what was happening. Looking at the others with empty hands and envious eyes, they didn't hesitate and followed suit, preparing to share half of their lobsters. He Seeing sat on the second floor, watching this harmonious scene, a smile spreading across her face. The monthly team building activity fostered this kind of cohesion, and as the company's boss, she was very proud. At this moment, a freshly served Australian lobster sat before Zhao Yingjun, who was standing beside her. Hearing the voices from below, she smiled and looked at He Siying, saying, "Ms. He, I'm also a little out of appetite. If you can't finish, share half with Xiao Cheng. I ate too much seafood at a business dinner the other day, so I don't have much of an appetite." He Siying smiled and declined. Her words were half true and half false. The first part was true, she had indeed eaten quite a lot of seafood the other day, but her lack of appetite was obviously a lie. Although she couldn't imagine what the Australian lobster Lin Xiao would cook would taste like, she imagined it would be different from what she had eaten before. However, there weren't enough lobsters for everyone. As the company boss, she couldn't expect her employees to cater to her. But next time she came, she could bring 2 live Australian lobsters and have Lin Xiao cook them for her. He Siying pondered the feasibility of this plan. "Ahem, could you all please let me finish what I have to say?" Lin Xiao called out weakly. He was tired, emotionally exhausted. Hearing Lin Xiao speak, everyone immediately fell silent. "It's good that you all know how to share food, but actually, you don't have to sacrifice your own share. I still have Australian lobsters in the kitchen, plenty. I guarantee everyone can have some, it's just a matter of who eats first and who eats later." As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, everyone looked at each other, their faces breaking into excited smiles. At this moment, Lin Xiao's status in their hearts reached a new peak. How to put it? If Lin Xiao took them back to ancient times, he only needed to raise his voice, and they would help him don that imperial robe. Of course, not everyone was happy, there were exceptions. Xiao Lu from the HR department was currently chasing after his good buddy, the two of them jostling each other, occasionally punctuated by shouts and curses. "Damn it, Zhao Qi, you bastard, give me back that Godfather I just called you. Good son, Daddy's already recorded it. Get out of here. I'll never forgive you." Lin Xiao ignored the commotion outside, went into the kitchen, and placed the 50 plates of Australian lobster on the shelf, pushing them out. After distributing all 50 plates, he went back into the kitchen and spent 6,000 emotion points from the system shop to exchange for another 100 plates. After Ying, who was last in line, took her portion, Lin Xiao carried 2 plates of Australian lobster to the table where Uncle Wang was sitting. He had already noticed, as he expected, Uncle Wang's plate still had the same contents as before. A huge plate of rice, topped with hot and sour shredded potatoes, braised eggplant, and stir-fried dried tofu with green peppers, not a trace of meat in sight. Anyone who didn't know better would think Uncle Wang was planning to become a monk after this meal. Lin Xiao sat down, smiling, and picked out a piece of Australian lobster meat with her chopsticks, dipped it in the secret sauce, and handed it to Uncle Wang's plate. Before Uncle Wang had a chance to refuse, Lin Xiao immediately frowned and said, "Uncle, everyone's eating lobster, and you're the only one not eating. People will think I'm abusing an elder. Uncle, don't ruin my image in everyone's eyes." Uncle Wang didn't understand the concept of moral blackmail. He just suddenly felt that if he didn't eat, it wouldn't benefit Lin Xiao, but rather harm him. He could only sigh helplessly. I'll eat it, okay." Uncle Wang took a couple of bites, savoring the novel taste he'd never experienced before. He suddenly said, "Xiao Lin, this stuff isn't cheap, is it? One must cost 100 or 2. Lin Xiao handed the other half of the Australian lobster meat to Uncle Wang's plate, then shook it and said, "Uncle, you're overthinking it. Lobsters are expensive outside, but I have a supplier who's super cheap. I could eat it every day." Uncle Wang stared into Lin Xiao's eyes for a while, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he continued eating with peace of mind. In fact, Lin Xiao wasn't lying. The system's purchase price was a drop in the ocean compared to the profit the Australian lobster could bring him. These 100-odd Australian lobsters alone would bring him more than 10 times the profit. His emotional value had even surpassed the 200,000 mark. Lin Xiao had never won such a profitable battle. He had decided that once he got home, he would upgrade the beginner-level emotional value wheel to the intermediate level. He was really curious to know what those 10 mysterious dishes worth 8,000 yuan in the beginner-level wheel were. After peeling the Australian lobster for Uncle Wang, Lin Xiao went to the food area, got some of his favorite meat dishes, and also brought some back for Uncle Wang. Lin Xiao shared half of the salt and pepper shrimp, boiled pork slices, and cumin ribs he had just brought with him, before asking, "Uncle, are you still working as a construction worker?" Hearing Lin Xiao's question, Uncle Wang looked troubled and shook his head. "No, I'm not anymore. Last time my child was sick, I took a few days off, and the contractor wouldn't let me work anymore." Lin Xiao wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, "That's perfect, Uncle Wang. I happen to have a job, and I can call Uncle Su and the others to help me out. I wonder if you'd be interested." "Hey, Lin, what are you saying? Just tell me, what do you need Uncle Wang's help with? I guarantee I'll get it done." Uncle Wang grinned, even straightening his chest and giving a comical salute, showing a rare moment of playfulness. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Wang, can you drive? Or do any of Uncle Su or the others know how to drive?" Hearing this, Uncle Wang smiled, his forehead wrinkles curving into a knot. "I can't, but your Uncle Su can. When he was younger, he drove a big truck. He's probably quite capable." "That's good," Lin Xiao nodded, no longer hiding anything, and directly stated his purpose. "Uncle Wang, I want you to be the manager of my branch." Chapter 43 Boss, I'll show you how to eat a giant Australian lobster in 3 bites. Ha! Cough cough cough. Uncle Wang choked for a moment, quickly grabbing his water glass and taking a couple of sips. Looking at Lin Xiao's smiling face, he calmed himself down before speaking with some disbelief. "Xiao Lin, you're not joking with me, are you? Me, the manager? I don't have that kind of ability." Lin Xiao waved his hand, interrupting Uncle Wang. This idea had come to him on his drive home. Uncle Wang had borrowed 300,000 yuan from him for his granddaughter's medical treatment. Although he didn't care whether the money was repaid or not, Uncle Wang certainly didn't think that way. He was definitely thinking about paying it back as soon as possible. But for a man in his 50s, almost 60, repaying such a sum was obviously not easy. He didn't have much education, and his body couldn't handle heavy physical labor. After thinking it over, Lin Xiao realized that making Uncle Wang the manager of his branch was the most suitable thing to do. First of all, he knew the situation of his restaurant. No chefs are needed. The manager's daily tasks are simply to do some light cleaning in the morning, noon, and evening. The rest of the time he sits and plays on his phone, asking customers to scan a QR code at the door to pay 5 yuan. Leftover plates from customers are simply collected and placed in the plastic bins provided by the system, no washing is required, and they look brand new the next day. For Lin Xiao, the most annoying part of being the manager is deciding which anime to watch with lunch. Being a branch manager is similar, except you just need to get up early, drive to the main store, and pick up the day's ingredients. All you need is to be able to drive, nothing else is required. Lin Xiao explained his ideas in detail, and Uncle Wang's initial resistance gradually dissipated, though he still had some concerns. "Xiao Lin, I don't mind the hardship and fatigue. I'm just worried that my clumsiness might mess things up and ruin your reputation." Lin Xiao smiled nonchalantly. It's alright, Uncle Wang, don't worry about it. My shop didn't rely on service, it's built on the quality and taste of the food. The reputation isn't that easy to ruin. Before Uncle Wang could speak again, Lin Xiao quickly said, then it's settled. When my branch opens, Uncle Wang, you'll be my manager. We'll invite Uncle Su and the others too. 2 days off a week, all the branch's profits will be yours, and I'll give each of you an extra 20,000 yuan a month. Lin Xiao's emotional points increased, and with he seeing as a stable source of emotional points for the entire company, he didn't care so much about money anymore. 20,000 yuan was easily earned back by spending 3,000 or 4,000 emotional points on a lottery. Although Uncle Su and the others didn't help him like Uncle Wang did when he was at his poorest, they had been supporting his business almost daily for the past 2 years, often helping him with chores, frequently buying him fruit, and treating him like their own son. Lin Xiao wasn't a saint, he couldn't help everyone in need. But now that he had the ability, he naturally wanted to lend a hand to these familiar people who were genuinely kind to him. Uncle Wang listened to Lin Xiao's words, increasingly astonished. He found it hard to believe that such a conscientious boss existed in the world. When he finally heard about the salary, he hurriedly waved his hands. How can that be? That's too much. No way, absolutely not. Uncle Wang's attitude was firm. No matter how Lin Xiao tried to persuade him, he wouldn't agree. Before, when he worked on construction sites, he worked from dawn till dusk, toiling away at high intensity, barely getting 2 days off a month, and his salary was only 7 or 8,000. Now, with such an easy job, and weekends off, receiving 20,000 a month from Lin Xiao, he couldn't accept it with a clear conscience. Seeing Uncle Wang's firm attitude, Lin Xiao had no choice but to say helplessly, let's not talk about this now. I'll call Uncle Su and the others tomorrow, and we'll discuss it then. As if remembering something, he added, Uncle, my restaurant is having an event tomorrow, remember to come early. Maybe we can get some cash. The employees finished eating and quickly left, partly because they were rushing to their afternoon team building activity, and partly because with so many people crowding the restaurant, new customers wouldn't have enough seats, which would negatively impact Lin Xiao's business. Lin Xiao, are you free this afternoon? Want to join our team building activity? He seeing asked Lin Xiao with a smile before leaving. Hearing their boss's question, many employees who had already left turned around, their eyes full of anticipation. Yes, Boss Lin, come on over. It'll be more fun if everyone plays together. Boss Lin, just treat yourself to some relaxation, come join our team building activity. Lin Xiao, come on over. Lin Xiao felt everyone's genuine enthusiasm and understood that they truly wanted him to come, not just giving perfunctory maybe next time. He thought about it. He really didn't have much to do that afternoon, and he should relax a bit. Although the weekend had just ended, he had worked diligently for a whole day and a half. It was time for a work-life balance, otherwise, he'd be exhausted. Okay, Mr. He, could you send me the address for your team-building event this afternoon? I'll make the arrangements and head over. After the employees had all gotten into their cars and left, Lin Xiao returned to the hotel. He looked at Zhou Peng, who was live-streaming in the corner, and asked with a smile, Zhou, do you want to come with us? You've been live-streaming all morning, want to relax a bit? Zhou Peng shook his head, his eyes showing no sign of fatigue. It's okay, brother Lin. Live-streaming is my hobby, and I stayed up 2 nights this weekend playing games with Su Qian at the internet cafe. I'm a bit exhausted. Anyway, I don't have any classes this afternoon. I'll watch the shop for you, brother Lin, you can go have fun. Thanks for the plane, boss. Don't be so polite, boss. I'll show you how to eat a whole Australian lobster in 3 bites. Lin Xiao didn't say anything more. Okay, thank you for your hard work. If there are any problems at the shop, just let me know on WeChat. Lin Xiao took Uncle Wang back to the hospital to be with his granddaughter, then headed towards the team-building destination, Chu Shui Lanting. Bringing so many people to show off, so what if they're rich kids? In old Zhang's stir-fry restaurant next door, Shui Haiying, having just seen off her only table of customers, glanced at the 100 or so people leaving in a grand procession next door, then looked at her own deserted restaurant, her resentment so intense it could resurrect an evil sword immortal. Leaning against the doorframe, she looked at Shen Shiwei, who was intently cooking, and couldn't help but mutter. I don't know what kind of place that restaurant next door is. How can their food taste better than our little Shen's? A bunch of tasteless bastards, they deserve to never eat good food. Right, little Shen? She meant it sincerely. Although Shen Shiwei was just a college student, her cooking skills were indeed quite good. Hearing this, Shen Shiwei paused in her cooking. She really wanted to say, don't drag me into your bragging, but that wouldn't be polite, so she remained silent, quickening her stir-frying motions. Seeing that Shen Shiwei ignored her, Shui Haiying could only continue talking to herself. After Lao Zhang is discharged from the hospital in a couple of days, I really have to invite him to go next door and see what it tastes like. By the way, Xiao Shen, you probably haven't tried the food next door yet, right? Do you want to come with us? Chapter 44 Tang Ji, let's check out some local delicacies. I think I'll pass. I don't like buffets. Shen Shiwei's hand trembled slightly as she cracked eggs, and she spoke somewhat guiltily. How could she dare go? What if Lin Xiao recognized her and said, "Oh, sitting in your usual spot today"? Wouldn't that be awkward? She had also noticed the hostile attitude her boss had towards the restaurant next door, and she couldn't reveal that. In ancient times, that would be a capital offense of treason. All right then. Xue Haiying had no doubts. She walked out of the kitchen and sat down, her thoughts wandering. I wonder where those district reviewers are? If they don't come soon, I don't know when we'll be able to sell all the dead lobsters piling up in our freezer. Chu Shui Lanting, a hotel brand in Hangzhou specializing in high-end spa and leisure experiences. It integrates gourmet buffets, leisure and entertainment, and bathing facilities, making it popular among many white-collar workers. However, due to its exorbitant price of around 1,000 yuan per person, this was Lin Xiao's first time here. Since it wasn't the weekend, it wasn't crowded. As he curiously observed his surroundings, a smiling receptionist approached. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Xiao? This way, please." "Okay." Soon, Lin Xiao was led by her to a private changing room to change into a clean bathrobe. After thanking her, he walked towards the villa with a plaque reading Lanting Villa hanging above the main entrance. This was a detached villa that he seeing had specially booked for the team building activity. There were only 3 such detached villas in the entire Kushui Lanting area. As soon as Lin Xiao pushed open the villa's door, he heard a sound. "This king crab leg, it tastes bland at all. Brother Wang, try it, doesn't it taste different from the one I had last time?" Wang Yuan took the king crab leg Zhang Tao handed him, took a bite, and said with a smile, "The taste hasn't changed. I think your palate has been spoiled by Boss Linear." "Ah, that's terrible. If Boss Lin doesn't open a branch downstairs from the company soon, I think I'll develop anorexia. Damn, I won't starve to death, will I? You're quite something, aren't you? In this society, many people die from overwork, but I've never heard of anyone starving to death. Should I give you an award?" Hearing Wang Yuan's teasing words, Zhang Tao rubbed his forehead, his face full of despair. "Ahem, it's not that dramatic." Lin Xiao walked to the side, picked up a disassembled king crab leg, and chewed it. The king crab leg was firm and chewy, with thick, meaty flesh and a sweet aftertaste. Although it didn't seem to compare to their own Australian lobster in any aspect, it was definitely not tasteless as Zhang Tao had claimed. Lin Xiao nodded. "I think it's quite delicious." "Hey, Mr. Lin, you're finally here." Hearing the voice, Zhang Tao jumped up from his stool with delight, no longer caring about the king crab leg, and pulled Lin Xiao by the shoulder, heading into the villa. "Everyone's been waiting for you. Hey, where are you taking me? Have fun. Our boss, Mr. He, said we won't talk about work today, only romance." For the next 5 hours, Lin Xiao truly experienced what it felt like to be the darling of the group. The girls dragged him to photogenic spots, while the boys invited him for massages, foot baths, and card games. These activities alone didn't seem tiring, but the sheer number of people made it impossible. Putting everything else aside, Lin Xiao's top-notch cooking skills alone made him irresistible. Who wouldn't want to be on good terms with him? If he could have Mr. Lin cook at his wedding banquet, how prestigious would that be in front of his relatives? Therefore, Lin Xiao took at least 200 photos just from being dragged around by the girls. To ensure efficient photo production, he had to maintain a constant smile, until his face was practically frozen from smiling. And amidst this tight schedule, he even had to squeeze in some time to play games with Chen Kixuan. Finally, Lin Xiao found an opportunity and quickly excused himself from Lanting Courtyard, claiming he was hungry, to rest alone in the self-service area for a while. He rubbed his stiff face, thinking to himself, team building was truly fun, but it was also truly exhausting. This afternoon was more tiring than a full day at work. Just as he rested for a few minutes, regained his energy, scooped up a scoop of strawberry ice cream, and was about to head back, a voice reached his ears. "Brother Han, I've finished checking the kitchen. No quality or hygiene issues. Where should we do a surprise inspection tomorrow? I heard a new 5-yuan buffet restaurant opened on Jintian Street. Want to check it out?" One sentence made Lin Xiao, this lion-like Sigma man, stop in his tracks. A new 5-yuan buffet restaurant on Jintian Street? Wasn't that his own restaurant? Lin Xiao hadn't expected to be caught up in this mess. What confused him even more was, a surprise inspection? What did that mean? Not for now. The higher UPS have ordered that all the big restaurants be inspected this week. As for these cheaper little eateries, we can leave them for now, another voice said. Lin Xiao's curiosity was piqued. He decisively changed direction and went to the dessert section, pretending to pick out some desserts. He could hear them more clearly from there. As the two men who were talking passed by Lin Xiao, he looked up and glanced at them casually, recognizing their faces. The one called Brother Han looked to be in his early 30s, and the other was probably only 24 or 25. Both were wearing the same white bodysuit as him. At this moment, they continued their casual conversation, completely unaware of Lin Xiao's eavesdropping. Okay, let's go next week then. But this 5-yuan all-you-can-eat place is a bit strange. Oh, tell me what's going on. The younger man immediately launched into a long explanation. Actually, it's nothing much. I just happened to see a video on Douyin last time, but I forgot which blogger it was. He said it was in Linnan district of Hangzhou, in a tiny roadside restaurant of about 20 square meters, where you could eat all-you-can-eat incredibly delicious stir-fried beef with green peppers for just 5 yuan. I was thinking of checking it out sometime when I had time, and guess what? It closed down after only a few days. Before I could even figure out what happened, that tiny 20 square meter restaurant suddenly came back to life. It transformed into this over 100 square meter 5 yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant. Hey, brother Han, isn't that amazing? Lin Xiao listened intently as he scooped up some ice cream, enjoying the guy's rags to riches story. It's not bad, actually. But buddy, is your internet speed a bit slow? Stir-fried beef with green peppers, that was so long ago. Wait, Lin Xiao gently bit his spoon. He thought about it carefully. It seemed like less than a week had passed since the stir-fried beef with green peppers and now the Australian lobster. That's incredibly fast. Seeing the two men speak again, Lin Xiao immediately shook his head and continued to listen intently. He quickly grasped the general situation. A district's top 10 restaurant selection? Interesting, huh? Lin Xiao muttered to himself as he walked back to Lanting Villa. When Lin Xiao learned that the two men were conducting surprise inspections of various restaurants, large and small, for this year's top 10 restaurant selection, he became less interested in the whole thing. Participating in a district's top 10 restaurant selection just sounded unappealing. After all, having a district's top 10 restaurant title, besides slightly increasing popularity and winning a few thousand yuan in prize money, didn't really have any substantial benefits. To be blunt, who goes out to eat these days and thinks about checking which restaurants are in their district's top 10 first? Don't people just search for nearby restaurants with good popularity and value on platforms like Meituan, Dianping, and Douyin? The number of customers the district's top 10 restaurant title would bring Lin Xiao was probably less than the number of customers Zhou Peng brought in from his daily livestream antics. Lin Xiao felt there was no need for him to spend time or effort preparing for this. Winning the award would be great, but not winning wouldn't matter. There was no need to deliberately improve his service or be overly nitpicky about hygiene just for the sake of the title. Doing his best within his capabilities, ensuring customers come unexpectedly and leave satisfied, was enough. Just like when Tang Ji first visited the shop, Lin Xiao said, "I only seek a clear conscience." Even now, he still adhered to this principle. Thinking of Tang Ji, his first customer after acquiring the system, a smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Last week, Uncle Tang said he was going to Indian territory to try the local specialties. I wonder if he'll like the food there. Yay foodie adventure, yay lots of coins, what a real chef is. Today I'm taking you to check out an Indian specialty crispy biscuits with sauce. 2 people, 160 rupees, wow. On the streets of Indian territory, Tang Ji, a shade darker from the sun. With trembling hands, he held a small bowl of crispy cakes coated in an unknown thick, yellowish-brown sauce, his face etched with utter despair. Chapter 45. This mukbang is so interesting, I wonder which restaurant it's from? Here, have the first bite of noodles. Tang Ji held the bowl of crispy pancakes in front of the camera, letting the audience see more clearly what a bizarre and grotesque dish this was. The next second, Tang Ji steeled himself, brought the bowl of crispy pancakes to his mouth, and did something that made his personal photographer, Sun Yujin's eyelids twitch wildly. Tang Ji, ruthless and taciturn, poured the entire small bowl of crispy pancakes, now softened by the yellowish-brown sauce, into his mouth. With a swallow's hesitant motion, he downed it in one gulp, maintaining a nonchalant expression. Sun Yujin was immediately filled with respect. No wonder he can be a food blogger with millions of followers, while he can only be a photographer. He really dares to face difficulties. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Just looking at that bowl of stuff made him want to vomit his lunch, and he dared to down it in one go. What's the difference between this and eating a thesis defense? With that kind of courage, anything is possible. After swallowing the food, Tang Ji even smiled at the camera. Clean and hygienic, isn't it? If the taste isn't too bad, it's actually quite delicious. After saying that, he waited a few seconds, then seemed to be reaching his limit and asked again, Xiao-sun, is this video finished recording? Sun Yujin nodded, and Tang Ji smiled and nodded as well. The next second, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Sun Yujin. When Tang Ji woke up again, he found himself lying in a hospital. It was already dark outside. Sun Yujin was lying on the cot next to him, seemingly scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, but why was he drooling like that? Xiao-sun, what happened to me? Hearing Tang Ji's voice, Sun Yujin's face lit up, and he wiped away imaginary drool from the corner of his mouth. Old Tang, you're finally awake. The doctor here said it was heat stroke and food poisoning, but don't worry, they've already pumped your stomach, thankfully it's nothing serious. But you can't eat anything tomorrow, and, after listening to Sun Yujin's instructions, Tang Ji nodded, feeling a little helpless. It seemed the roadside delicacies of these Indians really weren't for him. Little son, now film me our last video in the Indians, to warn my fans that you really can't just eat anything. No problem. Sun Yujin's eyes lit up when he heard this was the last video in the Indians. He couldn't get used to the food here, just looking at it made him lose his appetite. He'd wanted to go home for ages. What's more, this video he'd just seen only intensified his desire to return home. He tossed his phone onto the bed and jogged to get his camera equipment. Tang Ji chuckled at Sun Yujin's flustered behavior. He was curious, what was Sun Yujin looking at that made him practically drool? From his vantage point, a quick turn of his head revealed a clear view of Sun Yujin's phone screen, a video. The video's background was a nicely decorated, upscale restaurant. The restaurant looked vaguely familiar to Tang Ji. He couldn't quite place where he'd seen it before, so he stopped worrying about it. In the video, a young man in his 20s he didn't recognize was putting half an Australian lobster into his mouth. The video also had an audio clip. "Boss, don't be so rude. Watch me show you how to eat a whole lobster in 3 bites. Hearing this hilarious voice, Tang Ji was amused. This mukbang was quite interesting. He wondered which fancy restaurant had hired the streamer. Maybe he could check it out when he got back to China. However, just then, Sun Yujin returned with the camera equipment, so he kept his thoughts to himself. Old Tang has set a bad example for everyone this time. I hope everyone can learn from this and pay attention to hygiene when eating. Tang Ji spoke for over half a minute before signaling Sun Yujin to end the filming. He felt a bit thirsty and was about to grab a bottle of water when he suddenly realized he couldn't drink water yet. A little awkwardly, he withdrew his hand and smiled at Sun Yujin, saying, "Little son, this mukbang video you're watching is quite interesting. Which restaurant is it? Do you know it? Once my stomach has recovered, we can go check it out." Hearing this, Sun Yujin's expression immediately became somewhat strange. Chapter 46 6 Flavors of Crayfish. I could eat them until I become a giant. Seeing Sun Yujin's strange expression and silence, Tang Ji immediately teased him. "Ha, you're too embarrassed to tell me? Why are you being so possessive of your food?" "Well, no, it's just that even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to eat it in your current physical condition. I'm afraid you'd cry from craving it." Sun Yujin revealed his true feelings. "How could that be? Xiao Sun, you've been with me for 3 or 4 years now. When have you ever seen me drool with hunger? Don't even mention drooling. I, Tang Ji, haven't really drooled over anything. The only thing I've been craving is the stir-fried beef with green peppers I had at Xiao Lin's last time. Nothing else. It's just Australian lobster, right? I've had my share. Hurry up, stop keeping me in suspense." After explaining for a while, Tang Ji suddenly remembered something and said again, "Wait, the shop isn't owned by your friend, is it?" Sun Yujin thought for a moment. Did Lin Xiao consider him a friend? Recalling Lin Xiao's attitude, he nodded. "It really is opened by a friend of mine." Before he could finish, Tang Ji interrupted him. "I get it. Your friend wants me to go through the trouble of checking out the restaurant and helping it gain popularity, right?" Sun Yujin was bewildered and about to speak when Tang Ji waved his hand. "Let me finish first, son. We've known each other for so long, you know what kind of person I am. If your friend's restaurant is truly delicious, then I, Old Tang, will certainly not hesitate to praise it. But if he's trying to pull any tricks, don't blame me for being ruthless. Alright, I'm done. Think it over before you speak." "What do you mean? I want to understand." "Old Tang, you're thinking too much," Sun Yujin said, half laughing, half crying, leaving Tang Ji completely bewildered. "The owner of this restaurant isn't just my friend, he's yours too." Sun Yujin stopped teasing. "This is Lin Xiao's restaurant." "What?" Tang Ji almost jumped out of bed, but his weak limbs limited his movements. Suddenly, he realized why the restaurant in the video background looked familiar. Wasn't this the restaurant his old friend Su Changshan sold to Lin Xiao? The restaurant matched up now, but what the heck was A.O. Long? What's going on? Lin Xiao isn't doing the 5-yuan buffet anymore? No, it's still the 5-yuan buffet. It's hard to explain in a short time. See for yourself. Sun Yujin handed his phone to Tang Ji and showed him several videos. The more Tang Ji watched, the more he felt the world had gone mad beyond his comprehension. A 5-yuan buffet, with dishes like stir-fried beef with green peppers, boiled sliced pork, salt and pepper shrimp, and cumin ribs, was still within his acceptable range. But suddenly having pan-fried steak? Wasn't that a bit too much? As for the Australian lobster in the video released today, it goes without saying that it shook Tang Ji's decades-old values. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Sun, how long have we been here? If I remember correctly, 5 days, right? How come it feels like only 5 months have passed for Xiao Lin's restaurant to expand?" That's too fast. Sun Yujin stared at the mouth-watering Australian lobster in the video, swallowing hard. Old Tang, I don't care about that right now. I just want to know when we can go back to China. I really want to try some. Look at you, so pathetic. You get this hungry just from watching a video. Grunt. Tang Ji's stubborn words were only halfway through when the loud rumbling of his stomach betrayed his true feelings. Both of them fell silent. Tang Ji took a deep breath. The food here was absolutely terrible. Calling Native American food the equivalent of pig swill back home would be an understatement. This made him miss Lin Xiao's restaurant even more. Knowing he wouldn't be able to eat all day tomorrow, Tang Ji decisively said, "Buy the earliest plane ticket for the day after tomorrow. Our first meal back home will be at Xiao Lin's place. Boss Lin, I called my Coco downstairs. We're going to eat at your restaurant later. Hopefully, that won't make it too late for you to get off work, Boss Lin." Hangzhou, rainy night, overpass, Maybach. Chen Chen sat upright in the back seat of Lin Xiao's car, speaking somewhat reservedly. It was already 6 p.m. The team-building activity at Chen Xing Company had long since ended, and everyone had gone home. Since Chen Chen's home was in the residential area behind Lin Xiao's restaurant, he had hitched a ride. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately smiled and said, "It's okay, I usually get off work at 7, it's only 6 now, you guys can't possibly eat for an hour, can you? Even if it's 10 or 20 minutes overtime, it's fine. I can accept working overtime occasionally." Seeing Chen Chen's awkwardness, Lin Xiao considerately took the initiative to start a conversation. "What dishes do you like to eat? Or what your girlfriend likes to eat? I feel like my restaurant's menu is a bit limited, but I don't know what new dishes to add, so I was thinking of brainstorming. Whatever you like to eat, I'll make it for you." Chen Chen perked up immediately upon hearing this, excitedly saying, "Really? That's wonderful, Mr. Lin. I don't really have any particular favorite dishes. I'm quite satisfied with what you have on offer now, but my Coco does have one dish she really wants to eat. I'm just wondering if it'll be too much trouble for you, Mr. Linear." Lin Xiao, focused on driving, casually replied, "It's alright, just tell me, what is it?" "Crawfish." "Ha, what did you say?" Hearing Lin Xiao's question, Chen Chen scratched his head a little embarrassedly and quickly explained, "Boss Lin, I was just mentioning it casually. I know crayfish are a bit of a hassle to cook, so don't worry about it." "No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, isn't this a coincidence?" Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Tomorrow I happen to be hosting a 3-day all-you-can-eat crayfish event. If you trust my cooking skills, you can bring your girlfriend." Hearing this, Chen Chen's face lit up with surprise, and he couldn't suppress the smile that appeared on his face. "That's wonderful. I trust your cooking skills, Mr. Lin. I'll send the good news to Coco on WeChat right away." "No need." Lin Xiao smoothly parked the car in the parking lot, which was about 300 meters away from his restaurant. He could vaguely see the brightly lit Xiao Lin 5-yuan buffet restaurant in the distance. While unbuckling his seatbelt, he said, "I see her. You can tell her yourself." Chen Chen looked out the car window and immediately spotted his girlfriend. She was standing by the roadside with an umbrella, clearly waiting for him. Chen Chen immediately got out of the car, not even opening his umbrella, and excitedly ran over, taking Joe Coco's hand and talking to her. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, leisurely walked behind, giving the two young lovers ample time to be alone and affectionate. However, Lin Xiao felt something was strange. Although it was evening, the temperature in Hangzhou was nearly 30 degrees Celsius, and it was drizzling, making it muggy and humid. Why wasn't Joe Keek sitting inside the shop, but standing by the main road? Seeing Lin Xiao approach, Joe Keek walked over with excited eyes. "Boss Lin, are you really going to make crayfish for us tomorrow? What flavor? Steamed, garlic, spicy, or 13 spice?" Joe Keek's mouth watered as she talked, her throat becoming dry. Lin Xiao smiled, "We have all 4. This time I'll be offering 6 flavors. Besides these 4, there will also be chilled crayfish and salt and pepper crayfish." Lin Xiao spoke with the calmest tone, yet with the most domineering confidence. "These 6 flavors of crayfish are still all you can eat for 5 yuan, and the first 300 customers will have a chance to win a mystery prize." "Yay! Yay! Boss Lin, you're a true sage." Joe Keek's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Chen Chen's hand. As a devoted follower of the crayfish god, every summer, crayfish season, she eats crayfish at least once a week. While girls her age buy themselves new dresses and tank tops with their summer allowance, she's different. She spends every last penny, except for daily expenses, on crayfish. However, due to the increasingly expensive price of crayfish, and the fact that she and her boyfriend need to save money for their future, she doesn't eat crayfish as frequently as before. But if she could eat as much crayfish as she wanted for just 5 yuan, Joe Keek felt she could eat until she became a giant. Lin Xiao smiled and asked her question, "Why don't you sit inside and wait? The air conditioning's on but hardly anyone uses it, it's such a waste. Lin Xiao's words were obviously just a joke, but Zhou Keik's excited expression suddenly froze. She sighed and said, "Brother Lin, it's not that I don't want to go inside, it's just that I can't squeeze in. You can't see clearly from here, Brother Lin, walk a little further forward, and you'll understand what I mean." Lin Xiao frowned slightly upon hearing this. What was going on? He didn't say anything more and walked forward, holding his umbrella. After walking for nearly 100 meters, the number of streetlights increased, and Lin Xiao's vision suddenly cleared. However, the scene before him stunned him. After confirming that he hadn't gone to the wrong place and that this was indeed his restaurant, even the usually refined Lin Xiao couldn't help but swear, "Holy crap, can someone tell me what's going on here?" Chapter 47. The boss was still unaware that this was his last moment of leisure. As night fell, Lin Xiao glanced absently at the restaurant not far away, every seat occupied. Then he looked at the long queue of customers standing at the restaurant entrance, umbrellas in hand. He roughly estimated there were over 100. Lin Xiao suddenly understood what Zhou Keik meant by "it's impossible to squeeze in." He stood in the rain, umbrella in hand, his expression somewhat bewildered. His mind was filled with questions. He'd only been out for half a day, right? How did his restaurant suddenly become like this? What happened? And with so many people eating at the restaurant, why didn't the system notify him? Oh, Lin Xiao remembered, he'd turned off the system notifications at noon because they were too noisy. A thought struck Lin Xiao, and the next second, whoa! His emotional value, which had barely reached 200,000 before the team-building event, had now jumped to 280,000. At this rate, he might break the 500,000 mark this week. However, Lin Xiao still didn't know what was going on. Lin Xiao walked forward, puzzled, and found a group of boys who looked like college students at the end of the line. "Excuse me, what are you all doing here in line?" The boys were engrossed in playing on their phones. Lin Xiao recognized it at a glance as Three Kingdoms Kill, a highly praised game whose developers' parents were still alive. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, one of the boys, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, replied without looking up, "Waiting in line for food, what else could we be doing? Why do you have to eat here? Is this restaurant famous?" "Of course. This restaurant is trending on Douyin, TikTok. Didn't you see it trending and come to support this conscientious restaurant in Hangzhou?" Lin Xiao was even more confused. His little restaurant was trending on Douyin? And what on earth was this conscientious restaurant in Hangzhou? What was going on? Having heard the information he wanted, Lin Xiao stopped disturbing their game. After thanking them, he walked to an open space, took out his phone, and opened Douyin, TikTok. Sure enough, Lin Xiao saw the title Xiao Lin 5-yuan Buffet Restaurant on the third trending topic. Intrigued, Lin Xiao clicked on the entry. The next second, a video popped up, and Lin Xiao's eyes widened instantly. In those few seconds, he had considered that it might be a clip from Zhou Peng's livestream that went viral, or that he seeing might have paid for promotion for him. However, what appeared before him in the video was a face he never expected, a face he knew all too well. Uncle Wang. Lin Xiao immediately clicked on the video, and the screen began to move. Uncle Wang was sitting on a hospital bed. Perhaps because this was his first time using Douyin to record his life, his expression was somewhat restrained, and his movements were extremely awkward. The video was short, only 15 seconds long. For the first few seconds, Uncle Wang was frantically fiddling with the phone camera. The camera captured his face, as well as the little granddaughter of Uncle Wang whom Lin Xiao had just met that morning. In the video, Uncle Wang simply smiled warmly, and even though he didn't say a word, anyone could see that his smile was genuine. Above the video was a message. "Thank you, Mr. Lin from Xiaolin 5-yuan Buffet Restaurant. He saved my granddaughter's life. Good people will always be rewarded." The video was posted around 2 p.m., and this simple video garnered over 1.5 million likes and 19,000 comments. Lin Xiao suppressed the inexplicable surge of emotions within her and opened the comment section. The first comment was a screenshot of a WeChat conversation that Uncle Wang had pinned to the top. The screenshot showed her conversation with Uncle Wang, who had thoughtfully blurred her profile picture and name. Lin Xiao remembered sending this conversation yesterday afternoon. The date was very recent. "Uncle, I'll pay the 300,000 yuan. I'll bring it to you at the hospital tomorrow morning." Below this screenshot, someone questioned the authenticity of the story. Uncle Wang then posted another image, a paper certificate from the hospital confirming a rare congenital heart condition. These two screenshots gave the public a general understanding of the situation and proved the story's authenticity. Therefore, the comments section quickly took a rather unusual turn. "Little Lin's 5-yuan Buffet Restaurant, you just wait. I'll really show you what booming business looks like. You'll be rolling in money." Someone went to Little Lin's 5-yuan Buffet Restaurant to cause trouble, and was beaten to a pulp as soon as they entered. "Little Lin's 5-yuan Buffet Restaurant, you just wait, I'll come back to China and eat you to death." Laughing. The owner of Little Lin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant, I admit you're more handsome than me after a shower. This is what humans should be watching, not some Qin Shi Huang riding a polar bear. I go online to see this, not to create conflict, not to project negative emotions, not to attack or insult others, but to tell me that there is still love and justice in the world. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile as he read. Although it was raining outside, he felt as if his heart had been purified. However, he scrolled to the next comment. At this moment, the owner of Little Lin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant didn't realize that this was his last moment of leisure. Lin Xiao's smile froze on his face. Chapter 48. Lin Xiao, is this still a language on earth? Looking at the long lines of customers around him, Lin Xiao's smile vanished. He rubbed his face in despair. So many customers, when would he ever finish working overtime? But who could he blame? Uncle Wang meant well. He certainly hadn't expected the video to go viral like this. Moreover, this incident had completely boosted his restaurant's reputation, making it much easier to gain emotional points in the future. Uncle Wang had clearly done him a huge favor. These customers were all kind-hearted people who came to support him with good intentions, and Lin Xiao couldn't possibly say a bad word about them. Lin Xiao felt somewhat helpless. So many customers had come specifically for his restaurant, braving the rain and queuing outside. He didn't know how long they'd been waiting. He could have casually said, "The shop closes at 7, but that would be too disrespectful to the customers." He couldn't do that. Lin Xiao sighed softly. Before, when the restaurant wasn't busy, he hadn't bothered to put up a notice board announcing opening hours, only mentioning it briefly in his Douyin profile. Now it seemed he'd have to put up a notice board from today onwards. As for what to do now, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and quickly made a decision. He couldn't let these customers, who had been waiting for who knows how long, go home hungry, could he? "Boss Lin, with so many people, can you handle it? Keek and I can stay and help you." Chen Chen and Zhou Keek had also come over. Seeing the long queue, they volunteered to stay and help Lin Xiao with odd jobs. Especially Chen Chen, he was incredibly enthusiastic. These past 2 days, he'd been taking advantage of Lin Xiao's deals, getting top-notch food for 5 yuan that wouldn't cost 500. And because of Lin Xiao, he'd gone from intern to full-time employee, nearly doubling his salary. He'd spent the entire afternoon thinking about how to repay Lin Xiao. Take him out to dinner? What should he eat? The best food he'd ever had was at Boss Lin's restaurant. He'd racked his brains all afternoon but couldn't come up with a suitable way to thank him. Now that he finally had a chance to help Lin Xiao, he couldn't be more eager. No, you should go home and have dinner early. I won't keep you here for dinner tonight, I'm sorry. I don't know what time the guests will finish eating, but I'll reserve a table for you tomorrow. Lin Xiao waved his hand and prepared to walk into the restaurant. Hearing that Lin Xiao was still thinking of him at this moment, Chen Chen was almost moved to tears. He quickly grabbed Lin Xiao's arm and said, "Boss Lin, please let me stay and help you, otherwise I'll feel embarrassed to eat here again." Yes, me too." Lin Xiao turned around and saw Chen Chen and Zhou Keek's sincere expressions, so he stopped dwelling on such a small matter. "Alright, thank you for your help. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Lin Xiao started walking towards the restaurant, with Chen Chen and Zhou Keek following closely behind. "Go get some shrimp, ham, and egg fried rice first, otherwise you'll get hungry later. I'm sorry you'll have to eat standing up." "It's alright, Boss Lin, just do whatever you want." The line of over 100 people was indeed quite long. Lin Xiao walked for a while before finally arriving at the restaurant entrance. Just as he was about to step inside, several middle-aged women, all looking to be in their 50s or 60s and sporting the same style of perm, blocked his way, chattering amongst themselves. "Hey, young man, what are you doing? We've been waiting in line for over half an hour, and it's almost our turn. Are you trying to cut in line? Cutting in line isn't a good habit. Take my advice, if you've just arrived, don't bother. I know you want to do something for Mr. Lin, but there's no need to rush." Lin Xiao hadn't expected this and quickly explained. "I'm not here to queue, I'm the owner of this shop." "Oh right, you're the owner, then I'm the owner's mother." "Young man, lying is wrong, and your tricks are outdated," the more mild-mannered woman said earnestly. "Just now, someone claimed to be the boss, and what happened? He walked in, like a thief, secretly transferred 800 yuan to the QR code by the door, and ran away without looking back. We couldn't even call him back." Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. Is this even Earth language? I recognize every single word, but how come I can't understand it when it's put together? Other restaurants cut in line to get their food faster, but at his own restaurant, cutting in line is to transfer money? And judging from the nonchalant looks of the people around him, it's clear that he's not the only one transferring money. Confused, Lin Xiao asked, "Auntie, aren't we all here to eat? It's a 5-yuan buffet, just pay 5 yuan. What's the meaning of transferring 800 yuan? Oh dear, young man, how can you be so dense? Didn't everyone come here because of that Douyin video?" The older woman seemed to be getting impatient with the questioning, her tone becoming increasingly agitated. This kind-hearted owner runs a 5-yuan restaurant, but to pay for someone's granddaughter's medical treatment, he didn't hesitate to pull out 300,000 yuan. Think about it, where did that 300,000 yuan come from? It must be for his own wedding dowry. This owner quietly did such a good deed. We might not have known, but now that we do, who wouldn't support him? Everyone is spontaneously thinking of donating to the owner. After this woman finished speaking, many older people around her chimed in. Lin Xiao understood now. He had been wondering why nearly a third of the people queuing outside were in their 50s or 60s. Now it was obvious, these elderly folks weren't there to eat, they were there to do charity. What kind of nonsense is this? Lin Xiao shut his mouth. He was already thinking about how to refund these kind and enthusiastic elderly people. This is different from when He Xiying tipped him 300,000 yuan. He Xiying had eaten at his restaurant and felt that the emotional value he provided was well worth the 300,000 yuan. Moreover, for He Xiying, a 300,000 yuan tip was indeed nothing, but these elderly men and women received nothing in return. Lin Xiao couldn't bring himself to accept their pension money, which they probably saved by scrimping and saving. He knew he wasn't born into that privilege. Just as Lin Xiao was pondering this, a handsome young man with delicate features, wearing a white robe, long hair, and ancient makeup pushed open the shop door. Upon seeing him, Lin Xiao instinctively thought, whose ancient-style boyfriend is this? However, the next second, this elegant young man, in his rough, hoarse voice, shouted, "Next, you can come in." The bizarre situation was like finding the next line of the ancient poem 10 years of life and death are separated by a vast distance in school, and finding it followed by pleasant goat and big wolf. "Hey, young man, it's my turn." The middle-aged woman next to Lin Xiao pointed at herself excitedly, then glanced at Lin Xiao, who was still blocking her way, and her expression immediately turned fierce. "Young man, what are you still doing standing here? I'm warning you, don't even think about cutting in line." Hearing this, the young man in the antique-style clothes turned his head, and snapped, his eyes met Lin Xiao's. The young man's brows furrowed, then suddenly his expression brightened, and he said, "Hey, you're Lin Xiao, aren't you?" Before Lin Xiao could answer, he blinked, confirming that this was indeed the boss Lin he had seen in his adopted son's phone photo album. He immediately turned around excitedly and shouted again, "Old Su, boss Lin is back." Hearing this, the elderly men and women who had just been questioning Lin Xiao widened their eyes, all turning their astonished gazes towards him. Chapter 49 Grandpas and Grandmas, another day of +1 merit. "Young man, are you really the owner of the shop? You're Xiao Lin?" The elderly men and women curiously sized up Lin Xiao. Seeing him nod helplessly, they immediately beamed and crowded around him. The woman who had been all smiles just moments before was now grinning from ear to ear, showering him with compliments. "Oh my, I knew this young man was handsome, cheerful, and good-looking. He couldn't be a bad person. Now it seems my judgment was right. Yes, that's why I found him so approachable. Mr. Lin, how old are you? How many people are in your family? Are you single?" "I have a..." "Auntie, stop for a second, that's enough." Lin Xiao quickly stopped them. These women in their 50s and 60s were like fixed NPCs. They seemed to trigger a keyword when they saw a single young man or woman. After only a few words, the conversation veered towards introducing potential partners. Lin Xiao didn't want to experience the bitterness of love yet, he just wanted to get off work quickly. "Ahem, I'm Lin, the owner of this shop. Please listen to me." Seeing the customers in line look up at him, Lin Xiao began his speech quickly and logically. 1 minute later. "That's how it is. I'm really not the destitute person you all imagine. I appreciate your kindness, and I welcome everyone to try our food anytime, but I really can't accept your money. No, auntie, I really don't plan on dating right now." Lin Xiao finally managed to persuade the group of elderly people who had already eaten dinner and were simply there to show their support to him to leave. 2/3 of the customers remained outside, mostly young people in their early 20s who looked like college students. "Boss Lin, don't look at us, we're starving." "Don't worry, Boss Lin, we can't bring ourselves to donate money. Supporting your restaurant is all we can do." "Don't worry, Boss Lin, it's almost the end of the month. Forget donating, I'm lucky I can resist begging on the street." Lin Xiao's lips twitched, but he still trusted the college students. Their kindness was no less than that of the elderly, but their living expenses simply didn't allow it. "Then please wait a little longer. I'll give everyone a 20% discount today as a small token of my apology." After calming the customers outside, Lin Xiao turned and went inside. Looking at the young man in white staring at him, Lin Xiao didn't know how to address him for a moment. Calling him young master sounds more businesslike, while fellow deist sounds more sporty. Finally, he asked, "Brother, aren't you hot dressed like that?" The guy casually replied, "Ugh, it's all because of my son. I was chatting with some girls in ancient costumes at my school's Hanfu club this afternoon, and then he called, saying he had something extremely urgent to discuss in person. I didn't even have time to take my pants off. And this is what he showed me. That bastard tricked me into working as his waiter all afternoon. Lin Xiao wanted to laugh, but hesitated. Which son are you talking about? Who else could it be? Look, the one laughing the loudest is him. Lin Xiao followed his gaze and saw someone unexpected yet perfectly logical. Su Qian. He was smiling and raising an eyebrow at him. That makes sense. With so many people suddenly arriving today, Zhou Peng couldn't possibly handle it all by himself. Calling Su Qian, his best friend, to be his scapegoat was perfectly reasonable. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something and said to the Hanfu Club member next to him, by seniority, you might have to call me Uncle Lin. After all, old Master Su had told Su Qian to call him Grandpa Linear. Hanfu Club member? Just kidding, you guys really worked hard today. Lin Xiao looked around. There were 4 or 5 college students he didn't recognize working as waiters. The sounds of running water and washing dishes came from the kitchen. They didn't have the system's supernatural powers, so they had to hand wash the dishes with dish soap in the kitchen themselves. How about this, add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you all a 666 yuan red envelope. Hearing this, the guy in Hanfu waved his hands repeatedly. No need, we don't find it hard at all, everyone thinks it's quite fun. He was telling the truth. Being a waiter was tiring, but they had only worked half a day. Besides, if one person were a waiter, it might be tiring, but with 4 or 5 good brothers working together, and Zhou Peng, who was temporarily acting as the boss, was also one of their own brothers, he wouldn't boss them around. At times like this, everyone was genuinely happy. It's like in school, if one person is late and gets punished by the teacher, they might feel a little ashamed. But once more and more good brothers are being punished, everyone quickly starts to stand tall and proud. And it's all thanks to Lao Su for calling us over, otherwise we wouldn't have had the chance to eat the Australian lobster you made, Boss Lin. I usually only dare to look at this stuff in short videos. Boss Lin, tell me, who invented this little Australian lobster? How come it's so delicious? The Hanfu-clad guy chewed on the air in his mouth, seemingly still savoring the taste. Lin Xiao smiled. Come often if you like it, but one thing at a time. You helped me with the work, so I definitely have to pay you. The Hanfu-clad men wanted to say something, but Lin Xiao didn't give them a chance. He walked over to Zhou Peng and said with a somewhat helpless expression, Xiao Zhou, didn't I tell you to tell me on WeChat if anything happens at the shop? We can't accept money from those uncles and aunties. Zhou Peng scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Sorry, Brother Lin, I thought I could handle it myself, so I didn't want to bother you. As for accepting money, I really can't stop them. You don't know, some aunties are incredibly shrewd. They'll pretend to be weak and almost fainting from hunger before coming in, but as soon as they scan the QR code and pay a few hundred yuan, they run faster than us young men. The last time I saw uncles and aunties that fast was when they were grabbing half-price eggs at the supermarket. At this point, Zhou Peng abruptly changed the subject, chuckling. But don't worry, Brother Lin, I'm not that stupid. I refunded them about 10 minutes after they left. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile too. He could already picture it in his mind. The elderly couple who had donated left happily, their minds filled with the thought of merit plus one, basking in their own cleverness. But then, after walking for 10 minutes, halfway there, ding! Your merit has been refunded to your original account because the seller has not confirmed receipt. It was too late to get it back. Good job, Xiao Zhou, you've earned my approval. Lin Xiao gave a thumbs up. Just as he was about to take Chen Chen and Zhou Keek, who had already finished their shrimp, ham, and egg fried rice, to help out, Su Qian walked up to him and said directly, Brother Lin, my father wants to ask you for a favor. Chapter 50 Grandpa Su's elective course, the exchange student who suddenly arrived. Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Lin Xiao stopped in his tracks. Was old Master Su asking for his help? Zhou Keek, standing beside him, said perceptively, Brother Lin, if you have important business to discuss, then don't come along. We two can just work. Zhou Keek and Chen Chen vanished without a trace in an instant. Xiao Su, just tell me what you need help with. I'll definitely do my best if it's within my power, Lin Xiao said without hesitation. Su Qian chuckled upon hearing this. It's no trouble at all for you, Brother Lin. You know, Grandpa teaches an elective course at my school, Food and Life, right? Don't let the fancy name fool you, it's really just a bunch of people getting together to eat and drink. But you know what, this course taught by the old man is incredibly popular. Every semester when electives are offered, they're practically sold out in seconds, even more so than many online electives. Lin Xiao nodded, it was indeed very popular. After all, the old man isn't demanding. Even though he teaches 2 classes a week, if you attend more than 3 times a semester, he'll give you full marks. Failing is extremely rare. Lin Xiao nodded again. Who wouldn't be tempted by a course where you can get full credits just by speaking up and save on a meal? As Su Qian spoke, he seemed to remember something and glanced at Zhou Peng, who looked embarrassed beside him. Oh, I almost forgot about this guy. the only one in the last 10 years to fail. He didn't go once that semester. His grandfather told him to retake the exam. Actually, he just wanted to try his grandfather's cooking, but he didn't go. I just forgot. Zhou Peng couldn't explain. Su Qian ignored him and continued. My grandfather used to cook for this elective course himself. While his cooking skills can't compare to yours, Brother Lin, they're still passable. Lin Xiao naturally knew there was an element of modesty in that statement. After all, his grandfather had run a restaurant for decades. How could he have lasted so long without some skill? Everyone was happy attending the old man's class, but then, 2 weeks ago, 2 Chinese Americans who grew up in Europe and America suddenly joined the class. Apparently, they're exchange students from our school and a university in California. These 2 fake foreigners started disparaging our local cuisine from the very first class, not the kind who smash bowls and curse, calling the food garbage, but constantly making sarcastic remarks to your face. For example, when everyone was drinking the old man's peppered pork tripe soup, they said they couldn't eat offal. Everyone understood, and the old man always respected everyone's dietary habits. But what they said was truly disgusting. I still remember their faces. They first smiled insincerely and said, "Sorry, we don't eat offal," and then, after my old man nodded and said it was okay, and the other students were about to pick up their chopsticks to eat the pork tripe, they suddenly said, "Back in California, offal is for dogs, and only stray dogs on the street like to eat it." Hearing this, Lin Xiao's fists clenched. He was disgusted too. Lin Xiao, who hadn't witnessed the scene firsthand, was already so upset, let alone Su Qian, who had seen it all. His emotions were gradually rising. And this disgusting thing didn't just happen once, it happened several times. For example, Su Qian talked for a full 5 minutes. How to describe the depravity of these 2? It was roughly as heinous as riding an old lady through a red light, tricking cosplayers into cosplaying speed bumps on a national highway, or making vegetarians eat vegetarians. Honestly, if my grandfather hadn't stopped me, I would have rushed up and attacked them. Damn these 2 bastards, their brains are like idiots, their mouths are like they've eaten poison, I'm so fucking idiots. Su Qian was truly furious, hurling a torrent of curses, not a single word of which was acceptable. This was the first time Lin Xiao had seen the usually good-tempered Su Qian so angry, but Lin Xiao understood, as his own anger was also rising. At this moment, due to Su Qian's agitated emotions, his voice gradually increased, and many customers heard the whole story. They put down their chopsticks and turned their attention to him. Lin Xiao spoke up, "So, what does old Master Su want me to do?" Su Qian calmed himself down before saying, "Don't worry, Brother Lin, everyone has their own expertise. It's definitely not about sending you to fight with us." So, this afternoon in our elective class, those 2 fake foreigners somehow brought in a foreign chef. They kept saying my grandpa worked so hard cooking for everyone twice a week, so this time they had their chef cook a meal for us. But everyone knows they just wanted to show off their skills. My grandpa's a stubborn mule. Since they wanted to have a competition, he went for it. My grandpa lost. Even though I dislike that foreign chef, I have to admit, his Western food was actually pretty good. The foreign chef was actually a decent guy. He didn't say anything after winning, but those 2 fake foreigners got all worked up. They went on, saying they didn't intend to use a superior approach, that beating an old man was unfair, but the whole thing boiled down to one thing. That's one reason why Chinese food is inferior to Western food. The old man lost, so be it. He's lost to countless people in culinary competitions over the years, there's nothing unacceptable about it. But the old man can't accept that the Chinese cuisine he's dedicated his life to is being slandered like this. So, Su Qian suddenly looked up at him, and Lin Xiao had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Su Qian spoke, his tone and eyes filled with almost tangible anticipation. "So, the old man wants to ask you, Brother Lin, to show off your skills next week. You don't need to make a grand meal, just make a few pieces of dongpo pork, and that will definitely shut those 2 fake foreigners up. Brother Lin, what do you think of this?" In that instant, Lin Xiao's mind raced with thoughts, but the next second, he blurted out without hesitation, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this." Chapter 51, The Mysterious Grand Prize of 8,000 yuan revealed. The Crayfish Luck King event begins. At 9:30 p.m., Lin Xiao and his team saw off all the guests, cleaned the restaurant together, and then went home. Before leaving, Lin Xiao added everyone on WeChat, sent a 666 yuan red envelope to each of the college students who had helped, and to the young couple Chen Chen and Zhou Keek. He drove back alone to his small but cozy rented apartment. After showering, Lin Xiao sprawled on his bed, stretched, and rubbed his temples, trying to shake off the day's fatigue. Looking at the pristine white ceiling, he murmured, "Looks like I need to buy Zhu Jiao's restaurant quickly, complete Main Quest 4, and master the system's cooking skills. Otherwise, it won't just be embarrassing." Lin Xiao admitted that he acted impulsively, but if asked now if he regretted it, he would say very firmly, "Not at all." What a joke! Su Qian, Zhou Peng, and so many other guests were all watching him expectantly, waiting for his answer. If he, as a man, chickened out on something like this, he might as well hang himself at the restaurant entrance tomorrow, cosplaying as a Tera Tera Bozu, a Japanese doll symbolizing good weather. Life is only about a few moments, isn't it? Thinking this, Lin Xiao suddenly felt full of motivation. He immediately sat up in bed and checked his remaining emotional points. Great! His remaining emotional points had reached 310,000, and his total emotional points had reached a terrifying 390,000. That means he only needed 110,000 more to break through the 500,000 emotional point threshold and complete Main Quest 5. That's great! Lin Xiao's mind raced, and the emotion value spinner screen appeared before him. At this moment, the beginner level emotion value spinner only needed 20 more spins to advance to the intermediate level. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao spent 20,000 emotion values. Lin Xiao had asked the system and knew that the emotion value spinner had a guaranteed prize. Before the advancement was complete, the mysterious grand prize of 8,000 yuan would definitely appear. Ding! 10 pull ended. Current rewards are as follows. Thank you for your patronage *4, cash reward *3 total 38,000 yuan, stewed beef brisket with potatoes *400 servings *1, secret recipe brown sugar boba milk tea *500 servings *1. Ding! 10 pull ended. Current rewards are as follows. Thank you for your patronage *3, cash reward *5 total 63,000 yuan, crispy chicken leg *300 servings *1, mysterious grand prize, supreme Weijiao whole beef feast *10, recommended for 40 to 50 people, supreme Weijiao whole beef feast. Lin Xiao had naturally heard of whole beef feasts before, but those feasts usually only included braised beef, tenderloin, brisket, offal, and beef bone broth. Not many cuts of beef were used, and it only cost around 300 yuan, usually enough for 3 to 5 people. Lin Xiao really had no idea what this 8,000 yuan supreme Weijiao whole beef feast would contain. Fortunately, Lin Xiao could click to view details, and soon, the specifics of the supreme Weijiao whole beef feast appeared before his eyes. A light screen appeared, displaying a flat image of a cow in front of Lin Xiao. Each part of the cow has a small glowing dot. Lin Xiao can simply tap on it to see what dish that part can be made into. 1. Name: seared thinly sliced beef tongue. Description: precisely sliced into 2 mm thin slices, lightly seared with a low-temperature blowtorch, garnished with red wine sauce and black truffle, offering distinct layers of flavor. Deliciousness rating 6/5. 2. Name: spicy beef tripe strips. Description: after processing the beef tripe, it is cut into 5 mm thin strips against the grain, served with 1 spoonful of chili oil, 2 spoonfuls of light soy sauce, half a spoonful of balsamic vinegar, and half a spoonful of sugar. A Sichuan-style cold salad, refreshing and crisp. Deliciousness rating 6.5/5. 3. Dish name * spiced braised beef shank. Description: the beef shank has distinct marbling. Sliced and braised in a secret sauce, it's tender and flavorful, absorbing the sauce perfectly. Deliciousness rating 6/10. 7/8. Dish name * braised beef tendon. Description: **** the beef tendon is soaked and cleaned, then stir-fried before being stewed in a pressure cooker with white radish chunks. It turns amber after stewing, is full of collagen, and is soft, chewy, and delicious. Deliciousness rating 6.5/10. Lin Xiao spent a full 20 minutes reviewing all 78 unique dishes of the supreme Weijiao beef feast. Almost every part of the cow was utilized, including cuts like brisket, chuck, ribeye, and handmade beef balls, which are typically cooked in a hot pot style. It's safe to say that there's no dish the system can't cook, only dishes Lin Xiao can't imagine. Even parts like beef heart and bull penis, which most people find unpalatable, have been specially prepared into a dish by the system, emphasizing that nothing should be wasted. Lin Xiao naturally falls into the latter category. He'd gladly eat offal like tripe and beef brisket hot pot, but beef heart and bull penis are something he genuinely can't accept. However, looking at the supreme Weijiao beef feast, Lin Xiao suddenly knew what dish he should prepare for Grandpa Su's elective class next week. Although Grandpa Su said he only needed to make a few pieces of dongpo pork, Lin Xiao felt that simply using dongpo pork to teach those 2 exchange students a lesson was too lenient. Since he had the ability to deal with these outspoken, uncouth individuals, he would naturally prepare a grand feast to thoroughly humiliate them. The next second, Lin Xiao opened the emotional value shop. Sure enough, as he expected, the emotional value shop had unlocked this new dish. However, the emotional values required to redeem it were truly frightening. A whopping 40,000 emotional values for 100 servings. But Lin Xiao wasn't there to redeem it, he just wanted to confirm that the system shop had unlocked the dish. Now that the dish was in the emotional value shop, once he acquired the system's cooking skill level, Making a whole beef feast with over 70 dishes would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Looks like I really need to make time to go see Zhu Jie tomorrow and buy her restaurant as soon as possible. Lying in bed, Lin Xiao thought that compared to this most important matter, everything else could wait. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Shen Shiwei arrived early at old Zhang's stir-fry restaurant to work as a part-time chef. As soon as she entered, she saw her boss sitting calmly in her seat, not uttering a word when she saw her. Shen Shiwei didn't want to provoke her at this moment and went into the kitchen. She knew that while the boss's wife appeared calm, she was actually completely at her wits' end and had probably been gone for a while. With the huge online backlash, coupled with the long queue outside the restaurant next door run by Mr. Lin yesterday afternoon, it was understandable that the boss's wife was having a mental breakdown. Just as she was focused on washing the ingredients for today, wondering whether to have more steak or shrimp for lunch, the door was suddenly pushed open. Hearing the noise, Shen Shiwei looked up and saw that it wasn't a customer, but her boss, Zhang Jiancheng. The boss and his wife quickly began talking, but the distance was too great for Shen Shiwei to hear clearly. She could only vaguely make out a few keywords. My nephew just got back from California, he brought a foreign chef, could we invite him over to challenge us? It was all incomprehensible talk. Seemingly none of her business, Shen Shiwei ignored it and continued cooking. Meanwhile, at the Xiaolan 5-yuan buffet restaurant next door. Good morning, brother Lin Xiao. Hee, you didn't expect it, did you? I'm here again today. Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised to see a chubby-cheeked girl with pigtails, wearing pink sneakers, enter, scan the code to pay, and exude energy. Speak of the devil, and he appears. This girl was none other than Zhu Jiao. Although it was a little strange that she shouldn't be at work at this hour, Lin Xiao understood, considering her wealthy background. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Good morning. Your timing is perfect. I was going to look for you even if you hadn't come." Really? Oh, Lin Xiao, next time you need something, just let me know on WeChat. I'm usually free. I'm always available, Zhu Jiao said with a smile. But the next second, her gaze was drawn to a food shelf that Lin Xiao had just set out. She quickly ran to it. Looking at the plates of bright red, plump crayfish, heads and veins removed, radiating a fiery aroma, she blinked, swallowed, and her eyes shone with undisguised delight. Wow, brother Lin Xiao, you actually made crayfish for us today? And it's my second favorite flavor, spicy crayfish. Lin Xiao smiled and asked, what's your favorite flavor? 13 spice, of course. And garlic. I love all three. Lin Xiao nodded, said nothing more, and went into the kitchen. A few seconds later, he came out pushing a portable serving rack filled with 50 plates of 13 spice crayfish. Chapter 52 13 spice crayfish, Zhu Jiao's cough. Brother Lin Xiao, what happened to make you so happy today? Zhu Jiao was stunned. She watched as Lin Xiao, in just 3 minutes, continuously pushed out racks of crayfish with different flavors from the kitchen. 13 spice crayfish, garlic crayfish, chilled crayfish. Lin Xiao made all her favorite flavors, and even some she didn't often eat. A full 6 flavors. The aroma of the 6 crayfish wafted out simultaneously, each with its own unique characteristics yet equally enticing. Instantly, the air in the entire restaurant was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Brother Lin Xiao is trying to make me drool. Just say you're going to inherit my little restaurant, Zhu Jia thought silently. Lin Xiao smiled. I'm happy. Not having to do repetitive and boring work every day makes me happy. As for why I made so many crayfish today, it's because I just hosted an event. Under Zhu Jiao's watchful gaze, Lin Xiao walked to a corner and set up a large plastic board. Zhu Jiao looked closely, it read in large letters. Our restaurant is holding a crayfish lucky draw. All you can eat crayfish in 6 different flavors. The first 300 customers who try the crayfish will have a chance to win a mystery grand prize. Lin Xiao pushed open the door, placed it next to the plastic board with the opening hours displayed by the entrance, and after securing it, returned to Zhu Jiao's side. Well, as your first customer today, why don't you pick out a plate you like here? If you want other flavors later, you can get them from the self-service area over there. Lin Xiao pointed to the self-service area. The 6 large insulated containers next to the steaks were originally empty, but now the labels on them read spicy crayfish, salt and pepper crayfish, and similar phrases. Lin Xiao had redeemed these from the system shop using 30,000 emotion points. All 6 flavors were available. After all, these 300 plates of crayfish, which could potentially win a grand prize, were limited to 1 per person to prevent anyone from exploiting the system's glitch. But there were always some greedy girls and boys who wanted to try other flavors. Since it was all you can eat crayfish, there was no way they could cheat. Okay, I haven't had breakfast yet. Then I won't be polite. I'll pick a plate of the 13 spices flavor. Zhu Jia carefully selected for about 2 minutes before finally choosing a plate of 13 spices crayfish that looked the best to her. Brother Lin Xiao, do you think I'll have good luck today? Will I be able to win that mystery prize? Lin Xiao already knew the answer. After all, he had personally placed the 200-gram pure gold crayfish at the bottom of the plate. It wasn't 13 spices flavor, and it certainly wasn't the plate Zhu Jiao had chosen. He comforted her, luck is conserved. It's okay if you don't win the grand prize, it just means your good luck will be used elsewhere. Zhu Jiao found a place to sit down, and Lin Xiao sat opposite her. Lin Xiao had eaten fried dough sticks, soy milk, and 2 steamed buns for breakfast, so he wasn't hungry at all. He picked up a cup of brown sugar boba milk tea, which he had won in a draw the night before, and pondered how to start the conversation. Before he could even speak, Zhu Jiao, who was peeling a shrimp and wearing disposable gloves, spoke first. Brother Lin Xiao, didn't you say you needed to see me? Is it about my restaurant? Seeing Lin Xiao nod, Zhu Jiao smiled and dipped the peeled crayfish meat into the 13-spice sauce. Looking at the crayfish meat in her hand, its clearly defined patterns evenly coated with the dark brown 13-spice marinade, Zhu Jiao felt like she was hallucinating. She seemed to hear the crayfish in her hand saying to her, "Eat me, please eat me, I'm in so much pain." Zhu Jiao was a kind person and couldn't bear to see the crayfish in such pain, so she quickly put it in her mouth. Ignoring all etiquette, she chewed and said, "Brother Lin Xiao, actually I really don't need." Halfway through her sentence, Zhu Jiao froze, and the chewing stopped. Her eyes widened. Was this still a crayfish? This was a completely different taste from anything she'd ever had before. The moment it entered her mouth, the slight numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorn stimulated every taste bud, followed by the rich flavor of star anise and the sweetness of fennel, slowly unfolding in her mouth. The spices were incredibly layered, as if the essence of the secret 13-spice braising sauce was all concentrated in this bite of plump, tender shrimp meat. Moreover, because the flavor of the 13-spice braising sauce was so distinctive, this meant that the 13-spice crayfish Zhu Jiao had eaten before would inevitably have the 13-spice flavor completely masking the crayfish's natural freshness. But this crayfish meat she had just eaten didn't have this problem. The aroma of the 13 spices didn't overpower the crayfish's freshness at all. Instead, it enhanced the crayfish's flavor, a savory and slightly sweet taste. Zhu Jiao even had the urge to suck the shell clean after peeling it. However, she managed to control her urge and immediately picked up a new crayfish, quickly peeling it as she spoke. "Brother Lin Xiao, wait a moment, I'll finish these crayfish and then I'll talk to you. I might be a little incoherent right now." Zhu Jiao seemed to remember something, looked up, and added, "Brother Lin Xiao, don't blame me for being slow, it's just that your crayfish are so delicious." Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't blame her. What restaurant owner would urge a customer to eat quickly? Anyway, Zhu Jiao was right there and wouldn't run away. A few more minutes wouldn't make a difference. Lin Xiao knew that one plate contained 30 crayfish, and thinking that he might as well wait anyway, and he was also a little hungry. So he went to the self-service area, took a plate full of 13-spice crayfish, put on gloves, and picked up a crayfish to peel. However, after peeling the crayfish, he didn't rush to eat them. Instead, he put the peeled crayfish meat back into the 13-spice braising sauce and then happily started peeling the next one. Lin Xiao liked to peel several crayfish at once and then pop them all into his mouth in one bite. He felt that sense of fullness made the meal very satisfying. Lin Xiao was very skilled at peeling crayfish, much faster than Zhu Jiao. He could peel 2 crayfish in the time it took Zhu Jiao to peel 1. Lin Xiao had quickly peeled 10 crayfish, while Zhu Jiao had only finished her 4th. Just as Lin Xiao was about to grab 5 pieces of crayfish meat soaked in marinade from her plate and put them in her mouth, Zhu Jiao across from her suddenly started coughing violently. Cough cough, cough cough. "Xiao Zhu, what's wrong?" "I'm fine, cough cough, I just choked, I feel a bit uncomfortable, cough 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 cough." Seeing Zhu Jiao like this, Lin Xiao frowned. He got up to pour her a glass of warm water, but unexpectedly, Zhu Jiao pushed the glass away and said, "Brother Lin Xiao, this cough is an old problem, cough cough. I cough every time I eat something spicy, drinking water doesn't help." Lin Xiao's brows furrowed. This was the first time he'd seen this. Seeing Zhu Jiao coughing even worse, he immediately said, "What should we do? Should I take you to the hospital now?" Zhu Jiao shook her head again. "No, it's not that troublesome. Actually, if a kind person could give me 5 peeled 13-spice crayfish, I think my cough would be cured." Lin Xiao. Chapter 53. Lin Xiao, have I become a nepotism hire? Girl, isn't this map of yen a bit too long? It took you so long to finally reveal your true intentions. Lin Xiao silently complained to himself. Looking at Zhu Jiao's sly, triumphant expression, he said somewhat irritably, "If you want crayfish, just say so. Don't use faking illness to fool people next time, okay? It makes people worry." Seeing that Lin Xiao seemed genuinely angry, Zhu Jiao immediately lowered her head obediently and admitted her mistake. "Brother Lin Xiao, I know I was wrong, I won't do it again." Lin Xiao didn't say anything more and handed her the 5 crayfish from his plate. He. Zhu Jiao, delighted by the delicious food, immediately beamed again. Seeing Lin Xiao devour 5 crayfish in one go, she imitated him, stuffing her already chubby face full. After finally chewing the shrimp, she pouted and said, "Brother Lin Xiao, you really don't want me to give you the restaurant for free? Just give me a small bottle of that Australian lobster dipping sauce, I'm really not short of money." Lin Xiao shook his head. "Whether you're short of money or not is one thing, whether I give it to you or not is another. Seafood dipping sauce isn't worth that much at all. If you want it, I'll get you 2 bottles later." Lin Xiao continued, "I researched the property prices on your food street last night. Your restaurant should be worth around 2.3 million. Zhu Jiao nodded indifferently while peeling shrimp. She didn't care what price Lin Xiao quoted her. Even if Lin Xiao said her restaurant was only worth 230,000, she would transfer it to Lin Xiao without hesitation. She genuinely had absolutely no interest in this kind of thing. Compared to how much money her restaurant could make, Zhu Jiao was clearly more concerned about what the garlic and spicy crayfish would taste like. Lin Xiao continued, "But I don't have that much money right now." Zhu Jiao, peeling a crayfish shell, nodded. Lin Xiao added, "So my idea is, I'll pay you 1.5 million first, and I'll give you the remaining 800,000 next week." If Lin Xiao completed this crayfish luck contest, he would receive a 1 kilogram, 24K pure gold golden crayfish. Even if it didn't sell for 800,000, it wouldn't be much less. If all else failed, he could just add some money himself. Zhu Jiao, still peeling shrimp, nodded. "Are you free this afternoon?" Zhu Jiao, still peeling shrimp, nodded. Zhu Jiao, were you even listening to me? Zhu Jiao, still peeling shrimp, nodded. Oh wait, no. Lin Xiao, "Miss, if you're going to be perfunctory, at least pretend a little. Can't you even be bothered to act?" "Oh well, brother Lin Xiao, I'll just do whatever you tell me to do. You won't hurt me," Zhu Jiao said with a bright smile. Lin Xiao said helplessly, "All right, let's go sign the contract and complete the transfer procedures this afternoon. It seems quite troublesome." Lin Xiao was a little worried about whether he could complete the restaurant transfer procedures before next Tuesday. Seeing Lin Xiao's concern, Zhu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "The transfer procedures should be quite convenient, right? My uncle seems to be in charge of this." Lin Xiao, "Wait a moment, I'll go out and call my uncle to ask." Zhu Jiao reluctantly ate the last of the 13 spice crayfish on her plate. Suppressing her desire to immediately eat garlic and spicy crayfish, she took off her gloves and went out to call her uncle. Clearly, Lin Xiao's matter was more important, her own cravings could wait. 5 minutes later, a beaming Zhu Jiao returned, eager to share the good news she had heard with Lin Xiao. "Brother Lin Xiao, my uncle said that if you leave it to him, you can open for business in just 2 days. Her joyful tone suddenly faltered as she spoke. Zhu Jiao blinked. She noticed 2 extra portions of peeled crayfish meat on her plate. One portion was coated with minced garlic, the other with spicy chili oil, each portion containing nearly 10 crayfish. Hearing her words, a huge weight lifted from Lin Xiao's heart. However, he truly never expected to become a benefactor through connections. Lin Xiao stopped peeling the crayfish with garlic and gave her a gentle, brotherly smile. "Thank you for your hard work. This is a treat." "Yes, thank you, brother Lin Xiao." Zhu Jiao didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Xiao. What was modesty in the face of delicious food? Completely irrelevant. 10 minutes later, both of them were full. Just as Zhu Jiao was about to thank them and leave, the door opened again. Lin Xiao looked up and saw familiar faces. It was Uncle Wang, Uncle Su, and the others. Lin Xiao took off her disposable gloves and stood up. "Uncle, why did you come by yourself? Didn't we agree I'd pick you up later?" Last night, Uncle Wang texted her, saying he'd told Uncle Su and the others about opening a branch. Uncle Su and the others quit their jobs without hesitation, their efficiency was remarkable. Lin Xiao knew this was a sign of their trust in her. After all, at their age, finding suitable work was difficult. However, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't let them down. "Oh, it's only a few kilometers away, no need for you to pick us up. The bus is very convenient," Uncle Su said with a grin. Noticing there was a girl in the shop, their voices lowered slightly. "Xiao Lin, who's that girl? Why were you sitting face to face just now? She wouldn't happen to be your—" "Of course not," Lin Xiao quickly stopped them from thinking that. She hadn't expected Uncle Wang and the others to have caught the habit of gossiping and playing matchmaker. "Once you're hooked on this, your life is over. Uncle, the restaurant you're about to work at, she sold it to me." Uncle Wang and the others immediately stood at attention and said no more. "Uncle, you must be hungry by now. Go get some lobsters, we can chat while we eat." Uncle Wang and the others knew that with Lin Xiao's personality, refusing wouldn't work. Soon, they went to the food shelf next to them and started choosing their snacks. Zhu Jiao took the opportunity to say, "Brother Lin Xiao, I'll go first after I finish eating, hehe. I only managed to sneak out today after asking Bossy for half a day of sick leave. Now I have to hurry back to work. I can't let Bossy find out I sneaked a meal. Otherwise, I might not get my perfect attendance bonus this month. But don't worry, brother, regarding the restaurant transfer, just send me the electronic contract, I'll fill it out and send it to my uncle, and he can handle the rest. Lin Xiao nodded, his expression somewhat helpless. Just now I asked you if you were free this afternoon, didn't you nod? So, you really didn't listen to a single word I said. Besides, you're a wealthy woman who owns 4 shops on this food street, why would you care about a perfect attendance bonus? You're really getting into role-playing, aren't you? I really need to control all you rich people. Lin Xiao mentally ranted, but finally said, okay, want me to give you a ride? No need, I drove myself. Okay, drive carefully. Zhu Jiao said goodbye to Lin Xiao and walked outside. However, as soon as she reached the restaurant entrance and pushed open the door, she heard a familiar, slightly childish voice from outside. Mom, you're so clever. You even came up with the excuse of meeting a big client to secretly bring me to eat Lin Xiao's delicious food. Another familiar female voice rang out. Of course, your mom is clever in many ways. You should learn from me, but we absolutely can't let them know we're out this time. I turned down a ton of paperwork to come here. I bet your little Zhao's sister will be swamped this afternoon. We need to find some reason to give her a bonus this month to cheer her up. He Seeing finally reached the entrance of Lin Xiao's restaurant. She looked up, and her eyes met Zhu Jiao's. Chen Qiquan felt as if the air in the area had frozen for 5 seconds, he was about to suffocate. Finally, Zhu Jiao was the first to wave and greet him. Hi, what a coincidence, Mr. He, you're here too. Chapter 54. These lobsters are so small, are they already working before they're even adults? Yes, what a coincidence. You just came out of the doctor's? He Xiang, being the company's CEO, paused slightly but quickly regained her composure and took the initiative. Zhu Jiao was equally unfazed, showing none of the panic one might expect from an employee meeting their boss. She smiled and said, yes, Dr. Lin's miraculous healing hands have cured my anorexia. After saying this, she changed the subject. Ms. He, weren't you meeting an important client? Hurry in. Don't keep them waiting. Okay. He Seeing nodded without batting an eye, brushed past Zhu Jiao, and pushed open the restaurant door. Chen Qiquan also tiptoed in, barely daring to make a sound. The unspoken battles between women are truly terrifying, it's best for a young man like him to stay out of it. Zhu Jiao continued walking towards her white Bentley Continental, a victorious smile on her face. Nice. Her perfect attendance bonus is safe. Lin Xiao simply doesn't understand, money given by parents never feels as secure as money earned with one's own hands. Through their exchange of glances, she and He Seeing had reached a tacit understanding. Zhu Jiao knew He Seeing had lied to her colleagues, but she wouldn't expose her, because her method of finding out the truth was also a secret. Similarly, she assumed President He would keep this secret for her as well. Mr. He, you're here so early today too? Lin Xiao had just dropped Zhu Jiao off and was about to turn back to find Uncle Wang and the others when He Seeing arrived with Chen Qiquan. If it weren't for the fact that no other employees were following He Seeing, Lin Xiao would have almost thought they were planning another team-building event. Also, was anyone else here before me? He Seeing asked Lin Xiao with a half-smile. Lin Xiao nodded without changing her expression and pointed to Uncle Wang and the others. Yes, it's Uncle Wang and his family. Zhu Jiao had said she snuck out, and although she didn't know if the two of them had met earlier, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't betray her. Oh, I see. Mr. Lin, you can go about your business. Don't worry about us, we'll go get something to eat. He Seeing wanted to laugh at Lin Xiao's earnest attempt to cover up her slip of the tongue, but she held it in. Mr. Lin is quite an interesting person. By this time, Uncle Wang and the others had each returned with a plate of their favorite crayfish. Lin Xiao still had matters to discuss with them regarding the restaurant, so she agreed when she heard He Seeing's question. Mom, brother Lin Xiao made 6 different flavors of crayfish today. Can I eat a few? He Seeing had just paid when Chen Qiquan asked expectantly. He Seeing frowned slightly upon hearing this. She had always had a prejudice against crayfish. The main reason was that when she was a child, she had seen swarms of crayfish densely packed in a stinky ditch in her hometown. This left a deep psychological scar on young He Seeing. From that moment on, she held the stereotype that crayfish grew in dirty and unsanitary environments and had stale meat. Even though she now knew that the environment for farming crayfish was actually quite clean, stereotypes are stereotypes, and this deep-seated aversion wasn't easily changed. If this were any other restaurant, He Seeing would absolutely refuse if Chen Qiquan said he wanted crayfish. But, this was Lin Xiao's restaurant, the man with the unique magic to transform ordinary ingredients into something magical, and high-end ingredients into something miraculous. Therefore, He Seeing hesitated a few times, but finally nodded. Then eat a little less, just 2, 3 of each of the 6 flavors. Yay! Chen Qingshuan excitedly grabbed an empty plate and ran to the serving area. He knew his mother would never let him eat crayfish from other restaurants, but she would definitely let him eat crayfish made by Lin Xiao. And as it turned out, he was right. He wondered when Lin Xiao would be able to make those delicacies his mom forbade him to eat: snail rice noodles, oden, and spicy chicken noodles, foods he'd only ever heard about from his classmates. Thinking this, Chen Qingshuan's eyes hardened. No, he had to take the initiative and tell Lin Xiao he wanted to eat those. My fate is in my own hands, not my mom's. I'll take control of my own happiness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Lin, we know you mean well, but 20,000 a month is way too much. Uncle Su, usually carefree and seemingly a bit eccentric, was quite serious at this moment. He waved his hand to stop Lin Xiao from speaking and continued. Xiao Lin, you said you've made a lot of money through live streaming, and many older brothers and sisters are giving you tips. We're just a bunch of roughnecks, we don't understand live streaming, but we know. Live streaming isn't something anyone can live off for a lifetime. Xiao Lin, you might be making money fast now and think 20,000 yuan isn't much. But you're only in your early 20s, your life has just begun. You'll need money for many more things in the future. Uncle Su continued, and Lin Xiao listened silently, nodding occasionally in agreement. He didn't see this as a nagging lecture. On the contrary, having grown up in an orphanage, he cherished and enjoyed this feeling of closeness, even though they weren't family. His uncles had previously asked him about his current source of income and the details of his restaurant. Lin Xiao knew they were worried he might have gone astray and done something illegal. However, Lin Xiao had anticipated this, so he lied to them, saying that all his money came from live streaming, and that the ingredients for his dishes were supported by a large guild on Douyin, TikTok, and that many wealthy patrons thought his restaurant was interesting and frequently tipped him. To convince Uncle Wang and the others, Lin Xiao even showed them a screenshot of he seeing tipping him 300,000 yuan. But this led to the current situation. Old Wang, I'm done. Can you continue? Uncle Su, getting thirsty, handed over the task of persuading Lin Xiao to Uncle Wang. Okay, Uncle Wang continued. Xiao Lin, don't blame me for being blunt, we know you're a kind child, but you're only in your early 20s. Maybe this quick money came too easily, making you forget the true nature of this world. Uncle Wang paused, then continued. You also came from an orphanage, so you probably know that for people like us who lack knowledge and skills, anything that can be solved with money requires us to give something more precious than money to solve. Time, health, or dignity. We used to work from dawn till dusk, every inch of our exposed skin was a dark red, and we'd only earn 7,000 yuan a month. Although Xiao Lin, you always say your live streaming isn't hard work, but what job isn't hard work? Now you're going to use the money you've worked so hard to earn from live streaming to pay us a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. If we accept it without hesitation, then we wouldn't deserve to be called uncle by you. Cough, 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 cough. Uncle Wang, don't get too agitated. Lin Xiao went up and gently patted Uncle Wang's back to help him catch his breath. He really didn't expect Uncle Wang, who only had an elementary school education, to say such things. But Lin Xiao couldn't tell them the truth. He obviously couldn't tell anyone about the system, even if he trusted them. Since Uncle Wang had already said this much, Lin Xiao could only helplessly say, I was indeed too naive before. So, Uncle Wang, how much salary do you guys think is appropriate? Let's make it clear first, it absolutely cannot be lower than your previous salary, otherwise I'll be harming you. Hearing Lin Xiao finally relent, Uncle Wang and the other three began to discuss animatedly. After 3 minutes of passionate discussion, they unanimously agreed to the following 2 plans. 1. Monthly after-tax salary of 8,000 yuan, excluding full attendance bonus, various subsidies, and bonuses. 2. Restaurant profits will be split 30/70ths, with Lin Xiao receiving 70% and the other 30%. Any customer tips will be kept by them. As for social security and other benefits, there was no discussion, Lin Xiao would naturally arrange them. Lin Xiao estimated that the uncles would ultimately receive a little over 10,000 yuan. After all, restaurant profits are actually quite meager, a month's take-home pay might not even be more than a 10 pull in the beginner-level emotion value roulette. Now that we've covered everything, let's have some crayfish, uncles. Uncle Wang and his 3 companions were very satisfied with the outcome, genuine smiles appearing on their dark faces. Hearing this, they all picked up crayfish and began to eat. Lin Xiao poured himself a glass of warm water, he was a little thirsty from talking. Just as Lin Xiao was focused on drinking his water, Uncle Wang's questioning voice suddenly rang out. Little Lin, why is there such a small crayfish? Is it working before it's even an adult? Chapter 55. I think I'm probably really hungry. Hearing Uncle Wang's words, Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, subconsciously thinking, that shouldn't be the case, right? The crayfish the system sent should all be plump, how could such a basic mistake occur? But the next second he reacted, his expression changing drastically as he looked at the crayfish on Uncle Wang's plate. Sure enough, It's spicy. The same flavor as the 200-gram pure gold crayfish I personally placed at the bottom of the plate. Lin Xiao then looked up at the crayfish Uncle Wang was holding. Seeing the slight golden glint under the light, he was now completely certain. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. There was surveillance footage to prove he hadn't cheated. Uncle Wang really has incredible luck. Seeing Uncle Wang about to take a bite, Lin Xiao quickly said, "Uncle, this isn't a crayfish, it's a mystery grand prize." What? What grand prize? They hadn't noticed the notice board outside when they came in. Lin Xiao smiled, walked to the food shelf, and picked up another sign. Uncle Wang saw what it said, but he was still a little confused. He held up the crayfish in his hand and asked, "Lin, what is this?" Lin Xiao smiled. "Gold, a crayfish made of 200 grams of pure gold." What? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Uncle Wang almost couldn't sit still. He quickly took out a tissue to wipe the oil off the crayfish. Sure enough, a strong golden light almost blinded him. He instinctively wanted to hand the hot contraption back to Lin Xiao. No, I can't accept this. Xiao Lin, you should take it back quickly." "Okay." Lin Xiao took the pure gold crayfish from Uncle Wang, then took out his phone to check today's gold price. "Uncle, the gold price is pretty good today, 780 yuan per gram. Plus, this pure gold crayfish looks good and has a lot of collectible value. 200 grams could sell for 160,000 yuan. Uncle, you only owe me 140,000 yuan now. You can pay it back slowly, I'm not in a hurry." Lin Xiao's smooth and effortless handling left Uncle Wang speechless. "Xiao Lin, that's not what I meant." Lin Xiao ignored him and continued to play with the pure gold crayfish in his hands. It was smaller than a walnut, and it wasn't prickly at all. It felt quite nice. He knew Uncle Wang was a meticulous person. Since he owed him 300,000 yuan, he would definitely be thinking about how to pay it back as soon as possible. Winning the lottery was indeed unexpected for Lin Xiao, but it was a good thing. "Xiao Lin, you really don't need to be like this." Uncle Wang was still talking to a brick wall when Uncle Su beside him tugged at his sleeve. All right, Xiao Lin is right. This is something you won in the lottery, it'll definitely help you pay off your 160,000 yuan debt." "That's right, old Wang." Uncle Zhang and Uncle Zhao also chimed in. Ever since old Wang's granddaughter fell ill, they had all witnessed old Wang's condition. Only a few days had passed, but old Wang seemed to have aged several years in an instant. His white hair had visibly increased. Since Xiaolin was so willing, they would naturally help persuade Lao Wang. He seeing felt she was probably really hungry. She actually had the urge to eat a crayfish. But then she remembered she had eaten breakfast that morning, and only 2 hours had passed. She wondered if she was really hungry, or perhaps just going crazy. He seeing was experiencing a bizarre, indescribable feeling. She was disgusted by the ugly sight of a live crayfish, yet she couldn't help but crave the plate of peeled crayfish meat before her. She quickly found the reason. This crayfish smelled so good. This meant that although her heart still resisted, the constant saliva in her mouth and the waves of excitement in her brain made her unable to resist the unique flavor of the crayfish meat. She looked at the 18 crayfish, 6 different flavors in total that Chen Qiquan had just peeled, each dipped in its corresponding sauce, the bright red meat coated in a rich gravy. Seeing her son's eyes gleaming, ready to devour them, she couldn't help but speak up. "Xiao Xian, put down your chopsticks. Did mommy agree to let you eat crayfish?" Chen Qiquan. If this weren't his own mother, he would have really wanted to say, "Do you even want to hear what nonsense you're spouting?" Chapter 56. Lin Xiao, why use such a severe punishment as slow slicing on a crayfish? Chen Qiquan really wanted to complain, but under his mother's blood pressure, he could only say in a wrong tone, "Mom, you're trying to renege on your promise again." Seeing her son's aggrieved look, He Xiying's rationality softened, and she felt a pang of pity. So she quickly took the plate of crayfish that Chen Qiquan had peeled and placed in front of her, lest reason prevail over desire later. Then she hurriedly said, "Xiao Xian, it's not that mommy won't let you eat, mommy just thinks you need to practice your hands-on skills. How about this, I'll make an exception for you today. Go and get these 6 different flavors of crayfish, 5 of each, no, 10 of each, no. Eat as many as you want today." "Really? Yay!" Hearing his mother's words, Chen Qiquan's expression instantly changed, as if his previous aggrieved look had been completely feigned. He now realized the truth, his mother was simply driven by cravings. He didn't see anything wrong with it. This was a routine procedure for his mother at Lin Xiao's restaurant. She always seemed to be using both sides of her brain in a battle of wits. For Chen Qiquan, simply being a heartless crayfish peeling machine for a short while, in exchange for his mother's promise of unlimited eating, was a completely worthwhile deal. At this moment, at the small dining table, both He Xiying and Chen Qiquan felt they had hit the jackpot, their smiles genuine. This heartwarming scene was undeniably a testament to motherly love and filial piety. While Chen Qiquan was away, He Xiying quickly picked up her chopsticks, looking at the crayfish in front of her, but unsure how to begin. This was the first time in her life she had eaten crayfish. She had always heard others say how delicious crayfish were, but she had never tried it. However, many things are like that, all you lack is the courage to take the first step. Hsiying's thoughts were a bit jumbled, but the crayfish didn't care what she was thinking, it simply emitted an enticing aroma. Soon, her cravings once again strongly took over Hsiying's mind. With lightning speed, she quickly picked up a crayfish coated in golden garlic sauce and put it in her mouth. The shrimp meat was tender yet firm, with a texture somewhat similar to the Australian lobster she often ate, but the flavor was distinctly different. The garlic flavor had permeated every fiber of the shrimp meat, intensely garlicky with a perfectly balanced spiciness. If Hsiying had to describe the lobster meat in one word, she wouldn't use delicious or tasty, but rather, so satisfying. She quickly devoured the remaining 2 garlic-flavored crayfish, then tried the 13 spice and spicy flavors. After finishing, a thought suddenly popped into her head: how wonderful it would be to have a beer right now. Not a more expensive, high-end red wine, nor a stronger spirit, it seemed only beer could truly complement the taste of crayfish. If Lin Xiao knew her thoughts, she would probably be quite surprised. To discover the perfect beer pairing for crayfish on her first try wasn't that a natural talent? Eating this combination once or twice might be fine, but eating it too often will earn you the nickname gout meal, and it's no joke. Before Chen Qiquan returned, Hsiying had already finished all 6 flavors of crayfish. She was somewhat unsatisfied. Originally, she brought her son here mainly to eat her favorite salt and pepper crayfish and a few other dishes, but now it was clear that with 6 different flavors of crayfish competing with her, the salt and pepper crayfish had lost its appeal. Hsiying had nothing to do for the moment, so she opened Douyin, TikTok, and found the ID, Xiaolin 5-yuan buffet restaurant, in her mutual followers. The college student named Zhou Peng wasn't here today, and the shop wasn't live streaming, but there were no restrictions on sending gifts. Hsiying didn't like to say thank yous. Just like at every company annual meeting, when it was her turn to speak, she wouldn't give a long speech or make grand promises. Instead, she would directly give out red envelopes to all the company employees. She preferred to express her gratitude with tangible gifts. Hsiying glanced at her Douyin balance. She had just spent 1 million yuan a couple of days ago, tipping several company partners. Now she had nearly 500,000 yuan left. Ignoring the small tips like hot air balloons, sports cars, and luxury cruise ships, Hsiying skillfully found the carnival icon. Each carnival tip cost 3,000 yuan, and she pressed and held down the button. Anyone who didn't know better would probably think she was sending a 1-cent heart. After 163 consecutive carnival tips, the insufficient balance warning finally popped up. Hsiying stopped there. She genuinely hoped Lin Xiao could keep the shop open. She couldn't help Lin Xiao much in other ways, she was so poor she only had money left, and this was the only small favor she could offer. "Mom, you said you wouldn't say anything no matter how much I take." Chen Qiquan's voice sounded beside Hsiying. She put down her phone and turned around. She saw Chen Qiquan struggling to carry a huge plate piled high with crayfish. Judging by the quantity, it looked like an entire crayfish family. He had taken 20 of each flavor. Luckily, Lin Xiao's plate was large enough, almost twice the size of the plate they used in middle school, otherwise, it really wouldn't have been able to hold so many crayfish. "You only took this much? It doesn't seem like enough for the 2 of us." Chen Qiquan had just put the plate on the table when he heard his mother's voice. Chen Qiquan blinked. Could his mother really say something like that? Is this still the same mom who wouldn't even let him look at crayfish? Has mom been possessed? Chen Qiquan just wanted to say, "Whoever you are, please don't get off my mom." Hsiying was genuinely confused. She had just done a crash course on crayfish, and after comparing, she found that Lin Xiao's crayfish were generally between 5 and 7 yen, approximately 25 to 35 grams. Her son had taken over 100 crayfish, which sounded like a lot, but actually only weighed about 6 or 7 jin, approximately 3.5 to 3.5 catties. She saw many online vendors selling 10 jin, 5 kilograms, or 8 jin, 4 catties, of crayfish per person for 99 yuan, and instinctively felt that over 100 wouldn't be enough. She voiced her doubts, as she had never eaten crayfish before and knew nothing about them. Before Chen Qiquan's father went abroad, he would sometimes secretly take his son out late at night to eat things he forbade them to eat, like snail rice noodles, starch sausages, fried skewers, and naturally, crayfish. Her son was clearly more experienced in this area than she was. Sure enough, Chen Qiquan quickly spoke up. "Mom, you don't understand. Those vendors say 10 jin, but that includes all the broth and liquid. Some even include the broth and various toppings. It might weigh less than 10 jin, and the quality of the shrimp meat is very poor, it's mostly frozen shrimp." At this point, Chen Qiquan stopped talking. He hadn't tried the crayfish Lin Xiao made yet. He put on disposable gloves, peeled a shrimp for himself, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. A few seconds later, his eyes lit up instantly. "It has to be my Lin Xiao. It's even better than the crayfish place my dad used to take me to. My dad always brags about his sharp eye, saying he found the best crayfish restaurant in Hangzhou. I wonder if my dad will come back this year. If he does, I'll show him what it means to be truly exceptional. Chen Qichuan eagerly peeled another one, but just as he was about to put it in his mouth, a pair of merciless chopsticks stopped him. Xiying ruthlessly snatched the chilled crayfish he had peeled from his hand with her chopsticks, dipped it in her secret sauce, and put it in her mouth. While chewing, she said, "Don't eat while talking to others. How many times have I told you? This tastes really good, icy, and refreshing. As punishment, you have to peel 10 more for me." Chen Qichuan was furious. "Mom, you're eating while talking right now." Xiying continued chewing. "Pay attention to the question. I said while talking to others. Are you others? It's okay, Mom won't blame you this time. Remember to read the questions carefully next time you take the exam." His mother was clearly being unreasonable, but under the natural pressure of their bloodline, Chen Qichuan had no choice but to obediently continue being a crayfish peeling machine. However, Xiying was just joking. She wouldn't actually make her son peel crayfish for her all the time. She watched a crayfish peeling tutorial for a while and quickly got the hang of it herself. A minute later, looking at the lobster meat his mother had peeled down to the size of a fingernail, Chen Qichuan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mom, let me peel the shrimp." "You're wasting Lin Xiao's hard work." Xiying's expression darkened. Her son peeled the shrimp so easily, why was it so difficult for her? She refused to believe it. She could manage such a large company so well, how could she not handle this tiny crayfish? 3 minutes later, she realized something unbelievable, and she had to believe it. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already seen Uncle Wang and the others off. He had also seen Xiying peeling the crayfish and felt that she might be in a bad mood today. Otherwise, why would she use such a cruel torture on a dead crayfish? Lin Xiao wisely didn't disturb the mother and daughter, but found a place to sit down. It was already past 11 o'clock, and more people were coming into the restaurant. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Chen Chen. "Xiao Chen, what time are you two coming tonight? I'll save you a table." This was something Lin Xiao had promised them last night. Although the restaurant wasn't very crowded yet, it was uncertain what would happen tonight, so Lin Xiao decided to ask about the time first. Chen Chen replied almost instantly, "Brother Lin, we won't go out to eat today. I'm at the hospital with Coco, she has acute gastroenteritis." Chapter 57. Another side quest begins, fulfilling Chen Qichuan's culinary desires. Lin Xiao frowned slightly upon seeing the message from Chen Chen. Acute gastroenteritis? Could it be that they ate something bad at my place? But that shouldn't be the case. Lin Xiao was about to message him to ask what was going on, but Chen Chen seemed to know what Lin Xiao was thinking and immediately sent another WeChat message. "Brother Lin, don't overthink it. It wasn't something they ate at your place. I think it was something they ate at that crayfish restaurant in Woolen Night Market last night. Brother Lin, let me tell you what happened." Through Chen Chen's explanation, Lin Xiao understood what had happened. Last night, after the two young lovers left his restaurant, they were both a little hungry. After discussing it, they decided to go for a late-night snack. So the question was, what to eat for a late-night snack? Joe Keek suddenly remembered the 6 different flavors of crayfish that he had vividly described to her, and immediately felt hungry. The two immediately decided to go to Woolen Night Market for some crayfish. There were 6 crayfish restaurants in Woolen Night Market. They carefully checked various app guides, and after 5 minutes of meticulous selection, they unfortunately got a terrible crayfish meal, an acute gastroenteritis set meal. Lin Xiao was speechless for a long time after reading Chen Chen's message. Joe Keek was really unlucky. Chen Chen sent another message. "Brother Lin, I have to go now. I think Keek is about to cry. I need to go comfort her." Lin Xiao quickly replied, "Acute gastroenteritis is quite uncomfortable. You can take a few more days off to take good care of your girlfriend. If it's inconvenient for you to take time off, I can talk to your boss, Mr. He, for you." Chen Chen and his friend had helped him so late yesterday, and Xiying was at his shop anyway. He should help with small things that he could manage. Chen Chen quickly sent another message. "Thanks, Brother Lin, but don't bother. Leave applications are easily approved at our company. Our CEO, Ms. He, is very understanding." Lin Xiao increasingly felt this wasn't a compliment. Besides, Keek wasn't crying because of gastroenteritis or a stomachache. Chen Chen continued, sending a message. She said it was because the thought of not being able to eat the 6 flavors of crayfish you made tonight, Brother Lin, made her saliva turn into tears, and she couldn't stop them. This gluttonous girl, even in this state, she's still thinking about food. Lin Xiao continued to comfort her. "It's okay, she can come back when her stomach has recovered. We'll always have crayfish ready for you. A few days won't make a difference." Chen Chen didn't reply again, probably going to take care of Joe Keek. Lin Xiao didn't bother them any longer. He dealt with the dishes left by the guests and then saw He Si-ying walking towards him. "Mr. Lin, we've finished eating and it's about time we left. I wanted to discuss something with you." Lin Xiao nodded. "Go ahead." "Ahem, it's nothing serious," He Si-ying lowered her voice slightly. "It's just that, in case some people from our company come to your place for lunch later, don't tell them I was here." Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Was eating in her own shop something shameful? Or did she sell some kind of contraband, making everyone so secretive? However, Lin Xiao readily agreed to such a small matter. Seeing Lin Xiao nod, He Si-ying smiled and pulled Chen Qixuan to leave. But to her surprise, Chen Qixuan suddenly cried out, "Ouch! Mom, my stomach hurts a bit. I think I ate too much. Why don't you go out and get the car? I'll come find you after I use the restroom." He Si-ying didn't think much of it. It would only take a few minutes for the car to arrive anyway, so she went out. After watching his mother leave his sight, Chen Qixuan quickly turned to Lin Xiao, pitifully reciting the lines he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. "Brother Lin Xiao, can you make snail rice noodles, spicy chicken noodles, and oden in the future? My mom never lets me eat those. I guess she'd only let me try them if you made them." Lin Xiao scratched his head upon hearing this. Chen Qixuan was indeed in a bit of a predicament, but since the system shop wasn't very helpful, there was nothing he could do. He did know a few roadside stalls that made really good snail rice noodles and spicy chicken noodles, but without He Si-ying's permission, he couldn't secretly take her son there. It wasn't that he was worried about him getting an upset stomach or anything. When he was Chen Qixuan's age, he often ate cheap fried skewers from street vendors near the school and he'd still be perfectly fine. He just felt he should greet He Si-ying first, otherwise, it would be impolite. Just as he was about to make a grand promise to Chen Qixuan, a familiar electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Side quest triggered. Side quest, fulfill the culinary wishes of a child of the nation. Quest details, fulfill as many of Chen Qixuan's culinary wishes as possible within 2 weeks, wish limit 10. Quest rewards, rewards vary depending on the number of wishes fulfilled. Cash reward, mood points reward, 100 servings of a seafood dish. Current wishes, snail rice noodles, spicy chicken noodles, oden. Number of wish fulfilled, 0/3. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. Side quests were a good thing. The amazing dish of garlic vermicelli with Australian lobster was obtained from a side quest. Although he didn't know what the seafood dish would be this time, he figured that if he fulfilled enough wishes, its quality wouldn't be lower than Australian lobster. He hadn't yet figured out how to make these dishes delicious, but thankfully he had 2 weeks, so he could take his time. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao swallowed back the pie-in-the-sky promise he was about to make and pulled out a new one. The most urgent thing was to get Chen Qixuan to list as many wishes as possible. Xiao Xian, everything you said is fine. Give your brother Lin Xiao 2 weeks, and I guarantee you'll be able to eat them, Lin Xiao said, taking a sip of water. Do you have any other wishes? Hearing that his brother Lin Xiao had agreed to his request so easily, Chen Qixuan was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, I've had a wish since I was 7, to make lots and lots of money in my life. So much money that I could buy all the Michelin-starred restaurants in the world, and then close them all down." As he spoke, Chen Qixuan looked up at Lin Xiao earnestly and said, "But now that wish has changed a little. I'm not going to close them all down. I'm going to completely transform all these Michelin-starred restaurants into Little Lin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant. And I'll even have you, brother Lin Xiao, as the manager." Cough cough cough, that's a very bold idea, I support you. Lin Xiao choked on his water. He had asked Chen Qixuan to say his wish, but he hadn't expected him to reveal his dream. And there's even something about him involved. But my wish isn't about that. Let's talk about something practical first. I mean, is there anything else you want to eat? Yes, I also want grilled skewers, starch sausage, grilled cold noodles, meat and egg burgers, lean meatballs, clam noodles, hand-pulled pancakes, grilled gluten, and giant fried squid. Lin Xiao listened silently. Although Chen Qixuan had already mentioned more than 10 things, Lin Xiao still wrote them down. He now realized that what Chen Qixuan mentioned wasn't difficult at all, and didn't even require a system. He just needed to drive to the night market, and all 10 wishes would be fulfilled at once. Lin Xiao then thought of the grand wish Chen Qixuan had just mentioned. He wasn't qualified to judge whether He Si-ying's parenting methods regarding food were correct. There were no standards for judgment, and it wasn't black and white. Lin Xiao only knew that he had to fulfill Chen Qixuan's wishes. Chen Qixuan rattled off over a dozen dishes he'd always wanted to eat but never had the chance to. Seeing Lin Xiao deep in thought, he worried he was being too demanding and making things difficult for Lin Xiao, so he quickly said, "Lin Xiao, I was just saying. Actually, just being able to eat snail rice noodles would satisfy me for a long time." "Ah, I didn't mean I wasn't satisfied with your cooking, it's just that snail rice noodles are something I've wanted to eat for years." Seeing his mood turn somewhat somber, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Just snail rice noodles? Are you underestimating your abilities, Lin Xiao?" Since we've decided to go eat them, I'll take you to try all of those you just mentioned. Chapter 58 Lin Xiao, I'm not secretly pleased, I'm openly pleased. Ahem. A familiar cough came from the doorway. Lin Xiao and Chen Qixuan looked up. He Xiying, wearing sunglasses, stood quietly at the door, watching them. Chen Qixuan suddenly realized something and hurriedly ran over, saying, Mom, I just remembered a math problem I couldn't solve, so I asked brother Lin Xiao for help. After saying that, he winked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was exasperated. A middle school math problem? You're asking me how to do it? You've asked the wrong person. He didn't actually think there was anything he needed to hide from He Xiying. He had originally planned to have a proper talk with her about it anyway. After all, it wasn't like they ate this every day, it was just an occasional treat. He Xiying wasn't, in his opinion, a completely unreasonable person. But Chen Qixuan clearly didn't think so. Seeing him still winking at her, almost rolling his eyes, Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, that's true. He Xiying smiled gently. Okay, now that we've finished asking, we'll head back. Okay, be careful. He Xiying went out the door and was about to speak when she heard two familiar voices. Sister Zhao, is this really a good idea? The taskmaster he assigned us to eat Boss Lin's cooking, are we just going to hand it over to Xiao Lu and the others like this? Oh, it's alright, Xiao Lu is very capable, and it's not like I won't give her a bonus, relax. But what if Mr. He finds out we… Oh, how could that be? Ms. He went out to meet with a major client for business. She won't be back for a while. If you don't tell and I don't tell, she won't know. He Xiying's lips twitched. Like general, like soldiers. The two people in front of her were Zhao Yingjun and another deputy director of their marketing department. He Xiying put on her sun hat and, with Chen Qixuan in tow, brushed past them like she was burying her head in the sand. There was no need to reveal their identities and make everyone embarrassed. It wasn't a big deal. 3 seconds later, Zhao Yingjun stood at the restaurant entrance, gently patted her chest, and let out a long sigh. Phew, so this is what it feels like to see a ghost. The deputy minister beside her also reacted, her voice trembling slightly as she asked uncertainly, Sister Zhao, didn't that person look a bit like President He? And the one next to him, if I'm not mistaken, should be President He's son? Zhao Yingjun nodded, seeing her face suddenly turn pale, and quickly reassured her. It's all right. Since President He deliberately covered her face, she means she's pretending she never saw us today. As long as you don't think the secret will feed President He for life, he won't do anything to you. The deputy minister beside her finally felt relieved. Lin Xiao watched Zhao Yingjun, whom he had just met yesterday, walk in, without asking why they had come so early. He was even starting to wonder who the next surprise guest would be. Lin Xiao said quite naturally, please sit wherever you like. There's also an all-you-can-eat crayfish event that you can check out, but the mystery grand prize for today is gone. Zhao Yingjun thought for a moment and said, okay, Mr. Lin, actually we have a small request. You don't want to tell anyone you were here today, right? No problem, Lin Xiao said casually. Zhao Yingjun, okay, thank you, Mr. Linear. Zhao Yingjun and the deputy minister went to get the food, while Lin Xiao remained seated, pondering how to bring it up with He Xiying. However, to his surprise, He Xiying actually sent him a WeChat message first. The first sentence left Lin Xiao speechless. Mr. Lin, I heard everything Xiao Xian said to you just now. Oh, it's a confession game. Lin Xiao knew He Xiying would definitely have more to say, so he waited silently. Sure enough, a few seconds later, He Xiying sent another message. Mr. Lin, could you please take Xiao Xian to eat at one of the roadside stalls he wants? I'll pay. Lin Xiao looked at the 50,000 yuan transfer He Xiying had sent, unsure of her meaning. Did He Xiying want her to buy a roadside stall? Lin Xiao returned the transfer and replied, no need. I genuinely like Xiao Xian. Don't worry, Mr. He, I'll make sure he's satisfied. There was no reply for a long time. She wondered if He Xiying was making suggestive remarks, and one shouldn't use their phone while driving. Just as Lin Xiao was thinking this, He Xiying sent another message. I used to have a prejudice against roadside stalls, and I always disappointed Xiao Xian by making him eat food he didn't like, imposing my preferences on him. Lin Xiao didn't quite understand He Xiying's meaning. Perhaps she herself didn't know what she was trying to say, and simply wanted someone to confide in. So he quickly replied, it's okay, Xiao Xian is a very good kid, he won't blame you. Shall I take Xiao Xian out to eat this weekend? The other side quickly replied, okay. Normally, a simple okay from the other party would mean the conversation was over. Lin Xiao placed his phone on the table, but after a few seconds, his phone suddenly lit up, showing 3 unread WeChat messages. Lin Xiao opened them, they were from He Xiying again, and read, my impression of roadside stalls used to be that they were dirty and chaotic. It was your restaurant, Mr. Lin, that shattered that stereotype, letting me know that roadside stalls can also have delicious food, warmth, and human touch. So what I really wanted to say was, thank you, and thank you for your delicious food." Lin Xiao looked at the message, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. As a restaurant owner, being praised by a customer is something that brings a lot of secret satisfaction. Lin Xiao was different, he was openly pleased. He thought for a moment, then typed on his phone. "I also want to thank you Xiaoxian, thank you to every customer who supports my business. It's actually you who have made my little restaurant gradually more vibrant, warmer, and more humane." Chapter 59. Steve, who was tricked and bored. Main Quest 5, completed. At 12:30 p.m., Zhang Jiancheng sat in his deserted restaurant, chain-smoking, watching the long queue that had formed again outside the 5-yuan buffet next door. He felt utterly frustrated, with nowhere to vent his frustration. Yesterday afternoon, he and Shui Haiying had planned to try it out, but they couldn't even get inside. The queue was longer than Zhang Jiancheng had ever imagined. Later, Shui Haiying discovered while scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, that the restaurant next door had become a viral sensation online. He truly couldn't understand it. How could a 5-yuan buffet, which he considered completely harmless and expected to close down in a few days, suddenly become so popular because of a single short video? It instantly transformed his image in his wife's eyes from a shrewd strategist to a clown hated by everyone in Gotham. He'd originally planned to outlast the shop, but judging by the current situation, it was hard to say who would ultimately succeed. Zhang Jiancheng didn't know what had gone wrong. It couldn't possibly be something wrong with the old cemetery, could it? He took another deep drag of his strong cigarette. It was potent enough to calm him down. The business next door was booming every day. In fact, his stir-fry restaurant had initially benefited from their success. After all, the place had been packed these past few days, and some customers, unable to wait, would grab a bite at his place. However, because he couldn't use pre-made meal kits, and Shen Shiwei's cooking skills were only so-so, customers who had eaten there once rarely returned. Damn it, it's all that damned inspection team's fault. Those bastards, who knows when they'll finally arrive. I haven't even dared to bring out my best stuff. Zhang Jiancheng cursed as he smoked. He believed that if he put on the 99 yuan for 10 jin, 5 catties, crayfish set meal, everything could still be saved. He could at least compete with the 5 yuan self-service next door. It was only because Lin Xiao didn't know his thoughts that she probably said with a hint of helplessness, "Uncle, what kind of person are you? Always using me as your imaginary enemy?" Zhang Jiancheng pondered for a moment, deciding he couldn't just wait like this. So he took out his phone again and called his nephew, who had just returned from California. The phone rang for over 10 seconds before being answered. Before Zhang Jiancheng could speak, his nephew's voice came through the other end. The sound was somewhat noisy, and it was unclear where he was from. "Third uncle, you're not still eyeing Chef Steve, are you? I already told you, he's willing to come back to China with us to find renowned chefs and exchange ideas with them. You want a Michelin 3-star chef to spend half a day challenging the 5-yuan buffet restaurant next door? Are you crazy, or am I? Besides, Steve is a Western cuisine chef. Does the owner of that 5-yuan restaurant next door even know what authentic Western cuisine is? Sending Steve to challenge them is completely mismatched with his expertise." Zhang Jiancheng was about to say something when his nephew's impatient voice came through. "That's enough, third uncle. I'm hanging up. I have important business to attend to. Unless that restaurant next door starts serving Western dishes one day, don't call me again." Beep beep beep. Zhang Jiancheng stared at the phone that had been hung up on without a second thought. His expression shifted several times before he could only slam his fist on the table to vent his anger. "Damn it! How did I treat you when we were kids? Now you won't even do me a small favor? You're a real ingrate." As for whether the 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant next door would serve Western food, even a fool could tell. Hangzhou, YY Bar. Zhang Yudao, legs crossed, leaned back in his booth. He had just hung up the phone from his third uncle, and his expression wasn't much better. Qin Rui, who was sipping a cocktail and admiring the graceful dance moves of the dancers on the main dance floor, overheard the entire conversation. He turned around and smiled. "What? Your third uncle is asking Steve for help again? If you ask me, Zhang, you're too kind. It's best to cut ties with relatives who have no use for you." Zhang Yudao shook his head, downed his half-glass of Hennessy in one gulp, and then said, "I don't know what's wrong with my third uncle. He keeps wanting Steve to challenge his business, as if it would magically boost his business. If the challenger was some Western cuisine master, that would be one thing, but challenging the owner of a $5 buffet? What's that all about?" After saying this, he composed himself, put on a smile, and looked at Steve, who seemed somewhat distracted beside him, and asked in a gentle tone in English, "Oh, my friend, you seem a little distracted today." Steve was a Caucasian man in his 30s, with a classic high nose and blue eyes. He was currently holding his phone, looking deep in thought. Hearing Zhang Yudao's words, Steve hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. "Zhang, I don't really like this kind of environment. I prefer a quieter place, one where I can fully immerse myself in creating Western cuisine. Seemingly having seen something amazing on his phone, Steve's eyes suddenly widened. After a few seconds, he excitedly handed his phone to Zhang Yudao, his tone visibly enthusiastic. John, look. This Mr. Zhang Zhenghao from China, he just further improved and innovated his world-renowned Kobe Wei Jiao beefsteak last month. Mr. Zhang is almost 80 years old, yet he still maintains such an innovative spirit. He's truly a respectable senior. I wonder when I can go to Kyoto and exchange ideas with him. I'm sure I can learn a lot. Zhang Yudao glanced at Steve's phone and saw a video of an old man making steak. He didn't understand it, but still subconsciously belittled him. Steve, you're the youngest and most talented Michelin 3-star chef in California. I don't think you need to learn anything from others. Besides, the thinking of an old master is nowhere near as dynamic as yours young chefs. However, Steve shook his head. No, John, you're completely wrong. A true master always has the heart of an apprentice. I learned a phrase on your Chinese short video platform the other day, and I think it's very true. Steve, speaking in his poorly taught, self-taught Chinese, said, the saying is one is never too old to learn. Zhang Yudao nodded indifferently, not continuing the conversation on that topic, and changed the subject. Steve, I know you're leaving soon, but before that, could you cook Western food for us one more time in class next Tuesday? Steve had only come to China with them on his way. According to Steve's plan, he was expected to leave soon to exchange ideas, learn, and exchange skills with local chefs from various provinces in China. While he was still here, Zhang Yudao naturally wanted to exploit him to the fullest extent. That Su Qian dared to challenge him, he was utterly overconfident. Since someone was offering themselves up for him to humiliate, he was going to give them a good thrashing. Steve seemed pleased to hear this. Of course, no problem. Is this what the students wanted? Do you all enjoy my Western food? Steve didn't understand Chinese. Last time Zhang Yudao called him to Grandpa Su's elective class, he only told him that the students in that class wanted to eat authentic Western food. Steve was naturally overjoyed, although he noticed the students' gazes towards him were a little strange after eating his food, but he didn't think much of it. After all, he had been very polite throughout, and he had done his homework before coming to China, so he was sure he hadn't done anything to offend anyone. Besides, he had heard that Chinese people tend to express their emotions rather reservedly. Now it seemed that was indeed true. The lovely Chinese students were just not good at expressing their feelings. Actually, they really liked his Western food. That's right, everyone really likes your Western food. Seeing the genuine joy on Steve's face, Zhang Yudao and Qin Rui exchanged a glance, both seeing a sly smile in each other's eyes. Zhang Yudao continued, so, Steve, my friend, could you give it your all this time and prepare an unforgettable Western feast for our classmates, putting in your best effort? To his surprise, Steve shook his head. John, I either don't cook Western food, or if I do, I always make sure I'm in top condition first. This is not only a sign of respect for the guests who eat my food, but also a respect for Western cuisine itself. Zhang Yudao understood. Steve meant that he always gave his all when cooking Western food. Although he didn't know what kind of person Su Qian, that idiot, could possibly bring, he figured it couldn't possibly surpass Steve, a true culinary genius. Thinking this, he felt relieved. That's good. I'll come find you next Tuesday, my friend. 6:40 p.m. Lin Xiao sat in a corner, her back to everyone, seemingly aloof and lonely, but actually secretly counting her emotional points. Thanks to Uncle Wang's Douyin video, the number of customers these past 2 days has been extraordinary. Lin Xiao hadn't expected this day to come so quickly. Looking at the constantly fluctuating emotion value panel, he silently counted in his mind 499,364, 499,789, 500,134. I've succeeded, deist master. Lin Xiao smiled, quietly waiting for that familiar sound. Ding! Chapter 60 unlocks new dishes in the emotional value shop, and they're all, ding! Host has successfully collected 500,000 emotion points. Main Quest 5 complete. Rewards 1 million RMB cash reward, 1 villa at Qingshan Lake No. 3. New main quest unlocked for you. Main Quest 6 accumulate 2 million emotion points. Quest completion reward? Lin Xiao looked at the reward of the Qingshan Lake Villa and was immediately overjoyed. Although the small rented room was cozy, owning a house entirely of his own seemed to be a concept ingrained in every Chinese person. No one could help but feel joy about it. Lin Xiao was no exception. After grinning foolishly for a while, he opened his phone to check the location and price of the Qingshan Lake Villa, and was immediately shocked. The villa was quite close to his restaurant, only 5 kilometers away, yet the price was a whopping 36,000 RMB per square meter. The villa was 230 square meters, detached with its own yard. Lin Xiao did a quick calculation and found it would cost around 8 million yuan. Without the system, there was a 98% chance he'd never be able to afford it in his lifetime. Lin Xiao knew that with his personality, he wouldn't take on a mortgage just to buy a house. He was only 20 years old, asking him to take on a 30-year mortgage was absurd. As the saying goes, car loans can be gritted up, and mortgages can be gritted up too. Lin Xiao didn't want to become a slave to a mortgage. He'd rather spend the money he earned on a house. However, since the system had given him the house for free, Lin Xiao naturally accepted it with a smile. He was already looking forward to getting off work. Half an hour passed quickly. After watching the last customer leave, Lin Xiao carefully cleaned the restaurant, then sped to his Maybach, got in, started the engine, and drove off towards his rented apartment. The small rental apartment didn't have much to offer. Lin Xiao packed some toiletries and left. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Qingshan Lake Villa complex. As a system reward, the villa required no paperwork, all he had to do was move in. After briefly confirming his information with the villa complex staff, Lin Xiao drove straight into his assigned villa, Qingshan Lake No. 3. He parked in the garage, entered the gate code, and went inside. The villa was larger than he had imagined, but not as exaggerated as the super-rich novels he'd read. It was fully equipped with smart home features, and central air conditioning and underfloor heating covered all 8 rooms from the first to the third floor. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao quickly tidied up and lay down on the master bedroom's large bed. The unreal feeling he'd had was completely gone. He finally had time to open his emotional value shop and check out the newly unlocked dishes. After completing a new main quest, the Emotion Point shop will unlock new dishes. Soon, a screen appeared before his eyes. 1. Name: smoked salmon. Market price: 68 to 388 RMB. Description: Western dish, cold smoked Norwegian salmon, served with cream cheese, capers, and lemon juice. Deliciousness rating: 5.5/10. Exchange price: 800 emotion points/100 servings, minimum purchase of 100 servings. Western food. This time the system shop actually has Western food? Not bad. Before, only pan-fried steak seemed to fall into the Western food category. Lin Xiao doesn't really like salmon, but maybe some of the diverse customers will. Lin Xiao didn't pay much attention and continued reading. 2. Product name: French Coffee Duck. Market price: 58 to 168 yuan. Description: Western dish, duck leg is salted and then coffee at a low temperature, resulting in a crispy skin and tender meat. Deliciousness rating: 5.5 points. Exchange price: 850 emotion points/100 servings, minimum purchase of 100 servings. Another Western dish. Something's not right, 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Lin Xiao quickly continued reading. 40. Product name: Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak. Market price: 3,000 to 6,000 RMB. Description: Western dish, extremely tender, melts in your mouth, and has a rich milky flavor. Deliciousness rating: 7.5 points. Exchange price: 15,000 emotional points/100 servings, minimum purchase of 100 servings. Lin Xiao blinked, making sure he wasn't hallucinating. He looked at 40 dishes in a row, and without exception, they were all Western dishes. Lin Xiao stared blankly at the ceiling, somewhat bewildered. What exactly did the system mean by this? Chapter 61. Lin Xiao has started selling Western food? Tang Ji's eyes lit up. Lin Xiao generally didn't dwell on things he couldn't understand, regardless of the reason why the system shop had only unlocked Western dishes this time. But, since he was already here, he might as well update the restaurant's menu. Lin Xiao himself didn't eat much Western food and wasn't entirely used to it. But, looking at the Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak, which typically costs 3,000 to 6,000 yuan, and the system gave it an exaggerated 7.5 rating, Lin Xiao felt he absolutely had to try this steak. 7.5 points. This was the highest rating the system had ever given him. Even the garlic vermicelli Australian lobster last time only received a 7. It's only 15,000 emotion points for 100 servings, right? Currently, a single draw on Lin Xiao's intermediate emotion point roulette costs 10,000 emotion points. Compared to this intermediate emotion point roulette, 15,000 emotion points for 100 servings is a very reasonable price. That's right, after the beginner level roulette wheel advances to the intermediate level, the price per draw increases tenfold. It still requires 100 draws to advance to the advanced level, but Lin Xiao doesn't plan to use the roulette wheel for the time being. Right now, he mainly uses his emotional points to buy goods in the emotional point shop every day. Zhou Peng didn't come to the shop today. Su Qian said he went to see his online friend, whom he met on Douyin. Lin Xiao had been busy at the restaurant all day and was a little tired, so he browsed Douyin for a while and went to bed early. The next morning at 11:30, Lin Xiao, as usual, put the dishes into their respective insulated boxes, and then took out 10 plates of each of the newly acquired Western dishes, arranging them in a designated area. After all, Western cuisine requires some attention to plating, and can't be put in a large insulated box like Chinese food, as that would take up too much space. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and decided to take out 10 dishes of each to test the waters first. After setting out the Western-style dishes, he displayed 6 shelves filled with crayfish, and also took out 100 Australian lobsters. Although Australian lobsters were considered a higher-end product, he didn't impose any consumption limits. The more upscale and delicious the dish, the greater the emotional impact on the customer's experience. Lin Xiao felt there was no need to be stingy. Forget about the $1,000 Australian lobsters, he was also thinking of seeing how the Kobe beefsteak received today. If the response was good, he would make it a regular dish tomorrow. Customers gradually entered the store, some new and some old. After serving them for a while, he suddenly saw 2 familiar faces he didn't expect. Uncle Tang, when did you return to China? The people standing before Lin Xiao were Tang Ji and his assistant and cameraman, Sun Yujin. What puzzled Lin Xiao was that Tang Ji, who usually looked radiant, was now visibly listless, appearing completely drained. Sun Yujin, standing beside him, also looked somewhat dispirited, though not as severely as Tang Ji. Phew, let's not talk about that. Lin, I haven't eaten all day. Do you have any light dishes to tide me over? Tang Ji found the nearest seat and sat down. The moment he opened his mouth, his entire being exuded one-word weakness. The kind of weakness that made you worry he might faint at any moment. Hearing this, Lin Xiao naturally didn't dare delay. She immediately went to get a small bowl of rice, a few small green vegetables, and a bowl of boiled egg custard. Although she didn't know why Tang Ji hadn't eaten all day, Lin Xiao knew that Tang Ji's stomach was definitely very sensitive right now. He couldn't eat too much at once, he needed to eat foods with little oil, sugar, and salt. It was only because the restaurant didn't have any liquid foods like porridge that rice wasn't a good choice. Uncle Tang, please eat first. If you feel unwell, just tell me, or should I go out and get you a bowl of porridge? Tang Ji felt a warmth in his heart at Lin Xiao's words. Although he had only been abroad for almost a week, he felt like he hadn't experienced this kind of care in a long time. Xiao's son was also a bit dull-witted, like a machine. He was nowhere near as caring as Lin Xiao. No need for all that trouble, this will do for me. Tang Ji poured the steamed egg custard over the rice, stirred it lightly with chopsticks, and a bowl of steamed egg custard rice was ready. It didn't need to be mixed too finely, just mix until the golden egg custard and translucent rice were slightly sticky, otherwise it wouldn't look appealing. Tang Ji ate in small bites. Having traveled extensively over the years, he had suffered from gastroenteritis and food poisoning quite often, so he naturally knew how to avoid upsetting his stomach. After eating a few bites with some bok choy and regaining a bit of strength, he nodded contentedly and said, "This steamed egg custard, it really tastes best when mixed with rice, so fragrant. Yeah, this boiled bok choy with garlic doesn't taste bitter at all, it's so fresh and tender, the flavor is absolutely amazing, it's all thanks to your cooking, Lin." Lin Xiao smiled, "Uncle Tang, you're just using your professional instincts again. A bok choy, it's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be." Tang Ji shook his head, "What I'm saying is true. You have no idea, this trip abroad was incredibly tough on me." Before Lin Xiao could ask any questions, Tang Ji began recounting the hardships of his journey while eating. 5 minutes later, only an empty plate remained in front of Tang Ji. He was truly starving abroad and didn't want to waste a single grain of rice. Lin Xiao, having learned of Tang Ji's harrowing ordeal, could only say, "It's good that he's back." Sun Yujin, standing nearby, added, "We didn't want to stay there a minute longer. We took the earliest flight back this morning. It was an 8-hour flight. As soon as we landed, we took a taxi straight here, Lin Xiao." At this point, Sun Yujin smiled somewhat sheepishly. "Brother Lin Xiao, by the way, is your Australian lobster all you can eat? Can I take one?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded, but before he could speak, Tang Ji immediately glared at Sun Yujin. "Son, didn't we agree on the plane that you weren't allowed to eat Australian lobster or steak until my stomach was better?" Tang Ji narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. "You want to back out?" Sun Yujin, abba. Tang Ji. 3 minutes later, Sun Yujin returned with a full plate of food and sat down next to Tang Ji. He still hadn't taken the Australian lobster or steak. Old Tang wasn't fully recovered yet, he didn't want to upset him further. Anyway, according to the doctor, Tang Ji should be able to eat some meat tomorrow. Although Sun Yujin was eager to try Lin Xiao's Australian lobster, reason told him he didn't want to lose his job. However, during his walk around, Sun Yujin had discovered some interesting things. After taking a couple of bites of rice with stir-fried beef, he looked up at Lin Xiao, preparing to say something. Lin Xiao noticed his gaze and turned to look at him. However, Sun Yujin chewed, thought for a moment, then lowered his head and took a couple more bites of the beef. It was incredibly delicious. Lin Xiao ignored him and looked away again. Sun Yujin looked at him again, and when Lin Xiao looked back, he took another couple of bites of beef. After this back and forth several times, Sun Yujin finally resisted the temptation of the beef and looked at Lin Xiao, saying, "Brother Lin Xiao, I just checked, your restaurant now sells Western food. Hearing this, Lin Xiao didn't react, but Tang Ji's eyes lit up instantly, his previous fatigue vanishing. He had caught the key word. Chapter 62 Tang Ji, is this what it feels like for a sect elder to discover a peerless genius? Xiao Lin, your restaurant has started selling Western food now? Before venturing into the short video industry, Tang Ji was the head chef of a Western restaurant. Hearing that Lin Xiao's restaurant was now offering Western dishes, his eyes immediately lit up. This was entering his area of expertise. He instantly perked up. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. To avoid Tang Ji bringing up anything awkward, like, "Did you make this Western food?" he quickly pointed to the Western food area and said, "It's over there, Uncle Tang, would you like to go take a look?" Before he could finish those 3 words, Lin Xiao saw Tang Ji already appear in the Western food area he had pointed to. At this moment, Tang Ji showed no awareness of being a patient. Looking at the various Western dishes displayed before him, he kept pacing back and forth, looking at this and that, muttering to himself, "Tisk tisk, Lin, you've got quite a variety of Western dishes. This Eggs Benedict looks pretty good, the yolks are vibrant and translucent, and the bacon is slightly crispy. And this Bolognese spaghetti, the aroma, the color, it looks quite authentic. Hey, there's even barbecue pork ribs. That's a tough dish to make." Tang Ji examined and commented on over a dozen dishes, getting more and more excited with each look. He seemed to have truly discovered a treasure trove of unlimited potential. While Lin Xiao's Chinese cooking was initially excellent, he'd won him over with a plate of stir-fried beef with green peppers and then his personality. That was, after all, Chinese cuisine, not his forte, the Western cuisine he'd cultivated the longest. But now it was different. Lin Xiao's dozen or so beautifully presented Western dishes had completely changed how he looked at Lin Xiao. He looked as if an elder of a cultivation sect had discovered a peerless genius with extraordinary talent. Although, due to his physical condition, he couldn't yet taste these Western dishes. Just by looking at their presentation, and considering Lin Xiao's freakish culinary talent, the taste probably wouldn't be too bad. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Lin, did you make all of this? What made you suddenly decide to make so much Western food?" Lin Xiao thought to himself, it's bound to happen. He didn't like the feeling of lying, especially deceiving an elder who trusted him. However, thinking that in just a day or two he would be able to get Zhu Jiao's new restaurant and acquire system-level culinary skills, this was probably the last time he would lie. So he smiled and said, "I didn't have much to do these past few days, and I happened to see a Western cooking tutorial online, so I followed along. This is also the first time I've put this Western food on the table. I don't know if the customers will like it." Lin Xiao didn't say anything like, "I don't know if it tastes good or not." The system had already given it a score. The lowest was 5.5, guaranteeing it would be delicious. Wow! Self-taught. Tang Ji's gaze towards Lin Xiao became increasingly satisfied. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, he immediately comforted her, "Oh dear, for your first time making Western food, it's already quite an achievement to have it presented like this. Don't worry about whether the customers like it or not." Tang Ji thought for a moment and said, "How about this, although I can't eat your Western food right now, Xiao Sun can. He can eat it and give you his feedback, right, Xiao Sun? Xiao Sun? Sun Yujin." Seeing that Sun Yujin didn't react, Tang Ji called several times. Not far away, Sun Yujin, who was silently eating his meal, taking bites of stir-fried beef with 2 peppers in one hand and spicy boiled pork slices in the other, sweating profusely but enjoying himself immensely, finally looked up, his expression bewildered. When he came to his senses, a look of resistance immediately appeared on his face. "Old Tang, stop messing around. I just got back from abroad, I don't want to try a single bite of Western food." Sun Yujin regretted it a little. If he had known Tang Ji would react so strongly, he shouldn't have told him that Lin Xiao had added Western dishes to the menu. He was enjoying his meal right now. This was exactly the feeling he wanted, sweating from the spiciness, yet unable to resist continuing to eat. "Oh, just let you try one dish. Just give me a little feedback. That way, Xiao Lin can see her current level of Western cooking and see what she can improve." Ignoring Sun Yujin's resistance, Tang Ji picked up a pork rib and walked over to him, placing it on Sun Yujin's plate without a word. After placing the pork ribs in the pan, he cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, this is Lin Xiao's first time cooking Western food, so you don't need to use my cooking skills as a benchmark." Sun Yujin understood what he meant. The gist was that he should praise her as much as possible and avoid comparing her to a professional Western chef like himself, lest he undermine Lin Xiao's confidence in cooking Western food. After saying this, Tang Ji returned to Lin Xiao's side, smiling broadly, and said, "Although Xiao Sun isn't as professional as those Western cuisine judges, he's been with me for so long, and I occasionally cook a few Western dishes for him to try. His assessment of Western cuisine is fairly reliable. Lin, you can refer to his evaluations. But don't take it too seriously. Western cuisine is different from Chinese cuisine, it's indeed difficult to learn in a short time. Although Lin, you're a genius at Chinese cooking, the methods of preparing Western cuisine are vastly different from ours. It's normal for the taste to be off the mark the first time you make it. With a few more tries, I believe your culinary skills will shine brightly in the world of Western cuisine. Although he thought Lin Xiao's Western dishes looked good and probably tasted decent, Tang Ji still frantically layered his nails, afraid that Lin Xiao would give up his thirst for knowledge about Western cuisine because of one setback. Lin Xiao just smiled awkwardly. Uncle Tang, please stop talking. I'm afraid you'll dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of your toes when you think back on that. Sun Yujin looked at the smoked pork ribs brushed with a thin layer of honey barbecue sauce and breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least it was a decent meat dish to eat with rice, not something like pasta or pizza. Thinking this, he reached out his left hand and grabbed the bone of the pork rib. The next second, he opened his mouth and bit off a piece of meat from the pork rib. Chapter 63 Tang Ji, is it possible that my pork ribs aren't as delicious as Xiao Lin's? The moment the large piece of pork on the rib met his teeth, Sun Yujin's brow involuntarily furrowed slightly. He heard the soft crunch as he bit into the thin layer of the secret honey barbecue sauce that had solidified into a crispy crust. With just that first bite, Sun Yujin suddenly realized that this pork rib was definitely going to taste amazing. Because the pork ribs that Tang Ji had personally made before, his first bite always produced the same crisp sound. In Tang Ji's words, this barbecue smoked pork rib dish is a true test of a Western chef's basic skills. The choice of meat, the timing of slow grilling at a low temperature, the precise control of adding oil and flipping, the proportions of the homemade barbecue sauce ingredients, and the final stage of searing with a blowtorch. All these factors greatly influence the final texture of the pork rib. If even the skin isn't thin and crispy enough, then clearly the chef's skill level is lacking. He wasn't a professional Western cuisine judge, after all, and couldn't discern the subtle differences. But he suddenly realized that Lin Xiao's fundamentals seemed quite solid. Is this what they call a natural talent? However, before he could finish his thought, a rich, meaty aroma burst in his mouth. The juices combined the unique fruity aroma and richness of the smoked meat with the delicate fragrance of honey and apple cider vinegar from the secret sauce. This perfectly complemented the aroma of the pork, slow roasted at a low temperature, neutralizing the greasiness of the pork. In short, it was delicious. Adding to the irresistible allure of the tender yet chewy ribs, Sun Yujin found himself almost unable to resist. Looking at the stir-fried beef on his plate, he suddenly felt conflicted. His original plan was to take a token bite of the pork ribs and immediately return to the stir-fried beef. After all, he figured that even if Lin Xiao was exceptionally talented at cooking Western food for the first time, it couldn't possibly compare to her superb stir-fried beef, could it? However, now he was caught in a dilemma. Lin Xiao's pork ribs were in no way inferior to the stir-fried beef. He already suffered from a bit of decision-making anxiety, and for a moment, he was even more unsure which to eat first. He was suddenly getting annoyed with evolution. Why couldn't he evolve 2 mouths, or even 3? Stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, spicy sliced pork, and smoked pork ribs, 3 delicacies, enjoyed in one go. Tang Ji, standing to the side, had no idea that Sun Yujin had almost become a believer in Thulhu after just one bite of the pork ribs. Seeing Sun Yujin stop eating after one bite and make a strange expression, he assumed Lin Xiao's pork ribs weren't good, so he quickly coughed to attract Sun Yujin's attention, and then, from where Lin Xiao couldn't see, started frantically winking and gesturing at him. Little son, how are these pork ribs? Don't be too picky. Don't compare them to mine, give me a slightly objective evaluation. Sun Yujin looked at Tang Ji's winking and gesturing, it was practically written praise me on his face. This was the first time Sun Yujin had ever seen Tang Ji like this. In the past, when the two of them went to review restaurants, even if the vendors bribed old Tang, his evaluation standards remained unchanged. If he thought the food was truly delicious, he'd praise it. If the food was average but worth the price, he'd still try to highlight the good points. Only when something was both expensive and terrible, completely not worth the price, would old Tang post it in a video to warn people to avoid it. But now, judging from old Tang's expression, he was clearly telling him to ignore the taste and praise Lin Xiao's pork ribs as much as possible. Double standards, old Tang. Why isn't he being objective when it comes to Lin Xiao? Wait a minute. Sun Yujin suddenly realized. This old guy isn't thinking, what does Sun Yujin's subjective evaluation have to do with me, Tang Ji? Sun Yujin couldn't guess Tang Ji's thoughts, but it didn't matter. After all, Lin Xiao's pork ribs were truly irresistible. Even if old Tang didn't say anything, he still had to praise them. Sun Yujin recalled the wonderful taste of the last bite, swallowed hard, and then said sincerely, delicious. The ribs are so fragrant and tender. I don't know how you made the secret sauce, Lin Xiao, it's so layered, making the pork not greasy at all. His first words brought a smile to Tang Ji's face. Little son, after following him for so many years, had a perfect grasp of the art of praising. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. After all, if you exaggerate too much, people won't believe you. Some food bloggers, after eating something, will immediately say, "My friends, I like to tell the truth, this is the best I've ever eaten in my life." Listen to that, it sounds so fake. Who would believe such a thing? Little Sun's grasp of the nuances is excellent. To be honest, Lin Xiao's pork ribs are truly the best I've ever eaten in my life. Sun Yujin suddenly said sincerely. Tang Ji's smile froze on his face. So, all that praise earlier was for nothing. I was hoping you'd say something nice, but this praise is a bit too much. As the saying goes, awkward flattery is just bashing. He casually turned his head, seeing Lin Xiao's expression was normal, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Ji quickly chimed in, "Little Sun, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Lin's cooking is delicious, but not to this extent, is it?" "Oh, I get it. Is it because you haven't had many good meals back in the Indian area that everything you eat now seems like the best you've ever had?" Tang Ji frantically tried to patch things up, afraid Lin Xiao would realize it was just empty flattery and lose faith and interest in Western food. "Little Sun, didn't you eat my pork ribs before? Surely my pork ribs aren't as good as Xiao Lin's? Ha ha ha." Tang Ji was just joking, but to his surprise, Sun Yujin actually nodded seriously, and the words he uttered made Tang Ji's smile freeze again. "Of course. Although I'm closer to you, I like to speak the truth. Lin Xiao's pork ribs are indeed more tender and fragrant than yours, Lao Tang's, and naturally, they taste better." Chapter 64 The unique flavor of Kobe Wei Jiao beefsteak. "Little Sun, you're not joking with me, are you?" Tang Ji had barely uttered the question when he saw Sun Yujin shake his head with a serious expression. This made him pause for a few seconds, then he realized something absurd. Sun Yujin seemed to be telling the truth. Tang Ji didn't speak again, his expression also becoming serious. After a brief internal struggle, he walked to the Western-style section with the pork ribs. He decisively picked up an empty plate and tongs, preparing to make a decision that defied his ancestors. He wanted to try it himself and see if the pork ribs were as amazing as Little Sun claimed. If it was fake, the consequences wouldn't be too serious. He'd just twist Little Sun's head off and use it as a football, which was a minor issue. But if Little Sun was telling the truth, then the problem was much bigger. It meant that his family's unique Western-style culinary heritage might have a successor. "Uncle, don't do this. You just had food poisoning yesterday. Eating this will ruin your stomach." Seeing Tang Ji's resigned expression, Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Health is a serious matter and not something to joke about. Then let it ruin. This useless organ doesn't deserve to exist in my body." Tang Ji was both unreasonable and defiant. Compared to his family's tradition of Western cuisine, whether his stomach was damaged or not was a trivial matter. Lin Xiao persuaded him for a full 2 minutes before Tang Ji finally gave up the idea. "Xiao Sun, bring me the pills the doctor prescribed. I need to take them now." Tang Ji was getting anxious. The doctor from the Indian hospital had prescribed him a lot of pills to speed up the recovery from the aftereffects of food poisoning. He hadn't originally planned to take them. After all medicine has side effects. He had thought that his body would recover on its own in a few days, and he could avoid taking the medicine if possible. But now he couldn't wait that long. He needed to confirm Lin Xiao's talent for Western cuisine as soon as possible, perhaps even able to summon his teacher from Kyoto. That teacher was a renowned figure in the domestic culinary world, and even globally. He wanted to accept Lin Xiao as his apprentice in front of his teacher, to ensure the continuation of his lineage. Tang Ji was genuinely bewildered, momentarily forgetting what Sun Yujin had said that Lin Xiao's Western cuisine skills, at least in preparing pork ribs, were superior to his own. Even if they were to become apprentices, it was uncertain who would be the master and who the apprentice. After Sun Yujin had finished eating, Tang Ji and Sun Yujin said goodbye to Lin Xiao. Having been away for so long, they both still had a lot of things to take care of. They hadn't even gone home after getting off the plane, heading straight to Xiao Lin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant, just for Lin Xiao's cooking. And as it turned out, Lin Xiao certainly didn't disappoint them. Sun Yujin thoroughly enjoyed his meal. Compared to the food at Lin Xiao's place, the food he ate at Indian restaurant a few days ago was practically pure pig swill. Tang Ji, however, was somewhat disappointed. Today was Thursday, and tomorrow, Friday, he would have to eat bland food again. Lin Xiao wouldn't be open on the weekend. Unable to do anything else, he could only agree to come back next Monday. After seeing Tang Ji off, it was midnight. Lin Xiao had almost digested the meat buns he ate that morning, and his stomach was starting to rumble. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao went straight to the area displaying Western food and took a plate of Kobe Wei Jiao beefsteak, already sliced by the system, from the elegantly designed warming display case. He'd always heard people talk about how top-quality Kobe Wei Jiao beef was, and today he wanted to try it and see if the hype was justified. This Wei Jiao was cooked to medium rare, 70% done. Lin Xiao actually preferred it well done, but medium rare wasn't unacceptable to him. In fact, the ideal doneness for a Kobe Weijia steak is medium rare, 50% done, or even rarer, 30% done, but Lin Xiao couldn't quite stomach that level of doneness. Eating a rare steak made him feel like he was eating a raw cow on a ranch. Although the Weijia beef had already been cut by the system, it was still arranged as a single piece, resting quietly in the center of a pure white oval porcelain plate. A few slices of freshly shaved black truffle and a small cluster of classic edible pansies adorned the platter. Further out, a small amount of sea salt, rock salt, and pepper were placed separately. The plating looked quite simple. Western cuisine, after all, emphasizes a large plate and few dishes. However, Lin Xiao admitted that it did give it a high-end feel. Lin Xiao was too lazy to use a fork, and he wasn't too particular. Since the system had thoughtfully cut it for him, he followed his own habits and directly picked up a small strip of steak with his chopsticks. The steak was caramelized to a brownish-red exterior, while the cut flesh was a vibrant pink, with specks of fat surrounding the red muscle fibers. There wasn't a trace of blood seeping out, making it look incredibly appetizing. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao sprinkled a few grains of sea salt on the beef and immediately opened his mouth, placing the Weijia beefsteak inside. Upon tasting the Weijia beefsteak, Lin Xiao's first reaction was, "Wasn't it supposed to melt in your mouth? Wasn't it supposed to have a creamy texture? This isn't it." While it was indeed very tender, so tender that you didn't even need your teeth, you could tear the Weijia beef apart and swallow it with just your lips and tongue. That melt in your mouth claim was clearly an exaggeration. After chewing a few times, Lin Xiao nodded. The high price was definitely justified. The unique burst of juice from the mixture of fat and meat was something that ordinary fatty beef sold in supermarkets could never match. It felt like a massage for the tongue. Lin Xiao picked up another piece and put it in his mouth. It was still incredibly creamy, sweet, and had a subtle aftertaste. But what Lin Xiao liked most was the beef was so pure. No seasoning was needed. The sea salt merely amplified the unique umami flavor of the Weijia beef. Unlike most barbecue restaurants, where the flavor is primarily from the seasonings, completely masking the natural taste of the beef, Lin Xiao ate piece after piece, quickly devouring the entire plate of Kobe Weijia beefsteak. Strangely enough, despite the high fat content of the beef, Lin Xiao didn't feel greasy at all after eating the whole plate. He even wanted another plate. However, just as he was considering whether to have another piece of Kobe Weijia beefsteak, the door opened again, and another familiar face walked in. Lin Xiao seemed quite surprised to see this person. "Xiao Chen, what brings you here now? Isn't Zhou Keek suffering from acute gastroenteritis? Shouldn't you be with her at this hour?" However, Chen only gave Lin Xiao an awkward smile in response to her question. The next second, Zhou Keek also walked in through the door. Her face was still noticeably pale, but her eyes were bright. She waved to Lin Xiao. "Hi, good afternoon, Brother Linear." Lin Xiao felt a sense of familiarity with this scene, so he narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "You're not telling me you're here for crayfish, are you?" Zhou Keek immediately perked up at this, nodding vigorously. Seeing this, Lin Xiao facepalmed. "Oh well, another one. What kind of weird day is this? You people with stomach problems should take better care of your stomachs. Are they a group coming to test the limits of my digestive system?" Chapter 65. It's already 5202, and we can still see people quenching their thirst by looking at plums. 10 minutes later, Zhou Keek held a bowl of white rice, almost completely devoured, in her hand. On the plate in front of her were 3 small green vegetables. Undoubtedly, it was the same stomach-friendly meal Tang Ji had ordered. However, even with such a simple bowl of rice, Zhou Keek ate with shining eyes. It wasn't that she particularly loved vegetables. In fact, she rarely ate any. She was a staunch carnivore. The reason she was eating so happily was because on the other plate in front of her were several peeled crayfish, coated in their respective sauces, exuding an irresistible aroma. For the past 10 minutes, Zhou Keek had been inhaling the crayfish's fragrance deeply. Then, before the aroma had even faded, she would quickly scoop up a mouthful of rice and chew on a piece of green vegetable. She had managed to finish the entire bowl of rice. And surprisingly, she was quite enjoying it. To be honest, Lin Xiao was initially quite shocked when she saw this way of eating. It's 2022 already, and people are still looking at plums to quench their thirst. However, this was a reluctant measure after careful consideration. Lin Xiao initially thought that Zhou Keek would just taste it and then spit out the crayfish meat. As long as she didn't swallow it, it wouldn't burden her stomach. This idea was indeed quite good, and the best solution at the moment. Zhou Keek immediately nodded in agreement. However, ideals and reality are always different. When it came to practice, Zhou Keek didn't follow the script at all. Chen fed her a peeled crayfish with minced garlic, telling her to chew it a few times and then spit it out. Zhou Keek, on the other hand, chewed it a few times, smacked her lips, and swallowed it directly. Lin Xiao asked her suspiciously why she had swallowed them. She put on an embarrassed expression and said, "Sorry, Brother Lin, it smelled so good, I couldn't resist." One more time, I promise I'll resist this time. Lin Xiao believed her lie because of her earnestness. After trying 3 more times, Lin Xiao quickly stopped her. If she kept eating like this, not only would Zhou Keek's stomach not be able to handle it, but Lin Xiao's heart certainly couldn't take it. He realized that Zhou Keek was just trying to get free food. Who keeps trying and can't resist? This girl has absolutely no self-control. Zhou Keek was now filled with remorse, not because she had swallowed 4 crayfish that was probably the one thing she would never regret in her life. What she regretted was why she hadn't been able to resist her cravings the night before last and had to eat crayfish from that restaurant. Not only were the prices higher and the taste nowhere near as good as Lin Xiao's crayfish, but it also upset her stomach. Now she can't enjoy those 6 delicious flavors of crayfish. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, wishing she could run to that unscrupulous vendor right now and punch him a couple of times. However, she still couldn't understand it. The crayfish she ate the night before last tasted exactly the same as the one sold at old Zhang's stir-fry restaurant next door, which she used to frequent. How could it have given her a stomach ache? So, did that unscrupulous vendor compensate you? Lin Xiao peeled a crayfish for himself, ignoring Zhou Keek's fixed gaze. No, her fixed gaze on the crayfish in his hand, and spoke slowly. Chen Chen nodded, taking off the oil-stained gloves he'd used to peel the crayfish for his girlfriend. He did. We settled it privately yesterday. He paid for the medical expenses and gave us 1,000 yuan. Lin Xiao nodded. The compensation was reasonable. Humph. That vendor was lucky. If he'd known your crayfish were this delicious, Lin Xiao, I wouldn't have agreed to even 5,000 yuan. Zhou Keek continued to stare at the crayfish meat coated in red oil in Lin Xiao's hand, speaking fiercely. Chen Chen said helplessly, Coco, you're exaggerating a bit. Even if you get Uncle Hat, he couldn't pay that much. Who says? I feel like my emotional distress compensation is more than that. Zhou Coco continued to stare intently at the crayfish in Lin Xiao's hand, as if she could taste it just by looking at it. Girl, are you being polite, staring at someone's crayfish like that? Lin Xiao put the crayfish meat in her mouth and stopped peeling new ones. It wasn't that Zhou Coco's stare made her a little uneasy. Well, it was just that she made her a little uneasy. Who would stare at you like that while you're eating? Chen Chen didn't continue arguing about this. He reached for the plate of crayfish meat in front of Zhou Coco with his chopsticks and said with a smile, Coco, since you've finished eating, I'll gladly accept these crayfish. However, before his chopsticks could touch the crayfish meat, his arm was grabbed and restrained. At the same time, he felt a chill rise from beside him. Chen Chen, without changing his expression, coughed twice and said, Brother Lin, I suddenly realize I'm a bit full. Why don't you have these crayfish? Sure. Lin Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. Since someone had already peeled the crayfish, he was naturally happy to help. In his opinion, most people in the world who don't like eating crayfish probably just don't want to peel them themselves. As for Zhou Keek's gaze, let her look. It's not like the crayfish will lose a piece of meat. Lin Xiao picked up a chopstick and inserted it into the meat of each crayfish that Chen Chen had peeled. Eating them like this had a unique flavor. The crayfish meat was indeed incredibly firm. Lin Xiao could feel a noticeable resistance. Chen Chen watched Lin Xiao eat the crayfish one after another, his heart bleeding. These were crayfish that he had peeled himself. Now he had to watch them end up in someone else's mouth. He suddenly understood why Zhou Keek was so angry. That damned, heartless merchant. Making him pay only 1,000 yuan was too lenient. Chen Chen had been so busy peeling crayfish that he hadn't had lunch yet. With Zhou Keek around, Chen Chen obviously wouldn't be able to eat crayfish, but he could eat something else. In the end, Chen Chen chose a classic tomato meat sauce spaghetti for his lunch. Pasta is indeed a well-known Western dish, and it's also one of Chen Chen's favorites. When he's at work and doesn't know what to order for takeout, he'll often order pasta. Just last Wednesday at noon, he even ordered pasta from Fitz restaurant. Chen Chen had also seen the various dishes displayed in the Western food area, but he was immediately drawn to this spaghetti bolognese. He was very curious to know how this classic, standard-flavored spaghetti bolognese could be made. What will it taste like after passing through Lin Xiao's hands? 10 minutes later, Chen Chen said goodbye to Zhou Keek and Lin Xiao and walked out of the shop. Chen Chen still looked a little unsatisfied, walking with a confident stride. No wonder he's Lin Ji. A simple plate of spaghetti, all done. Beside him, Zhou Keek, seeing his satisfied expression, remembered the few bites of crayfish she'd barely eaten that day. The comparison made her instantly annoyed. She narrowed her eyes and said, Is it really that good? Didn't I make you pasta last month? Do you think mine was better, or Lin's? Chen Chen's face stiffened. Oh no, he'd gotten a little carried away and forgotten that Zhou Keek had only eaten a few bok choy. Now she was in trouble. This was a death trap. Without hesitation, Chen Chen quickly answered, Of course yours is better. Zhou Keek smiled. Really? Then why did you only eat 2 bites last month and then spit it out? Chen Chen said seriously, That's because our pot was broken. It couldn't show your true skills, baby. Jo Keek frowned. Seeing her boyfriend's confident look, she began to believe him. Really? How do you know the pot was broken? If the pot wasn't broken, why was that bowl of pasta so bad? Jo Keek. Chapter 66. Wang Hian. There are quite a few demon children in this world. Chen Chen was genuinely happy about this prank. Thankfully, Jo Keek wasn't the type of girl who couldn't be coaxed. Soon, the two headed towards home. Their rented apartment was just behind Lin Xiao's on the same street. Hey, why did Brother Lin suddenly decide to sell Western food? Chen Chen casually remarked. Before Jo Keek could reply, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed out from old Zhang's stir-fry restaurant, his tone visibly excited. You just came from the buffet next door? Does it really serve Western food? Chen Chen and Jo Keek were startled by the sudden appearance of the man. Chen Chen instinctively stepped in front of his girlfriend. When he recognized the man as Mr. Zhang, the owner of their usual Zhang stir-fry restaurant, he breathed a sigh of relief and said somewhat strangely, Mr. Zhang, what are you doing out in this heat? Just came out for a smoke. Chen Chen then noticed the still-stubbed cigarette in his hand. Remembering Zhang Jianken's earlier question, he smiled and said, yeah, Mr. Lin's place has started serving Western food now. What, Mr. Zhang, you like Western food too? However, to his surprise, Zhang Jiancheng ignored him, instead stubbed out his cigarette, took out his phone, and went inside, his eyes filled with undisguised delight. Mr. Zhang is acting strangely today. Chen Chen scratched his head, puzzled. Jo Keek shook her head, seemingly remembering something, and suddenly frowned, saying, Xiao Chen, I'm starting to suspect that the crayfish Mr. Zhang's restaurant sold before might have been dead. Chen Chen looked at her with some surprise. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Jo Keek still frowned, because when I think back to the crayfish at that barbecue restaurant the other day, its texture and taste were almost identical to the crayfish Mr. Zhang used to sell. That's why I didn't think twice before eating them, and as a result, I got acute gastroenteritis. Seeing that Chen Chen seemed somewhat unconvinced, Jo Keek's tone became somewhat urgent. Xiao Chen, think carefully, wasn't the taste and texture of the crayfish we ate the other night similar to the ones Mr. Zhang sold? Chen Chen thought about it carefully, and soon, his brows also furrowed. Hiss. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Now that you say so, I really do think they taste similar. However, Chen Chen quickly chuckled. It's okay, anyway, Brother Lin's crayfish is all you can eat for 5 yuan. We probably won't have many chances to eat here again. Jo Keek thought for a moment after hearing this and nodded. That's true. Brother Lin's crayfish, the taste, even if I got gastroenteritis again, I'd have to figure out if it was my fault. 4:30 p.m., outside Huawei Foreign Language Primary School. Wang Hian was chatting with several other familiar mothers whose children were all in the same class. However, most of the time, the others were talking, and Wang Hian was the listener. The parents who could afford to send their children to this private primary school were generally well off, and most were stay-at-home mothers. After all, the tuition alone was 40,000 yuan a year. Within Wang Hian's small circle, she was the only one still working. However, her job was relatively easy. She started work at 9 and finished at 4, then picked up her child. Her husband's job wasn't high-paying either. Their main source of income was rent. At this point, their conversation had shifted from which brand of skincare products was best to their experiences in raising children. Sigh, my daughter is usually quite well-behaved, but she never eats properly. When I ask her what she wants to eat, she always says anything. It's so difficult. One parent complained, immediately resonating with everyone. Soon, their conversation veered towards food and beverages. Yi's mom, stop complaining. Your Yi is alright, but my brat is a real picky eater. I even cook him cola chicken wings myself, but he doesn't like them. When we take him out to eat, he's picky about everything. Kids these days have so many choices, unlike us back then. Wang Hian turned her gaze to the mother who spoke. This mother was the oldest in their circle, almost a full year older than everyone else. She often reminisced about her generation. Wang Hian remembered that she had just turned 45 a few days ago, so she probably had her child at 36. In today's society, that age isn't considered old, but in the past, it was generally common to have children before 30. The conversation continued, but Wang Hian's mind was no longer on the food. She had promised Lin Xiao she'd take her son to his restaurant for crayfish, but she wondered if Lin Xiao's cooking would be to her son's liking. What if her son didn't like it and started crying in Lin Xiao's restaurant? Should she spank him with her left hand or her right? The other mothers continued their conversation. Hey, I know there's a really good Western restaurant that just opened in Joy City. I took my son there last week, and the food was really good. Really? Too bad my son doesn't like Western food, he prefers Chinese food. He especially loves my stir-fried beef with green peppers and shredded pork with garlic sauce. The funny thing is, when he's happy with his food, he'll even praise it as the best food in the world. It's hilarious, that silly boy hasn't had much good food, a young-looking mother said with a laugh, drawing envious glances from the other mothers. Gaining their children's approval of their cooking skills was no easy feat. Sigh, if only my son were as obedient and not a picky eater as your Hao. He loves spicy food, like boiled pork slices and stir-fried beef with yellow peppers. I don't know how to make those. But if I don't cook for him, he throws a tantrum and insists on making it himself, almost setting my kitchen on fire. Kids these days. Listening to their conversation, Wang Yan felt there were quite a few mischievous children in the world. Compared to them, her son seemed like a reincarnation of a rare genius. Finally, they stopped their discussion, and their children ran out together, backpacks on their backs. Wang Yan spotted her son, Wang Lei, at a glance. However, to her surprise, he was surrounded by other children, acting like a little emperor. What surprised her even more was that upon seeing her, Wang Lei immediately greeted her, saying, "Mom, I've already told my classmates they're going to eat crayfish with us later." Chapter 67. Eating crayfish is fine, but what the hell is this 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant? What? Wang Yan exclaimed in surprise upon hearing her son's words. Before she could say anything, several parents around her cast surprised glances at her, clearly having heard the news from their children. Soon, the oldest parent, Chenchen's mother, approached with her son, her tone less than friendly. "Liliai's mom, your Liliai told you about the little kid's playful agreement, right?" Playful agreement. Hearing this, Wang Yan subconsciously frowned. She didn't like this kind of talk. These children were in 3rd grade, not kindergartners. This mother's casual remark dismissed the agreement as child's play. Such words were suffocating, but she nodded nonetheless. Seeing Wang Yan nod, Chenchen's mother immediately frowned and said earnestly, "Liliai's mom, don't blame me for being nosy, but you really can't eat crayfish. The meat inside is full of heavy metals and radiation. Eating it will make you stupid. The consequences are terrible." Wang Yan smiled helplessly. Whether eating too much crayfish would make you stupid, she didn't know, but she knew that crayfish really shouldn't be eaten in large quantities, especially not every day. Otherwise, your brain might not necessarily become stupid, but your wallet will definitely be empty. The consequences are indeed terrible. The older Chenchen's mother continued to ramble on. Besides, the crayfish in restaurants these days aren't clean. Wang Yan didn't want to listen to her anymore, so she went straight to the point. "So, Chenchen's mom, what you mean is?" Chenchen's mom ignored her son's pleading gaze and immediately said decisively, "Anyway, I'm not taking my Chen to eat the dirty stuff like crayfish. And I've never understood what kind of people eat crayfish. This stuff is practically poisoning our next generation. Liliai's mom, you shouldn't let your son eat this stuff either." Wang Lei almost lost his temper when he heard this. "Fine, you don't have to eat it. Why are you trying to ruin my appetite?" Wang Yan was also speechless. Chenchen's mom's tone wasn't just a suggestion, it was pure control. She really wanted to say, "Do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? What we eat is none of your business." But her upbringing kept her from saying that. However, the world is never short of brave souls. Chenchen's mother made no attempt to hide her words, her voice was loud. A mother passing by heard this, raised an eyebrow, and walked over to argue with her. "Oh, this is really strange. I've never heard of eating crayfish making you stupid before." But the new mother looked Chenchen's mother up and down, then scoffed. "I think you need to take some brain-boosting supplements." "What did you say?" Chenchen's mother immediately became angry, grabbing her son to argue with her. "What's wrong with me? Come on, I really have to have a word with you today. I just ate some crayfish, and you're calling it poisoning the next generation. I've seen plenty of old-fashioned people like you. If I don't convince you today, I won't." The two mothers walked away, cursing, which naturally attracted a crowd. The other mothers around Wang Yan were taken aback by the scene and didn't immediately intervene. However, with security guards present, the situation wouldn't escalate too much, a few more words would suffice. People like Chenchen's mother were naturally in the minority. Soon, one mother spoke up. "Ahem, Liliai's mother, since the children have already agreed, we certainly won't spoil the fun. I also quite like crayfish. I just wonder, where were you originally planning to take Liliai to eat crayfish today?" After someone broke the strange silence, the other mothers began to chime in. "Is it Zhuoyi Lobster at Wuyu Plaza? Their food is pretty good, and it's a big brand chain, so the quality is guaranteed. 120 yuan for 2 jin is a reasonable price. But I still think Bald Head Lobster on the pedestrian street is better. Although it's a small business, the lobsters are big and clean. Hey, XIN's mom, Bald Head Lobster tastes good, but the environment is a bit average. I think this place is better. If it really doesn't work out, we can buy some live lobsters and cook them ourselves. It's more reassuring to eat homemade." Listening to the others chattering about which lobster restaurant was good, without exception, they were all restaurants that charged 50 or 60 yuan per jin. Wang Yin suddenly hesitated, wondering whether she should reveal the name of Xiaolin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant. So, Lili Ai's mom, which restaurant were you originally planning to take Lili Ai to? During their discussion, they had practically covered half of the crayfish restaurants in Linan district, so they subconsciously assumed Wang Yin was planning to go to one of those restaurants. Wang Yin thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. She had made an appointment with Lin Xiao a few days ago, and naturally, she wouldn't stand him up. Regardless of whether others went or not, she was definitely going to eat at Lin Xiao's place today. None of them. The restaurant I'm planning to take my son to today is called Xiaolin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant. Hearing Wang Yin's words, the group of mothers immediately stopped talking, exchanging glances, all seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. The current situation is like a heated debate about which phone brand is the best. Some say Huawei is the best, others say Apple is good too, and still others say Xiaomi is the true god. Then, suddenly someone says, none of what you're talking about can compare to my Oppo A5. Everyone is shocked, thinking, what kind of phone is Oppo A5? Isn't that a ridiculously expensive model? The current situation is pretty much the same. We were discussing which crayfish restaurant was the best, and then you suddenly mentioned a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant. This puts us in a difficult position. Wang Yin noticed the awkward silence and quickly added, this restaurant is owned by a friend of mine. Although it's cheap, the food is alright. She sounded a little guilty about her words. She had indeed eaten Lin Xiao's cooking before, and it was quite good, but she didn't know how Lin Xiao's crayfish tasted. Actually, it's okay if you don't want to go. Hearing Wang Yin's words, the others immediately waved their hands, saying, ahem, Lei's mom, don't misunderstand. We definitely didn't mean to question your taste. It's just that I suddenly remembered my husband cooked a whole table of dishes waiting for us to come home for dinner, so we probably can't join him today. Right. I also suddenly remembered my corgi's dog food is probably finished. I need to hurry home to get it some more. A dog's life matters too, Lei's mom, you can understand, right? In the next short half-minute, Wang Yin's eyes were truly opened. She witnessed just how absurd the reasons people could come up with to avoid something could be. However, she could understand. After all, the crayfish at the 5-yuan buffet. If she hadn't known Lin Xiao's character, she probably wouldn't have dared to eat there. In the end, besides Wang Yin, only 3 mothers were willing to go with her. One was Suing's mom, who had just taken her son to a fancy Western restaurant last week. Another was Hao's mom, a great cook who had won her son's approval with her stir-fried beef with green peppers and shredded pork with garlic sauce. And then there was Xingxin's mom, the mother of the mischievous child. The 8 of them, 4 adults and 4 children, headed towards Lin Xiao's 5-yuan buffet restaurant. Chapter 68. Wang Yin, I feel isolated from the world. It was 6 p.m. Yin, are you sure this is the restaurant? Xingxin's mother asked uncertainly, standing at the restaurant entrance. Wang Yin also hesitated. The name is correct, but this situation is different from what I expected. Looking at the packed restaurant, almost overflowing with people, and the long queue of customers outside, Wang Yin was filled with self-doubt. Is this really Xiaolin's restaurant? Wang Yin knew that restaurant business was tough these days. Before coming, she thought she was there to support Lin Xiao's business, but now, it seemed like she was there to cut in line. However, Wang Yin suddenly thought of Lin Xiao's Maybach. Perhaps, this level of popularity was somewhat reasonable? At this moment, the other 2 children's mothers also got out of their cars, looking at the long queue with surprised expressions. They did it simply because they had a good relationship with Wang Yin, and their child got along well with Wang Lei. Only then did he agree to come along to this 5-yuan buffet restaurant owned by Wang Yin's friend. To their surprise, the restaurant was doing so well. This changed their initial low expectations for the crayfish. With so many people, the queue would probably take an hour, which was obviously too long for them. Wang Yin thought for a moment and then sent a WeChat message to Lin Xiao. Xiao Lin, I'm at your restaurant, but there's been a little unexpected. My son invited some other kids from school, so there are 8 of us here now. If you don't have a seat, that's fine. Wang Yin explained the situation to Lin Xiao in detail. She hadn't expected Lin Xiao's business to be so good. She figured Lin Xiao had only reserved a seat for her and her son. The restaurant was almost full, and she couldn't possibly ask Lin Xiao to give up the seats for other customers. Just as she was hesitating, the door opened, and Lin Xiao came out. Soon, Lin Xiao saw Sister Wang waving at him and walked towards them. Sister Wang, and these ladies, we're sorry to have kept you waiting. The shop's been quite busy, we're so sorry. The other mothers, seeing how handsome and charming Lin Xiao was, and knowing they hadn't been waiting long anyway, all smiled brightly and chimed in before Wang Yin could even speak. Not at all, not at all. We're the ones who came uninvited, and we're so grateful to have troubled you to come out and help us out. We just don't know if it's convenient for you here." It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Although the air was still a bit hot due to the rain a few days ago, it was bearable. Furthermore, given the humble and gentle impression Lin Xiao had left on them when they first met, they didn't want to put him in a difficult position. Therefore, Suingsuan's mother thought for a moment and then said, "Little Lin, is it? It's not too hot here. Do you have a folding table? We can sit outside and eat our crayfish." Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan, who was being led by the hand and constantly wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, stared wide-eyed at his mother in disbelief. "Mom, look at me. Don't bring me along if you're not hot. Your son is dying of heat." Zhang Zixuan roared internally. However, what Lin Xiao said next reassured him a little. "No need. Although this restaurant can't accommodate all of you ladies, if you don't mind, I can take the crayfish to my old restaurant. Although there's no air conditioning there, at least there's a fan, so it's quite cool. It's not far, only a 7 or 8 minute walk. Is that alright, ladies?" "Yes, of course." Wang Yin was already immune to Lin Xiao's handsome face, but the other three mothers had never seen anything like it. Just hearing Lin Xiao call them sister made them feel the trip was worthwhile. Even if the crayfish didn't taste good, they'd accept it. So they all nodded in agreement. Seeing that the friends Wang Yin had brought seemed quite satisfied with the plan, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Yin and her husband, Chen Ji, had been very good to him over the years, and now that Wang Yin had finally brought her friends, he naturally couldn't let her lose face. Now that everything was agreed upon, Wang Yin led them towards Lin Xiao's usual small restaurant. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, asked his good friend Su Qian, who was also dining there, to temporarily take over as manager, and went to pack the crayfish in plastic containers. 10 minutes later, in the small 20 square meter restaurant, the electric fan whirred and whirred. 8 people sitting at the long mahogany table stared expectantly at the door. They didn't have to wait long before Lin Xiao, on his old ride a small electric scooter came to a smooth stop at the door. He took a large insulated container from the container, held it in his arms, and then pushed open the door and came in. "I'm here. I didn't know what flavors everyone liked, so I brought a little of each." Under everyone's expectant gaze, Lin Xiao took out the plastic takeout bowls from the container. "These are spicy, these are garlic, these are chilled." After Lin Xiao took out disposable gloves, Wang Yin finally spoke, somewhat stammering. "Xiao Lin, do you have so many flavors of crayfish?" Wang Yin had initially thought that Lin Xiao's 5-yuan all-you-can-eat crayfish restaurant would only offer one flavor at most, but she was surprised to find 6. While many flavors don't necessarily mean better taste, so many was still quite impressive. "It's alright, other crayfish restaurants have more flavors than mine." Wang Yin wanted to retort, those other restaurants specialized in crayfish, while crayfish wasn't Lin Xiao's main product. However, before she could speak, the aroma emanating from the crayfish in front of her made her swallow her words. She swallowed hard, glanced at the others, and realized it wouldn't be appropriate for her to start eating before everyone else. However, upon seeing this, she froze. The other 3 mothers were already wearing gloves and putting crayfish meat into their mouths, while the 4 children were chewing incessantly. Clearly, everyone except her had already started eating. Wang Yin felt isolated from the world. Especially seeing the 2 crayfish carcasses already laid out in front of her son, Wang Lei, she couldn't help but give him a light slap on the bottom. "You brat, eating alone, huh? Don't you even know to feed your mother one?" Wang Lei, suddenly attacked, looked up abruptly, a bewildered expression on his face. But hearing his mother's words, he obediently offered her the peeled crayfish, dipped in garlic sauce. However, he forgot that his mother didn't like garlic, and garlic sauce was obviously not an option. Wang Yin panicked and quickly said, "Hey, don't give me this flavor, I don't like garlic crayfish." Wang Lei didn't care about her complaints, he just wanted to feed the crayfish to his mother as quickly as possible, then peel off another one. This was so delicious. It was on a completely different level from what his mother made at home the other day. Therefore, before Wang Yin could finish speaking, Wang Lei directly popped the garlic crayfish into her mouth. Chapter 69. Want some stir-fried beef with green peppers and shredded pork with garlic sauce? We have them. When the crayfish meat with garlic sauce entered Wang Yin's mouth, she almost instinctively wanted to spit it out. But when her tongue touched the garlic sauce, she suddenly blinked, and her already open mouth instinctively closed. Ha! How strange, this crayfish with garlic sauce doesn't have a strong garlic flavor at all. She doesn't like garlic, or anything garlicky, mainly because the smell of garlic is too strong, she can't stand the pungent odor. But Lin Xiao's crayfish with garlic sauce seemed different. She could vaguely see from the sauce that the garlic cloves were finely chopped, not thick at all. Wang Yin hesitated for a moment, thinking that Lin Xiao was right next to her. If she spat out the crayfish meat in front of him, it would inevitably embarrass him. Wang Yin quickly prepared herself mentally and gently bit into the crayfish meat. Chewing. Wang Yin couldn't resist taking a few more bites, and the more she chewed, the more obvious her delight became. This crayfish was plump, springy, and had an excellent texture. It had many advantages, but putting those aside for now, what surprised Wang Yin most about this crayfish she had just tasted was, although the crayfish had absorbed a lot of juice, the garlic flavor was just right. The garlic aroma was strong, but not pungent or spicy at all. Moreover, this garlic flavor didn't overpower the crayfish's natural sweetness. Instead, it perfectly brought out the crayfish's own freshness and sweetness. It tasted quite unique. The crayfish was quickly devoured, but Wang Yin felt no discomfort whatsoever. In fact, she felt a little unsatisfied. Her husband had a habit of eating noodles while chewing raw garlic, which she had always found utterly shocking and incomprehensible. Every time her husband ate like this, Wang Yin would thoughtfully reward him by letting him sleep on the sofa for the night. Previously, Wang Yin had never quite understood why anyone would like garlic, but after eating this garlic crayfish today, she seemed to have experienced a bit of the joy of eating garlic. Wang Yin had already put on her gloves. She decided to try every flavor of crayfish. After all, even the garlic crayfish, which she hated the most, Lin Xiao had made so delicious that she exclaimed with delight. So other flavors were definitely not to be missed. Wang Yin quickly started eating spicy, 13 spice, salt and pepper. Soon her mouth was covered in various sauces, completely disregarding her image. Normally, everyone, especially her own son, would laugh at her for this. But now, Wang Yin glanced up at the others while peeling crayfish and immediately burst out laughing. She saw Suing's mother, who usually paid the most attention to her image, touching up her makeup and applying lipstick multiple times to always present her best self, was now eating with gusto, completely absorbed in the food. Even with a noticeable streak of bright red sauce on her chin, she didn't care at all, continuing to stuff crayfish meat into her mouth. Everyone else looked about the same, so no one dared to laugh at anyone else. Wang Yin withdrew her gaze and continued peeling the crayfish. The scene became remarkably quiet. Even the usually noisy children were now completely silent, intently peeling their crayfish. If their teacher saw them like this, their jaws would probably drop, and they'd probably exclaim, "If you could concentrate even half as much in class, you'd all be shoo-ins for Tsinghua and Peking universities." 10 minutes later, Hao Hao's mother reluctantly stopped peeling the crayfish. She had been controlling her weight this month, usually only eating until she was half full. Although Lin Xiao's crayfish was indeed a delicacy she had never tasted before, her obsession with losing weight ultimately prevailed. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Thanks to Yin today. Otherwise, I probably would never have had such delicious crayfish in my life." Hearing this, Xingxin's mother immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, I always thought that restaurants like Zhuoyi Crayfish and Guanta Crayfish were among the best crayfish restaurants in Hangzhou. Now it seems that, in terms of both texture and taste, they can't compare to what our little Lin makes." Suing's mother finally had a moment to spare. She took out a wet wipe from her small handbag and wiped the crayfish sauce from her chin. Without saying a word, she took out her phone and quickly tapped the screen. After a few seconds, she even took a picture of the crayfish in front of her. Her actions naturally attracted the attention of others. Soon, Xingxin's mother asked with some confusion, Suing's mother, "What are you doing?" But before Suing's mother could answer, her phone screen lit up. Not only her, but Wang Yin and Hao Hao's mother's phone screens also lit up simultaneously. They immediately took off their gloves, only to see unread WeChat messages pop up on their phone screens. After unlocking their phones, they discovered the message was from their 3rd grade, 5th class parent group at Huawei Elementary School. This was a small group spontaneously formed by a dozen or so mothers who were close friends. It wasn't a large group with the homeroom teacher. The message that had just popped up was from Suing's mother. No way, could there really be a poor kid who didn't get to eat such delicious crayfish today? She even thoughtfully posted a photo she had just taken of the plump, brightly colored crayfish, a photo that looked incredibly appetizing. Seeing this message, the other 3 mothers immediately understood what Suing's mother had been doing with her phone. She was showing off in the group. Suing's mom was definitely showing off. Everyone had agreed to eat crayfish together, but as soon as the others heard the restaurant's name, they all ran away faster than anyone else. She's a rather impulsive person, and now that she finally had a chance to brag, she naturally wouldn't let it pass. Soon, other moms in the group started sending messages. "Really? Did you go to that 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant? This looks even better than the ones at Bald Lobster." Suing's mom, "You didn't just find a picture online to fool us, did you?" Hearing the doubts, Suing's mom immediately filmed another video, this time including the children. With the video out, they had no choice but to believe it. The doubts quickly disappeared. But a few seconds later, several other mothers said enviously, "Really, only 5 yuan? They even have chilled crayfish. At Zhuoyi Lobster Restaurant, chilled crayfish of this size sell for 16 yuan each. Wow, just watching those kids eat crayfish, I can already imagine how delicious it is." Kinkin's mom, Athin, remember to call me next time there's an event like this. Wang Yin saw this message and jokingly replied, Kinkin's mom, what if your little corgi gets hungry again next time? The reply came immediately, let it be hungry. It'll get used to it after a while. I'd rather it go hungry than me. Meanwhile, in a room, the mom who had first made an excuse to leave looked at the table full of braised food her husband had bought, and then at the photos and videos sent by Suing Suan's mom. She, who had been enjoying her braised duck feet, suddenly found the taste unappetizing. Damn it, she'd been swayed by that wicked woman, Suing Suan's mom, again. But she couldn't resist opening the video again and watching it once more. But these crayfish looked so delicious. Suing Suan's mother posted the video, and seeing the envious and jealous comments from the other mothers, she couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Then she turned to her son, her gaze catching the rice Lin Xiao had brought in a small wooden bucket not far away. She thought for a moment and said, Sweetie, you still need to eat some rice tonight. Shall I get you half a bowl? Hearing this, the other mothers realized this. If they didn't eat rice for dinner, they wouldn't get hungry quickly. Children are still growing, and they need to eat a moderate amount of staple food. So they all said to their sons, yes, Suing Suan's mother is right. Shall I get you some rice too? The children, who had been happily eating their crayfish, immediately looked disappointed upon hearing this. It wasn't that they didn't like rice, it's just that if they ate rice, there wouldn't be any room left for crayfish. The other three children all turned their attention to Hao, their good class monitor and their good older brother. Hao understood their looks. They basically said, Big brother, you need to figure out a way to refuse your mom, we want to copy the template. Hao immediately put his little brain to work, his mind racing, countless pieces of information flashing through his head. In that instant, he thought about many things, from the bright moonlight before my bed to the multiplication table. His thoughts drifted from the proverb hoeing the fields at noon to apple, banana, and just as his brain was about to explode, he finally came up with a reason to refuse. Mom, I don't think crayfish goes well with rice. I still want your most delicious stir-fried beef with green peppers and shredded pork with garlic sauce. Those are much better with rice. Hearing her son say this, Hao's mother knew it was just an excuse to avoid eating rice, but she was still happy to have her cooking praised in front of so many people. However, even so, he still had to eat, so she said helplessly, Sweetie, if you want those two dishes, Mom will make them for you tomorrow. It's so late today, where am I supposed to cook them for you? Crayfish goes very well with rice. Hao crossed his arms and unleashed his typical childish tantrum. No, without stir-fried beef with green peppers and shredded pork with garlic sauce, I'm not eating rice today. Seeing his mother frown, he quickly added, I won't eat rice, I can get full just from crayfish. Hao's mother was about to speak when a cheerful voice suddenly rang out. You want stir-fried beef with green peppers and shredded pork with garlic sauce, right? Yes, child. Chapter 70 is Kobayashi's restaurant Doraemon's magic pocket? How come it has everything? Hao looked at Lin Xiao, who was several heads taller than him. It was hard to imagine that such cold words could come from the mouth of this kind and approachable older brother. Hao's mother was also taken aback by his words. Xiao Lin, your 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant also sells stir-fried beef with green peppers and shredded pork with garlic sauce? Lin Xiao nodded and looked at Hao, saying, Little friend, you still need to eat some rice at night, otherwise you won't grow as tall as your brother. Hao was a little flustered, but he quickly thought of an excuse that won't do either. Only my mom's stir-fried beef with green peppers is delicious. Yours is definitely not as good as my mom's. Hao's mother immediately spanked him, scolding, How can you talk to your brother like that? After scolding her son, she looked at Lin Xiao somewhat apologetically and said, Xiao Lin, don't mind him. This kid hasn't eaten much good food. My cooking skills definitely can't compare to a professional like you. Lin Xiao naturally didn't mind. This kid's attack power was so low he couldn't even break through his defense. He quickly said, It's all right. Spicy beef tenderloin and shredded pork with garlic sauce, right? I'll go get them for you. Hao's mother nodded and thanked him repeatedly. However, before Lin Xiao could leave, another child's voice rang out in the restaurant. Xin, with his American-style spiky hair and looking like a little rascal, loudly proclaimed, Mom, you know me. I don't like beef tenderloin. I like it spicier than this. If there's no spicy stir-fried beef or boiled pork slices, I won't eat. Xin's mother was also helpless. Her little devil wasn't as obedient as Hao. Just as she was feeling a bit troubled, Lin Xiao returned, speaking in a gentle tone. Stir-fried beef with yellow peppers and boiled pork slices, right? Don't worry, I'll bring them back for you later, guaranteed to be spicy enough to satisfy you. Ignoring Xin's dumbfounded expression, Lin Xiao turned to the remaining two children and said, What do you two want to eat this time? Tell me everything at once. Lin Xiao felt like Wang Duyu from the movie The Richest Man in China, asking his employees, who still has dreams. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Last week my mom took me to eat Western food, I want steak." His words clearly came out somewhat guilty, and his mother immediately stood up upon hearing this extremely unreasonable request. However, before she could tell her son to abandon this unrealistic fantasy, she saw Lin Xiao nod. "No problem, Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak? Or just regular pan-fried steak?" Xian had no idea about the difference between the two types of steak, but her mother obviously did. Suppressing her shock, she quickly replied, "Regular is fine." "Xiaolin, your restaurant sells these kinds of things?" It wasn't that she was easily shocked, it was just that Lin Xiao's words were truly unbelievable. The other mothers, including Sister Wang, were also speechless. Especially Sister Wang, who initially thought she knew Lin Xiao quite well, since he had just left the orphanage and was renting a house and shop from her. But now she found that her younger brother seemed shrouded in mystery. Lin Xiao nodded and turned his gaze to the last child, Wang Lei. "Xiao Lei, what about you?" Lin Xiao had interacted with Wang Lei a few times and knew he was a difficult child, so he was prepared for him to ask for a lot of money. However, perhaps Lin Xiao's aura was too strong at this moment. Seeing that the other children had been rebuffed, Wang Lei quickly shook his head and stammered, "Brother Lin, I don't want anything to eat, these crayfish are fine, I promise I'll eat well, I'll eat well." Lin Xiao nodded with some surprise, without saying anything more, went out, hopped on his electric scooter, and went to buy melons, and pick up the other groceries. After a brief moment of silence following Lin Xiao's departure, the women bombarded Wang Hian with questions. "Hian, what happened? Is it really all you can eat for 5 yuan at Lin Xiao's restaurant? You can't be kidding us, can you?" "Yeah, stir-fried beef with green peppers is one thing, but how come they have Western-style steak? It's like Doraemon's magic pocket, you can find anything you want." "Exactly. And do you know how my heart skipped a beat when Lin Xiao seriously said Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak?" Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Wang Hian could only shake her head helplessly. "I don't know either. Last time I ate at Lin Xiao's, it was all vegetarian dishes. Forget steak, even stir-fried beef with green peppers was a luxury." Wang Hian suddenly remembered something and exclaimed with realization, "Oh, I know. It must be because of the live stream." What live stream? Tell us about it." The other three chimed in. "It must be like this." 2 minutes later, the others understood the situation. So, a major Duyan guild saw Xiaolin's potential and thought the contrast between the 5-yuan buffet and the fact that he could get a lavish meal would generate a lot of traffic, and Xiaolin got a lot of tips and made a lot of money because of it? Wang Hian nodded, that should be it. Otherwise, how do you explain Xiaolin's Maybach? It couldn't have just fallen from the sky, could it? The others nodded as well. After a few seconds of silence, Xingxin's mother broke the silence. "Hey, should we give Xiaolin some gifts? After all, we just ate so many crayfish. With that much, it would probably cost at least 1,000 yuan at a crayfish restaurant like Zhuoyi. Not to mention the taste of the crayfish we just ate was much better than at Zhuoyi." Hearing this, the other mothers' eyes lit up, and they all agreed. "Yes, even though little Lin didn't want it, we can't just not give it to him. Indeed, I also think giving money isn't appropriate, but a small gift is fine." Wang Hian thought about it and agreed, so the group unanimously agreed to the suggestion. They quickly found Lin Xiao's Douyin, TikTok, shop account. Although he wasn't live streaming, each person still gifted him a virtual airplane worth 300 yuan. Shortly after they finished gifting, Lin Xiao came in again, carrying the insulated box. He took out the insulated boxes containing various dishes one by one and placed them in front of the corresponding children. "Haha, your stir-fried beef with green peppers and shredded pork with garlic sauce. Xingxin, your stir-fried beef with yellow peppers and boiled sliced pork. Xian, your pan-fried steak." Looking at the dishes in front of them, the children's faces showed a hint of reluctance. After all, they had certified that crayfish was delicious, and while these dishes looked decent, they certainly wouldn't taste as good as crayfish. However, their mothers had already placed half a bowl of rice in front of them, saying, "Little Lin went to great lengths to bring you this food. If you dare not eat it, don't blame mom for being ruthless later." The children were speechless upon hearing this. What else could they do but eat it? However, looking at the stir-fried beef with green peppers in front of him, Hao still held onto a sliver of hope. He looked up at his mother and said, "Mom, I'll eat right away, but if this beef doesn't taste as good as yours, can I eat less rice?" Hao's mother immediately replied, "Of course not. If Xiaolin's cooking doesn't suit your taste, you can eat it with some crayfish. It's only half a bowl of rice anyway, just try your best, you'll finish it quickly." Hao nodded helplessly, while Lin Xiao smiled without saying a word. He glanced at the wooden bucket of rice and nodded. There was still quite a bit of rice left, it should be enough for these kids. Hao didn't say anything more, focusing only on completing his mother's task quickly. As long as he finished this half bowl of rice, he could continue eating the delicious 13-spice crayfish. Having hypnotized himself like this, he suddenly felt full of motivation. So he immediately opened the lids of the two insulated containers, one containing stir-fried beef with green peppers and the other containing shredded pork with garlic sauce. Chapter 71: The Battle for Spicy Beef Fillet, Speed and Passion. How had just opened the lid of the insulated food container when he immediately sensed something was wrong. It smelled amazing. This stir-fried beef with green peppers was incredibly fragrant. It smelled even better than when his mother stir-fried it over a high flame at home. How sniffed hard again, the aroma intensified instantly. His earlier focus on completing a task vanished. He immediately picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth, then shoveled down a couple of mouthfuls of rice. After a few chews, he stopped, his little eyes filled with disbelief. He didn't understand fancy descriptions, he only knew that this beef was even better than his mother's. How suddenly lost interest in the crayfish. Compared to crayfish, he still preferred the beef. He ate a few bites, then opened another serving of shredded pork with garlic sauce, tasted it a few more times, and found it sweet and sour, quite appetizing. It just seemed slightly less flavorful than the stir-fried beef with green peppers, but it still easily beat his mother's homemade version. How ate heartily, a bite of rice followed by a bite of beef, then another bite of rice followed by a bite of shredded pork, eating with great relish. Seeing her son eating so heartily, How's mother was somewhat surprised, so she asked, "Son, are the two dishes that Brother Lin made really good?" How kept his head down, eating intently, only making two aha sounds when he heard his mother's question, showing no sign of stopping his appetite. Seeing her son's ravenous eating, How's mother suddenly felt a pang of envy. Previously, How only liked eating the food she cooked, and he only showed this side of himself to her. But now, she suddenly felt a sense of being neglected. "Ahem, my dear son, Mommy's asking you, do you think Brother Lin's stir-fried beef with green peppers is tastier, or Mommy's?" Although she already knew the answer in her heart from watching her son wolf down his food, she still asked, somewhat unwillingly. How paused in his eating, swallowing the rice in his mouth. Remembering what his teacher often taught them that children shouldn't lie, he hesitated and said, "Mommy, if my answer doesn't satisfy you, will you be angry?" How's mother smiled and nodded, of course. How's little face immediately scrunched up. Seeing her son struggle, How's mother stopped teasing him and shook her head with a smile. "Never mind, just eat your rice." She glanced at her son's nearly empty bowl and said, "Would you like another half bowl of rice?" How nodded immediately, then shook his head. "No, Mom, I'll get my own rice. The teacher said we should do things ourselves." How's mother nodded indifferently, reminding him, "Don't take too much. Eating too much at night is bad for your stomach." "Hey, wait. Come back first." How had already taken a few steps with his bowl, but hearing this, he toddled back. "Here, get half a bowl of rice for Mom too." How's mother handed her empty bowl to How. Although she was controlling her weight this month and usually only ate half a bowl at night, but now she really wanted to know how Lin Xiao's stir-fried beef with green peppers was better than hers. How much better? Her damned curiosity and competitiveness. She was completely aroused by Lin Xiao's bowl of stir-fried beef with green peppers. Seeing his mother staring at his portion of stir-fried beef with green peppers, How naturally understood that his mother was going to try the beef. After hesitating for a moment, he still took the empty bowl his mother handed him. Although he was a little reluctant to share half of the delicious beef with his mother, he naively thought that maybe after his mother ate Lin Xiao's beef, she could make beef as delicious as Lin Xiao. Then he could eat such delicious stir-fried beef with green peppers every day. With this thought in mind, he quickly and happily returned with 2 bowls of white rice. How's mother took the rice from his hands and then picked out a few strips from the remaining half of the stir-fried beef with green peppers in front of her son. The moment the beef tenderloin touched her tongue, How's mother's eyes lit up. She immediately realized the difference. No wonder her son loved it so much, it was definitely a flavor she couldn't replicate. Seeing his mother eat the beef tenderloin, How couldn't wait to ask, "Mom, how is it? Doesn't Xiao Lin's stir-fried beef with green peppers taste a little better than yours?" To save his mother's face, he told a white lie, but that wasn't the point. He asked expectantly, "Mom, after you've tasted it, will you be able to make beef tenderloin as delicious as Xiao Lin's in the future?" How was still a bit too naive. Many things in the world seem simple, but once you try them yourself, you'll realize how difficult they are. To put it simply, brain, I got it. Hand, no, you don't. How's mother avoided her son's expectant gaze, coughed twice, and then said, "Son, if my answer doesn't satisfy you, will you be sad?" How? Sometimes avoiding the question is itself the answer. Although How is young, he understands this principle. Seeing his mother take away almost half of his stir-fried beef with green peppers and shredded pork with garlic sauce, How suddenly seemed to awaken his food guarding instinct. He carefully pulled the 2 insulated food containers in front of him a little closer and said, "Mom, didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? Don't eat anymore." Hao Hao's mother was enjoying her meal when she saw her son guarding his food, and her eyebrows immediately furrowed. What do you mean? You think mom's too fat? Are you embarrassing me? Hao Hao hurriedly explained, No, mom, you'll always be the thinnest and most beautiful mom in the world in my heart. Then hurry up and let your mom eat a few more bites. What if she gets too skinny? Fine, his food protection attempt failed, but Hao Hao stopped worrying about it. The main problem was that if he kept arguing, his mom would really eat all the beef. He quickly joined the fray. The two of them immediately fell silent and started a race, afraid of being too slow and missing out on a bite. And this wasn't an isolated incident. In a tiny 20-square-meter restaurant, 3 pairs of children, seemingly destined for each other, were simultaneously vying for attention. A similar scene was playing out at 2 other mother-child pairs. While one pair was fighting over stir-fried beef with green peppers and shredded pork with garlic sauce, the other 2 were scrambling for steak and stir-fried beef with yellow peppers. The image of motherly love and filial piety was completely absent, only speed and passion mattered. Only Wang Hian and Wang Lei were leisurely enjoying their crayfish rice together, a scene of unusual harmony. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the other mother-child pairs thanked Lin Xiao and left. Lin Xiao noticed that the children's bellies were noticeably larger than usual. She wondered if they could digest it all that night. Only Wang Hian and Wang Lei remained at the restaurant entrance, saying goodbye to Lin Xiao. Xiao Lin, thank you so much for your hospitality this time. Next time you come to my house, I'll cook for you myself. Yes, brother Lin, you must come to my house more often. But it would be best if my mom didn't cook, Wang Lei quickly added. Lin Xiao smiled upon hearing Wang Lei's words. When he visited Sister Wang's house before, Wang Lei wasn't exactly cold, but he wasn't particularly enthusiastic either. The allure of delicious food is definitely stronger. You silly boy, brother Lin is a guest when he comes to our house, and you're thinking of having a guest cook. Sister Wang scolded her son a couple of times, then smiled and said to Lin Xiao, Lin, are you satisfied with your new house? If you have any problems, remember to tell me. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. He suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have moved. So he thought for a moment, then organized his thoughts and said, Sister, I just bought a house a few days ago and haven't had a chance to tell you yet, but don't worry, as long as you and brother Chen don't mind, I can still visit your house often. Chapter 72. The old man has finally handed over the burning technique. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Sister Wang's smile visibly faltered, a sense of loss welling up inside her. 2 years ago, when Lin Xiao had just been released from the orphanage, he rented a house and restaurant near her. She truly treated Lin Xiao like her own younger brother. Now that she knew he wouldn't be living in her neighborhood anymore, this impending separation was inevitable. However, she quickly composed herself and sincerely congratulated him with a smile. Lin, you bought your own house? That's wonderful. From the first moment I saw you, I knew this young man would amount to something. Lin, you paid 6 months' rent last time. Since you're not staying here anymore, I'll refund you the remaining month's rent. Lin Xiao waved his hand in refusal. No need to return it, sister. You already gave me a very cheap price, only 1,000 a month for rent. You should keep the money for yourself. Lin Xiao was telling the truth. 1,000 a month in Hangzhou could rent a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen apartment with a private bathroom and an energy-efficient air conditioner. Anyone who has rented an apartment knows that this price is truly a bargain. After Lin Xiao persuaded her for a while, Sister Wang finally agreed to accept the money. However, she still thought about finding an opportunity to use the money for Lin Xiao next time. For example, next time she visited Lin Xiao's home, she could buy him some gifts to celebrate his housewarming. Thinking of this, Sister Wang asked again, Xiao Lin, where is your new house? Lin Xiao smiled and said, it's near Qingshan Lake. I'll send you the location on WeChat later, sister. You can bring brother Chen and Xiao Lei over to visit when you're free. I'll cook for you. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, before Sister Wang could speak, Wang Lei nodded first, saying with a happy face, Great. I want to try your steak too, brother Lin. Sister Wang ignored her silly son, her face showing surprise. The Qingshan Lake area? If I remember correctly, that's all villas there. Xiao Lin, you didn't buy one there either. Seeing Lin Xiao nod slightly, Sister Wang's shock deepened, but she didn't say anything more. Okay, then Xiao Lei and I will head back now. Xiao Lin, come over often if you're free. Your brother Chen has been wanting to drink with you. Don't worry, sister, I'll definitely come. After saying goodbye to Sister Wang, Lin Xiao returned to his large restaurant to tidy up. Then he called Su Qian, who had been quietly looking after his place, and invited him to the a long time ago chain barbecue restaurant for a meal costing several hundred yuan. Although the barbecue certainly didn't taste as good as Lin Xiao's cooking, the most important thing about barbecue is the atmosphere. The two ate and chatted, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The next morning, Lin Xiao arrived at the store around 9 a.m. as usual. Today was Friday, the last day of the crayfish promotion. The first day's mystery grand prize went to Uncle Wang, while the second day's mystery grand prize was won by a middle-aged man he didn't recognize. This man was quite kind. After receiving the pure gold crayfish, he even specially gifted his Douyin account a carnival as a token of his gratitude. Who would win the last big prize today? While Lin Xiao was sitting and waiting for customers, his phone suddenly buzzed. He glanced at the screen and saw a WeChat message. Lin Xiao unlocked his screen, opened WeChat, and immediately stood up, his face lighting up with barely suppressed joy. The message was from Zhu Jiao. Brother Lin Xiao, I have great news. My uncle has finished all the transfer paperwork for the shop. Just come over, and the restaurant will be yours. Great news, truly fantastic news. Lin Xiao replied impatiently. Wait for me, I'm coming right away. He then sent a message to Zhou Peng, asking him to come over early to help him watch the shop, promising to treat him to a big meal that evening. A few seconds later, Zhou Peng and Zhu Jiao replied simultaneously. Zhou Peng, okay, bro, I'll take a taxi right now. Zhu Jiao, great. But brother Lin Xiao, I've been busy all morning dealing with these paperwork, and I'm a little hungry now, you know what I mean. Lin Xiao quickly replied to Zhu Jiao, no problem, thank you so much this time. What would you like to eat? A menu was quickly sent over, clearly prepared in advance. Lin Xiao quickly packed several insulated containers of food according to Zhu Jiao's request, then waited impatiently for Zhou Peng to arrive. He couldn't help it, Lin Xiao had been thinking about completing Main Quest 4 and obtaining system-level cooking skills for a long time. He really wanted to improve. 10 minutes later, seeing Zhou Peng get out of the taxi, Lin Xiao quickly went over, briefly explained things to him, then got into his Maybach and drove towards Zhu Jiao's restaurant. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhu, I've transferred the money to your card. Please check if the amount is correct. Since the main quest rewarded Lin Xiao with 1 million in cash, he paid the full 2,300,000 in one go. Zhu Jia showed no interest in checking her balance, her gaze was entirely fixed on the delicious meal Lin Xiao had brought. Thank you, brother Lin Xiao. I'll start eating now. Lin Xiao didn't reply, because at that moment, the sound he had been waiting for finally rang in his mind. Ding! Lin Xiao smiled, and a thought involuntarily came to mind. Old man, you finally handed over the burning technique. Chapter 73. This feeling is amazing. Lin Xiao gradually understands everything. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully expanded the first branch store. Main Quest 4 completed. Reward, system level culinary skill, limited to unlocked dishes. New main quest unlocked for you. Main Quest 7, expand to 5 more branches, each branch's area must not be smaller than the main store. Quest completion reward, physical fitness enhancement pack, including but not limited to stamina, endurance, concentration, etc. As expected, the new main quest is also about expanding branches. So far, he has completed 5 main quests, knowing they can be divided into 2 categories. One is acquiring more emotion points, and the other is expanding the store. These 2 types of quests complement each other. The acquired emotion points can be used for lotteries to exchange for cash, and the cash obtained can be used to expand the store. Expanding the store allows for more customers and more emotion points. This is clearly a virtuous cycle. What Lin Xiao found most appealing about his system was that it didn't set a deadline for completing the tasks. In other words, he could practically relax right now. Lin Xiao found this incredibly humane. He didn't want to be forced to work by the system. Although the reward for Main Quest 7 was indeed tempting, Lin Xiao was still young, and his stamina was still good, so there was no rush. Hiss! Just as Lin Xiao was pondering, he suddenly felt as if his brain had been lightly pricked with a needle. Before he could react, a torrent of memories surged forth, rapidly flowing through every inch of his brain. This was the system-level culinary skill being injected into him. Brother Lin Xiao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhu Jiao had just received the food Lin Xiao had brought and was eagerly heading into the shop, ready to feast. Hearing Lin Xiao's slightly pained voice, she immediately stopped and turned back to ask with concern. Lin Xiao's complexion had completely returned to normal, and his familiar smile reappeared on his face. Moreover, a closer look would reveal a greater sense of confidence in this smile than before. Lin Xiao felt better than ever before. This feeling was amazing. He was beginning to understand everything. It's nothing, just a leg cramp, it's fine now. Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head, then turned his gaze to the plastic bag Zhu Jiao was carrying. He had packed 3 dishes and a serving of rice for her, following her menu. Through the plastic bag, Lin Xiao immediately spotted the secret recipe soy sauce chicken. In an instant, he understood the entire preparation process. First, the selection of ingredients was crucial. It required Qingyuan chickens from Guangdong province, about 4 months old. This type of chicken had tender meat, making it the perfect choice for soy sauce chicken. After plucking the feathers and removing the internal organs, poke small holes in the surface of the Qingyuan chicken with a toothpick to help it better absorb the sauce. Next, pour an appropriate amount of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and rock sugar into a pot, then add ginger slices, scallion segments, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and cardamom. Finally, pour in enough water to completely submerge the chicken. Bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to a simmer and cook for 20 minutes, allowing the spices to fully infuse the broth. Add a little cooking wine and salt. This completes the secret soy sauce. Next, boil the prepared Qingyuan chicken in boiling water until cooked through. Remove it and, to ensure the skin is firm and elastic, cool it in cold water. After removing it again, pat it dry and place it in a frying pan. Fry the chicken until the skin is crispy. Then comes the final step, the highlight of the dish. Pour the sauce over it. It sounds simple, just continuously pour the secret soy sauce over the chicken for color. However, this step actually tests the chef's skill. The final taste of the dish almost entirely depends on this. The sauce pouring process alone takes 40 minutes. During this time, the chef needs to control the temperature based on their experience, ensuring it's neither too low nor too high. Only by mastering this temperature can the final product of the secret recipe soy sauce chicken maintain its crispy skin while the meat inside remains incredibly tender. Generally speaking, only a master chef with over a decade of experience can achieve this. And even then, success isn't guaranteed every time. After all, for a full 40 minutes, the sauce pouring process demands unwavering focus. For an older master chef, it's truly no easy feat. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze, his smile shining even brighter in the sunlight. It's no exaggeration to say that his current culinary skills allow him to easily and perfectly replicate this dish. He succeeded. Oh, Lin Xiao, I'm so glad you're alright. I'll go in and eat first. Speaking of which, Zhu Jiao looked down at the size of the insulated food container Lin Xiao had handed her, seeming a little hesitant, but out of politeness, she still asked, Lin Xiao, have you eaten yet? Would you like to eat together? Lin Xiao naturally shook his head. No, since everything's finished, I'll go back to the shop first. You can eat by yourself. Besides, I only brought you one serving of dishes and a bowl of rice. I'll eat at home. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhu Jiao visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, his earlier words were just a polite formality. After all, the 3 containers of food Lin Xiao had brought her weren't even enough for her by herself. Okay, goodbye, Lin Xiao. Zhu Jiao finished speaking and eagerly walked into the shop. Hey, Xiao Zhu, wait a minute. Lin Xiao called out to her. He had been thinking about it and still felt that Zhu Jiao had really helped him a lot this time. After all, without her uncle's help, the transfer procedures would have taken who knows how long. Since that was the case, he felt he should at least show his appreciation. Seeing Zhu Jiao turn around with a slightly puzzled look, he smiled and said, I really owe you a lot this time, Xiao Zhu. Is there anything you wish for? Like, is there any gift you want? I can buy it for you. Lin Xiao immediately felt that his words were a bit silly. Xiao Zhu was a little rich girl. What gift couldn't she buy? Sure enough, Zhu Jiao quickly smiled and said, Oh, brother Lin Xiao, you're being so polite. I don't need any gifts. As long as you open this branch as soon as possible, so I can enjoy these delicious dishes every day. Zhu Jiao smiled, lifting the takeout bag in her hand slightly. This is the best gift you could give me. Hearing this, Lin Xiao stopped arguing and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll open this branch as soon as possible. Consider this a favor I owe you. If you think of anything you need my help with, just let me know. Then I'll be going now. Lin Xiao waved goodbye to Zhu Jiao and walked towards his Maybach. However, before he had taken a few steps, Zhu Jiao's voice suddenly rang out again. Hey brother Lin Xiao, don't go yet. I just thought of something I might need your help with. Chapter 74 Zhu Jiao's Birthday Banquet. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately stopped and turned around. What is it? Just tell me. I won't refuse if it's something I can do. Zhu Jiao said somewhat shyly. It's nothing big. I just suddenly remembered that next month is my 22nd birthday. In the past, I've always invited a few close friends to my house for my birthday, and my family's chef would cook a big feast for us. But every time, the chef cooks all the food by himself, and I think it's too hard on him. My parents can't cook, so this time I thought. Zhu Jiao looked up at Lin Xiao, who understood her meaning and continued. So you want me to attend your birthday party and cook for you? Yes, brother Lin Xiao, you don't need to cook too much, just 3 or 4 dishes, whatever you like, is that okay? Under Zhu Jiao's expectant gaze, Lin Xiao smiled decisively and nodded. Of course, no problem. If it were before he acquired the culinary skills, Lin Xiao might have hesitated, but now that the cheat code had already been activated for him, what else was there to say? Although Zhu Jiao thought she was only helping her with a small favor after all, completing the formalities early just meant opening the business earlier, which wouldn't have a big impact. It was actually a genuinely big help. Zhu Jiao only wanted him to cook a few dishes for her birthday banquet, such a small matter, Lin Xiao naturally couldn't refuse. Hearing Lin Xiao's unhesitating agreement, Zhu Jiao immediately beamed with joy. Okay, brother Lin Xiao, I'll call you a week in advance on WeChat. Okay, bye-bye. Lin Xiao listened to music, driving aimlessly. A huge weight had been lifted from his heart, and he felt much lighter. He even had the leisure to sort out his tasks for the next few days. There was quite a lot to do. First, the branch store was secured, and all preparations were complete. He could arrange for Uncle Wang and the others to open the store next Monday. After all, Xiying's entire company was still eagerly awaiting its opening, a significant source of emotional points. Then, this weekend, he was going to take Chen Qixuan to the nearby night market for a feast. This was both to fulfill Chen Qixuan's long-held wish and to complete that side quest. Finally, next Tuesday, he had to go to Grandpa Su's culinary class to show off, in front of everyone. Thinking these thoughts, Lin Xiao drove to the parking lot in front of his restaurant. After parking, he went inside. Zhou Peng had already eaten and was currently live-streaming. Seeing Lin Xiao approach, he immediately said, "Brother Lin, take a look at our shop's gift revenue. The day before yesterday, Bossy gave us over 100 carnival gifts, and then last night, 4 users each gifted us a plane, a virtual airplane." Lin Xiao looked at the gift revenue record and immediately guessed who those 4 users were. Besides Sister Wang and her group, who else could it be? However, Lin Xiao had no intention of returning the money. He'd accepted the tips he earned through his own hard work. "Brother Lin, I've already withdrawn the tips from these past few days. After deducting the platform's fees, according to our previously agreed 50-50th split, I should give you." Lin Xiao interrupted Zhou Peng, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Next time you withdraw, just transfer it to me directly. I trust your character." Zhou Peng was slightly touched, but quickly replied, "Brother Lin, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, I didn't know tips could earn so much money before, so I thought a 50-50th split was fine. But now I feel a 50-50th split is really unfair to you. I think a 20-80th split would be fine. 20% is already a lot for me." Zhou Peng was speaking sincerely. Keep in mind, he was only a sophomore in college, yet last week's livestream earnings, after a 50-50th split with Lin Xiao, actually amounted to over 70,000 yuan. Although Zhou Peng came from a well-off family, with a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan, that seemed insignificant compared to earning over 70,000 yuan a week. However, after some thought, he still felt he was taking too much. The main issue was that the bulk of the tips came from Boss He, who was won over by Brother Lin's cooking skills, having nothing to do with him. It was as if he hadn't done anything but received so much money, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Xiao naturally refused. "No need, we already agreed." Zhou Peng interrupted Lin Xiao. "No, Brother Lin, I really can't accept this." Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and said, "Mainly, even if I take this much money, I don't actually spend much on myself. It's all been swindled away by those bad women." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering that Zhou Peng had gone to meet his online girlfriend in person yesterday. Judging from the situation, it didn't seem to go very well. Lin Xiao's gossipy nature began to ignite. "Tell me in detail, I have plenty of time." Zhou Peng seemed a little hesitant to speak, but still said, "Brother Lin, I'm telling you this because I trust you a lot, so please don't tell anyone." "Don't worry, don't you trust your brother Lin?" Lin Xiao assured him. "Hey, Brother Lin, you know me. I don't have many hobbies. Besides streaming, I play games, and I often buy skins for girls I meet in games." Lin Xiao nodded. He had no plans to date right now, but Zhou Peng was the complete opposite. He really enjoyed playing games with girls. Unfortunately, his rank was too low, so he often had online romances and got scammed frequently. Zhou Peng was a good guy in every other way, and he was an absolute brother. When Lin Xiao sent him a WeChat message that morning, he was still in bed. As soon as he heard that Brother Lin needed him, he rushed to the restaurant in about 10 minutes. He was a little stingy, but that's just part of everyone's personality, so Lin Xiao didn't say anything. "The girl I met yesterday, we got along really well when we met. She spoke so gently, I almost thought I'd met my true love." Zhou Peng spoke quietly, and Lin Xiao listened silently. He quickly learned Zhou Peng's tragic story. In short, Zhou Peng thought the girl was great and that they could gradually develop from gaming buddies into girlfriends, so he bought her a bag worth 2,999 yuan. But when Zhou Peng returned to his dorm that night and wanted to play games with her, he discovered she had deleted him from her friends list. That's really unfortunate. 2,999 yuan isn't enough to file a case. Lin Xiao offered a word of comfort. Zhou Peng nodded. "Yeah, so even if you give me this much money, Brother Lin, I probably won't spend it on myself. I've told my parents I want them to manage all my money, but as they say, they can't even manage their own money. Lin Xiao sighed. Alright then, I'll hold on to this money for you for now. Just ask me for it if you ever need it. Remember to be careful when making friends online in the future. Boys need to protect themselves too. Zhou Peng smiled broadly upon seeing Lin Xiao's agreement. Don't worry, brother Lin. Oh, there's one more thing. Last night when I was feeling down, I asked for comfort in the game lobby, and guess what happened? Seeing Zhou Peng's delighted expression, Lin Xiao felt a sudden unease. Sure enough, Zhou Peng's next sentence made his vision go black. And guess what? I've found a new gaming partner. Wow, and she even has my favorite mature, older sister voice. But don't worry, brother Lin, I've matured. This time, I won't be fooled by women again. I'll pretend to be head over heels for her, but that's just part of my plan. I have my own rhythm. Looking at Zhou Peng's confident demeanor, Lin Xiao almost believed him. Lin Xiao watched him hesitate, but ultimately chose to say nothing. Zhou Peng knew his limits. As long as it didn't disrupt his normal life, it was fine. Besides, on the bright side, he was getting emotional value from spending money on other girls. Lin Xiao didn't say anything more and went into the kitchen. He was a little hungry, but he wasn't going to eat something ready-made. He wanted to try his hand at cooking today. Chapter 75. No, did Zhou Peng really hook up with a rich woman? The kitchen had all the necessary utensils. Although Lin Xiao didn't cook himself, he still had to put on an act. The refrigerator only contained some basic ingredients, such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and free-range eggs. But that didn't matter. After completing the fourth main quest and obtaining system-level cooking skills, the system shop gained a new function, purchasing cooking ingredients at a low price using emotion points. Moreover, according to the system, these ingredients were all from legitimate sources, so Lin Xiao could use them with peace of mind. Lin Xiao quickly spent 3 emotion points to buy some freshly peeled, deveined shrimp from the system. He counted 12. Then he spent another 2 emotion points to buy a small piece of authentic Jinhua ham. That's right, Lin Xiao didn't plan to cook. Instead, he decided to make himself a fragrant bowl of ham, shrimp, and egg fried rice. Lin Xiao placed the small piece of ham selected from the very top, the most fragrant, and the most succulent part on the cutting board, then picked up a knife and chopped it into cubes, placing them in a bowl for later use. Although most ham fried rice on the market now uses ham sausages from brands like Brand Name or Brand Name, Lin Xiao still prefers authentic Jinhua ham with a richer, more meaty flavor. This kind of ham has a unique flavor, and its salty and savory taste perfectly balances the sweetness of the shrimp, making the overall flavor even better. Since he doesn't need to control costs, he'll just go for whatever tastes best. After slicing the ham, Lin Xiao chopped some scallions, cracked 2 eggs, and set them aside with the shrimp. The side dishes were now ready. Next was choosing the rice. Lin Xiao didn't choose to exchange for rice from the system, Bachang rice wasn't the best choice for fried rice. This time, there was no need for Bachang rice. Lin Xiao had a better option. Lin Xiao chose indica rice, specifically higher quality late season indica rice. This ensured the rice grains were separate and distinct, avoiding a mushy clump, which would negatively impact both appearance and taste. Actually, fried rice is best made with leftover rice, or by steaming rice and then refrigerating it for several hours to achieve the same effect. This results in plumper grains, a chewier texture, and better flavor. However, Lin Xiao was quite hungry, and time didn't allow for this, so he had to make do. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao took out the steamed rice. The next step was crucial. Stir fry. Stir fry it vigorously. Lin Xiao had many more elaborate cooking methods in mind, such as using a strainer to stir fry directly over charcoal. That would give the rice a stronger charcoal flavor and make it more fragrant. He did have a strainer in the kitchen, but unfortunately, he didn't have any charcoal on hand. Therefore, Lin Xiao ultimately opted for the most conventional method, stir-frying in a wok. While this step of frying rice is crucial, the steps are actually not difficult. Heat the wok, add cold oil, quickly scramble the eggs until they form strands, then add the rice and stir-fry rapidly. During this time, Lin Xiao's eyes became incredibly focused. For him, it was a wonderful and enjoyable feeling, somewhat like the state of oneness with nature described in some martial arts novels. Lin Xiao's every movement was quick and precise. After breaking up and stirring the rice with a spatula, he swiftly and calmly poured in the prepared ingredients and seasonings. The whole process was seamless. Then came the most crucial step, testing a chef's fundamental skills, stir-frying over high heat. For something like fried rice, even a difference of a few seconds, let alone 2 or 3 minutes, can drastically alter the final taste. Therefore, controlling the heat and the stirring time are extremely important. 2 minutes later, looking at the steaming, fragrant ham, shrimp, and egg fried rice on the plate, Lin Xiao showed a satisfied expression. Completely satisfying. Lin Xiao had never imagined that cooking could be described with such a word. Perhaps it's related to his state of mind. For him, cooking for others used to be about earning money, about making a living. But now, cooking is purely about enjoying the process. A novel feeling. Lin Xiao carried the fried rice out of the kitchen, sat down next to Zhou Peng, and immediately started eating. After a couple of mouthfuls of rice, Lin Xiao couldn't help but nod. It was delicious. Although, because it wasn't made with leftover rice, it wasn't quite as good as the system's. It was definitely better than over 90% of the fried rice made by professional chefs in the market. Lin Xiao ate with great relish, finding it hard to believe that such exquisitely delicious fried rice was actually made by himself. Just as Lin Xiao was finishing, he suddenly saw Zhou Peng turn off his microphone in the live stream, and he leaned over mysteriously, saying with some excitement, Brother Lin, I have some good news for you. The gaming buddy I met last night actually asked me to buy her a new skin. Do you think she likes me a little? Lin Xiao, you call this good news? What kind of logic is that? Lin Xiao put down his chopsticks, utterly baffled by Zhou Peng's thought process. Of course it's good news, Brother Lin. Think about it, why did she only ask me to buy her skins, and not anyone else? Doesn't that mean she only cares about my attitude? Isn't that because you're easier to fool? Lin Xiao almost stood up and left. Zhou Peng's intelligence was usually normal, but his IQ plummeted to negative numbers when it came to girls. Lin Xiao didn't want to catch his bad habit. Zhou Peng noticed Lin Xiao's hesitation and immediately said, Brother Lin, believe me, she's really different from other girls. She's from Kyoto, and she's in the same industry as you, the female owner of a famous Western restaurant in Kyoto. She has no reason to cheat me. She's a really good girl. Hearing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. Oh? How do you know this female boss isn't lying to you? Tell me more. I added her on WeChat, and then I saw her photos on her moments. Zhou Peng handed over his phone and showed Lin Xiao the female boss's moments. Lin Xiao also inadvertently saw Zhou Peng's contact name for the female boss, Sister Zhang Mei. Disgusting. And she even slept with her older sister. Lin Xiao muttered briefly, then listened to Zhou Peng's explanation. Brother Lin, look at these photos she posted on her WeChat moments. Remember this face. Lin Xiao looked at the photos Zhou Peng had chosen. The woman's looks and demeanor were quite good. Some photos showed her looking quite cool, others had a more mature, sophisticated vibe, but that wasn't the point. The point was, Zhou, did you ask her age? Zhou Peng shook his head. I didn't ask, but I know she just turned 30 last month. Lin Xiao frowned. How do you know if you didn't ask? Wait, you opened an account for her. Zhou Peng hurriedly said, how could that be, Brother Lin? I wouldn't dare do anything illegal. I found her through Baidu's facial recognition. Zhou Peng quickly proved his innocence, showing Lin Xiao the information he had found on Baidu. A minute later, Lin Xiao's gaze towards Zhou Peng became somewhat suspicious. Could it be that this silly boy Zhou Peng really managed to hook up with a rich woman? Chapter 76, the all-you-can-eat crayfish event has ended, and rewards have been distributed. Baidu has pictures to prove it. Zhang Mei really is the female owner of a famous Western restaurant in Kyoto, Gle Fang. In other words, if the information is correct, Zhou Peng's gaming partner this time really is a wealthy woman. It's only Lin Xiao who knows this. If Su Qian were here, he'd probably be devastated, saying, damn, you really hooked up with a rich woman. Ugh, this is worse than death. Lin Xiao isn't the kind of person who's afraid his brother is suffering, but also afraid his brother is driving a Land Rover. He's still a little worried that Zhou Peng has been scammed. Could it be a stolen photo? Are you sure you added the real person? Zhou Peng smiled smugly. Don't worry, Brother Lin, I'm smart. I even checked her Weibo. Look, this is a photo Zhang Mei posted last Wednesday. And check the posting time of this photo on her WeChat moments. Lin Xiao looked carefully. The Weibo post was indeed of Zhang Mei, a verified food blogger with 190,000 followers. Then he checked her WeChat moments. The photo was posted last Monday, 2 days earlier than the Weibo post. That basically eliminated the possibility of stolen photos. Lin Xiao nodded, relieved, and gave Zhou Peng an approving look. That look seemed to say, not bad, you've actually learned to use your brain when dealing with women. Zhou Peng, somewhat smugly, said, Brother Lin, don't worry. I even listened to the voice in the video she posted on Weibo, and it's exactly the same as the voice we use when we play games. Zhou Peng suddenly lowered his voice, acting quite theatrically, and said, in my past life, I was wronged by a villain. In this life, I've been given a second chance, and I swear I will never be fooled by a bad woman again. Lin Xiao, your most urgent task right now is to uninstall that novel. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and then said, ahem, Zhou, I don't mean to discourage you, but you just said she's 30, right? Zhou Peng nodded, yes. And how old are you this year? Zhou Peng thought for a moment, 19, I'll be 20 in 3 months. Lin Xiao nodded, trying to be tactful, so, didn't you realize she's a little older than you? Zhou Peng immediately smiled, hey, Brother Lin, aren't you overthinking things? We're just gaming buddies now. Don't worry, brother Lin, I won't get involved. I have my own pace. Okay, I'm just reminding you, this is your private matter, whatever makes you happy. Lin Xiao didn't say anything more, picked up his empty plate and walked towards the kitchen. Zhou Peng nodded, then fiddled with his phone again. Okay, I'll talk to you later, brother Lin. I need to top up some money to buy her a gun skin. Lin Xiao paused for a moment, then quickly quickened his pace and fled the scene. In a bedroom. Hey, after much pleading, that foreigner finally agreed to go challenge them next door next Monday. Zhang Jiancheng sighed as he hung up the phone with his nephew Zhang Yudao. Meanwhile, Xue Haiying, who was lying on the bed watching a TV series, finally couldn't help but ask the question she'd been wanting to ask. Old Zhang, I've been wanting to ask you this for a while now. What are you thinking? Why are you always thinking of sending that foreigner to challenge that restaurant next door? I'm asking you, even if they succeed, what's the point? Will the restaurant owner next door close down because of it? Do you think this is some kind of culinary competition in a movie? Does the loser have to retire from the culinary world? As she spoke, Xue Haiying couldn't help but roll her eyes and pull the blanket closer to herself. I think you're dreaming. Hearing his wife's complaints, Zhang Jiancheng just scoffed. Of course I know the answer to that. You really think my goal is to have that foreigner compete in cooking? Ha! Xue Haiying sat up in bed. What do you mean? Actually, what I want isn't about challenging anyone, I just want that foreigner to try the food next door. Zhang Jiancheng, with a confident expression, explained his thought process. Let me ask you first, would you dare eat a 5-yuan Western meal? Xue Haiying thought for a moment and then shook her head. No way, who knows if it'll cause any health problems. Zhang Jiancheng smiled. Yeah, a 5-yuan Western meal, I have absolutely no doubt about whether it has additives. I only doubt whether there's anything else besides additives. Think about it, foreigners' stomachs are different from ours. Foreigners come here and already can't get used to our food. Now, if they go to the restaurant next door and eat a Western meal full of additives, won't they develop some kind of health problem? Many foreigners are already short-tempered, and Zhang Yudao said this is a famous Western chef. Won't his temper be even worse? If he gets sick from the food, given his status, won't he make a huge scene? If things escalate, won't the restaurant next door have to close down? Then our business will be booming again. After listening to her husband's analysis, Xue Haiying felt it made sense, but she still had some doubts. But what if that foreigner has a high tolerance for toxins and doesn't get sick? Then your plan will fail? Failure is failure. Will we suffer any losses? Zhang Jiancheng countered. Xue Haiying thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. It would be best if the plan succeeded, but if it failed, we wouldn't lose anything. It's impossible for that foreigner to suddenly discover the talent of the restaurant owner next door, take him on as an apprentice, and then help him expand his business, right? That's just too far-fetched. Xue Haiying smiled. Although it was only daytime, she was already lying in bed with her eyes closed, imagining the wonderful life ahead. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. The grand prize for the last day of the all-you-can-eat crayfish event was won by a male college student from the neighborhood. At that moment, Lin Xiao truly understood what it meant to be a man who will not abandon his lover is willing to become his godfather. Lin Xiao didn't know if Gao Keqiang genuinely wanted to take care of Uncle Tai in his old age. But Lin Xiao knew that the moment the male college student won the pure gold crayfish, he truly wanted to become his godfather. However, his excessive excitement wasn't entirely surprising. Most people would be overjoyed at such a stroke of luck. The college student ultimately didn't choose to take the pure gold crayfish home, but instead traded it for money with Lin Xiao. Therefore, Lin Xiao now possessed two 200-gram pure gold crayfish. These 200g pure gold crayfish were quite small, perfect for making car keychains. However, Lin Xiao wasn't considering that for the time being. If he accidentally lost his car keys one day, others could simply go to a Ford shop to get a replacement, losing a few hundred yuan, a manageable loss. But he would be in serious trouble. No one would believe that losing a car key resulted in a loss of tens of thousands of yuan. After seeing off the last customer and cleaning the restaurant, Lin Xiao prepared to leave. Just as he closed the door, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The Crayfish Lucky Draw King trial card has ended. Reward for this event, 1 kilogram of pure gold crayfish. Lin Xiao was already in the car, looking at the two golden crayfish in his hands, one large and one small. He didn't know why. The live crayfish looked ferocious, and the cooked ones weren't very appealing either. But being made of gold, suddenly they seemed adorable. Chapter 77. No wonder Mala Tang restaurants are everywhere in the country, but there are only a few hundred Michelin-starred restaurants. It was another beautiful Saturday morning, 9 o'clock. At He Si-yin's home, Chen Qixuan scurried around in his warm bed like a caterpillar, then rolled over with his eyes closed, a peaceful smile spreading across his face. This feeling of sleeping until he naturally woke up, and then finding himself able to go back to sleep, it was simply wonderful. Anyway, it was Saturday, no school, and mom wouldn't bother him. Chen Qixuan, get up. Get down and eat some bread to fill your stomach, then drink some hot milk. So noisy. Chen Qiushuan heard his mother's voice, and a struggle expression appeared on his face. But he still didn't open his eyes. Instead, he pulled the blanket up higher, shrinking completely under the covers. That way, his mother's shouting wouldn't disturb his sleep. Seeing her son didn't react, He continued calling. Chen Qiushuan, did you hear me? Come downstairs. Your brother Lin Xiao is still waiting downstairs. Didn't you two agree to go out together today? Get up now, do you hear me? What? You agreed yesterday? The next second, Chen Qiushuan suddenly snapped back to reality, abruptly opening his eyes and sitting bolt upright in bed. His soul had successfully returned from beyond the heavens, regaining control of his body. He remembered everything. Okay, Mom, I'll brush my teeth and be right down. Lin Xiao, please wait a moment. Hearing the voice from upstairs, He smiled helplessly. She looked at Lin Xiao sitting opposite her on the sofa and asked, Mr. Lin, have you had breakfast yet? Should I have the housekeeper bring you a plate? Lin Xiao looked at the breakfast prepared for Chen Qiushuan on the table not far away: 3 slices of bread, a fried egg, 2 slices of bacon, and a cup of hot milk, a very Western-style breakfast. To be honest, Lin Xiao wasn't used to this kind of breakfast. Compared to bread and milk, he preferred traditional Chinese breakfasts like steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Lin Xiao shook his head and politely declined. No need, Ms. He, I already had breakfast on the way here. Alright then, you guys had a good time today. Actually, you can just let this kid pay for himself. He has his own little stash of money, and he usually doesn't even spend it on his mother. He joked with a smile. Lin Xiao smiled at this. Soon, Chen Qiushuan, dressed neatly and carrying a satchel, came downstairs, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's go, brother Lin Xiao, what should we eat first? Lin Xiao casually replied, anything is fine, whatever you want. The night market isn't open yet, so there probably won't be much to eat. How about mala tang? Chen Qiushuan nodded vigorously. Okay, let's have mala tang first. This time I want purple sweet potato glutinous rice balls and juicy fish balls. Ahem, although I promised you, brother Lin Xiao, that you could eat as much as you wanted today, please don't be so specific in front of me, okay? He said somewhat helplessly. Chen Qiushuan then realized he might have gotten a little carried away, daring to say such things in front of his mother. He could only grin sheepishly. Alright, hurry up and finish your breakfast and we're heading out. I think your soul's already out of the house. Hearing his mother's words, Chen Qiushuan quickly picked up his chopsticks and ate the fried egg and bacon. The taste was the same as usual, not particularly delicious, but not terrible either. If Lin Xiao made it with the same ingredients, it would probably taste much better. Chen Qiushuan thought to himself as he chewed. Although fried eggs and bacon probably taste pretty much the same no matter who makes them, Chen Qiushuan had a blind confidence in Lin Xiao. After finishing those, he looked at the 3 slices of bread, decisively picked up one, spread some jam on it, and without a care for appearances, rolled it into a ball. And then, with his mouth wide open, stuffed it in. Finally, he reached for the cup of hot milk and drank it all in one gulp. Let's go, Lin Xiao, I'm done eating. Chen Qiushuan quickly made his escape, afraid his mother would make him finish the remaining 2 slices of bread. He couldn't eat too much bread, he needed to save room for his beloved spicy hot pot. Seeing him run off so quickly, He could only shake her head helplessly and said to Lin Xiao, I'll trouble you to take care of this silly boy today. It's my pleasure, then I'll be going now. Okay, be careful on your way. At Lu Xiangxiang's spicy hot pot on Biwen Street, the door was pushed open, and Lin Xiao and Chen Qiushuan walked in. They had been sitting in the car for 10 minutes, agonizing over which spicy hot pot to eat at. As everyone knows, even spicy hot pot from the same brand can vary in taste due to factors such as region and ingredients. Not to mention, there are 3 major brands of mala tang, spicy hot pot, to choose from on this street: Yang Fufu, Liangliang, and Lu Xiangxiang. After searching through various social media platforms, they found that in terms of taste, hygiene, and service, Lu Xiangxiang mala tang had the best reviews of the 3. Therefore, they quickly decided to choose this restaurant. The restaurant looked quite clean, and they quickly selected their ingredients and soup bases. About 10 minutes later, the owner personally brought over 2 steaming bowls of spicy hot pot. The spicy hot pot is here. Be careful, it's hot. Enjoy your meal. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Putting everything else aside, the service was definitely worth 5 stars. They didn't order much, especially Chen Qiushuan, who only took a tiny bit of each dish, as there were still many more delicacies waiting for him to discover. Lin Xiao picked up a soup ladle, intending to taste the broth first. After all, the broth is the soul of a hot pot, its quality largely determines the flavor. Lin Xiao ordered a mildly spicy bone broth. He scooped up a spoonful, drank it, and nodded slightly. The taste was indeed quite good. After all, it was roadside hot pot, you couldn't expect it to meet the standards of a high-end restaurant. Lin Xiao didn't detect any fancy techniques or special ingredients, which was enough. After finishing his sip, he turned his gaze to Chen Qiquan. Lin Xiao hadn't forgotten that his trip wasn't just about eating, drinking, and having fun, he was also there to complete a side quest. He could earn cash, mood points, and a seafood dish as a reward by fulfilling 10 of Chen Qiquan's food wishes. His current worry was, what if the spicy hot pot didn't satisfy Chen Qiquan, preventing his wishes from being fulfilled? Lin Xiao watched Chen Qiquan eat a purple sweet potato glutinous rice ball, a satisfied expression on his face. Delicious. No wonder spicy hot pot is everywhere in the country, but there are only a few hundred Michelin-starred restaurants. It's obvious whose flavor is better and more popular. Just as he said this, a system notification sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. Chen Qiquan has currently fulfilled 1/10 of his wishes. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed he had been overthinking things. Perhaps he had suffered too much from Michelin's influence over the years. This made Chen Qiquan a very easily satisfied child. Look at him, he's so happy just from eating some spicy hot pot. It's wonderful. He doesn't add any burden to himself. Lin Xiao smiled at him. Eat more if it's delicious. Today I'll show you all the top-notch food in our low-end circle. Chapter 78. Boss, this tomahawk steak is the 4th best steak I've ever had in my life. 10 minutes later, only a little broth remained in their bowls. They hadn't ordered much, and were clearly still hungry, so Lin Xiao spoke first. Xiao Xian, what else would you like to eat? How about a small bowl of snail rice noodles? Chen Qiquan thought for a moment, then said somewhat shyly, Brother Lin Xiao, can I try that street stall steak we saw on the way here? Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. This wasn't on Chen Qiquan's wish list. It seemed Chen Qiquan had seen the stall on their way here and become curious. Sure, it's your choice today. Shall we go now? I saw that stall was quite crowded. Hearing Brother Lin Xiao agree, Chen Qiquan immediately nodded twice. He was indeed very curious about street stall steak. After all, besides the pan-fried steak at Lin Xiao's shop, the only steaks he'd ever eaten in his life were Michelin-starred seared marshmallow steaks, which could be considered culinary disasters. I wonder what this street-side steak will taste like. Will it taste weird too? Or will it be as delicious as the ones Lin Xiao makes? Chen Qiquan followed Lin Xiao out the door, a mix of trepidation and anticipation in his eyes, and soon arrived at the street-side steak cart. There were quite a few people chatting and observing around, but no one seemed to be buying, and there was no queue. So Lin Xiao asked directly, Boss, how much are your steaks? The owner, a cheerful middle-aged man, replied immediately upon hearing Lin Xiao's question. Sirloin steak is 49 yuan a serving, and tomahawk steak is 79 yuan a serving. Which one would you like, young man? Don't worry, although it's not some high-grade wei jiao, it's definitely genuine whole-cut beef, not synthetic meat. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. This owner was honest enough. At least unlike some shops that sell synthetic steaks that cost less than 10 yuan to make and claim they're imported high-grade grain-fed steaks. Now that Lin Xiao was closer, he could see the appearance of the two steaks. Their irregular shapes and clear marbling indicated they weren't composite meat. They were likely inexpensive grass-fed steaks imported from South America. While the taste certainly couldn't compare to genuine grain-fed steaks, they were definitely edible. Lin Xiao looked at Chen Qiquan and asked, Xiaoxian, which one would you like? I suggest the tomahawk steak, it tastes a bit better. Chen Qiquan was also more curious about the oddly shaped tomahawk steak, so he nodded, took out his phone, and paid. Then let's have 2 tomahawk steaks, Lin Xiao, it's on you. Seeing Chen Qiquan's serious expression, Lin Xiao didn't argue. One drove a Maybach, and the other's clothes cost tens of thousands. Arguing about who should pay for a 79 yuan steak at a roadside stall was a bit beneath them. After placing their order, the two sat down at an empty table nearby, playing on their phones while waiting. About 20 minutes later, 2 plates of steak arrived. The steaks looked appealing, accompanied by a fried egg, broccoli, a small portion of pasta, and even a sprig of rosemary. Chen Qiquan quickly cut off a piece and tasted it, pleasantly surprised to find that it actually tasted quite good. While it couldn't compare to the steaks at Lin Xiao's restaurant, it wasn't one of those Michelin-starred steaks with a strange, unpleasant taste. It was edible, even quite delicious. How about it, you 2 young men? Even though this is just a roadside stall, this tomahawk steak is pretty good, isn't it? Seeing Chen Qiquan enjoying his steak, the stall owner couldn't help but say with a touch of pride. He'd been selling tomahawk steaks at his street stall for 5 or 6 years. Before that, he was a chef in a restaurant, not a big one, but still a chef. It was only because the restaurant's business failed and went out of business that he started selling steaks at a roadside stall. Over the years, many customers had praised his steaks, so he'd always been very confident in his cooking. Lin Xiao also cut off a small piece, put it in his mouth, and immediately, the steak's many flaws became apparent to him. For example, the steak lacked sufficient browning on the outside, clearly indicating that the temperature wasn't high enough and the Maillard reaction wasn't complete, preventing it from achieving the perfect crispy exterior and tender interior. Another example is the steak's lack of juiciness and tenderness. While this is certainly related to the quality of the steak, if it had rested longer before being served, the texture would definitely be much better. This steak clearly hadn't rested long enough. However, Lin Xiao still nodded. Although the steak the owner prepared had many minor flaws, overall, it was still worth the price. So he complimented, "It's actually quite good." "That's it? That's all?" The owner's smile instantly froze on his face. He was waiting for Lin Xiao to continue praising it, and all he got was, "It's actually quite good?" He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Young man, you've never had those steaks that cost hundreds of dollars in high-end restaurants, have you? I'm not exaggerating when I say my tomahawk steak is comparable to those sold in high-end restaurants." Lin Xiao nodded again and praised him once more. "Well, you're awesome, boss." Lin Xiao's perfunctory attitude left the boss feeling helpless, so he turned his attention to another child. "Little friend, what do you think of my steak?" Chen Qichuan thought seriously for a moment and gave the boss a thumbs up. "Boss, your steak is really delicious. It's the second, no, the fourth best steak I've ever had in my life. Even better than the steaks at Michelin-starred restaurants." Chen Qichuan originally wanted to say second, but then he thought about it. He had eaten pan-fried steak 3 times at Lin Xiao's restaurant, so this uncle's steak could only rank fourth. The shop owner was overjoyed to hear Chen Qichuan's words. "Listen to that. This kid really meant it. The kid said my food is even better than Michelin-starred restaurants." Although he didn't know if the kid had actually been to Michelin, the owner didn't care. He took all praise as truth. Who would have thought this young guy was such a connoisseur? The owner's eyes practically brimmed with pride, but he still feigned modesty, saying, "Oh, not at all. Compared to Michelin, my skills are still a little bit lacking." After saying that, he asked, somewhat unconvinced, "Ahem, uncle has a question for you. You said my steak is only fourth best, so who made the top 3? Chen Qichuan replied without hesitation, "The best steak I've ever eaten in my life was made by my brother Lin Xiao." The owner frowned and asked, "Who is your brother Lin Xiao?" Chen Qichuan pointed to Lin Xiao, who was elegantly eating. "Look, this is my brother Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao looked up and gave the bewildered owner a bright smile. Chapter 79 Lin Xiao's Advice. "Ha!" The shop owner was momentarily stunned, then quickly seemed to remember something and turned to Chen Qichuan, asking, "So, what's your second favorite?" Chen Qichuan replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, it's still my brother Lin Xiao's." The shop owner almost laughed in exasperation at this answer. "You're not telling me the third best thing is also your brother Lin Xiao's?" Chen Qichuan immediately nodded, praising him. "Shop owner, you're so smart, you even answered first." The shop owner was genuinely amused, but he didn't say anything more, only saying, "All right, you guys enjoy your meal. Just leave the empty plates here later, I'll come back to collect them." Then he silently walked back to his stall. He wasn't that sensitive, he wouldn't be like Chao Xiong, insisting on comparing his steak frying skills with this young man named Lin Xiao. A customer who paid for your steak thinks it's not as good as his brother's. What can you say? Why argue with a kid about that? Although the owner didn't say anything, many of the diners around him spoke up for him. "Little friend, it's not that I'm questioning you, but you seem to enjoy Lao Chin's steak quite a bit. It shouldn't be inferior to your brother's, right?" "Yeah, kid, we've all had Lao Chin's steak before. It's better than many Western restaurants. Your brother doesn't look like a chef, does he?" "Ahem, kid, how about you have your brother show us his skills? I'll go buy a sirloin steak, and you have your brother grill one for me. I'll pay him extra." Yeah. Hearing the surrounding diners asking him all sorts of questions, Chen Qichuan was momentarily at a loss. But thankfully, Lin Xiao's reassuring voice quickly rang out. Lin Xiao swallowed the steak in her mouth and said calmly, "To answer everyone, first of all, I don't work overtime on weekends, so you probably won't be seeing me show off my skills today. Secondly, everyone's taste and aesthetic sense are subjective, everyone has different preferences. Since you all think this owner's steak is delicious, then just keep supporting him." Xiao Xian didn't say anything bad about the owner's skills, did he? Pressuring a middle school kid like that, are you trying to force everyone to agree with your point of view? The surrounding middle-aged men were speechless after Lin Xiao's words. After exchanging glances, they realized their approach was inappropriate and quickly explained. "Young man, don't be angry. We didn't mean to pressure this kid. We're all regular customers of Lao Chin. We've watched him go from nobody to where he is now, all thanks to the delicious taste of his steak. So we might have been a little excited just now." Yes, and even Tang Ji, the famous restaurant review blogger on Douyin, has eaten Lao Chin's steak and praised it. So, for a moment, we didn't quite believe that a young man like you could make steak even better than Lao Chin's. We got carried away, and we hope you don't mind. Lin Xiao was taken aback by this. Uncle Tang had eaten at this street-side steak stall before? As for Uncle Tang praising the owner, Lin Xiao thought it was perfectly normal. Although by his own standards, the steak still had room for improvement, the current taste was already above average. Plus, it was a genuine original cut steak, and at this price, the value for money was quite good. Lin Xiao wasn't surprised that Uncle Tang would praise it. Just as Lin Xiao was thinking this, the owner suddenly came over with a plate of freshly fried fries. "Young man, I'm really sorry. Those guys aren't very good at talking. These fries are for you. Please don't take what they said to heart." Seeing the owner's sincere apologetic smile, Chen Qiquan looked at Lin Xiao. Seeing him nod, he took the fries and said, "It's all right, boss. Your steak is indeed quite delicious, but..." Chen Qiquan didn't finish his sentence, afraid of discouraging the owner. The owner, sensing the situation, didn't press further, smiling and saying, "As long as it's delicious, that's fine. Enjoy your meal, I won't disturb you any longer." The owner was about to leave when Lin Xiao's words made him stop in his tracks. "Excuse me, sir, when you were frying these two steaks, did you maintain the pan temperature between 150 and 160 degrees Celsius the entire time, and did you fry each side for about 6 to 7 minutes? And after frying the steaks, did you let them rest for about 2.5 minutes?" The restaurant owner's mouth dropped open upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. What was going on? Had this young man been peeking at him while he was grilling the steak? But wait, that didn't make sense. The young man was already sitting there when he was grilling the steak, only someone with superhuman eyesight could see that far. Then how did he know so much? He stammered, how did you know?" Lin Xiao didn't answer his question. Having gotten the answer he wanted, he continued, "Boss, I have a suggestion. Next time you grill a tomahawk steak that's about 2 centimeters thick, you can keep the pan temperature between 190 and 200 degrees Celsius. Each side only needs 1.5 to 2 minutes to sear. Flip it as many times as you like. Stop searing when the surface of the steak is mostly reddish-brown. After searing, the resting time can be extended appropriately. If the customer prefers a firmer, chewier texture, the resting time can be extended to about 3.5 minutes. If the customer prefers a tender and juicy texture, then the resting time can be extended to 5 minutes. Also, if I'm not mistaken, you only marinated the steak for 6 or 7 minutes, right? My suggestion is to extend the marinating time to 12 minutes, but the amount of black pepper used in the marinade can be reduced by 1/3. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. Whether you take it or keep it as is entirely up to you, boss." After finishing speaking in one breath, Lin Xiao picked up a fries, dipped them in ketchup, and started eating. The fries were sweet and crunchy. Who even invented potatoes? They're so delicious as fries. He didn't go into too much detail, after all, they were just strangers. He was only offering a few pointers out of respect for Uncle Tang, and because the owner's attitude was quite good, and that was enough. If the owner had listened to his suggestions, the deliciousness of this tomahawk steak would have increased by at least 30%. While Lin Xiao was leisurely eating his fries, Boss Chin's heart was in turmoil. He stood there, bewildered and stunned, as if frozen in place. Seeing him, Chen Qiquan suddenly thought of an old joke. These dim-wit kids all look the same. In fact, not only Boss Chin, but the other customers around were also stunned, their expressions seemingly frozen. What is this young man muttering? He was incredibly detailed. The timing was precise, making it seem almost real. Add to that the overwhelming aura of authority, that calm and collected demeanor. Could he really be a chef at some high-end hotel? This thought quickly flashed through everyone's minds. Not long after, Lin Xiao and Chen Qiquan finished their steak and fries. After saying goodbye to the owner, the two headed towards the arcade. Having eaten so much, it was time to play for a while. Although the tomahawk steak wasn't among Chen Qiquan's 10 wishes, meaning only one side quest had been completed so far, Lin Xiao wasn't worried. Chen Qiquan's remaining wishes were for light, non-stomach foods like grilled gluten, fried skewers, and starchy sausages. There was still a chance to complete the quest that evening, and even if they didn't, it wouldn't matter. The deadline for submitting this side quest was 2 weeks anyway. They could just bring Chen Qiquan back next week to finish the rest of the food. Seeing the two finally leave, the surrounding diners immediately crowded around. Soon, a regular customer scanned the QR code, paid, and shouted, "Old Chin, give me a tomahawk steak," just like that young man said. Now I really want to know, is he a conman spouting nonsense, or a truly skilled expert? Chapter 80 Old Chin, you're being too kind. Hearing this, Boss Chin didn't say much. He silently took out a tomahawk steak and gently patted it dry with a clean kitchen paper towel. Then he took out the black pepper and salt needed for marinating the steak. After a slight hesitation, he followed Lin Xiao's advice and reduced the amount of black pepper by 1/3. After sprinkling the black pepper and salt, the next step was to wait for it to marinate. Originally, he marinated the steak for 7 or 8 minutes, but since Lin Xiao said 12 minutes would be better, he naturally complied. One reason he marinated the steak for a shorter time before was that a longer marinating time would make customers impatient. After all, this was a roadside stall. Customers might be able to wait 20 or 30 minutes for a steak, but if it exceeded half an hour, they might get impatient. However, according to Lin Xiao, the time he would have to sear the steak later was only 1.5 to 2 minutes per side, a world of difference from his original 6 or 7 minutes per side. This way, even considering the extended resting time, he could actually shorten the final serving time for customers. This was certainly good news for Boss Chin. After all, shorter serving times meant he could serve more customers in the same amount of time, and naturally, earn more money. If Lin Xiao's method involved sacrificing serving time for better taste, Boss Chin might have had some reservations. But now, according to Lin Xiao, not only was the serving time shorter, but the taste was also better. It was practically flawless. At this moment, Boss Chin hoped more than anyone else that what Lin Xiao said was true. The next step after marinating the steak was to preheat the cast iron skillet over high heat for 2 or 3 minutes. That meant that for the next 10 minutes or so, everyone would just wait for the steak to marinate. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, everyone started to get bored. Soon, a customer began to ask, "Old Chin, you're a professional, do you think that young man's explanation makes sense? Can it really make a better steak this way? Yeah, he really stumped me. It's like doing a math problem, adding and subtracting time, and that makes the steak taste better? It sounds so mystical." Hearing the chatter, Boss Chin thought carefully for a moment, then said somewhat helplessly, "To be honest, I'm a little confused about whether this young man is really an expert." Oh, everyone immediately stopped talking and listened attentively to his explanation. I only vaguely understood each step he described. For example, he told me to extend the marinating time. I understand that, it's just to make the steak more flavorful. But, Boss Chin frowned and said, "But he told me to reduce the amount of black pepper. I don't quite understand that. You guys have all eaten my steaks before. Do you think my steaks have a strong black pepper flavor?" Hearing Boss Chin's question, the others immediately shook their heads. "Not heavy at all. I've been a loyal customer all these years because your steak is so flavorful, unlike those other street vendor steaks that just taste like seasoning." "That's right, Lao Chin, you know me. I usually can't handle strong flavors, but I can eat your steak because the black pepper is really mild." So, does that mean that young man was really just bluffing us? We all thought the amount of black pepper was just right, but he insisted on reducing it by a third. The crowd chimed in, and soon someone seemed to realize something. They looked at the man who had bought the steak and laughed. "Lao Du, why don't you ask Boss Chin to change it back to his original way? Otherwise, I'm afraid your 79 yuan will be wasted." The others paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Yeah, Lao Du, didn't your wife only give you 500 yuan for pocket money this month? After this steak, you won't have time for the next one until next month. If you ask me, you should be more cautious and have Lao Chin cook the steak the usual way. What if it doesn't taste good?" Lao Du hesitated, listening to these words. He'd been a bit impulsive earlier, but now that he'd calmed down, what they said actually made a lot of sense. Besides, 79 yuan could buy a pack of Zonghua cigarettes. It would be a bit of a shame to waste it. Boss Chin noticed his hesitation and thought for a moment before saying, "I've thought about it again, Lao Du, and I think you can actually trust that young man. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he accurately predicted the cooking time for my steak makes me more inclined to believe he's a true expert, not a fraud." He paused, then added, "How about this? If the steak cooked this way is really inedible, I'll refund you 40 yuan, how about that?" Hearing Boss Chin's words, Lao Du's initial hesitation vanished, replaced by a smile. "What else is there to say? Lao Chin, you're too kind. Do it this way." Looking at the crowd watching with amusement, Lao Du couldn't help but snort. "Humph, did you hear that? Old Chin said that young man might be a real expert. Maybe I really will get to eat a top quality steak. Don't be begging me to let you have a bite." Everyone laughed, ignoring him. They clearly thought such a thing was impossible. Begging for a bite. If it's really good, wouldn't they just buy another one from Old Chin? Old Chin only takes less than half an hour to make a steak. They can't possibly not even wait half an hour, can they? Chapter 81. Old Du, get out. You get out too. As everyone waited, time ticked by. Soon, only 2 minutes remained of the marinating time, and Boss Chin finally turned on the stove. The first step in searing the steak was naturally preheating over high heat. According to Lin Xiao, the pan temperature needed to be controlled between 190 and 200 degrees Celsius, so he used an infrared thermometer to check the temperature every half minute. After the fifth check, Boss Chin finally nodded. The temperature had stabilized at around 192 degrees Celsius. The marinating time was almost over, so he decisively poured in refined olive oil. Butter wasn't used because olive oil has a high smoke point, producing less white smoke, and is healthier than butter. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise from the pan. Boss Chin used tongs to pick up the tomahawk steak and, under everyone's watchful eyes, decisively placed it on the pan. As the steak's internal fat and moisture drained out, a sizzling sound immediately filled the air. Meanwhile, the marinated beef emitted an irresistible aroma. However, perhaps it was just psychological, many of the regular customers watching felt that this steak smelled even better than before. It smells so good. Why does it smell even better than before? Am I hallucinating from hunger? Probably not, it just seems a little better than before. Mr. Chin quickly explained, take a deep breath. It's normal to feel that it smells good. That's because this steak was marinated for a longer time, making it more flavorful, so it will naturally smell better when fried. Mr. Chin casually replied, then continued to focus intently on the steak's condition. Previously, it took 6 or 7 minutes to fry one side of the steak, now it only took less than 2 minutes. His attention naturally had to be more focused than before. Lin Xiao had said to fry each side for 1.5 or 2 minutes, without limiting the number of times to flip it. Mr. Chin, following his own habit, waited 1 minute before flipping it for the first time. Soon, the side of the steak that had been in contact with the pan appeared before everyone's eyes, having turned a beautiful golden brown. Boss Chin looked at this side and couldn't help but nod. Normally, this color would take 5 or 6 minutes to develop, but now, following Lin Xiao's method, it had already turned golden brown in just 1 minute, and it even seemed to be a more vibrant color than what he could achieve with his own cooking. Boss Chin was even more certain of his judgment. This young man was indeed a master. Old Du was in for a treat this time. He continued to fry the steak, this time not waiting another minute, but waiting until the 1.5 minute mark before flipping it. As Lin Xiao had said, if a large area of the steak's surface turned reddish brown after 1.5 minutes, then the steak was done. Sure enough, when he flipped the steak over, the seared side was almost entirely reddish brown, looking incredibly crispy. Of course, this wasn't the crispiest part yet. If you wanted it even crispier, you could sear it for another 10 seconds or so. Looking at the perfectly cooked steak in front of him, Boss Chin realized he had misunderstood Lin Xiao. He wasn't just a master, he was a genius. After all, this young man looked to be only in his early 20s, yet his understanding of steak was so profound. If this wasn't genius, what was? That's right, although the steak wasn't finished cooking and he hadn't tasted it yet, just looking at its appearance, it was something his previous cooking methods might never achieve in a lifetime. Clearly, the young man's culinary skills, at least in cooking steak, were definitely superior to his own. The steak was still sizzling, releasing its rich aroma, the aroma of the whole cut filling the air around the stall. Many diners were already drooling just from the smell, let alone the steak's appearance. They could all imagine how crispy and delicious it would be with that first bite. Soon, a middle-aged man who was on good terms with Lao Du said without batting an eye, "Lao Du, I think you've ruined this steak. How about this? I'll take a small loss and buy it from you at the original price, how about that?" Lao Du stared at his old friend of over 10 years, watching his serious-looking nonsense. After a long silence, he spat out a single word through gritted teeth. "Get lost." Several other diners who were also on good terms with Lao Du joined in, and soon someone said, "Don't listen to Lao Lu's nonsense, buy it at the original price? Is he even human? This steak looks delicious, Lao Du, you should at least make a little profit. How about this, I'll offer 80, you sell me this steak, how about that?" "Lao Du, I bought it for 79 yuan, and you're offering 80? So you're only letting me make 1 yuan? Let me at least make a profit, that's way too little." "You get out too," Old Du said irritably. At this moment, the steak was nearing the final stage of preparation, especially after Boss Chin added a small sprig of rosemary. The aroma, without exaggeration, was completely overwhelming for the diners. Soon, someone couldn't resist saying, "Old Du, I'll offer 90, will you sell it?" "Don't sell it to him, I'll offer 100. I'll offer 101. Old Du watched the frantic competition, and finally, when everyone fell silent, he said with a hint of smugness, "Hee, stop arguing, I'm not selling to anyone today." Upon hearing this, the others' expressions immediately changed. "Fine, we won't sell it, we'll wait for Boss Chin to make another one, it's just another 20 minutes, who can't wait?" "Ahem, not 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, because I'm keeping the next one for myself." Boss Chin took the already seared steak out, plated it, and said casually. He was also very curious about what the steak prepared using Lin Xiao's method would taste like. After all, he was only using the most ordinary grass-fed steak imported from South America, but according to this cooking method, it seemed to have truly transformed the ordinary into something magical. The surrounding diners felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing Boss Chin's words, and they all began to regret their decision. Why wasn't he the first person to ask Boss Chin to cook the steak this way after the young man left? Old Du was made the first to try it, damn it. Old Du, oblivious to what others were thinking, asked impatiently, "Boss Chin, can I eat now?" However, Boss Chin shook his head. Don't rush, I still need to fry an egg and stir-fry a small portion of spaghetti for you. Hee hee, it's okay, let me taste the steak first. The egg and pasta aren't urgent. Old Du prepared to take the plate himself. Boss Chin stopped him with a helpless gesture. That won't do either. It needs to rest for a few minutes to rest the meat, otherwise it will affect the texture. Rest refers to letting the steak rest in the air for a period of time after cooking. This helps the steak retain its juices and enhances its flavor. Remembering Lin Xiao's words, Boss Chin asked again, Old Du, would you like it a little more tender and a little chewier? Old Du scratched his head. A little more tender, I guess. My teeth aren't very good. Boss Chin nodded and said, then you'll have to wait another 5 minutes. Old Du looked troubled. It'll take so long? Old Chin, can you hurry up? Boss Chin said impatiently, it's only 5 minutes. You've never been this impatient when you ate my steak before. Boss Chin felt a pang of jealousy. Although this steak was also made by him, seemingly no different from the previous steaks, all his creations, in reality, everything about this steak was already shaped exactly what Lin Xiao wanted. Damn it, he was just a tool providing raw materials, a heartless steak frying machine. Old Du had never felt 5 minutes could feel so long, especially with his own steak lying quietly in front of him, yet he couldn't eat it. This feeling made him almost frantic. He waited, and finally, after Mr. Chin had placed the last fried eggs onto the plate, his voice rang out again. 5 minutes are up, Lao Du, you can eat now. Do you want me to get it for you? Before he could finish, Lao Du grabbed his plate and disappeared in a flash. Mr. Chin, Lao Du, plate in hand, hurried towards the dining area under the parasol. He was now closer to the steak, he could even hear the occasional sizzling sound coming from inside. The aroma, needless to say, was irresistible, making him quicken his pace even more. In less than 10 seconds, he reached the dining area, but to his surprise, the dozen or so old friends who had bid for his steak were all sitting there, and when they saw Lao Du approaching, they all smiled. Sit down, Lao Du. We'll just sit and watch you eat, don't worry. We definitely won't steal your food. Chapter 82. So I'm here to become a scalper, reselling used steaks to you guys. Old Du felt like Tang Santang trapped in the spider cave, everyone eyeing his plate of steak with predatory intent. But Old Du was too lazy to move, so he simply found a shady seat. In broad daylight, Old Du really didn't believe anyone could snatch the steak from him. Ignoring the hungry looks from the others, Old Du picked up the knife from the side of his plate and began cutting the steak. At first, there was a slight resistance, accompanied by a crisp sound, which was normal. The crust was so crisp, it would have been strange if it hadn't made a sound. However, Old Du quickly realized something was wrong. He felt like he hadn't used any force at all. A small strip of steak had been easily sliced off. This smooth operation was even more fluid than the new phone he'd recently bought on Zwanzwan, a second-hand marketplace app. This puzzled him. Could it be undercooked? Otherwise, how could it be so tender? They always eat it well done, and Old Chin only cooks it well done. Could it be that he changed the cooking method this time, making it medium well? Old Du couldn't help but glance at the cross-section, and then he felt relieved. Looking around, there wasn't a trace of pink, it was all brown, clearly well done. Although he still had doubts, he didn't care anymore. He picked up his fork and put the cut piece of steak in his mouth. Old Du's eyes lit up almost instantly. He hadn't expected this. Although the steak was crispy on the outside, it was incredibly tender and juicy on the inside. One bite, and the juices filled your mouth. The natural flavor of the meat was extremely rich, you could only faintly taste a hint of black pepper and salt, and it was incredibly flavorful. It's no exaggeration to say that the moment Old Du took that bite, he felt every pore in his body open up. It was simply amazing. Superb. Several levels better than what he used to eat at Old Chin's. He almost instinctively prepared to cut another piece to fully savor the steak, but then a voice sounded beside him. Ahem, Lao Du, how's the steak? Lao Du silently raised his head, noticing everyone's eyes were on him. Without hesitation, he shook his head and said decisively, terrible. Terribly awful. I'm definitely going to ask Lao Chin for a refund after I finish this. Never mind, wasting food is shameful. Even though it's awful, I still have to finish it. He said this with righteous indignation, while picking up a knife and cutting off a piece of steak, preparing to put it in his mouth. However, his hand was immediately grabbed. Lao Du, hasn't anyone told you your acting is terrible? Several of his old friends gathered around. They had all seen Lao Du's expression after his first bite. That blissful expression. If they hadn't known it was just a bite of steak, they probably would have thought he was doing something naughty. In the past, when the group of them sat together eating steaks made by Boss Chin, although everyone ate with great satisfaction, none of them ever showed this expression. Clearly, the taste of this steak was far more delicious than they had imagined. Soon, Old Lu, the one holding Old Du captive, spoke first. Okay, Old Du, I'll offer 15, no, 20. I just want this piece of steak you cut off, is that alright? I just want a taste. We've been brothers for so many years, you won't refuse such a small request, will you? Old Lu was genuinely curious about what this steak tasted like that could elicit such an expression from Old Du. Old Du looked at the piece of steak he had just cut off, about 1/8 of it. 20 yuan was still barely acceptable. And judging from Old Lu's expression, if he didn't agree, who knew what kind of trouble he might cause? So, he reluctantly said, "Fine, cash on delivery." Old Lu didn't hesitate, immediately transferring 20 yuan via WeChat, then took the fork from Old Du and put the piece of steak in his mouth. To be honest, before eating this steak, he had a fleeting thought that Old Du was deliberately making it look delicious for them, just to sell it to them at a higher price. In reality, the steak wasn't that good, at least not good enough to elicit such an exaggerated expression from Old Du. However, the moment he actually tasted the steak, all those thoughts vanished. His small eyes lit up instantly, and only one thought remained in his mind: this 20 yuan was definitely worth it. Seeing Lao Lu finish his steak, the others immediately asked, "How was it, Lao Lu? What did it taste like? Was it worth 20 yuan? Hearing this, the excited light in Lao Lu's eyes vanished instantly, and he shook his head with a somber expression. "It's really just so-so. To be honest, I didn't taste anything special. But maybe I didn't eat enough." He turned his gaze to Lao Du. "How about this, Lao Du? I'll buy another piece. This time I'll definitely taste it." The others? Lao Du? 3 minutes later, Lao Du looked at the steak in front of him that the group had devoured completely, even sucking the meat off the tomahawk steak's handle bone. Then he looked at the extra 140 yuan in his WeChat balance and felt like crying. "So I've become a scalper, reselling used steaks to you guys. Damn it, a bunch of bastards." Chapter 83: Mr. Chin's Childhood Anecdotes. Meanwhile, Mr. Chin had already finished grilling his tomahawk steak according to Lin Xiao's instructions. He personally preferred a chewier steak, so he chose to let it rest for 3.5 minutes. As soon as the time was up, he eagerly picked up his knife, cut off a small piece, and savored it. Having worked as a chef in a restaurant before, he was a professional. People like Lao Du only knew that the steaks now were tastier than before, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly why. But he was different. With just one bite, he immediately noticed the clear difference. Whether it was the crispiness of the crust, the retention of the juices inside, or the richness of the flavor, it was all completely incomparable to his previous grilling methods. Moreover, as he tasted the steak, he suddenly realized why Lin Xiao had told him to reduce the amount of black pepper used in the marinade by 1/3. Because when searing over higher heat, the pre-marinated black pepper will carbonize, resulting in a slightly bitter taste that masks the natural aroma of the beef. However, by reducing the amount of black pepper while keeping the salt ratio the same, the flavors of the two are perfectly balanced, without overpowering the natural taste of the steak. Thinking of this, Mr. Chin's mind flashed back to the confident smile on the young man's face, and he felt a strange sense of awe. Was even this within his calculations? This feeling of complete control reminded him of when he first entered the Western culinary field more than a decade ago, when he was still a complete novice. His former mentor had once grilled him a steak with exceptional color and flavor, leaving a profound impression on the young man. Although he can now easily grill a steak of that caliber, the feeling of awe remains vivid in his memory. And today, he had the privilege of experiencing that feeling again. He wondered which master this young man was from, surely a highly respected senior figure. He wondered if he still accepted apprentices. A sudden surge of excitement welled up within Mr. Chin. He had always harbored a dream of becoming a master chef. And this story began in his childhood. He wasn't a native of Hangzhou, his hometown was over 800 kilometers away, a province notorious for its civil service exams, known for its talented and eloquent people. In his hometown, there was a tradition of a grasping ceremony for a child's first birthday. The so-called first birthday celebration involves placing various objects in front of the child, such as coins, books, musical instruments, basketballs, and slips of paper with names of prestigious universities. Whatever the child grabs first is believed to indicate their future career path, and parents will try their best to cultivate that direction. For example, grabbing a coin suggests a future entrepreneur or businessman. Grabbing a book indicates a scientist. Grabbing a musical instrument indicates a musician. Mr. Chin, of course, doesn't remember what he grabbed, as he was only 1 year old at the time. His parents remembered it all, but only told him the funny story a few years ago. The adults in Mr. Chin's family had placed 8 different things in front of him. There was money, textbooks, a model airplane, and iron rice bowl. Basically, whichever he picked up, he'd at least be destined for a respected teaching position. However, while the adults' ideas were beautiful, young Mr. Chin was too abstract and didn't follow the usual path. He didn't even glance at any of the things, but slowly crawled into the kitchen, happily picked up the shovel that had fallen to the ground, and turned to show it off to the stunned crowd. Mr. Chin listened to this as a story, and surprisingly, his parents found it quite amusing. He seemed to enjoy it, even jokingly remarking, "Luckily, it was a spatula that fell in the kitchen. If it had been a knife, Then, he might not have ended up cooking for someone else, but rather becoming a human being. While Mr. Chin was in the mood for jokes, his parents were quite helpless. According to them, they were immediately worried. Being a chef was a demanding profession with little social standing. Could it be acceptable? If they were to train their son to be a chef, wouldn't they be ruining their son? So, for the next 10 years or so, they never dared let Mr. Chin enter the kitchen, fearing they might accidentally awaken the chef spirit within him. Even his upbringing leaned towards a teaching career. Who says teachers can't use spatulas? As it turns out, while innate choices are important, hard work can change everything. Watching their son become more knowledgeable and refined month by month, more gentle and elegant year by year, steadily progressing towards becoming a teacher, the elderly couple were very gratified. However, man proposes, God disposes. That year, a slogan that swept the nation rang out on television. Meet the new Western chef. This sentence was like a street lamp, guiding the then 16-year-old Chin to ultimately embark on the path of a chef. That's right, Chin resolutely gave up attending the ordinary high school in their city and instead embraced the new Western vocational culinary school. At the time, he even had a huge fight with his parents about it, a pretty fierce one. He talked about dreams, ties, and even ran away from home for a short time. Now, looking back on his attitude at that time, he wants to slap himself. Unfortunately, he only realized the true meaning of this statement after having children of his own. Parents are the only people in the world who don't require you to give anything and will only want what's best for you. Of course, this excludes certain things that don't deserve to be called parents. After graduating and actually becoming a chef, he realized how hard and tiring it was. As a long-standing saying in the world of crosstalk goes, 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage. This applies to crosstalk, and it applies to chefs, or rather, to most professions in society. Behind every exquisitely presented dish lies a chef's daily, yearly practice and cooking. But if you were to ask him if he regrets it now, Boss Chin sat at his stall, swallowing the last bite of his steak. He recalled a few years ago when he finally had time to take his wife and children back to his hometown for the new year, seeing his parents, whose hair had grown quite gray. That night, he cooked several of his signature steaks for the younger generation, earning unanimous praise from the children. The house was filled with the children's laughter, but his mother quietly pulled him to a corner. Stroking his rough, cracked hands, etched from years of wok-tossing, and with tears in her eyes, she said, "Ah lie, it's all my fault. I should have been more ruthless and kept you here as a cook. These years must have been so hard and tiring." Boss Chin still remembered what he had said then. "Mom, perhaps if things had gone according to your and Dad's plan, I might be doing better now. I wouldn't be almost 40 and still worrying about the mortgage every day. But Mom, that's not the life I wanted, so you don't need to blame yourself at all. I enjoy cooking, and I enjoy the satisfied expressions on other people's faces after they eat my food. This is the path I chose. I don't regret it." Old Chin? Old Chin, are you hallucinating from eating steak? What the hell is this about regretting it? Boss Chin snapped out of his daze and saw Old Du, Old Lu, and a dozen others looking at him anxiously. "Old Chin, hurry up. So many of us are waiting, give us each a steak." "All right," Boss Chin replied with a smile, simultaneously marinating 5 steaks. Although his dream was to reach a bigger stage, to shine in a bigger restaurant, and to make delicious steaks for more people, until he found Lin Xiao and joined his master's school, he would continue to contribute his value at this small stall. Chapter 84. What if the reward is a snow crab or even a king crab? "Brother Lin, is this the feast you promised to treat me to?" It was 8 p.m. at the woolen night market. Zhou Peng, holding a skewer of fried squid, sat on a stool in a dining area of the night market, munching on crispy squid tentacles as he spoke. Hearing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "What's wrong with this feast? Isn't it delicious?" And asked Xiao Xian, "Isn't this a feast?" Beside him, holding grilled gluten in his left hand and grilled cold noodles in his right, Chen Kixuan, with a blissful smile on his face, immediately nodded vigorously upon hearing this. A feast, of course it's a feast. He was truly enjoying himself. All sorts of delicious food he never dared to dream of before, he could eat as much as he wanted today. Brother Lin Xiao was practically his god. Zhou Peng took another bite of the large squid and muttered, "It's delicious, but it doesn't quite match your status, Brother Lin." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Zhou, your logic is flawed. Status has nothing to do with fine dining. According to your logic, does that mean those billionaire CEOs can't eat anything except Michelin-starred restaurants?" Hearing this, Chen Kixuan instinctively shuddered, clearly recalling the days when he was dominated by Michelin-starred restaurants. He quickly ate a bite of grilled gluten to calm his nerves. "But Zhou, if you have any high-end restaurants you'd like to try, you can tell me, and I'll treat you," Lin Xiao said earnestly. After all, he had promised to treat Zhou Peng to a nice meal, and he couldn't just leave it at that with a casual dinner at the night market. Hearing this, Zhou Peng scratched his head and said, no need, the night market is fine. Brother Lin, you've already been very good to me. Next time, I'll treat you. Lin Xiao didn't bother with that, casually replying, anything's fine. Xiao Xian, are you full? Lin Xiao glanced at the side quests on the screen in front of him. 6 wishes were already completed. That's right, besides the spicy hot pot, they had already eaten giant fried squid, grilled cold noodles, starch sausage, grilled gluten, and Odin. Now, only the meat and egg burger, snail rice noodles, lean meatballs, and hand-pulled pancakes remained uneaten. However, Lin Xiao now seriously doubted whether Chen Qiquan could still eat those 4 dishes. He couldn't help but glance at the current side quest rewards. Number of wish fulfilled, 6/10. Current unlocked rewards, 300,000 cash, 30,000 mood points, 100 servings of baked baby lobster with cheese. Lin Xiao wasn't very satisfied with this seafood dish. After all, the rewards from side quests were a major source of high-end food for his restaurant. If he relied on progressing through the main quests normally, he didn't know when these seafood dishes would appear in the system shop. Therefore, every side quest reward was precious to him. This time, the reward was baby lobster, which was already a decent seafood dish. But he already had Australian lobster as a superior alternative, so he still wanted to try for a better reward. What if he got a gold medal, like a snow crab or even a king crab? A person still needs to have dreams. However, just as Lin Xiao had expected, Chen Qiquan rubbed his stomach and said, Brother Lin Xiao, I'm already full, let's not eat any more today. He thought for a moment, then, feeling he shouldn't trouble Brother Lin Xiao, added, Brother Lin Xiao, you've already spent your precious weekend taking me to eat so much delicious food, I'm already very grateful. How about we skip it next week? Lin Xiao immediately panicked. He could almost see the king crab slipping away from him. How could that be? So he immediately and firmly refused, no. Since I promised you I'd take you to eat all the delicious food, I definitely have to keep my word. You don't want your brother Lin Xiao to break his promise, do you? How about this, if you have tutoring tomorrow and are busy, then next weekend, I'll pick you up and we can eat the rest of the food. Without giving Chen Qiquan a chance to refuse, Lin Xiao said decisively, that's settled then. I'll explain to your mother later. Chen Qiquan was very touched, but he still said, Brother Lin Xiao, weekends are too precious. How about next Wednesday? My mother hasn't arranged a tutor for me next Wednesday evening, so I can go out. That's fine too. Should I pick you up from school then? Chen Qiquan seemed very happy. Great. I'll tell my mom later. After Zhou Peng and Chen Qiquan finished their fried skewers, Lin Xiao said, let's go, I'll take you home now. A beautiful Sunday always passes quickly. Luckily, Lin Xiao had a 2-day weekend instead of a single-day weekend. Lin Xiao didn't even want to think about how miserable he would be if he only had a single-day weekend. You know, a 2.5-day weekend means working 2.5 days and then having 1 day off, while a single-day weekend means working 6 days and then having 1 day off. The difference isn't just 1 day. It was Monday morning. Today was also the opening day of the branch store. A refrigerated van used for transporting food was already parked in front of Lin Xiao's restaurant. Uncle, I'll arrange over 60 dishes for you today. If it's not enough, I'll add more tomorrow. Lin Xiao helped Uncle Wang and the other 3 load the 60-odd insulated containers he had prepared in advance into the trunk of the refrigerated van. After waving goodbye to them, he prepared to return to his shop. But just as he turned his head, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a foreign white man he had never seen before. Chapter 85 Steve, I feel like I'm being looked down upon. Steve glanced at the location on his phone, then at the restaurant in front of him. After confirming it was the right place, he nodded. Found it. This was the restaurant Zhang had told him about last Friday. Last Friday, Zhang Yudao had told him that the owner of this restaurant wanted him to try their Western food to see if it was authentic and to offer some suggestions for improvement. He wondered if Steve would do him the honor. Steve readily agreed, finding it appealing to share his Western culinary philosophy and help more chefs understand and even appreciate Western cuisine. That's something to be very happy about. Just as he was about to enter the restaurant, he suddenly noticed a handsome young man standing at the door watching him. So he took the initiative, smiled, and walked up to him, using the generic greeting he had learned online a few days ago. Hey, have you eaten yet? Hearing Steve's somewhat broken Chinese, Lin Xiao was clearly surprised. This foreigner could actually speak Chinese, and with a bit of a Kyoto accent. And it was pretty authentic. This foreigner was interesting, so Lin Xiao smiled and said, Hey, not yet? Come in and have something to eat? Steve obviously didn't understand. He stood there, his lips moving as if trying to say something more in Chinese, but in the end, he gave up and switched back to his native language. Sorry, my Chinese isn't very good. Do you speak English? Lin Xiao nodded and replied in somewhat broken English, I know a little. Are you planning to eat at this restaurant? Do you know the prices here? His restaurant occasionally had foreigners, but as soon as they heard the price was only 5 yuan, they all left. After all, most foreigners come to China for tourism or business, and they're generally not short of money, a 5-yuan buffet isn't an option for them. However, to Lin Xiao's surprise, Steve nodded upon hearing this. I know, it's a 5-yuan buffet. I've looked into it. I specifically came to this restaurant to eat Western food. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. This foreigner actually knew his restaurant served Western food? Did he find out from watching Joe Peng's live stream? He didn't pay much attention, even though this was the first foreign guest he'd served, and simply nodded, saying, "Come in then." Steve immediately followed. He was quite outgoing and straightforward, so he asked directly, "Hello, my name is Steve. What's your name? Are you the owner of this restaurant?" Lin Xiao turned and glanced at him, somewhat surprised. Rare indeed. Finally, someone's first impression of him wasn't that they were a waiter. "Yes, Steve, I'm the owner and chef of this restaurant. You can call me Lin Xiao." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Steve immediately smiled. Sure enough, this young man was the owner who had invited him to taste the food. "Okay, Lin Xiao, don't worry, I'll carefully taste it and give my suggestions. I can even prepare a Western dish for you right here if you'd like." In Steve's eyes, he was showing immense sincerity. After all, he was California's youngest Michelin 3-star chef. Back in California, even if high-end restaurant owners offered him tens of thousands of dollars to cook a single dish, he might not be willing to do it. Now, he was willing to cook a signature Western dish for a $5 buffet for free. If word got back to California, those high-end restaurant owners would probably go crazy. However, to Steve's surprise, Lin Xiao didn't react much. He seemed to think for a moment before saying, "Okay, whatever you say." "Steve, I feel slighted." Lin Xiao genuinely didn't understand what Steve meant, but although he didn't comprehend it, he respected it. At the same time, he silently noted it down in his mind. Foreigners like to comment on their Western food and then cook you their signature dish. This is probably a foreign custom. Respecting cultural differences starts with me. Ding, 5-yuan received Viaduct WeChat. It was still very early, just past 9:30. Normally, there was still an hour before opening time. Lin Xiao felt somewhat helpless about this. These foreigners couldn't understand Chinese and had come specifically to eat Western food. He couldn't just make them stand at the door waiting. In fact, because the influence of Uncle Wang's short video was still spreading, many times, there were customers who came specifically for the restaurant, waiting at the door as early as 9 a.m. Sometimes, when Lin Xiao arrived early and saw these customers queuing in the hot sun, he would proactively open the restaurant early and invite them in. These customers were very touched, saying that Lin Xiao had stayed up all night cooking for them until 2 a.m., yet he still opened the restaurant so early for them. That's right. With so many dishes in Lin Xiao's shop, it's natural that people would ask when all those dozens of dishes were made. Lin Xiao's standard answer to this question is, he and his professional culinary team work together every day, starting at 11 p.m. and continuing until 2 a.m. the next morning. Lin Xiao is out of options. Fortunately, the shop has only been open for less than 2 weeks and only has one branch. If the number of branches increases, this explanation obviously won't hold up to scrutiny. However, Lin Xiao isn't too worried right now. Now that he has the systematic culinary skills, he can start taking on apprentices and build his own culinary team. Then, the lie will naturally become the truth. While thinking about these things, Lin Xiao led Steve to the Western food area. Before Lin Xiao could speak, Steve proactively approached, carefully observing the plating and presentation of the Western dishes. Looking at his profile, Lin Xiao felt that Steve seemed like a completely different person, incredibly focused and serious. Steve's expression suddenly reminded him of a saying, "Those who truly want to win don't wear smiles." Steve observed for a while, his gaze gradually becoming solemn, occasionally nodding to himself. He didn't keep Lin Xiao waiting long before turning around with some surprise, looking at him and offering his advice. At percent and yuan. However, after uttering a few obscure words, Lin Xiao quickly stopped him. It was clearly beyond his high school vocabulary. "Excuse me, I don't understand some of it, please wait a moment." Lin Xiao opened the real-time translation app on his phone and nodded to Steve. "Okay, Steve, you can continue." Steve's look of surprise hadn't faded, he was practically bursting with excitement. "Oh, Lin Xiao, you've really given me a huge surprise. To be honest, before I came here, I never imagined you would have such unique insights into the plating and color coordination of Western food. There are even many novel color combinations that I never even considered. Lin Xiao, you're a genius in this area." Chapter 86. What's the difference between a rare steak and a big, gnawed beef? Before Lin Xiao could even offer a few words of modesty, Steve excitedly continued. "Lin Xiao, I only glanced at it a few times, but I noticed you used at least 4 unconventional plating methods, and these methods perfectly adhere to the golden ratio. It looks so pleasing to the eye. And the color contrasts in each dish are perfectly harmonious. The red tomatoes, green basil leaves, and off-white sauce together are like an oil painting. And this dish, Steve pointed to each Western dish, rattling off a long list. But then, turning around excitedly, he finally realized Lin Xiao was no longer beside him. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. "I got you a glass of water." "I'm listening, Steve, please continue." Lin Xiao reappeared, handing him a glass of iced water. Lin Xiao was now somewhat impressed with Steve. Many of the concepts he discussed were remarkably similar to what he already knew. In many aspects, this person was only slightly inferior to him. Clearly, this was a top-tier expert. He wondered what their identity was. Steve took the water glass, took a sip, and was about to speak when he opened his mouth but hesitated, somewhat stunned. What dish had he just mentioned? He scratched his head, unable to recall for a moment. Seeing his expression, Lin Xiao said, "Why don't you eat a couple of bites first, and then give your evaluation?" Steve was indeed a little hungry, especially with the incredibly appealing dishes before him, which looked so appetizing. So he immediately nodded and began selecting dishes. Soon, he chose 3 dishes: baked prawns with cheese, black truffle and corn pasta, and a small portion of Wellington steak. The presentation and color coordination of these 3 dishes were perfect. The portions were small, but the plates were large, creating a spacious feel. This plating perfectly illustrated the saying, "Big plate, small portion, a blade of grass in the empty space, a smear of sauce, a sprinkle of crumbs, and you've got a Shanghai gentleman for 8,800. However, what bothered him was the restaurant's lack of style. Eating Western food in such an environment made him feel out of place. Steve walked over to Lin Xiao's table and sat down, somewhat awkwardly saying, "Lin Xiao, have you ever thought about creating a dedicated space for Western food? Like renovating the second floor?" Lin Xiao shook his head, "Not at the moment. Western food isn't popular, so there's no need for all that fancy stuff." Steve knew he couldn't force the issue, so he said helplessly, "All right, Lin Xiao, if you ever have this idea, just let me know, I can design something for you. But eating Western food in this kind of atmosphere is quite novel and interesting." Lin Xiao smiled. "Want the atmosphere of a Western meal? How about I play a violin piece for you worth 300 yuan? But that's a different price." Steve clearly didn't realize Lin Xiao was just joking. His expression turned somewhat surprised. "Wow, Lin Xiao, I never knew you could play the violin. You're truly a multi-talented all-rounder. Of course, if you'd like to play a piece for me, I'd be more than happy to pay an extra tip." Lin Xiao coughed twice strategically. "Ahem, Steve, I was just joking. I don't play the violin. But if you'd like to hear it, I can play you a violin piece on my NetEase cloud music." Steve waved his hand, having already cut off a small piece of Wellington steak. No need, that would be too much trouble for you. I'll eat it like this." Wellington steak is different from ordinary steak. It's not just a simple steak. It's made by rolling the steak into a cylinder, searing it, coating it with mushroom sauce and ham slices, wrapping it in puff pastry, and then baking it again. Steve had heard the crisp sound of the Wellington steak cutting through the skin as he made his cut, which pleased him greatly. After all, the first thing people taste in a Wellington is always the skin. If the egg-coated skin isn't crispy enough, the Wellington is clearly substandard. Lin Xiao's steak, however, had an incredibly crispy egg coating and was even scored with beautiful decorative patterns. It seemed perfectly acceptable. Steve, with a satisfied smile, flipped the small Wellington over and glanced at the cross-section. Suddenly, his smile vanished as he noticed something that made him frown. The innermost part of the Wellington appeared to be well done. Where they came from, the ideal doneness for steak was always rare, occasionally medium rare, and medium well was almost never seen. As for well done, it was extremely rare. Steve instinctively looked troubled. To make a well-done steak delicious and tender, there are generally only 2 possibilities. One is the quality of the steak. If the steak is around M7 grade, then even well done, it will be delicious. However, M7 Weijiao beef is extremely expensive, and the steak in front of him clearly wasn't Weijiao, just slightly better quality Angus beef. So, for it to be delicious, there's only one other possibility: the chef's skill is exceptional, and every step of the steak cooking process is flawless, locking in the juices. Steve asked himself if he possessed that skill. Why should? Mainly because in his area, having worked in Western cuisine his entire life, he rarely encountered customers who wanted well-done steaks, so he had never tried that method. So, could Lin Xiao make a perfect well-done steak? Steve didn't want to belittle anyone, but Lin Xiao was simply too young. If his skill in steak making reached that level, wouldn't he be a genius even more talented than himself? No, if that were truly the case, even the term genius wouldn't be enough to describe him. Lin Xiao saw Steve cut open his steak, examine it for a while, but not swallow, and immediately realized the problem. So he asked, "Steve, you don't like well-done steak?" Steve, hearing Lin Xiao bring up the topic, replied helplessly, "Yes, Lin Xiao. When I cook steak myself, I prefer it rare, or even medium rare." Lin Xiao frowned upon hearing this level of doneness. He could accept well done or medium well, and with his skill, the difference between the two wasn't significant. Well-done steak wouldn't be too dry or tough, but rare was unacceptable to him, let alone medium rare. Was that even fit for human consumption? What was the difference between a medium rare steak and eating raw beef after the first rays of sunlight? Although Lin Xiao knew that as long as the steak was of good quality and the high temperature killed the bacteria on the surface, a medium rare steak wouldn't be a problem. It was simply unacceptable. Lin Xiao felt he would never try a steak that level of doneness in his life. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said to Steve, "Why don't you try mine well done? It might be different from how well done is elsewhere." Steve simply nodded. What could he do? He'd already cut it. Could he really refuse to eat it? Since he'd said he'd give a proper critique and suggestions, he would take it seriously, even if it was a well-done steak he couldn't accept. Thinking this, he put the steak in his mouth with a somewhat ferocious expression. His expression made it seem like he was actually eating a rare steak. Chapter 87. Is the purchasing power of the Chinese yuan really that strong? You can get Kobe beefsteak at a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant. Steve approached this well-done Wellington steak with a death wish, his expression suggesting that after eating that bite, he'd been used to eating rare steaks for decades, and it seemed like it would ruin his stomach. But when he actually tasted that Wellington steak, he was quite surprised to find that it actually tasted pretty good. When you take a bite of Wellington steak, the first thing you encounter is the egg-coated puff pastry. This pastry is baked to a golden brown and crispy perfection. With each bite, the rich aroma of butter bursts forth, accompanied by a satisfying crunch. Generally, butter can be a bit rich, but the subsequent slices of smoked ham, with their savory and salty flavor, perfectly balance this richness. Paired with a freshly sautéed mushroom sauce that offers hints of nuts and umami, the three flavors explode in your mouth almost simultaneously. The rich yet uncluttered, perfectly layered flavors made Steve nod in approval. If you disregard the well-done steak, the other ingredients in this Wellington were already exceptional. Even if Steve were to cook it himself, he probably couldn't achieve anything more than this. However, the most crucial part of a Wellington is clearly the center cut of steak. If the steak is too tough, not crispy enough on the outside, and not juicy enough inside, no matter how perfect the other ingredients are, it's ultimately a subpar result. And just as Steve was thinking this, the next second, he bit into the well-done steak. The moment his teeth touched the steak, Steve realized something was wrong. This was the texture of a well-done steak? The outer skin was crispy, the inside tender, and each bite was bursting with the natural flavor of the meat. There was no resistance or discomfort while eating it. Aside from the absence of the bloody taste of a rare steak, Steve could barely taste the difference. His gaze towards Lin Xiao instantly changed. Previously, his eyes held a hint of instruction. After all, Lin Xiao had invited him to critique his cooking, but now he considered Lin Xiao a chef of his own caliber. In fact, in preparing well-done steak, Lin Xiao was clearly far superior to him. He suddenly realized something. Lin Xiao might not have invited him here for instruction, but rather to have a friendly competition. Although he was always friendly, he was quite competitive when it came to culinary skills. This was normal, as the saying goes, a chef who doesn't want to improve isn't a good chef. So Steve quickly chewed a few bites, swallowed the steak in his mouth, and casually picked up his fork, plucking a shrimp from the cheese-baked shrimp on the side. He suddenly wanted to know if Lin Xiao only had a unique technique for pan-frying steak, or if she had her own insights into every Western dish. Cheese-baked shrimp was a very simple dish in Western cuisine, but the simpler the dish, the more effort the cook needed to put in to create a unique flavor, and avoid serious homogenization with the cheese-baked shrimp served in other restaurants. Otherwise, if everyone's food tastes the same, why would customers come to your restaurant? This is what he learned at Michelin. Michelin survives because of its uniqueness. Each dish is a chef's ingenious design. Of course, whether the design is good or not is another matter. The shrimp were ordinary black tiger prawns. Steve simply inserted a fork into the shrimp meat and gently pulled it outwards, and a whole piece of shrimp meat, along with the crispy, seared cheese, separated from the shell. Steve put it directly into his mouth, and the first thing he tasted was naturally the flavor and texture of the cheese. He detected two types of cheese in the dish: mozzarella, the outermost layer, seared and toasted, providing its stringy texture and rich, milky flavor; Parmesan, hidden beneath the mozzarella, adding a savory and nutty touch. The combination of these two cheeses created a savory and rich flavor. Even without tasting the shrimp, the synergy of these two cheeses alone made Steve realize that Lin Xiao was indeed a highly creative and imaginative culinary genius. Steve was lost in thought. He hadn't expected that simply helping Zhang Yudao would lead him, in faraway China, to discover a true genius, one no less talented than himself. Wait, Lin Xiao is several years younger than him. Doesn't that mean he's even more of a genius? Realizing this, Steve smiled genuinely. He enjoyed the sense of accomplishment from exchanging ideas with a genius, progressing together, and bringing more delicious food to the world. Steve quickly finished the remaining shrimp in his mouth. He wanted to ask Lin Xiao later if she was interested in studying Western cuisine with him. At that moment, he firmly believed that Lin Xiao would become a like-minded friend. The shrimp was incredibly fresh, sweet, and springy. The surface seemed to be brushed with a garlic butter sauce. Steve could also taste the spiciness of black pepper and the sweet and sour flavor of lemon juice, combined with the salty aroma of cheese. These multiple flavors combined perfectly, creating a wonderfully layered experience, a true massage for his taste buds. This was the first Western meal he had eaten since coming to China that had satisfied him so much. Steve now regretted not meeting Lin Xiao sooner in Hangzhou, as he was flying to Kyoto in a few days and would soon be separated from her. However, asking him to cancel his ticket now was clearly impossible. It wasn't about the money. He had already made an appointment with the owner of a high-end Western restaurant there, and a man of his word couldn't break his promise. Besides, the elderly Mr. Zhang, who made the top-quality Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak, was also in Kyoto, a place he had always wanted to meet. The restaurant owner had even promised to help him arrange a meeting with Mr. Zhang so he could taste his personally prepared Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak. Therefore, this trip to Kyoto was a must. But he also genuinely couldn't bear to part with Lin Xiao. Although they had only known each other for less than half an hour, both Lin Xiao herself and her Western dishes, everything was just to his liking, so he put down his fork and asked hopefully, "Lin Xiao, would you like to come to Kyoto with me this Thursday? I can pay you 3 times your salary, and I'll cover all the expenses in Kyoto." But before Steve could finish, Lin Xiao shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have that plan right now. Will you be staying in Kyoto for a long time? Maybe I'll feel like going someday, and I can let you know then." Hearing this, Steve scratched his head. He knew that his sudden, impolite request was unlikely, but Lin Xiao was still willing to try. "Lin Xiao, you have a high level of skill and talent in Western cuisine, but wouldn't you like to go to Kyoto to meet more Western chefs and exchange ideas with them? And there's also Mr. Zhang there. Don't you want to try his latest improved and innovative Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak? If I can arrange a meeting with this gentleman, we'll be in for a treat." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He had naturally heard of Mr. Zhang and had always admired the senior figure, so he said, "Oh, Steve, you really can eat Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak made by Mr. Zhang himself?" Steve nodded without hesitation. According to the female owner, this didn't seem like a difficult thing to arrange. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then could you please try my Kobe Wei-jiao steak? I want to know how big the gap is between me and these veteran chefs who stand at the top of the culinary world." Lin Xiao was being sincere. Although the system had given his Kobe Wei-jiao steak a high score of 7.5, he still didn't quite understand what this exaggerated score represented, mainly because he didn't know the level of steaks made by these veteran chefs. Steve's tasting ability was quite good, he could help him find his place. Lin Xiao really wanted to know where he stood in the culinary world. Upon hearing this, Steve's mouth dropped open, and he couldn't help but utter a national treasure. "Shift. Lin Xiao, your $5 restaurant actually has Kobe Wei-jiao steak. The purchasing power of the Chinese yuan is actually that strong." Chapter 88. Steve is going crazy, he feels like ants are crawling all over him. Steve, looking completely bewildered, followed Lin Xiao to a thermal container. Lin Xiao opened the lid, and immediately, a rich aroma of Wei-jiao beef, mingled with the steam, wafted out. Steve, smelling the aroma, immediately took 2 steps forward. His expression instantly turned serious when food was involved. That was professionalism. Inside the container were whole pieces of Kobe Wei-jiao beef steaks piled haphazardly. Steve could immediately tell from the marbling that they were genuine A5 grade top-quality Wei-jiao. However, this top-quality Wei-jiao, worth hundreds of dollars, was being piled up so casually and ungracefully in the container. This arrangement truly made Steve's eyes widen in disbelief. Although he had some doubts, Lin Xiao had already given him many surprises. Therefore, he subconsciously felt that Lin Xiao must have some deeper meaning behind doing this, so he asked, "Lin Xiao, why do so many other dishes have special plating, but the Kobe Wei-jiao beef steak doesn't? Is there a special reason for this? Could it be that this makes the Wei-jiao beef taste even better?" Steve subconsciously began to ponder Lin Xiao's intentions. Could it be that this better preserves the natural aroma of the Kobe Wei-jiao beef, allowing the aroma to continuously permeate the beef, achieving a molecular gastronomy-like effect? The more Steve thought about it, the more he felt he was getting closer to the truth. Lin Xiao felt a little awkward seeing Steve's humble and inquisitive expression. The system had indeed provided special plating, but the problem was there wasn't enough space, so he spoke frankly. "There's no particular reason, it's just that the space in the Western-style dining area simply can't hold this many steaks. Besides, don't you think steak is naturally more suitable for being piled up than other dishes? It doesn't take up too much space." Steve's silence was deafening. "Ahem, let me get you a piece, you can try it." Lin Xiao picked out a good-looking Wei-jiao steak for Steve, along with some special condiments, and the two returned to their seats. Steve looked at the medium-rare Weijia steak in front of him, feeling that this was yet another challenge for him. However, he had already tried well-done steak, and the taste was surprisingly good, so thinking about it this way, medium-rare wasn't unacceptable. With that thought, Steve no longer hesitated. He decisively picked up his knife and easily cut off a small square piece of steak. He sprinkled a few grains of finely ground rock salt on top. Compared to the more impactful sea salt, he preferred the milder, more mellow flavor of rock salt. Having done all this, his expression became serious and reverent again. He took a large gulp of water to rinse his mouth. He wanted to wait until the lingering taste of the cheesy baked shrimp and Wellington steak in his mouth completely dissipated before carefully savoring the flavor of this Kobe Weijia beefsteak. For such top-quality Western ingredients, Steve felt he couldn't let Lin Xiao down. He needed to savor it carefully so he could offer his honest evaluation and suggestions for improvement. He had previously eaten Kobe beefsteaks prepared by renowned chefs in the US and Japan. Having eaten so many, he could now perfectly discern the differences in taste and even subtle imperfections in texture among the various steaks prepared by different chefs. In Steve's opinion, if Lin Xiao wanted to know how different his personally prepared Kobe beefsteak was from those prepared by top chefs, it wouldn't be that complicated. Just one bite would be enough for Steve's knowledge to give Lin Xiao the answer. Steve snapped out of his reverie, looking at the Kobe beefsteak before him. This was Steve's first time eating Kobe beefsteak in China. He had always assumed his first Kobe beefsteak in China would be prepared by Mr. Zhang. Steve thought about it and decided that was fine too. After all, if he had tasted Mr. Zhang's Kobe beefsteak, he probably wouldn't want to try any other chef's. After all, many years ago, Mr. Zhang had already established a significant gap between himself and chefs from other countries when it came to Kobe beefsteaks. The taste must be absolutely irresistible. Steve suddenly felt a pang of craving, immediately checking the texture of his mouth with his tongue before nodding in satisfaction. The lingering taste in his mouth had completely dissipated. It was time to savor Lin Xiao's Kobe Weijia steak. While it certainly couldn't compare to Mr. Zhang's, with Lin Xiao's talent, perhaps it could rival the steaks prepared by other master chefs? He directly forked the small piece of Weijia steak and gently placed it in his mouth. The next second, Steve suddenly felt his mind go completely blank, as if every fold of his brain had been smoothed out. His mind was filled only with that incredibly smooth, exquisitely tender texture. This sensation wasn't overwhelming. It was more like a serene and beautiful painting slowly unfolding on his tongue. It felt like someone was giving his tongue an oil massage. This wondrous experience made Steve's eyes widen. However, before his mind could process anything else, as his teeth easily bit into the Weijia beef, the rich, savory flavor of the beef bursting with juice, mixed with the unique milky aroma of Kobe Weijia, fiercely assaulted his tongue. This feeling was like someone giving his tongue a gentle oil massage and then suddenly starting to dance wildly on it. These two completely different yet perfectly balanced experiences made Steve feel almost ecstatic. A few seconds later, his expression shifted from bewilderment to barely contained excitement. He opened his mouth, then couldn't help but blurt out another swear word. He swore this was the most he'd ever used since arriving in China. WTF. Lin Xiao, this really you made? This. Steve stammered for a long time, unable to get a coherent answer, clearly stunned and somewhat incoherent by the Kobe beefsteak. Steve quickly took 2 deep breaths to calm himself. He looked again at the Weijia beefsteak in front of him, the feeling utterly unbelievable. This Kobe Weijia steak prepared by Lin Xiao was even more delicious than anything he'd ever had from other renowned chefs. And it wasn't just delicious, it possessed a richer, more complex flavor profile that other chefs couldn't replicate. Steve suddenly realized how ridiculous his earlier thoughts had been. He'd actually naively tried to find the difference between Lin Xiao and other master chefs. Now it seemed the difference should be between other chefs and Lin Xiao. Steve picked up his knife, cut off a small piece, and savored it for a while. The familiar sensation returned. This time, he still couldn't find any flaws. Unable to find flaws, he naturally couldn't offer Lin Xiao any advice. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness. He felt utterly incapable of commenting on this steak. In his opinion, perhaps only Mr. Zhang in the world could truly appreciate it. Steve had originally thought that such flawless Kobe Weijia beef could only be found at Mr. Zhang's restaurant. Unexpectedly, a few days before his trip to Kyoto, helping a friend out of kindness led him to this divine restaurant. Steve savored the bite of that top-quality steak, enjoying its lingering yet delicate aftertaste. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. Even Mr. Zhang's Kobe Weijia beef could only achieve this much, right? How exactly is this kind of Kobe Weijia beef steak made? He was genuinely curious, so he looked up at Lin Xiao and asked directly, Lin Xiao, I'm really curious, how did you make this Kobe Weijia beef steak? Teppanyaki? Vacuum slow cooking? Obviously, it can't just be ordinary high-temperature grilling, haha. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, it's just high-temperature grilling. Steve, He was stumped again by Lin Xiao's simple question, but Lin Xiao's straightforward answer had immediately piqued his curiosity to its peak. It really was just high-temperature grilling? Then how exactly did he make such a delicious Kobe Wei-jiao beef steak? Why couldn't others make such a top-quality steak? Lin Xiao even used medium rare. How did this man manage to do it? Steve was getting a little frustrated. If this question wasn't answered, Steve felt like ants were crawling all over him. This feeling was like getting engrossed in a novel, only to suddenly find it abruptly ends utterly frustrating. However, in his view, this Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak was clearly Lin Xiao's specialty. It would be extremely impolite to directly ask Lin Xiao to demonstrate it for him, and Lin Xiao certainly wouldn't tell him such a secret skill that could be passed down through generations. But he really wanted to know. Therefore, after much deliberation, Steve remembered the journey to the west he had just watched a few days ago. Then, he suddenly made a move that Lin Xiao didn't expect. Chapter 89 Lin Xiao, I've already put on an act. Thud. Watching Steve take 2 steps away, then suddenly kneel down in front of him with a thud. Lin Xiao was so shocked he almost spat out his brown sugar boba milk tea. Wait, what does this mean? I only said high temperature roasting, why is he suddenly kneeling? Although his mind was full of questions, Lin Xiao quickly put down his milk teacup and helped Steve up. There are no slaves in China, no one is allowed to kneel on this land. Lin Xiao still couldn't understand what Steve meant, and he was too lazy to argue, so he asked directly, Hey, Steve, what are you doing? Steve scratched his head, because I want to become your apprentice. Isn't that how it's written in Journey to the West? The Monkey King knelt and kowtowed to the ancestor, and the ancestor taught him skills? I want to see how you make Kobe beefsteak, so naturally I can only become your apprentice. Steve thought this logic was perfectly reasonable. Lin Xiao seemed a little confused. After a long pause, he slowly said, If you want to see how I make my steak, you could just tell me directly. There's no need for this grand gesture right away. Steve was also stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. Lin Xiao, are you really willing to show me how to make Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak for free? You see, in any country, renowned chefs value the transmission of their culinary skills very highly. While the methods for making some common dishes are naturally open to public viewing, the core secrets of their techniques are usually kept secret. Steve felt that if his role were reversed with Lin Xiao's, he probably wouldn't so easily teach him his best skills. He was somewhat moved, and at this moment, he genuinely wanted to become Lin Xiao's apprentice. Lin Xiao nodded indifferently, and before Steve could thank him, he added, I can show you, but I can't guarantee you'll be able to learn it. Lin Xiao looked at Steve's excited expression and shook his head helplessly. Steve was still too naive. If just anyone could replicate this dish, wouldn't the system lose face? Steve, on the other hand, was very confident and immediately said, Lin Xiao, no, master. From now on, you are my master. He felt a little awkward saying the word master, but he continued, I'm confident in myself. As long as you let me see the process, master, I believe I can definitely replicate it. What a joke. He was, after all, a genius in the California culinary world. Most of the time, he could replicate a dish after just one taste. Only some master chef's dishes required him to see the process in person to replicate. In his 30-plus years of life experience, he had never encountered a dish that was difficult to replicate even after just one look. Seeing his confident demeanor, Lin Xiao had no choice but to helplessly usher him into the kitchen. Alright, I happen to have a fresh Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak here. Come with me, and I'll demonstrate for you. Steve confidently followed Lin Xiao into the kitchen. 20 minutes later, watching Lin Xiao finish searing the Kobe beef, Steve kept wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow, his voice trembling slightly. Master, could you slow down a bit? There are so many details I haven't seen clearly yet. Master, why can't I understand it at all? When Lin Xiao placed the steaming Kobe beefsteak onto a plate and handed it to Steve, Steve was still somewhat incredulous. Ignoring the heat, he quickly grabbed a knife, cut off a small piece of Wei-jiao beef, and took a bite. The taste was almost exactly the same as what he had just eaten, equally perfect. Steve began to doubt himself. Was he really a genius? Why was it that Lin Xiao's movements when searing the Kobe Wei-jiao beefsteak were so simple? Just a few flips, yet the resulting steak was so delicious? He was frustrated. He couldn't even understand how Lin Xiao's simple movements produced such a delicious steak, let alone replicate it. Looking at the smile on Lin Xiao's face, he couldn't help but ask, Master, am I really a genius? Why can't I understand how you made this steak? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, How about I show you my process again? Maybe you'll understand this time? Steve was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Okay, master, but I'll pay for these 2 Kobe Wei-jiao steaks. Lin Xiao waved his hand, Master is here, there's no reason for a disciple to pay. Just watch and learn carefully. Lin Xiao took out another fresh Wei-jiao beefsteak from another compartment in the refrigerator. Another 20 minutes passed. Master, I might really not be a genius. This time I understand even less. Master, is the gap between us really that big? Steve was on the verge of tears. He now understood how those so-called geniuses from California felt when they saw him. He couldn't understand it, completely couldn't understand it. Lin Xiao's skills were just too amazing. To be honest, Lin Xiao's actions really impressed him. Now calling him master felt perfectly natural. Lin Xiao didn't know how to comfort his apprentice, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's alright, it's normal for a talent freak to be inferior to a master of technique. Besides, my stats and mechanics are all superior to yours." Steve shook his head. "Master, I don't understand." Lin Xiao smiled. "What I mean is, you are naturally a genius. But unfortunately, I am a genius even more talented than you." Steve still seemed to understand, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. He pointed to the freshly seared Kobe beefsteak, then to the plate, and asked, "Master, do you need me to put this steak away for you?" Lin Xiao shook his head, smiling brightly. "No need, I have already put it away." Chapter 90, The Opening of a Branch Store, Zhuan Yumo at a Loss. Binjiang New City, Yintai Building, 15th floor. Chensing Company, Human Resources Department. As lunchtime approached, the atmosphere in the office was somewhat restless, filled with a cheerful and joyful air. Normally, while everyone was eager to eat, they wouldn't be this happy. After all, the atmosphere at work is usually gloomy, and everyone's resentment could revive a demon swordsman. Even if they were about to go to lunch, the thought of the afternoon's work wouldn't make them this excited. But today was different, because last night, their boss, Mr. He, specifically posted a message in the company's large group chat. Xiao Lin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant branch on the food street next door will officially open tomorrow at noon. Upon seeing this message, countless employees' tears turned into drool. 3 days. Does Boss Lin know how we've endured these past 3 days? They've finally made it. They'll never have to worry about what to eat for lunch again. Zhang Tao leaned back in his office chair, pretending to be engrossed in the documents on his computer screen. In reality, he glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen every few seconds. As lunchtime drew closer, the smile on his face became harder to suppress than an AK could muster. The time was 11:52, only 8 minutes left until lunchtime. Zhang Tao was already thinking about how to rush out and reach the elevator as quickly as possible. He casually glanced around, wanting to see what everyone else was doing. Actually, he mainly wanted to see how many people would rush out with him. After all, according to Zhu Jiao, her restaurant, with its European-style decor, could only accommodate about 80 people at a time. If all 100 or so people from the company went, some would definitely not have seats. Therefore, Zhang Tao felt he needed to scout the situation first. He slowly turned his gaze to Xiao Li at the workstation to his right. Xiao Li is usually very diligent at work, often not leaving for lunch until after midnight, thinking he wouldn't become a competitor later. Just as Zhang Tao was thinking this, snap! His eyes met Xiao Li's in the air, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Ahem. Zhang Tao quickly coughed twice and looked away. Xiao Li also guiltily looked away. Damn it, Xiao Li, you've become lazy. Shouldn't you be busy working right now? Zhang Tao was speechless. Clearly, judging from Xiao Li's sly look, he would definitely rush out of the office at lunchtime. Competitor +1. Zhang Tao pretended to press a few keys on the keyboard, glanced at the computer screen for a while, then rested his chin on his hand again, casually peeking out to scout. This time, he chose Sister Lu at the workstation to his left. Sister Lu's personality is relatively more mature and stable than these young people. Moreover, she has a heavier workload than them, so she must be busy with work right now. He probably wouldn't do something as unbecoming of his status as he rushed out the door. Snap! His gaze met again. Seeing Sister Lu's ambiguous smile, Zhang Tao quickly coughed again. He stopped pretending and scanned the entire office. He wanted to see just how many competitors he had today, and what he saw left him completely dumbfounded. Except for Sister Zhuang, no one else was actually working. Don't ask him how he knew. Who in their right mind would have a constant smile on their face while working? This is ridiculous. Zhang Tao sighed and turned his gaze to an office a little further away, the office of their HR manager, Wang Yuan. Zhang Tao knew Brother Wang well. Knowing Brother Wang's sense of responsibility and his consistent work ethic, he was definitely slacking off at this hour. Sure enough, Brother Wang noticed his gaze and waved at him with a smile. With the department's senior colleague leading the way and slacking off, Zhang Tao stopped pretending. He was usually the life of the party in their HR department, so he spoke up directly. Ahem, what's everyone planning to eat for lunch? I heard a stir-fry restaurant opened in Joy City next door, anyone want to try it? Zhang Tao waited 5 seconds, and unsurprisingly, no one paid him any attention. Many of his closer friends even gave him the middle finger. Zhang Tao shook his head helplessly, his last shred of hope gone. Clearly, Everyone had only one goal today: Xiao Lin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant. However, to Zhang Tao's surprise, perhaps feeling embarrassed by the lack of response, the oldest member of the department, Sister Zhuang Yumo, suddenly spoke up to help him out. A stir-fry restaurant is fine, Xiao Zhang. If you want to eat there, I can go with you next time. But not today. I brought my own lunch. Zhuang Yumo finished speaking with a smile, but suddenly noticed that almost everyone in the office was staring at her at the same time. And there was something strange in their eyes, as if they were looking at a rare giant panda. Zhuang Yumo was a little puzzled. Was there something dirty on her face? Before she could even speak, Zhang Tao, hearing this, also looked at her with surprise and asked what everyone was thinking. Sister Zhuang, you actually brought your own lunch today? Didn't you see the message he posted in the group last night? Zhuang Yumo, feeling a little flustered by everyone's stares, stammered. Yes, I saw it. It said a 5-yuan self-service branch opened. I even searched it online, and everyone says the owner, Mr. Lin, is a good person. But what does that have to do with me bringing my own lunch today? Her words left Zhang Tao speechless. But just as Zhang Tao's mind went blank, a girl's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Oh, I remember now, Sister Zhuang, didn't you take the day off for our team building last time? Zhuang Yumo nodded. Yes, something came up at home that day, so I took a day off. What happened? Upon hearing Zhuang Yumo's words, everyone understood. Oh, that's how it is. It's all right then. Zhang Tao also withdrew his surprised gaze. No wonder. He was wondering why there were such extraordinary people in the world who could resist Lin Xiao's cooking, so she'd never eaten it before, poor thing. The girl who had spoken earlier, hearing Zhuang Yumo's words, said with great regret. Oh, Sister Zhuang, it's such a pity. If you hadn't brought lunch, you could have gone with us to Lin Xiao's 5-yuan buffet. You have no idea how delicious Lin Xiao's food is. Hearing Xiao Shen say how incredibly more than a dozen times, and no one else refuted her, Zhuang Yumo seemed to understand. This buffet must really be incredibly delicious. She thought for a moment and said, actually, I don't have to eat the lunch I brought. Xiao Shen paused, then subconsciously asked, won't the rice you brought go bad, Sister Zhuang? Zhuang Yumo smiled. Xiao Shen, what are you thinking? Rice in a thermal container doesn't spoil that easily. Besides, you forgot? When I bring my own lunch, my husband usually makes me steak and pasta. These two things can just be heated up in the microwave at home and are ready to eat again. Xiao Shen scratched her head a little embarrassedly. She was completely clueless about cooking. The only thing she had ever done in her life related to cooking was playing the food management game, The Breakfast Shop downstairs. But then she remembered that Sister Zhuang's husband owned a street-side steak stall. She had even tried a few bites of the steak Sister Zhuang brought before. It was quite delicious. Although it was a tiny bit different from what Boss Lin made, it was still pretty good. Thinking of this, Xiao Shen suddenly remembered something, her eyes lighting up. Oh right, Sister Zhuang, the restaurant we're going to later also has steak. If you like it, you can bring your husband next time. Maybe he can even learn something from Boss Lin's steak. Zhuang Yumo was stunned. She hadn't even heard what Xiao Shen said after that. She wondered if she had misheard. Xiao Shen, aren't we going to a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat restaurant? They actually sell steak there. Chapter 91. Zhuang Yumo, my husband received guidance from a master this weekend. Zhuang Yumo's mind went blank. Hearing the name 5-yuan buffet restaurant, she instinctively assumed it was some delicious vegetarian food. But now, she was being told they even sold steak? What about the 49-yuan sirloin steak her husband sells? Xiao Shen nodded and continued. Yes, I know it's hard to believe, but Sister Zhuang, you have to believe me, everything I'm about to say is true. Boss Lin's 5-yuan buffet restaurant not only has steak, but also salt and pepper shrimp, cumin ribs, and even. Listening to Xiao Shen rattle off one unbelievable dish after another, Zhuang Yumo felt like she'd stumbled into a foreign land. Finally, when she heard Australian lobster, she couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted. Wait a minute, Xiao Shen, you mean not only steak, but also something as outrageous as Australian lobster? Are you serious? Seeing Xiao Shen nod earnestly, and with no one else objecting, Zhuang Yumo's curiosity about the shop and its owner reached its peak. After sorting through her thoughts, she suddenly remembered Xiao Shen's second statement. She couldn't help but ask, Xiao Shen, you said you wanted me to bring my husband, Lao Qin, to learn how to make steak from this Mr. Lin? Hearing Zhuang Yumo's words, Xiao Shen immediately nodded. Yes. Sister Zhuang, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean Qin's steak wasn't good, it's just. Xiao Shen considered how to phrase it tactfully. It's just that compared to Mr. Lin's, Qin's isn't as delicious. Sister Zhuang, I'm serious. If Qin can learn Mr. Lin's steak-making skills, I believe his business will get better and better. Seeing Xiao Shen's sincere expression, Zhuang Yumo smiled kindly. Xiao Shen, I appreciate your kindness, but you might not know, my husband met a master steak fryer this weekend who gave him pointers. His steaks are much tastier than before, and his business is booming. Seeing Zhuang Ji's indifferent expression, Xiao Shen opened his mouth, but didn't say anything more. Hearing is believing, Zhuang Ji would understand his intentions once she actually tasted Boss Lin's steak. The two chatted enthusiastically, while everyone else quietly observed. Their company's management was relatively relaxed. With lunchtime approaching in a few minutes, a little conversation was fine. Even with General Manager He present, no one would say anything. Wang Yuan naturally wouldn't say anything, but he still came out of his private office, knocked on the doorframe, and waited for everyone's eyes to turn to him before saying, "Ahem, everyone, stop chatting for now. It's almost lunchtime, so get ready. As soon as it's time, we'll charge." Everyone nodded seriously. Zhuang Yumo felt they looked more like they were preparing for battle than going to lunch. Just as everyone was silently waiting for those last 2 minutes, a human resources employee suddenly burst in through the door. The employee's face showed utter panic. "Oh no. When I came back from the restroom, I saw all the marketing and design department employees already taking the elevator downstairs." Hearing this, almost everyone in the office stood up. "What? No, they went downstairs to eat before lunchtime. Aren't they afraid of having their wages docked if Mr. He finds out? Wait a minute, do you think it's possible that Mr. He has already started eating?" Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. It sounded like something Mr. He would do. "Brother Wang, what do we do? Everyone's gone, are we really going to wait another 2 minutes?" Wang Yuan shook his head. "The marketing department's bullying us, and now the design department's joining in the fun, let's go." After saying that, he immediately led the way towards the office door, urging everyone on. Hurry up, what are we waiting for? If there aren't any seats left, we'll have to eat at another restaurant. I've been waiting so long for this, even if boss he docks my pay, I'm going to eat it." With Brother Wang speaking, the others naturally followed suit. Zhuang Yumo thought for a moment and decided to bring her insulated container of steak and pasta as well. She was a little unconvinced. After all, she had eaten a tomahawk steak yesterday, improved by her husband with expert advice. The taste, without exaggeration, was the most delicious steak she had ever eaten in her life. She still didn't believe that the steak at this 5-yuan restaurant could be better than her husband's. Bring an insulated food container so you can more clearly compare the differences between the two. The food street wasn't far from here, and soon, their group of over 20 people arrived at the entrance of Xiaolin 5-yuan buffet restaurant. Chapter 92. Can you retract that question? Zhuang Yumo walked forward, curiously observing the Xiaolin 5-yuan buffet restaurant in front of her. Compared to other shops on this food street, the restaurant was relatively large. Looking up, she could see a sign that read Xiaolin 5-yuan buffet restaurant hanging directly above the entrance. While the decor wasn't particularly luxurious, the clean, off-white wallpaper gave it a warm feel. The entrance featured arched windows and carved decorations. Before Zhuang Yumo could continue her observation, the door suddenly opened, and the next second, their boss, Ms. He, strolled out. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Almost simultaneously, all the employees in their HR department averted their gazes. Not wanting to embarrass their boss was a matter of self-discipline for them as longtime employees. He Xiying, on the other hand, didn't seem embarrassed. After all, being caught cheating wasn't a one-off incident, she was used to it. She simply pursed her lips helplessly and said, "All right, hurry up and go in. Don't block the entrance and affect other customers coming in to eat. After you've discussed it, remember to participate in the poll in the company's group chat." With that, He Xiying walked past them, holding her parasol. Only after He Xiying's footsteps completely disappeared did they breathe a sigh of relief and push open the restaurant door. Although they had guessed on the way here that President He wouldn't blame them for leaving for lunch early, that was still just a guess. Now it seemed that President He was indeed very understanding. They just didn't know what this poll meant. The employees lined up in order and entered through the door. At the end of the line, Zhuang Yumo held her own insulated food container, looking somewhat dazed. She felt like she was in a dream, so she couldn't help but gently pat Xiao Shen's shoulder and ask, "Xiao Shen, Mr. He is having lunch here too?" She had overheard someone in the office say, maybe Mr. He has already started eating, but when she heard that, she assumed Mr. He always ate at fancy restaurants. She never expected him to be at this 5-yuan buffet like them. She gripped the insulated food container tightly, suddenly realizing that she might have underestimated the prestige of this place. "Yes, Sister Zhuang, Mr. He is a die-hard fan of Boss Lin. You don't know, when we had our team building activity, it was Mr. He who suggested we eat at Boss Lin's restaurant. At the time, we didn't understand Mr. He's decision at all, and we thought he was always trying to save money. But after we ate there, we realized just how brilliant Mr. He's decision was." While explaining to Zhuang Yumo, Xiao Shen smiled and greeted Uncle Wang, who was sitting at the cashier, then expertly scanned the QR code to pay. Everyone in their company had met Uncle Wang during the last team building activity and knew he was a respected elder of Boss Lin, so basically, the employees would greet Uncle Wang politely. After paying, Zhuang Yumo followed Xiao Shen to the food pickup area. "Sister Zhuang, this is for you." Xiao Shen took a tray from the sterilizer and handed it to Zhuang Yumo. Then, looking at the insulated food containers labeled with dish names, her eyes gleamed with a hungry wolf-like gleam. Indeed, even without seeing the actual dishes, just looking at the various names on the containers made her incredibly hungry. Xiao Shen swallowed hard and said quickly, "Sister Zhuang, take a look and see what you want to eat. Boss Lin's restaurant has a wide variety of dishes. Take your time looking and choosing. Don't worry, you can't possibly pick anything bad. I'll talk to you later, let's meet at that table in the corner." After saying this, Xiao Shen eagerly grabbed her plate and ran towards the stir-fried chicken drumsticks in the distance. She had been craving that chicken drumstick for a long time. After Xiao Shen left, Zhuang Yumo also took a few steps forward and quickly saw the name of the dish on the nearest insulated food container. It was pan-fried steak. This surprised her somewhat. She had originally planned to try the steak at this restaurant, but before she even started looking for it, the steak had practically delivered itself to her. Zhuang Yumo stepped forward and opened the insulated container. Instantly, dozens of casually stacked steaks appeared before her eyes. The presentation was quite good, but it felt about the same as the steaks her husband, Lao Qin, made. However, this thought only lingered in her mind for less than 2 seconds. The aroma of the steaks wafted into her nostrils, making her take a deep breath. The aroma was just as rich as Lao Qin's steaks, but the milky and meaty flavors were even stronger. After all, her husband had been making steaks at a street stall for quite some time, so she had a certain understanding of steaks. Although she couldn't tell exactly what kind of beef these steaks were made of, she could clearly tell from the aroma alone that the quality of these steaks was definitely much higher than Lao Qin's. Zhuang Yumo shook her head, picked up the tongs, and took out a relatively small piece of steak from the insulated container. While the quality of the steak itself is crucial, the cooking method and control of the heat can compensate for this. Old Qin had said that after receiving expert guidance over the weekend, his steak cooking skills and control of heat had improved significantly. Which steak, made by this Boss Lin or her own Old Qin, was better? Which was more delicious? Only tasting it would tell. Zhuang Yumo was eager to know the answer. Therefore, she stopped looking at the other dishes, took a knife and fork from the cabinet, and went directly to the agreed-upon corner seat. She placed the steak from Lin Xiao's restaurant on her left and her own insulated container on her right. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to eat the sirloin steak her husband had cooked first. The insulated container kept the food warm very well. The sirloin steak was even slightly steaming when she took it out. Zhuang Yumo picked up a knife, cut off a small piece, and savored it. As she ate, a smile appeared on her face. "Great! It tastes just like the one Lao Qin made yesterday." It was almost indistinguishable from a freshly cooked steak. Perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, incredibly delicious. She had initially worried that the steak would lose some of its flavor after being kept in the insulated container for several hours, but it seemed her fears were unfounded. After finishing this bite of sirloin steak, Zhuang Yumo prepared to try the other steak on her left. At this moment, Zhuang Yumo was brimming with confidence. Could the steak at this restaurant really be better than the sirloin steak her husband made? She didn't believe it. However, just then, Xiao Shen's somewhat curious voice suddenly rang in her ear. "Sister Zhuang, did you bring the steak that Brother Qin made?" Seeing Xiao Shen sit down opposite her with her tray, Zhuang Yumo suddenly had an idea. She cut another small piece from the sirloin steak on the right and said, "Yes, Xiao Shen, would you like to try a piece? It's just a small piece, but it's really delicious." Seeing Zhuang Yumo's expectant look, Xiao Shen felt she couldn't let Zhuang Yumo down. Anyway, it was just a small piece, it wouldn't take up much stomach space, and it wouldn't affect her later rave about Boss Lin's cooking. So she used her chopsticks to pick up the small piece of steak from Zhuang Yumo's plate and put it directly into her mouth. "How is it, Xiao Shen? Isn't it especially delicious?" Zhuang Yumo asked expectantly. To be honest, Xiao Shen was indeed slightly amazed. The steak tasted really good. It was even about 60% as delicious as Boss Lin's steak. It definitely deserved to be called a delicacy. Xiao Shen never hesitated to praise good food. Brother Qin's steak is really delicious. Sister Zhuang, with Brother Qin's skill level, making steaks at a street stall is a complete game changer for his competitors. Zhuang Yumo was pleased with Xiao Shen's reaction, so she smiled and said, "Yes, it's all thanks to that expert's selfless guidance. If we have the chance to see him again, my husband and I really need to thank him properly." Xiao Shen sensed the gratitude in Sister Zhuang's tone towards that expert, so she nodded in agreement. Yes, next time Sister Zhuang, you can treat that expert to a meal. I've already picked out the place for you. This restaurant." Zhuang Yumo chuckled, taking it as a joke. A few seconds later, she casually asked, Ahem, Xiao Shen, after eating the steak, do you still think my husband Qin's steak isn't as good as Boss Lin's? She eagerly awaited Xiao Shen's answer. However, to her surprise, after hesitating for a few seconds, Xiao Shen weakly said, Sister Zhuang, you know me. I don't like saying things that might embarrass others, so, could you take back your question? Chapter 93 Xiao Shen, how old is this Boss Lin you're talking about? Zhuang Yumo's smile froze on her face. She understood the unspoken meaning behind Xiao Shen's words, that the steak made by Boss Lin was better than that made by Lao Qin. Xiao Shen realized that her words seemed to have made Zhuang Yumo even more embarrassed, so she added, Ahem, Zhuang Yumo, don't mind me. Although what I meant was that Brother Qin's steak wasn't as good as Boss Lin's, but actually, the difference isn't that big, just rather big. Seeing Zhuang Yumo's expression worsen, Xiao Shen quickly tried to smooth things over. But that's alright. Although Qin Ji's steak can't compare to Boss Lin's in terms of taste and texture, but Boss Qin also has areas where he can surpass Boss Lin. For example, there's room for improvement. Boss Lin's steak hasn't improved much, but my Qin Ji still has a lot of room for improvement. Does saying that make you feel a little better, Sister Zhuang? Zhuang Yumo. Xiao Shen, you're pretty good at comforting people. Don't do that next time. Zhuang Yumo looked at the pitiful-looking Xiao Shen in front of her and sighed. It's okay, Xiao Shen, you eat first, and while you're at it, cast your vote in our department group chat. I want to try this steak myself and see what it tastes like. Okay, Sister Zhuang, take your time eating. Xiao Shen looked down at her phone and then understood what the vote was about. It turned out to be about adjusting the lunch break time. Since everyone wanted to eat Boss Lin's cooking, but there weren't enough seats, General Manager he offered each department two options. One option was to keep the lunch break unchanged, from 12 to 1:30. The other was to extend the lunch break by half an hour, from 12:30 to 2 o'clock. The 6 department heads collected opinions from their department members in their respective group chats, reached a consensus, and then reported it to General Manager he. Xiao Shen decisively voted for unchanged lunch break in her HR department's employee group chat. She didn't want to be half an hour late for lunch. Was it really just half an hour? The time she couldn't immediately enjoy Boss Lin's cooking felt like an eternity. Just as Xiao Shen was thinking this, Sister Zhuang's voice suddenly rang out from across the table, her voice clearly tinged with shock. Xiao Shen, could you try this steak? Is it always like this, Boss Lin's steak? Xiao Shen looked up and saw that Sister Zhuang's expression was one of disbelief. On the plate in front of her, the once whole, pan-fried steak was now reduced to a few slices of tender beef. Xiao Shen didn't see anything wrong with Sister Zhuang's shocked expression. Everyone had that same expression when they first tasted Boss Lin's cooking. Sister Zhuang was actually one of the more restrained ones. Xiao Shen chuckled, picked up his chopsticks, took a steak from the plate opposite him, and put it in his mouth, saying as he ate, Sister Zhuang, now you know why I told Brother Qin to learn from Boss Lin, right? Wait a minute, this tastes a little off. Xiao Shen's chewing suddenly stopped, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Zhuang Yumo, finally recovering from her shock at the pan-fried steak in front of her, immediately asked upon hearing Xiao Shen's words, What's wrong? Is something wrong? Xiao Shen chewed a couple more bites before saying, This steak, while still delicious, doesn't feel as good as last time? Could it be because the cut of steak is different from last time? Hearing Xiao Shen's words, Zhuang Yumo's heart sank completely. The steak she considered incredibly delicious wasn't even at its peak. She cut off another piece of sirloin steak prepared by her husband, Old Qin, and tasted it. Even though she naturally favored her husband, she had to admit this fact. After eating the steak made by Boss Lin, her husband's steak suddenly seemed rather bland and tasteless. What struck her as odd, however, was that, for some reason, she tasted a similar texture in both steaks. Although the flavors were completely different, both steaks were equally crispy on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside. It felt as if they were made using the same technique. For a fleeting moment, an absurd thought even crossed her mind. Could the expert who taught Old Qin be Boss Lin of this restaurant? But she quickly dismissed the thought. It was obviously impossible. What coincidence could there be? Besides, according to Old Qin, the expert who guided him was a young man in his early 20s. She had just looked around the restaurant, and everyone there looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s. She hadn't found a single young person. But just as she was about to stop thinking about it, suddenly, a thought struck her. She remembered what Mr. He had posted in the group chat last night. This store, it's just a branch. So, is it possible that Mr. Lin isn't in the store? Thinking this, she asked Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen, how old is this Mr. Lin you're talking about? Chapter 94 Boss Qin personally visits. Sister Zhuang, why are you suddenly asking this? Xiao Shen was a little puzzled, but quickly replied, Boss Lin's age should be a little younger than me. I think he's only in his early 20s. Before Xiao Shen could finish speaking, she saw Sister Zhuang's eyes suddenly widen. Seeing Sister Zhuang's exaggerated expression, Xiao Shen seemed to suddenly realize something, and she stammered, Sister Zhuang, no. It can't be such a coincidence. Boss Lin is the expert who helped Brother Qin, right? Zhuang Yumo nodded with a complicated expression. It might be true. My husband said the expert who taught him is indeed very young, but I can't be sure right now. She thought for a moment and asked, Xiao Shen, do you have a photo of that Boss Lin? I'll send it to my husband to confirm. Xiao Shen shook her head. I don't have a photo, but I'm pretty sure it's Boss Lin. There's no particular reason. Mainly because Hangzhou is such a culinary desert, it's impossible for two genius chefs to suddenly appear. Since Sister Zhuang said that the expert is very young, then I think it must be Boss Lin. Xiao Shen had a blind confidence in Lin Xiao. Alright, then Xiao Shen, do you know where to find this Boss Lin? Sister Zhuang hadn't forgotten that her husband wanted to become his apprentice. Even if he didn't become an apprentice, she still needed to thank him properly. Yes, Boss Lin usually goes to this restaurant. Xiao Shen said, sending the location as she spoke. It was 12:50 p.m. After lunch, Zhuang Yumo and Xiao Shen returned to the company. Some colleagues were already taking a nap. Zhuang Yumo thought for a moment, deciding it wouldn't be easy to explain everything over WeChat, so she took her phone and went to the stairwell. She called her husband directly. A few seconds later, the phone was answered, and Qin Donglei's cheerful voice rang out. Hey, honey, why did you suddenly think of calling me today? Was the steak so delicious that you wanted to call and compliment me? Hearing her husband's voice, Zhuang Yumo couldn't help but smile. Yes, it was because I ate such delicious steak that I called, but... Before Zhuang Yumo could finish, Qin Donglei interrupted her. Coming right away. Honey, wait a moment, let me take this tomahawk steak to the customer first. Zhuang Yumo waited half a minute before her husband's voice rang out again. Oh dear, this morning has been exhausting. Honey, please continue, but what is it? Zhuang Yumo didn't answer his question, but instead asked with concern. Business was so good this morning? Lao Qin, take it easy, don't overwork yourself. Hearing his wife's concerned words, Qin Donglei felt all the fatigue of the morning instantly vanish. He immediately smiled nonchalantly and said, It's nothing, this level of intensity is nothing for your husband. Hee, you have no idea how good business is right now. So many repeat customers are waiting for my steak. They even gave me a nickname, something like Steak Godfather. Qin Donglei chattered on and on about his joy and the little stories that had happened that morning. Zhuang Yumo didn't interrupt, but listened quietly. After listening, she smiled and said, As expected of my husband, you're amazing. My husband truly deserves the title of Steak Godfather. Boss Qin seemed a little embarrassed. Oh, what kind of godfather am I? It's mainly thanks to that young man. I wonder when I'll be able to find him. I really need to thank him properly then. Hearing this, Zhuang Yumo suddenly remembered the purpose of her call, so she got straight to the point. Honey, I called to tell you that I think I've found that young man you mentioned. There was a 5-second silence on the other end of the line before Qin Donglei's incredulous voice came through. Really? Honey, how did you find this? You weren't scammed, were you? It's no wonder Mr. Qin was suspicious. After all, he had only told Zhuang Yumo that the expert was a very young man. He hadn't mentioned any other characteristics. This was like finding a needle in a haystack. How did his wife find him? Zhuang Yumo directly said, The situation is like this. Zhuang Yumo recounted the events of lunch in detail, including a comparison of the two steaks. After listening, Qin Donglei was noticeably silent for a moment. He was also thinking about whether this Mr. Lin was the young man who had given him guidance over the weekend. Soon, he made up his mind and said, Whether it is or not, I have to go see him. Honey, send me the address, I'll go this afternoon. After Zhuang Yumo sent the address, Qin Donglei chatted with his wife for a while before hanging up. 3 p.m. Lin Xiao watched as Steve ruined a Kobe beefsteak for the 5th time in the kitchen, his expression showing some pain. My dear disciple, we've used up all the steaks. How about we call it a day? You're burning through money like this. That's right, these Kobe beefsteaks weren't provided by Lin Xiao. Steve had bought them with real money, hence Lin Xiao's pained expression. After all, the 2 Kobe beefsteaks that were originally in the refrigerator were already gone. He couldn't possibly conjure a fresh steak out of thin air in front of Steve. This wasn't something that could be solved with a few words like Chinese Kung Fu. Steve was just a foreigner, not a fool. The 5 Kobe beefsteaks they just used were ordered online by Steve and delivered from Hangzhou's largest Weijiao beef wholesale market. Each steak cost 5,000 yuan. Even though Lin Xiao was quite wealthy now, he knew he couldn't bring himself to do something as sinful as burning through 25,000 yuan in just over an hour. Steve simply smiled when he heard Lin Xiao's words. Master, this is nothing. For us apprentice chefs, learning a new dish requires dozens, even hundreds of practice sessions. Master, geniuses like you are rare. Okay, master, let me fry the last 5 steaks. Seeing Lin Xiao nod, Steve placed another delivery order. He didn't have much time left in Hangzhou. Once he went to Kyoto, there wouldn't be such a good master to point out his mistakes and help him correct them. Just as Steve placed an express delivery order for a hefty 500 yuan, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. "Hello, is anyone in the shop?" Lin Xiao instinctively thought it was a customer, so he replied directly, "Yes, scan the QR code at the door to pay 5 yuan, then go get your food." After saying that, Lin Xiao suddenly paused. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. He quickly searched his memory and recognized the voice, the owner of the street steak stall, Mr. Qin. What puzzled him, however, was why Boss Qin would appear in his shop at this time. He didn't seem to have revealed his identity before. Wait, did he open an account for me? Lin Xiao walked out of the kitchen with these questions in mind. Chapter 95. Qin Donlei, was that my advisor just now? Mr. Qin, it really is you. I thought I was hearing things. How did you find this place? Even though he was mentally prepared, Lin Xiao still showed surprise when he saw Mr. Qin in front of him. However, he wasn't the only one with this expression. When Qin Donlei saw Lin Xiao appear before him, his expression was equally surprised. He had only come here hoping to try his luck, but he hadn't expected to actually find the young man from that day. His wife's luck was truly unbelievable. "Mr. Lin, to explain how I found you, that's a long story." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Then come in and sit down, we can talk slowly." "Okay." Qin Donlei looked around the restaurant and found a seat. The restaurant was very clean, with labels on the various sizes of insulated containers, but from the distance, he couldn't see what was written on them. "Mr. Qin, what do you usually drink? Do you drink milk tea? We have mango pomelo sago and brown sugar boba." Upon hearing this, Qin Donlei immediately replied, No, thank you so much, Mr. Lin. I don't drink milk tea much, only my daughter likes it." Lin Xiao nodded, poured Qin Donlei a glass of warm water, handed it to him, and then sat down opposite him. Qin Donlei, somewhat flattered, accepted the glass, thanked her, and began to speak. "Mr. Lin, actually, finding you was purely by chance." Qin Donlei's communication skills were quite good. He recounted the whole story fluently. 3 minutes later, after listening to Qin Donlei's account, Lin Xiao's expression turned somewhat strange. "I see. So, Mr. Qin, your spouse is actually an employee of General Manager He's company. That's quite a coincidence." Lin Xiao sighed, then smiled and said, "But no need for thanks. You gave me 2 fries back then, Mr. Qin, so helping you was just a small favor." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qin Donlei shook his head and said earnestly, "How can that be? A pair of fries can't compare to your help, Mr. Lin. Perhaps for you, it was just a small favor. But for me, it's incredibly meaningful. It's no exaggeration to say that your small act of kindness, Mr. Lin, was enough to change the course of my life." Lin Xiao felt a little embarrassed by these words. Boss Qin practically praised him like a savior, which was quite embarrassing. He was worried that Boss Qin might suddenly say something like, "I can never repay Boss Qin's kindness." Luckily, Boss Qin didn't say that. "Besides, actually, I didn't come to you just to thank you. There's something else, but before that." Qin Donlei hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Before that, Boss Lin, may I try your steak?" Although his wife said Lin Xiao's steak was better than his, he still wanted to know just how much better it was. After all, becoming an apprentice was a big deal, so naturally he wanted to understand his master's abilities first. Although Lin Xiao found Qin Donlei's hesitation a bit odd, he nodded and pointed in a direction. "Of course, the steak is in the insulated container closest to the mango pomelo sago dessert. Mr. Qin, just go get it yourself." Qin Donlei nodded upon hearing this, then, as if remembering something, walked towards the QR code at the door. Lin Xiao saw it but didn't think much of it. His daily emotional value income was already in the tens of thousands. Especially after the branch opened today, his emotional value income had already approached 100,000. Therefore, Lin Xiao was happy that someone like Qin Donlei, with whom he had a good relationship, would remember to pay 5 yuan. But if he didn't, he wouldn't bother to remind him for 1,000 or 2 emotional values. However, to Lin Xiao's surprise, the next second, the notification sounded, 5,000 yuan received via Duct WeChat. Lin Xiao frowned. "Boss Qin, this. Boss Lin, don't think it's too little. I know it can't compare to your help to me, but it's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Lin Xiao explained, "No, I mean it's too much. I can't accept it." Qin Donglei waved his hand. "Hey, what's this about too much or too little? Boss Lin, just accept it." Lin Xiao, "No, I really can't accept it." Qin Donglei, "Accept it." Lin Xiao, "I can't accept it." Qin Donglei, in desperation, pulled out his trump card, "Accept it, it's for the child." Lin Xiao. Hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly smiled with relief. "Okay, Boss Qin, you said it yourself, it's for the child." Lin Xiao had already figured out how to transfer the money to He Xiying so that He Xiying could give it to Zhuang Yumo as a bonus. Qin Danlei was a little uneasy that Lin Xiao had suddenly stopped trying to negotiate, but as long as Lin Xiao accepted it, that was fine. He walked confidently to the food area, but the dazzling array of menu items left him momentarily stunned. These were the dishes expected in a 5-yuan all-you-can-eat buffet? How could they possibly make money? He couldn't help but ask, "Boss Lin." He only managed 3 words before Lin Xiao interrupted him. The dishes were made by staying up all night. The main source of income is through live streaming and getting donations from big spenders. Any other questions? 666. There's even a prediction element. Qin Danlei shook his head, said no more, and directly picked up a steak from the insulated container labeled pan-fried steak. To be honest, he'd spent more time with beef than with his wife in his life. Therefore, just by looking at the color and marbling, Qin Danlei immediately recognized it as Weijiao beef. While it wasn't the highest grade, anything associated with Weijiao couldn't be too bad. Sure enough, 8 minutes later, as he savored the last bite of his steak, he was completely won over by Lin Xiao's cooking. The texture, the flavor, even if he practiced for decades, he might not be able to replicate it. Qin Danlei's last trace of hesitation vanished, and he immediately walked up to Lin Xiao and said earnestly, "Boss Lin, I want to become your apprentice." Lin Xiao had just taken a sip of water when he choked again. Cough, cough, cough. Today is really strange. Qin Danlei asked, somewhat puzzled, "Boss Lin, what are you talking about? What's strange?" "Nothing, nothing." Lin Xiao checked the almanac on his phone. It said, "Today is auspicious for moving and getting married." But it didn't say today was auspicious for becoming an apprentice. How come everyone's doing it today? However, one can never have too many apprentices, so Lin Xiao quickly nodded. "Alright, Boss Qin, I'll accept you. From now on, you'll be my second disciple." Second disciple, so he has a senior brother above him, who must be just as unknown as him. Boss Qin didn't hesitate, and directly changed his address. "Yes, master." Lin Xiao was about to say something more when the door was opened again. Lin Xiao and Qin Danlei looked over simultaneously and saw a deliveryman carrying a beautifully packaged refrigerated box, his face beaming with joy as he walked in. "Handsome, is this the delivery you ordered? I just left the package here." "Yes, thank you for coming so quickly. Just leave it on the table by the door." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Oh, no trouble at all, you're so generous, handsome. Call me anytime if there's a good opportunity like this." "Just kidding, 500 yuan for a delivery, 10 minutes or so is the limit of my electric scooter's battery, not his." After the deliveryman left, Lin Xiao immediately switched to English mode and called out towards the kitchen. "Steve, your delivery is here, come and get it." "Yes, master." Steve heard Lin Xiao's voice and quickly ran out, replying in English. He knew his master seemed to be talking to someone, so he didn't linger, picked up the refrigerated box, and went back to the kitchen. Lin Xiao ignored him for the time being. The steak would take a while to thaw. Therefore, he turned his attention to his second disciple. However, Boss Qin's expression was somewhat blank, as if he had seen something terrifying. It wasn't until Lin Xiao waved his hand in front of him that he snapped out of his daze, took a deep breath, and uttered a first sentence that left Lin Xiao somewhat amused and exasperated. "Master, was that my grandmaster?" Chapter 96. What your senior brother means is, if you're bad, practice more? Qin Danlei was genuinely astonished by Steve. Although he didn't understand English, he recognized Steve's face. One of his favorite pastimes was watching various domestic and international cooking shows. Steve's face was that of a guest he had seen on a foreign cooking show a few months ago. He still remembered the host of that show introducing Steve, listing 6 or 7 titles in a row, such as California's Youngest Genius, America's Brightest Rising Star, Michelin 3-star Chef, each one more impressive than the last. This made Qin Danlei's memory of Steve's face extremely vivid. Therefore, even though he had only seen Steve briefly, Qin Danlei recognized him immediately. However, when Qin Danlei saw Steve in this restaurant, some of his doubts were resolved. No wonder Lin Xiao's steak frying skills were so superb. It turned out he had a Michelin 3-star chef as his teacher. Qin Danlei couldn't help but smile as he thought about it. This was great news. With such a mentor, once his Western cooking skills improved, he might be able to fulfill his youthful dream of becoming the head chef of a Western restaurant. He didn't aspire to Michelin-starred establishments, but at least a mid-range one would be achievable. He was already imagining himself making an incredibly delicious steak in a Western restaurant, with everyone cheering, "Brother Qin is awesome." In that light, becoming Lin Xiao's apprentice was definitely the right decision. But just as Qin Danlei was envisioning a bright future, Lin Xiao's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. "Disciple, who told you that was my grandmaster? You've got the seniority all wrong." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qin Danlei had a bad feeling. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he couldn't help but ask, "Master, that person just now, wasn't my grandmaster?" Seeing Lin Xiao nod, Qin Danlei couldn't help but say again, "Then is he your grandmaster?" "That's your senior brother. My senior brother." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qin Danlei subconsciously wanted to say, "Master, stop joking, this isn't funny." But seeing Lin Xiao's speechless and serious expression, he swallowed the words back. He didn't know what to say for a moment, he was completely petrified. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't have imagined that the seniority was like this. Seeing Boss Qin's incredulous expression, Lin Xiao called out to the kitchen in English, "Steve, come out and meet your junior brother." Upon hearing this, Steve immediately put down his steak and came out again. He immediately spotted Qin Danlei standing there, dumbfounded. There was no one else in his restaurant, so he naturally realized this was the junior brother his master had mentioned. As the senior brother, he proactively extended his hand, smiling and greeting him in somewhat broken Chinese. "Hey, nice to meet you." Looking at Steve, who stood before him with a beaming smile, Qin Danlei still felt a lingering sense of unreality. He couldn't believe that the genius chef he'd seen on television just months ago was now standing right in front of him, so close. And the other man had even transformed into his senior apprentice. This was too surreal. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you too." Qin Danlei excitedly grasped Steve's hand, feeling its warmth. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow, he's a real Michelin 3-star chef." This was the first time he'd ever seen anything like it. He had to hold his hand a little longer, hoping to catch some of the chef's good fortune. A minute later, Steve tried again to pull his hand back, but failed once more. Finally, he couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao helplessly, his eyes seeming to say, "Master, you need to control your junior brother. He's too enthusiastic." "Ahem, Qin Lao. Second brother, let go of your senior brother's hand. Don't let him squeeze it so tightly it's deformed." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qin Danlei finally snapped out of his daze, realizing his lapse in composure, and somewhat embarrassedly released his hand. However, he was also very curious at this moment. Was Lin Xiao's skill really so great that he could take a Michelin 3-star chef as his apprentice? Or did Lin Xiao actually have a particularly amazing master? Was Lin Xiao actually taking on an apprentice on behalf of his master? So he considered it for a moment, then asked indirectly, "Master, when do you plan to take us to pay our respects to our esteemed master?" However, to his surprise, Lin Xiao shook her head. "My culinary skills weren't taught by anyone else, so you don't have a master." "No master." Boss Qin's eyes widened in shock again. He even wondered if his master had acquired some kind of system that could harvest people's shock points. Otherwise, why could he recognize each word individually, but not understand the meaning when they were put together? Lin Xiao, at his age, is actually self-taught. His talent is terrifying. Junior brother, master is a true genius. We ordinary people should just diligently practice. Steve, who had been secretly eavesdropping on Lin Xiao and Qin Danlei's conversation using real-time translation software, smiled and said to Qin Danlei, "What kind of gibberish is senior brother spouting?" Qin Danlei smiled and nodded at Steve. He couldn't understand a word of English, but Lin Xiao seemed to, so he asked, "Master, what did senior brother mean just now?" Lin Xiao's English level was barely 80 out of 150 in high school. He couldn't understand a thing. He could only understand a few words. But it didn't matter. One of them couldn't understand Chinese, and the other couldn't understand English, so what Steve said was entirely up to him. So he thought for a moment and said, "What your senior brother meant was, if you're bad, practice more?" Qin Danlei? He naturally didn't believe it. Senior brother had spoken for over 10 seconds, and "Master, you translated it into just 4 words? Master, you're not going to take a ride." Qin Danlei looked at the real-time translation app on Steve's phone and, imitating him, downloaded one for himself as well. 8 o'clock that evening, at the familiar YY bar, Zhang Yudao and Qin Rui met Steve again in a private room. Steve seemed very happy to see them. "Oh, my friends, I really have to thank you this time." Hearing Steve's words, Zhang Yudao and Qin Rui were clearly a little confused. Soon, Zhang Yudao smiled and said in English, "You're welcome, Steve. We didn't do anything. What happened at the restaurant?" Looking at Steve's smiling face, Qin Rui was also amused and immediately made an encrypted call to Zhang Yudao in Chinese. "Look, this fool got tricked by us and still has to thank us." Chapter 97. Someone in Hangzhou will be waiting for him to return. Hearing Qin Rui's words, Zhang Yudao's expression turned cold, and he gestured for him to be careful. It wasn't because he had a change of heart, but because their two families were involved in poultry farming in California, and they had several collaborations with Steve's restaurants. If Steve understood what he meant, it could potentially damage their friendly cooperation. Zhang Yudao glanced at Steve silently. Thankfully, his face still held that bewildered expression. What was Qin saying? "I'm sorry, I've been trying really hard to practice my Chinese, but there are still many things I don't understand," Steve said somewhat embarrassedly. "It's nothing." He said he also wants to know what happened to you at that restaurant today. Zhang Yudao patted Steve's shoulder, blatantly lying. Hearing this, Steve didn't suspect anything. After all, Zhang Yudao and Qin Rui had always acted very gentlemanly when interacting with him. So he blurted out, "Zhang, you'll never believe it. I've become the apprentice of this restaurant's manager today." Pft, cough cough. What? Steve's words were so shocking that Zhang Yudao immediately spat out his cocktail, and Qin Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. Becoming an apprentice? What kind of incredible feat is this? Did Steve get the wrong script? Steve excitedly shared his joy with the two, recounting his apprenticeship process step by step. Even after Steve finished recounting his day, Zhang Yudao and Qin Rui still found it hard to believe. Damn, there really are hidden masters among ordinary people. Especially Zhang Yudao, who had only intended to casually help his third uncle with a small favor by having Steve challenge the restaurant, but unexpectedly, Steve had betrayed him. It seems his third uncle's wish to shut down the restaurant next door is going to be dashed. Zhang Yudao, however, was indifferent. His third uncle had asked for his help, and he'd already done more than enough. As for the outcome not being what his third uncle wanted, what did that have to do with him? Let Steve become his apprentice, fine. He's going to Kyoto on Thursday anyway, and then he'll be useless in China. As long as the apprenticeship doesn't affect his plans for tomorrow afternoon, it's fine. Thinking this, Zhang Yudao directly asked, "Steve, have you decided what dishes to cook for my classmates tomorrow? My classmates know this is their last meal, and they're all looking forward to your cooking." He was subtly hinting to Steve that he should go all out tomorrow. Steve smiled, "Don't worry, John, I've prepared all the ingredients for tomorrow. I guarantee all the classmates will be satisfied." Zhang Yudao finally relaxed. With Steve's Michelin 3-star level cooking skills, anyone in Hangzhou wouldn't be able to mess it up. Then, looking troubled, he said, "But I just received news today that someone else will be cooking for the classmates with you tomorrow. Can you accept that?" Steve replied without hesitation, "Of course, no problem." Zhang Yudao smiled. Now that the business was over, Steve, the tool, was no longer of any use. So he said, "Steve, what would you like to drink?" As expected, Steve immediately replied, "No, Zhang. I only came today to thank you for helping me find my master. Since there's nothing else, I'll head back now." Zhang Yudao didn't try to stop him. "All right, see you tomorrow afternoon." Zhang Yudao watched Steve leave. Only after Steve had completely disappeared from his sight did he turn to Qin Rui, saying irritably, "Were you out of your mind just now? How dare you say that to Steve's face? What if he understood and cancelled the cooperation with our family because of this? Can you and I bear the consequences?" Qin Rui chuckled, leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and said, "What's there to be afraid of? If he understands, he understands. It's a mutually beneficial collaboration. Cancelling it would be a lose-lose situation. Do you think he'd cancel just because I said something sarcastic? Besides," Qin Rui said playfully, "when you got carried away and used him as a pawn, did you think about the consequences?" Zhang Yudao was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed, his entire demeanor exuding a carefree and unrestrained air. "So what? Anyway, after tomorrow, Steve will have no contact with these students. Then he'll never know I lied to him. And don't you think this is exciting? The so-called youngest genius chef in California, wasn't he just completely fooled by us too? In this rigidly rule-bound place like China, it's rare to experience something this thrilling." Qin Rui, seeing the excited smile on Zhang Yudao's face, gave him a thumbs up. "If we're talking about sheer audacity, you're a cut above the rest. Hee, you flatter me, we're evenly matched." Steve hailed a taxi and headed towards his Hilton hotel. Watching the night view rush past the window, he couldn't help but yawn. He was indeed quite tired today. Recalling the dreamlike experience of the day, a smile involuntarily crept onto Steve's lips. To be honest, he was a rather sentimental person. Since arriving in China, and in Hangzhou, he had always felt a lingering sense of alienation and loneliness. He didn't know anyone here. The only two people he considered friends, Steve felt their daily lives were completely out of place with his own. However, after today, everything changed. In this city, he not only had a young, talented mentor, but also a junior apprentice, slightly older than himself. Recalling the scene from that afternoon in the kitchen, the three of them grilling steaks together, chatting and laughing, he couldn't help but feel a warm glow. This feeling made him realize that he wasn't alone in this country. Even though he was leaving for Kyoto on Thursday, he knew that someone in Hangzhou was waiting for his return. Thinking of this, Steve picked up his phone, which he hadn't turned on until now, intending to ask his mentor and junior apprentice what they were doing. However, as soon as he turned on his phone, the screen on it stunned him. The real-time translation software was still running, and the single Chinese to English translation made him frown. Chapter 98 Lin Xiao. Life is sometimes full of coincidences. Look, this fool got tricked by us and should thank us. Steve narrowed his eyes as he looked at the English on the translation app. He quickly noticed the translation time was over 10 minutes ago. After a few seconds of thought, his expression turned silent. Even though he didn't want to believe it, only Qin Rui had spoken a single sentence in Chinese over 10 minutes ago. Clearly, the translation app showed Qin Rui's words. In other words, he had been betrayed by two people he considered friends. "Sir, we've arrived at your Hilton Hotel." The driver's words interrupted Steve's thoughts. Looking at the hotel outside the window, Steve didn't understand the words, but he knew he had arrived at his destination. Even though his mind was in complete chaos, he still subconsciously said thank you in Chinese, something his mentor had taught him that afternoon. 5 minutes later, sitting in the empty hotel room, he began to try to sort things out. First and foremost, it was certain that Zhang Yudao and Qin Rui hadn't truly trusted him. He even considered the worst-case scenario: these two might be taking advantage of his inability to understand Chinese, lying to him and doing him many bad things. After all, Qin Rui had already used the word deceive, but what exactly had they lied to him about? Steve quickly thought back to the Western meal he had prepared for his classmates last week. At the time, he felt that the expressions on their faces, and the way they looked at him, were somewhat unfriendly, even hostile. But he hadn't thought much of it then, even wondering if he was just being overly sensitive. But now, thinking about it carefully, perhaps the classmates' hostility was also related to Zhang Yudao and Qin Rui. Steve was momentarily bewildered. He guessed that these two had set him up, but he couldn't figure out what kind of setup they had set him up for. After all, he had put a lot of effort into making that Western meal, and the taste was near perfect. It shouldn't have caused his classmates to feel disgusted. Steve felt his brain was running out of capacity, but it didn't matter. He wasn't alone in this city anymore. He had a master and a junior brother, especially his master, who was much smarter than him. Perhaps he could help him find the answer. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 9 o'clock. He wondered if his master was asleep at this hour. Steve hesitated for a moment, then sent his master a WeChat message. "Master, excuse me, are you asleep? Villa number 3, Qingshan Lake." Lin Xiao had already finished showering and turned on the top-of-the-line computer he had bought from Kingwei a few days ago. He had arranged with Su Qian a few days ago to duo queue and go all out tonight. He had even prepared instant noodles and sausages as his late-night companions. However, as soon as he connected to voice chat, before they even started matching, Lin Xiao saw his phone screen light up. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was a message from his eldest disciple, in Chinese. It seems Steve translated it before sending it to me, so as not to make reading difficult. "My good apprentice is quite considerate. But what does 'are you asleep' mean? What kind of young man in his early 20s, full of vigor, is asleep at 9 o'clock at night?" Lin Xiao silently grumbled to himself, but since Steve was contacting him at this hour, it was clear he had something important to say. Therefore, he spoke into the microphone. "Xiao Su, don't open it yet. My good apprentice is calling me. I need to take care of something." Su Qian immediately responded with a series of 3 question marks. "Okay, by the way, Brother Lin, when did you start taking on apprentices? Do I know them? Also, why don't you take me on as your apprentice?" Lin Xiao first sent Steve a WeChat message. "Still awake? Just tell me what's up." He thought for a moment, then added in English, "Just send it in English. WeChat has a built-in translator, otherwise it'll be too much trouble for you." Lin Xiao also sent Steve a tutorial on using WeChat's built-in sentence translation function. Then he said to Su Qian, "Of course I can take you on as my apprentice. I only have one request, just don't say I taught you when you're out and about." Su Qian fell silent, clearly remembering the fear of being dominated by the old man in the kitchen all those years ago. Still somewhat unconvinced, he asked again, "Brother Lin, is your new apprentice's culinary talent really that much better than mine?" Lin Xiao paused for 2 seconds. "Xiao Su, you know I don't like saying things that make people uncomfortable." Lin Xiao casually replied and then ignored Su Qian. This kid was just talking. If he really intended to take him as an apprentice, he'd definitely change his attitude. At this moment, Steve had sent a long message, still in Chinese. "It's all right, Master, I'm not bothering you. I'm bothering you now because I've encountered a problem." Lin Xiao read on for a while, his expression quickly turning grim. According to Steve, he had been betrayed by 2 international students who had returned from California with him. And most importantly, Steve didn't know what these 2 had done using his name. Lin Xiao read on for a while longer, and suddenly, a few keywords made his face show surprise. Zhejiang Agricultural and Forestry University, a veteran teacher's cooking class, made a Western meal. Why does this look so familiar? Lin Xiao's mouth dropped open. In that instant, all the clues in his mind clicked. Recalling what Su Qian had said that day, the foreign chef brought by the 2 international students Su Qian mentioned, his opponent tomorrow, was actually Steve. Steve sent another message. "Master, what did those 2 do to make the students dislike me? My Western food is clearly delicious. Is it because everyone doesn't like Western food?" Lin Xiao didn't reply to Steve but directly asked Su Qian, "Xiao Su, What are the names of those two international students? He wanted to confirm one last time. Su Qian was somewhat puzzled. Brother Lin, why are you suddenly bringing up these two idiots during such a happy game? It's bad luck. However, he still said, one's called Zhang Yudao, and the other is called Qin Rui. Lin Xiao quickly messaged Steve, asking if it was those two. Sure enough, Steve replied directly. Master, how do you know their names? Seeing Steve's reply, Lin Xiao decisively revealed everything he knew. Steve, you might not believe it, but sometimes life is just full of coincidences. It's like this. Chapter 99 Su Changshan to Xiao Lin, this dish of yours is a state banquet dish. 3 minutes later, Steve fully understood the whole story, and a complex mix of emotions welled up inside him. So, it's not that my Western food is bad, on the contrary, it's because it's too delicious that the students are so dissatisfied. Steve hadn't expected the plot to unfold this way. Zhang Yudao had initially told him that the students wanted to eat authentic Western food, but after hearing Lin Xiao's words, Steve realized that wasn't the truth. Zhang Yudao and Qin Rui had been lying to both sides, especially when he heard these two using his name to deliberately stir up conflict between Chinese and Western cuisine. His disgust for them soared to its peak. Although he was a Western chef, he always held Chinese cuisine in high esteem. In his eyes, good food transcends borders, whether it's Chinese or Western, as long as it's enjoyed by the public, it's an excellent dish. Lin Xiao was also furious. These two bastards had not only disgusted his good friend and elder, but also deceived his good apprentice. He absolutely couldn't swallow this insult. However, compared to himself, Steve was clearly more traumatized, so he first offered a word of comfort. It's okay, Master will explain to your classmates tomorrow, and they definitely won't blame you. Steve immediately replied, thank you, Master, but I'm wondering if I'm too stupid? If I had learned Chinese earlier, I wouldn't have been fooled by them. Sigh, I've been learning Chinese for half a month, and I still only know a little bit. Lin Xiao said directly, don't fight it out. This isn't your fault at all. Those two scumbags took advantage of your kindness, you're a victim too. Lin Xiao already had a plan in mind, so he said directly, Steve, I've thought of a way to really discuss those two, but I need your cooperation. Steve was also curious upon hearing this. After all, although those two were beasts, they hadn't broken the law. He originally thought of cutting off ties with their family business. Although this would be a lose-lose situation, it was the only way he could think of to punish them. However, now, hearing his master's words, it seemed he had a better way. Steve trusted Lin Xiao implicitly, saying, don't worry, Master, I'll do exactly what you say. Lin Xiao nodded. First, our relationship can't be exposed to them. Secondly, Tuesday, 10 a.m. Lin Xiao, as usual, prepared today's dishes for Uncle Wang and the others, then confidently handed the restaurant over to Zhou Peng to oversee things. He himself drove directly to the kitchen where Grandpa Su taught his food and life class. He had already told Grandpa Su that morning that he would first put the ingredients in his small kitchen. With the pass Grandpa Su had given him, he drove smoothly from the school gate to the kitchen without any hindrance. Grandpa Su, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, was waiting for him at the door, with a small cart beside him. As soon as Lin Xiao got out of the car, Su Changshan pulled the cart up and said with some confusion, Xiao Lin, didn't I tell you to just make donpo pork today? There aren't many ingredients for donpo pork, are there? Do you really need to put it in the freezer beforehand? Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. Grandpa, with so many classmates here, just making donpo pork would be a bit too monotonous. Today, I'm not making donpo pork. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Changshan's heart skipped a beat. He'd been incredibly busy lately, eating takeout every day, and hadn't been to Lin Xiao's restaurant for almost a week. He was practically craving it. He'd been counting on this donpo pork for days, and Lin Xiao was telling him he wasn't making it today. Seeing Su Changshan's furious expression, Lin Xiao naturally guessed the old man's intention, so he said directly, don't worry, Grandpa, although there's no donpo pork today, I've prepared a similar dish for you. Donpo beef. Donpo beef. Upon hearing the familiar term, Su Changshan's eyes widened in disbelief. He even instinctively exclaimed, Xiao Lin, you're not kidding me, are you? This donpo beef, it's a state banquet dish. Compared to old Master Su's excited expression, Lin Xiao simply smiled and nodded. He naturally knew it was a state banquet dish. This dish was originally adapted from donpo pork because foreign guests preferred beef over pork, and the recipe for this state banquet dish was included in the whole beef banquet. Don't worry, Grandpa, state banquet dishes are made by chefs. If the predecessors can make it, so can I. Just eat it without worry, I guarantee you won't complain once you start. Seeing Lin Xiao's confident demeanor, and recalling the otherworldly delicious donpo pork Lin Xiao had prepared, Su Changshan's shock and doubt gradually disappeared, replaced by intense anticipation and joy. Donpo beef. He had long yearned for this dish. However, even a single piece of delicious donpo pork was hard to come by, let alone the even more intricately prepared donpo beef. Many people had never even heard of this dish, let alone knew how to make it. Su Changshan couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao could truly make dongpo beef that satisfied him today, he would definitely make his eldest grandson kowtow twice to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had no idea how excited old Master Su was. He had just walked to the trunk and opened it when he saw a huge white insulated container lying there, taking up the entire trunk. Phew! Lin Xiao somewhat laboriously lifted the huge insulated container onto the trolley that the old man had brought, and only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had asked Grandpa Su Qian how many people were in his class yesterday, and after learning the answer was 26, he streamlined the menu, reducing the 78 dishes of the whole beef feast to 40. Otherwise, he estimated he wouldn't have been able to lift the insulated container himself. Xiao Lin, how many dishes are you planning to make today? My class is only an hour and a half long, so take it easy. Su Changshan asked, somewhat puzzled, looking at Lin Xiao's strained appearance. Lin Xiao smiled, pulling the cart into the kitchen as she uttered a number that only deepened Su Changshan's confusion. Not much, you could say, just one dish. One dish? You only make dongpo beef? Lin Xiao shook her head, looking at the freezer nearby. She opened the lid of the insulated container, examining the various cuts of weijia beef already prepared inside, and then said, no, the dish I'm making is a whole weijia beef feast. Chapter 100. We usually use 3 words to describe this type of person. A whole weijia beef feast. Su Changshan stared at the large box before him, filled with various cuts of beef brisket, tripe, and even 2 large intestines, each individually sealed in a bag. He exclaimed in astonishment, Xiao Lin, your culinary skills have evolved to this level? You see, preparing a whole beef feast by one person is no easy feat. It requires not only the chef to be skilled in handling different cuts of beef, but also to master the different cooking methods for each cut. Of course, the most difficult part is, making all these ingredients taste delicious. Furthermore, Su Changshan asked hesitantly, Xiao Lin, how many dishes does this whole beef feast include? Lin Xiao replied, I've streamlined it as much as possible, ultimately settling on 40 dishes. Hearing this number, Su Changshan's forehead wrinkled deeply. Xiao Lin, you need to understand, this old man's class is only an hour and a half long. Don't even mention making 40 dishes, even 20 dishes would be too much of a challenge. If you ask me, Xiao Lin, why don't you focus on making dongpo beef? Everyone loves that dish, and if we can't finish it, we can take some home. Lin Xiao, seeing old Master Su's earnest attempt to secure his own benefit, didn't expose him. In fact, his decision to leave the extremely complex dongpo beef dish was precisely so that the old man could take it home and enjoy it slowly. After all, the old man has high cholesterol and can't eat too much dongpo pork normally. But dongpo beef is different, beef itself is low in fat, so eating more won't have any negative effects on his health. Don't worry, sir, I already stewed this beef this morning. Besides, 12 of my 40 dishes only need to be cooked in the hot pot, and I can cook several others simultaneously. An hour and a half might not be enough to finish 40 dishes, but I think cooking 30-odd dishes shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xiao was telling the truth. For example, he could cook the beef tendon while simultaneously searing the short ribs, saving a lot of time. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Changshan could only nod helplessly. The most time-consuming step in preparing beef is stewing, and Lin Xiao had already completed this step ahead of time, so according to Lin Xiao, the time was indeed sufficient. However, cooking several dishes simultaneously sounds easy, but in reality, it truly tests a chef's ability to control the heat for each dish. But seeing Lin Xiao's confident demeanor, Su Changshan didn't say anything more. He could help out then and keep an eye on things for Lin Xiao. Soon, Lin Xiao finished all the preparations and said goodbye to Su Changshan. There were still several hours before the old man's afternoon class started. He still had some things to arrange, such as picking up Uncle Su and bringing him to the shop later. After all, both he and Zhou Peng had classes in the afternoon, so they naturally needed someone they trusted to look after the restaurant. And after arranging these things, he needed to catch up on his afternoon nap. He stayed up until 2 a.m. with Su Qian last night and woke up around 8 a.m. this morning. If he didn't get some sleep soon, he was worried he'd fall asleep while cooking. 1:30 p.m. As footsteps approached from the doorway, accompanied by the sounds of students chatting, the once quiet kitchen, as usual, welcomed his weekly regular customer, along with 2 uninvited guests. Zhang Yudao and Qin Rui led Steve in first. They casually flanked Steve, preventing him from interacting with the university students. As long as Steve didn't interact with these students, they didn't know how to give themselves away. After they led Steve to the cafeteria connected to the small kitchen and sat him down, Zhang Yudao finally spoke. Steve, my friend, it's all up to you today. Everyone just told me this morning that they're really looking forward to your cooking and hope you can give them an unforgettable Western dining experience. Looking at Zhang Yudao's insincere smile and his string of lies, Steve felt nauseous. However, thinking of his master's plan, he still forced a smile, no different from usual. Don't worry, John, I'll do my best today. He wasn't lying. Lin Xiao's plan hadn't intended for him to go easy on them. Steve thought this was normal. Whether he went easy or not, his cooking definitely wouldn't taste as good as his master's. So naturally, he would do his best to give his classmates a perfect Western dining experience before going to Kyoto. Seeing Steve's demeanor, Zhang Yudao was quite relieved. He and Su Qian had made a bet in public a few days ago. The bet involved classmates commenting on the taste of the food prepared by the two chefs. Of course, taste is highly subjective. If the chef's skills differed significantly, it would be easy to determine who was better. However, if the difference wasn't large, it would be more difficult to discern. Therefore, the bet was only for situations where the skill difference was significant. If the difference was small, it would be a draw. Since it was a bet, there was a wager, which Zhang Yudao proposed. It wasn't anything substantial, but the loser had to call the other chef grandpa 10 times on the spot. How to put it, not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. This was a carefully chosen wager by Zhang Yudao. He knew Su Qian's relationship with the old chef in this class. If Su Qian lost, he would have to call him grandpa in front of his grandpa. This scenario, similar to a useless husband, excited Zhang Yudao just thinking about it. On the other side of the cafeteria, Lin Xiao looked at the incredulous gazes of the 20-odd college students around her, her expression somewhat helpless. Su Qian, brother, is this really the chef you hired to help? Su Qian's expression of helplessness mirrored Lin Xiao's. He nodded. Seeing Su Qian nod, everyone fell silent. Just a minute ago, with time running out and the chef Su Qian had hired still not arriving, they had asked him, Su Qian, when will your chef arrive? Unexpectedly, Su Qian said, the chef I hired arrived a long time ago. After a moment of stunned silence, they realized that among their group were 1.5 strangers. One was Lin Xiao, whom they had never seen before. The other half was Zhou Peng, who never attended classes but whom they occasionally saw on campus. Zhou Peng obviously couldn't be the chef Su Qian was talking about. So, no matter how unwilling they were to believe it, by process of elimination, the chef Su Qian hired could only be the remaining handsome young man, who looked about their age. After processing this fact, one of the girls quickly spoke up, her tone somewhat urgent. Su Qian, are you mistaken? Today's competition is about cooking skills, not looks. Although Zhang Yudao and Qin Rui are both scumbags, their chef is truly skilled. The chef you found. She shifted her gaze to Lin Xiao, looking at his youthful appearance and his still sleepy look. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't find a single thing about Lin Xiao that matched her ideal chef. She suddenly spoke to Lin Xiao. Excuse me, handsome, could you please cover your ears? Cover them tightly, because what I'm about to say might make you feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to call this girl polite or impolite. Fortunately, before he could make such a foolish move, Su Qian stepped in to save the situation. Ahem, Menjian, don't underestimate my brother Lin. Don't let his youth and good looks fool you. He might not resemble our stereotypical image of a chef. But you need to understand, there's a type of person in this world who is born to shatter others' perceptions. Su Qian continued his devilish whisper. We usually only use 3 words to describe these people: gambler, ahem, a prodigy. That's right, I'm laying my cards on the table, brother Lin is one such prodigy. A smug smile spread across Su Qian's face. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was referring to himself as the prodigy. Don't let my youth fool you, that seemingly dimwit foreign chef over there is no match for him. Ouch, who hit me?